A very interesting story begins with a story about ghosts, because in the past, ghosts only occasionally appeared in unexplained incidents. Some of them turned out to be kind and harmless, but some were evil and dangerous. Exactly 100 years ago, the power of ghostly spirits increased sharply, and they began to kill people just for fun, and it was terrible. The world's population was greatly reduced. The remaining people could barely survive in such conditions. But this only lasted until the ghost spirit masters appeared. These ghost spirit masters have the potential of ghosts. They are able to control them, as well as fight frightening ghosts and those who control them. Each ghost is connected to its guide with a special ghostly object. And only after going through the ceremony for 100 ghostly days, those who find themselves chosen by their ghostly spirit will be able to enter the academy and train to become masters of ghostly spirits. This small city was named Liu, the second academy of ghost spirit masters. Today there will be a ghost awakening ceremony there. A strange silhouette was approaching along the corridor. Many students were worried today because if something goes wrong for them, then their whole life will go down the drain. All that remains is to reproduce. Some students have heard that the average person must produce a minimum of 10 children before reaching the age of 30. But for them, it's not so scary because there is a chance of dying if you don't go through the ceremony. That frightening silhouette of a man appeared at the entrance to the classroom. One boy was quite scared of this man, and this guy with black hair was called Lin Feng. He was 15 years old and a student at the Phantom Spirit Academy. His rather difficult story in life began 10 years ago when he was still a small child. His parents believed that he had been given a very weak spirit item and his future was doomed, so they decided to get rid of it and have another child. Many people laughed at the guy because they didn't even see an aura like that, and they considered it trash, and many called them trash spirits. The men also insulted the boy himself, and he was very offended by this. But at one point, the guy ran out of patience and he attacked the man who was insulting him, and he kicked him straight in the face. Lin Feng knew that when he became stronger, they would stop treating him like a weakling, and so he was obliged to go through this ceremony. At one point, this mysterious man appeared who looked quite strange. This man greeted the students and introduced himself as the examiner for today's Ghost Spirit Master test. He suggested getting straight to the point and asked the disciples to show their spiritual objects. Some students wondered if he was a person or a ghost. The disciples immediately took out all their spiritual objects, and they were different for each and were not repeated. The examiner asked them to channel their spiritual energy into a spiritual item. Lin Feng thought that his spirit item looked strange and was unsure whether he would definitely be able to receive its energy. After a long period of gestation, the examiner suggested that the time had come to release the ghostly spirits. A bowl on one of the tables began to crack from this energy, and suddenly blood began to splash from there, and this scared the students quite badly. And one girl had a ring as her spiritual object, and it started to get very hot, and it felt hot on her finger. For some students, their objects did not react at all. The examiner asked for silence in the class because the reaction appeared under the control of his aura. Their ghostly spirit is gradually awakening. The boy, who had a cross in his hands, did not want to be an ordinary person because he did not want to live simply for the sake of reproducing offspring. And behind him, the guy with the watch began to awaken his spirit. The examiner told the students that those who did not have the spirit could already leave the class. And that student with the cross, whose spirit had not awakened, became angry with the examiner because I don't even consider him a person, so why would he listen to him? Lin Feng understood that this paper man was most likely replacing a normal teacher, but now something else was more important. His spirit companion does not react in any way to the energy of the examiner. Another student started laughing at him, calling him trash, as he said, his butterfly is not able to summon a spirit. He also told him that Lin Feng had no right to beat up the future illusory spirit master. Also, this arrogant student began to laugh at the guy who had not awakened the spirit in the cross object, and this student became angry with him. He was going to take revenge on him by fighting for these grievances. Behind him stood the examiner who was observing the situation. But suddenly he was immobilized by some strange energy. He fell sharply to the ground and the classroom immediately fell into dead silence. Sweat appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he now understood this power that the illusory spirit master had. The examiner repeated his words that those whose ghostly spirit has not awakened can no longer be here. The student who heard this decided to leave. Lin Feng also decided to leave the class due to the fact that his spirit was not awakened, and his classmate laughed at him. He left the class quite upset when he heard the examiner say that he would now teach the students how to subdue the spirit. He couldn't believe it, that his spirit was so weak that it didn't even awaken. The other students in the class managed to summon a ghostly spirit and they were very happy about it. But suddenly their attention shifted to something strange, and fear was visible on their faces. One student's ghostly spirit was very strong, and a sword with evil energy began to come out of his body. As his spirit companion turned out, it was quite an evil spirit. The guy's body changed and he became possessed by this ghostly evil spirit. This spirit decided to attack the other students in the class by stabbing them with this sharp sword. Some did not have time to escape. and the ghostly spirit left quite serious wounds on the bodies of other students. The students began to run away from the class, trying to escape from this evil spirit who was trying to kill them. It seemed strange to Lin Feng that the teacher did not interfere and admitted that he wanted to test his students. At one point, this guy with an evil spirit ran out of the classroom and turned in the other direction where Lin Feng was. This spirit in the body of the student rushed to attack him, and he did not know how to escape from this. Suddenly, the system notified him that the movement of spirits had been detected, and an aura had been activated, and this surprised the guy quite a lot, because he did not understand what was happening. A second later, the silhouette of a beautiful girl in white clothes appeared next to him. His own ghostly companion was being formed. Everything happened at that moment when the evil spirit swung his sword to attack the poor guy. But this ghost companion of his came to Lin Feng's defense to save him from the attack. The guy didn't really understand what was happening, because it was almost instantaneous. He saw a girl in a white dress in front of him, and couldn't believe that this was his ghostly companion. He received communication from the system that his ghostly spirit had been summoned. The newcomer's mission was completed. The ghost spirit gained experience and the ghost spirit pill. The bearer received 1 cubic meter. Her level was rank F, and her ability was called Break. Her ghostly enchantment was still uncertain, and her companion's favorability was 60. He also received a message that his ghostly spirit could be upgraded, and the system asked him if he wanted to do it. The guy, of course, agreed to upgrade his ghostly spirit, and it evolved and upgraded to rank E, and the carrier's body was strengthened by 30%. Now the battle against the evil spirit and ghostly companion Lin Feng was about to take place. Even his hearing and vision improved. He needed to come up with a name for his companion by which he would call upon his ghostly spirit. He thought about it and decided to name his companion Tan Tan. Now Lin Feng has his own ghostly spirit, which has a name and various characteristics. Meanwhile, the evil spirit of this man, who had taken possession of the guy's body, continued to want to harm the people around him. After some time, a loud, angry scream was heard, and the guy became even more angry. The students were very scared, and the examiner asked them to hide behind him and explained that this D-rank evil spirit was entering berserk mode. Lin Feng understood that this evil spirit had a D rank, and after looking around, he decided to pick up a chair. The ability Tun Tong is still unclear. With its strength, fighting with one spirit of this rank is too risky. Even after he became a ghost spirit master, he still had to rely on himself, so he picked up a chair and ran to attack with it. He also noticed that not only did his vision improve, but his reaction time became significantly faster. He hit the guy with great force with a chair, who had been possessed by an evil spirit. But Lin Feng's surprise, this evil spirit was able to destroy the chair with its powerful blade. Immediately after being hit by the chair, the evil spirit swung to attack with a sharp sword. He understood that this blade was too close to him, and thus he could not dodge. And at the same moment, Lin Feng's ghostly spirit stopped the blade's strike, holding it back with her hands with incredible strength. This greatly surprised the guy because she was able to protect him from a fatal blow and thus save his life. And after another second, she transformed into an evil state. Even her eyes began to glow bright red. In this state, we were able to use our hands to destroy this large blade that was made of hard steel. Everything around was glowing with red light, and Tantan looked very angry, and a mysterious powerful energy began to accumulate in her hand. Lin Feng watched with surprise and fear as his ghostly spirit appeared to have a second state. The examiner was also shocked by this. At one point, Tantan attacked that evil ghostly spirit. Musya gave him a very powerful blow in the head area. Clear from her that she was going to take full revenge on the evil spirit for the attack on her owner. She also hit him again with her powerful attack and threw him several tens of meters to the side, and his blade flew out of his hands. After these powerful blows, the evil spirit nevertheless left the body of the student and dissolved in the air. The guy received a notification from the system. The first battle was completed. They successfully killed the D-rank evil spirit. The ghostly spirit received experience and companion favorability points. Lin Feng noticed that he was raising his level differently than their teacher taught. The danger was eliminated. Tong Tong's ghostly aura was depleted. After the battle ended, Tun Tun began to return to her normal state of calm. He has his ghostly item back in his hand, which he can use to summon Tan Tan, and he also noticed that his evil state uses too much ghostly aura. The other disciples were surprised that Lin Feng was so strong, as he easily killed the D-rank evil spirit. The examiner turned to Lin Feng, saying that he was very talented and brave and he had underestimated him. Compared to other students, they are all cowards. The examiner added that, since the ceremony was completed, today and henceforth they will be trainee ghost spirit masters. He began to say goodbye to the students and asked them to report to the outer city in 2 days. The students agreed with the examiner and everyone unanimously answered him positively. Lin Feng was no exception. The examiner himself was very surprised that upon the first call, the spirit was immediately of rank E, and the abilities were generally beyond the rank limit. He was very interested in finding out in more detail who this disciple Lin Feng was. The student decided that in any case he would raise his ghostly spirit Tun Tun. He wants to become the strongest ghost spirit master, and he will rise above them all. Meanwhile, in the old central area of the city, Louis, the guy was lying on the bed in his small room and was holding a bow tie in his hands, which was his ghostly object. He decided to pronounce the name of his ghostly spirit and thereby call Tun Tun. As expected from a ghostly spirit, as soon as it appears, the temperature around it immediately drops. Lin Feng turned to Tong Tong and praised her for doing a very good job today. But there was no reaction from the ghostly spirit. She didn't even look at the guy. He wondered if ghosts didn't have consciousness, or maybe it was because she was still weak and would gain consciousness after leveling up. After talking with Tonton, she gained experience and also the relationship with her companion increased. The evil mode of Tong Tong is very special, and he has never heard of it before. Normally, E-rank ghost spirits do not have ghost charms. The experience is over, but he should not use the ghost pill temporarily so as not to attract unwanted attention. The first step is to understand how the system works, for example, how to gain experience. Lin Feng decided to pat Tong Tong's head. He couldn't touch the ghost body, but thanks to this, he raised his experience and ranking. The guy decided to start teaching Tun Tan the language so that she would learn to understand it. They also watched films together. Because of this, their experience and relationship with their companion also increased. They even started brushing their teeth together, which was quite fun because there was no ghostly spirit visible in the mirror. For the whole day, he earned 50 ghostly spirit experience and 10 to his relationship with his companion. Early tomorrow morning, he should join the Ghost Spirit Master's training, and he should go to bed. On the first day, he had a strange feeling when Tan was next to him even during sleep, although the ghosts themselves do not need sleep. Morning of the next day. Lin Feng had already become quite famous among others, so students began to recognize him when they saw the guy on the street. They whispered about him, knowing that he was probably very strong, and other students wanted to communicate with him. All academy students were asked to board to begin their journey. All the students went to the bus one by one. One guy got scared and screamed because of the ghostly spirit that was inside the car. But Tonton did not react, which means that these ghostly spirits do not pose any threat. At a minimum, the ghost next to him has no evil intentions. The other disciples were surprised that Lin Feng remained calm when there was a ghost near him. The teacher who was with them said that they should not be afraid at all. She explained that the outer city is full of ghostly spirits, but they do not have an evil aura, they just need to be ignored. These ghosts are assistant companions. Students must learn to interact and live with them in order to be able to adapt to the conditions of the city. Besides, sometimes people are much scarier than these ghosts. The bus continued to head towards their desired destination. They drove up to downtown Lewis, gate number 4, and asked to stop the car for a security check. The driver gave documents that confirmed that he was a trainee of the Second Academy of Ghost Masters and asked permission to go inside. When the documents were checked, the gates inside were successfully opened and the cars immediately headed there. They were passing through a fairly huge concrete tunnel, and it looked very safe. When they drove inside, the students' faces immediately changed. They were filled with surprise. They saw a golden wall. This was the same pure gold wall that was rumored. Of pure gold on it, and it prevents it from passing through the wall. After all, gold can prevent infiltration and block all attacks of ghosts, and this is the only way to prevent ghosts from invading the central city. Schedule at what time they had already arrived at the place, and the students were asked to get out of the car. 3 buses arrived at their destination, and all students arrived successfully without any problems. When Lin Feng got out of the car, his surprised gaze was directed somewhere. They saw the huge statue and the outer city of Louis itself. The students immediately noticed that there were a lot of ghosts here. However, there are also many workers here, and they wondered why they were all middle-aged men. Lin Feng replied to the other students that people over 40 who have no reproductive values can only come here and do physical work. Other students immediately ran up to him and began asking questions about his life. After some time, a paper trail began to appear near them out of thin air. It was the examiner who greeted his students because they had met again. From now on, they must obtain 3 months of Ghost Spirit to be able to become a Ghost Master officially. He asked everyone to come here and take the tracker map. Then they need to find the construction area to find housing. He noted that all the houses are sealed by ghosts. Those who can defeat the ghostly spirit can appropriate that house for themselves. Guys can also team up with others to defeat the spirit, but you can also do this alone and assign the house to yourself. The larger the house, the stronger the ghostly spirit. The most difficult level is the mansion. Those who want to live there can try to take it for themselves. They only had 1 day to do this. Lin Feng was given the task of obtaining the house on his own. For this, he will receive a reward. At one point, a beautiful girl turned to him, and the guy turned in her direction. The girl invited him to join their team to defeat the ghost together, But Lin Fang immediately replied that he wanted to take the entire house for himself and turned around the other way. This girl blushed, because for her it was humiliating, since not a single man had ever refused her in her entire life. The guy also went in a direction where not a single student from their academy had gone. Other students told him he was going in the wrong direction, but the guy knew where he was going, and this place was immediately a square of mansions. The student noticed that the aura of the ghosts in this square was a little different than he expected. He saw a man on a bench and turned to him, asking how he could get out to the mansion, but this uncle told him that he should go back and find another area. And he added that these mansions were indeed prepared for students like him, who had just awakened their ghostly spirit. But for 10 years, no one had gotten into it. Lin Feng asked, "Doesn't anyone deserve to try?" The man laughed and replied that there were many brave men who tried, but they were all dead. This mansion is inhabited by S-rank evil spirits. Even the official ghost master may not be able to defeat it alone. And even if he does not die, then his ghostly spirit can also be killed. Then he will become only a reproductive person. Tong Tong is an E-rank ghost spirit. The difference of 2 ranks and the risk is quite large, but he has available stored experience that can be used now. The system suggested that he upgrade the ghostly spirit using a ghostly pill, and the guy agreed. His ghostly spirit was upgraded to D rank, and the host's body was strengthened by 80%. The man once again warned the guy that he was headed for certain death, and he shouldn't do this. But Lin Fang knew that if D-rank Tong Tong entered evil mode while wearing a red dress, then her combat capabilities should be at the level of an S-rank evil spirit. He opened the door, because the guy still decided to try to defeat the spirit of this mansion. He was curious to know where that S-rank evil spirit was hiding. At the beginning, when he entered the mansion, he did not see any spirits or strange things here. As he began to climb the stairs up to the second floor, he noticed the silhouette of a ghost flying overhead. He began to run up the steps in order to catch this ghostly spirit. But when he went upstairs, this ghost disappeared somewhere, and this alarmed the guy a little. With his enhanced hearing, he heard sounds in the kitchen, namely the sounds of cutting vegetables, the cook and the maids carrying plates. In his mind, what he just heard looked something like this. He decided to run into one of the rooms, but did not see any ghosts there, only things lying on the floor of the room. And he also noticed that the sounds he heard had somehow disappeared. Suddenly, behind him, a ghost with a kitchen knife swung to kill Lin Feng. A new one appeared at the same moment, Tan, who blocked the blow of this dangerous and evil spirit. The ghost decided to retreat and leave the room when Tan came to the guy's defense. But the ghostly companion decided to attack the evil spirit in order to defeat him. Lin Fang was frightened by the actions taking place here, and was worried about Tong. But a second later, near the guy, another evil spirit swung a cleaver, breaking the bottles that were standing on the table. But the guy managed to duck down and dodge the blow. And ahead of him, he saw another silhouette of the same evil ghostly spirit. Now, for some reason, there were 3 evil spirits in this room. He was told that there was only one evil spirit here. But as it turned out, there are too many of them here, and they are quite dangerous. His ability to summon a ghostly spirit in the middle of a battle was also limited. He urgently needed to come up with something because he was in a big danger. Having waited for the right moment, the guy suddenly began to run towards the exit. They swung their weapons at the guy, but the guy was again able to dodge their blows. Fortunately, he improved his body, and his speed also became much faster than before, and thanks to this, he was able to survive. When he left the room, all that was left was the clothes from the perfume. He assumed that ghosts only appeared when he entered the room. He decided to take a small step inside the room with 1 foot to test his theory. As expected, this means that the clothed ghost is not the main body of the evil spirit, but it is its ability. When he took a step back from the room, the ghost instantly disappeared again. Using space restrictions, the ghost tries to lure him to the second floor. Lin Fang realized that Tong would be in great danger now. He quickly ran to try and save his ghostly spirit companion. And indeed, he saw that there were many evil ghosts around Tan who surrounded her. Lin Fang informed her that it was a trap. It was the ghost that attacked Tan. He can move freely, and this may be his main body. Lin Fang grabbed his golden sword that was on his belt, and with great speed he swung towards the evil ghost. But imagine his surprise when the golden dagger recently had an effect against this dangerous ghost. The evil spirit still rushed towards Lin Feng, and the guy immediately left the corridor in which the ghost spirit was located. As it turned out, it was also a dressed ghost, who disappeared after the guy entered another room. When the guy entered this room, the ghosts immediately turned their attention to him. However, there were also other ghosts in this room that he urgently needed to deal with. Now that he had their attention, he could summon Tan again, and he summoned her with the help of his spirit item. Tong immediately began to return to Lin Feng, who gave her the command to return. And she successfully returned to his spiritual item, namely the bow tie. Now, where Tan was with him, he decided to run away from this room. The ghost could not leave this room and follow the guy, since he had already crossed the border of this room. And suddenly, the student decided to quickly jump down from the stairs of the top floor. The boards from which the floor was made turned out to be old, rotten. Therefore, from a strong fall from a great height, he was able to break the floor of the lower floor. Sometime after the fall, the guy opened his eyes. The guy had not yet fully recovered, but he knew that it was very difficult to fight an S-rank evil spirit. When he looked up, he saw Ton in front of him, who was protecting him from something. There was another big and bad spirit in this room, and his ghostly companion was trying to save the guy from him. As it turned out, it was a soul-eating monster. This is an S-rank evil spirit, unable to move, absorbing souls to become stronger, able to place soul energy into an object in order to control it. They needed to somehow deal with him. The guy had his golden blade in his hands. Lin Feng had already realized that this was the main body of the evil spirit that resided in this mansion that other people were talking about. Ton began to strike at this evil monster and successfully cut off parts of its tentacles. However, the soul-devouring monster was able to strike Ton and throw her a short distance, thereby neutralizing her for a while. Lin Feng understood the danger, so he asked her to be careful with this monster. Using his sharp golden blade, the guy began to attack the monster's tentacles. One by one, he successfully struck and cut them off. At first, it seemed that everything would work out for him. However, after some time, the monster used its tentacles and tightly grabbed the guy's body, neutralizing his movements, and even his hand. At this moment, Ton had already gathered her strength to try to save her master once again. His ghostly companion tried to neutralize the tentacles, but there were a very large number of them, and this was a more difficult task. The guy could not use his golden blade normally. His power was lost and disappeared somewhere. This huge monster is literally devouring him, and his body is becoming lighter every second. The man who was on the bench turned to the examiner and told him that Lin Feng entered there alone 10 minutes ago. As soon as the examiner heard this, he immediately rushed to check what condition his student was in now. The guy himself at that moment was almost completely immersed in the monster's body. Only part of his hand was visible from the outside. He extended his hand, as if asking for help from Ton to save him from the monster. When she saw this, her eyes immediately lit up with a very bright flame. His ghostly companion entered the second stage of anger, and flames formed around her. Tone. With her own strength, she was able to block the monster's tentacles, and immediately she stretched out her hand to take the guy out of the body of the soul-eater monster. Tong was able to tightly grab her master's hand with her own hand. Gradually, she began to remove Lin Feng from the monster's body, and she succeeded. After some time, Ton was able to completely pull the guy out of danger and take him out. And also in the evil phase, she began to attack this monster who was going to kill her master. The examiner entered the mansion, saw that the actions were taking place in the basement, and realized that this was very bad. He went down through the hole that his student left after falling from the top floor in them. Turning to the side, the examiner saw a battle taking place with this dangerous S-rank spirit. A man who was on the street heard a strange sound that came straight from this mansion, and it surprised him. The fog or smoke that was inside the basement during the battle began to gradually dissolve into the air. The examiner saw his student intact near his ghostly spirit, and it seemed that the S-rank evil spirit was instantly killed. Ghost spirit Tong continued to hug Lin Feng, protecting him until the very end of the battle. A second later, she returned to her ghostly object, which was on Lin Feng's clothes. The guy understood that this time he almost died. He received a notification that the battle had been won, and he had gained Ghost Spirit Experience 1000 and Ghost Spirit Potential 1. The examiner, when he saw that the battle was successfully won, began to evaporate from this room. His body was moved to another place by someone's hand. There was a girl with purple hair sitting in the chair, and she commented that it was incredible. It was the delightful Yan with a beautiful figure, who was the leader of the Ghost Spirit Masters Guild, and was the department leader of Louis City. She told her assistant that the young guy was named Li Feng, and his ghostly spirit was very unique. It has 2 modes. The second mode allows for a crazy battle that greatly increases the strength so much that she has never seen anything like it before. The man replied that in order to get such a ghostly spirit, you need to have great luck. But the girl understood that it was not so simple. She drank coffee and added that with its potential, it was possible that it was a physical structure. He replied that the physical structure is always sent to the headquarters after their birth, and the city of Louis has no right to raise them, and may have been overlooked. Physical structure is people who have the talent to tame many ghostly souls. At the beginning of the chaotic era, only people with a physical structure could become a ghost spirit master. However, in many cases, they did not live long. They either die in the hands of a powerful ghost or are devoured by an evil spirit. After hundreds of years, using blood, sweat, and tears, people with physical structure have been able to find safe ways to raise themselves. Meanwhile, in the outer area of the Louis City mansion, a man stated that Lin Feng was clearly talented. He congratulated him for passing the first stage of the exam. Getting a mansion at 15 is pretty cool, and he has high hopes for it. The man handed him the keys to the mansion and told him to register, because he could restore the identity of the ghost spirit master. All the students stood in line to register, and some students said that among them there was a girl who received a noble house and everyone envied her. And she said that she was strong because it took them 5 people to get the house. And one guy overestimated himself and went alone to the noble square. Then his ghostly friend was killed, and he is still crying there. Feng's turn came, and he was asked to give his name and hand over the keys he had received. The guy put the key to the mansion on the table, and this greatly surprised the man who did the registration. The man was shocked and asked him again if he had really killed the evil spirit of the mansion. Hearing this, the other disciples were also very surprised, because they thought that the girl who went alone to the noble square was strong enough, but it turns out that there is a disciple here who is even stronger. The man successfully registered the guy, and it turned out that he was the first ghost spirit master under 20 years old who would live in the mansion. He has been given the Ghost Spirit Master ID token and can use it to exchange for items or contact and take on quests. It had 10,000 points as payment for the stay. In 3 months, he will have to earn it on his own by performing various tasks. With a serious face and not showing any joy, Lin thanked the man and moved on. The girls admired the guy, and even the girl with blue hair wondered if she could live in the mansion if she became his girlfriend. The guy stepped aside and called on his ghostly spirit, Tuntan. She appeared, and the guy, looking into her eyes, praised her again for her good job. Lin patted her on the head and suggested they go shopping since they had received a reward. Tong Tong suddenly nodded her head at Lin Feng's suggestion to go shopping. Lin was scared at first and jerked back because he didn't expect her to nod to his question. And maybe she now has consciousness. They went to Liu, Outer City, Suzuka Street. The city was in full swing with life. After some time, they arrived at a station called Suzuka Street. Lin got off the bus and behind him was Tan, and also the other people had their ghostly spirits. Together they went to one of the shops in the city of Liu, whose name was Without Prohibitions. Although he received a mansion and as much as 10,000 credits, he still needs to try to save and plan to spend 1,000 credits. And first he needs to buy the necessary things: bed linen, towels, dishes. When he bought bed linen, the price of 800 credits really surprised the guy. It turned out that there was a shortage in the city, and prices rose greatly. Lin, with sweat on his face, thought that it would still be hot to sleep under the blanket. The cashier at the checkout turned his attention to the side and asked if these were all his purchases too. Tan decided to pack a lot of toilet paper and napkins. Lin agreed because he also needed toilet paper and did not refuse. He presented his token and was charged 639 credits for this purchase. And in the snack section, Tan had stocked a whole cart of groceries. He thought ghosts didn't need food. In the clothing department, she picked out various dresses that were suitable only for her. Tan did not forget to look into the weapons department, and there to take various weapons, grenades, machine guns, and even a machine gun. His inventory was full, and the system offered him to upgrade it for 500 credits, and this made the guy a little angry. They spent quite a lot of time in the store, and it was already evening outside. During that day, he spent 9,174 credits on purchases, leaving 826 credits on his balance. Relationship with companion has been increased by 30. Although he spent all his money, Tong looks happy. She even took a soft toy for herself, and the relationship with her improved. Tan really smiled, and it was clear that she was happy. When they returned to the mansion, the guy was relaxing on his own sun lounger. He needed to complete the mission, otherwise he would soon run out of money. They are required to complete 12 missions in 3 months. Then they will be assessed as spirit masters. He saw that missions for newbies paid too little, and it was pointless to waste time on them. He needs something more difficult, because this way they will not only earn more money, but also pump up Tan. He chose the mission for the Water Ghost of rank S, but someone had already taken this mission before him. He looked for other missions and chose to destroy the Ghost of Hunger, for which he was awarded 15,000 credits and 100 kilograms of rice. The next day, Lin went to the Food City early in the morning. This was the Food City's first line of defense, and there didn't seem to be many people here. Outside Liu City, there are many fortresses guarded by the Ghost Spirit Masters. They stop ghost attacks, but sometimes a couple of ghosts still make their way through the masters. The first line of defense is the most guarded because there are many factories and storage facilities. The guy went to the office to find out more information about this ghost. The workers asked if he could definitely handle it, and Lin answered positively. He was shown the path he needed to follow following the gray flag. Thus, he will reach the cave. This is the very storage. The man added that that ghost would be hard to catch, so he might have to stay here for a couple of days. The guy agreed to this and went in the right direction. The men did not understand how, at the age of 15, he could cope with an S-rank ghost. Many ghost spirit masters died. Every year there are at least hundreds, and in ghost raids more than 1,000 can die. If he seeks death, all that can be done about it is to show him the way. There are very large fogs in this world. Even sunlight has difficulty penetrating through them. But the city is using special mechanisms that dispel the fog. Outside the operation of these machines, people can enjoy the rays of the sun for no more than half an hour a day. At this time, all the ghosts are hiding. This is a safe time. He went through the dense forest to guide him to the place, namely to the mine where the desired ghost was located. After some time, he finally found the entrance to the cave, and it was quite well hidden. There were two people standing at the entrance. The young man asked the guy if he had really come to deal with the ghost. The guy replied that it was indeed true. He wondered if this was a second food storage facility. If so, why is it so small? The man explained that this cave is larger than it seems because it is large inside. This rock can hide a person's aura. If the food city is attacked, they will seal the entrance with gold paint. They can hide there temporarily. Lin decided to go in and see what this cave looks like inside. As it turned out, this ghost of hunger does not harm people, but will destroy food supplies. Another ghost spirit master came recently, but as soon as people enter the vault, the ghost disappears so they can't find him. This week, he has already eaten several kilograms of food. The guy began to call Tauntaun, saying that the time for hunting had already come. She appeared immediately, in her beautiful white dress with red ribbons. This scared the two men who were guarding the entrance to the vault a little. Lin asked Tongtong if he felt the aura of a ghost in this place. She turned her attention to the right side, but did not show anything. Lin Feng asked her if a ghost could be outside. At that same moment, Tongtong entered her aggressive stage and changed her appearance. She also had a bow on her head with a skull and sharp teeth and fangs, and a dark stripe appeared under it. In that place, she had another eye, which was black and red in the middle. Lin Feng was greatly surprised by this because Tongtong did not have this ability with the third eye before. Tantan looked at the entrance to the cave. Perhaps this meant that the ghost was outside. But one moment she turned towards those two men, namely this man who did not understand what was happening now and why Tantan was pointing at him. And suddenly, a strange and rather bright green glow appeared in his body. It seems it was the ghost of hunger, which for some reason was hiding in the pocket of this man, who was guarding the entrance inside. Lin Feng was greatly surprised by this, and he also did not understand why this ghost was hiding there. After some time, his body changed, and the ghost of hunger took over the man's body and began to control it. His appearance changed and veins were visible on his face, and his eyes and mouth became black. After some time, the ghost that possessed his body rushed to attack. Lin Feng and the other man who was guarding the entrance to the cave were shocked by what was happening because his friend Lao Qi had turned into a ghostly monster. When this ghost of hunger approached the guy, Lin kicked him in the face with great force to stop his attack. Thanks to this blow, Lin was able to successfully throw the monster several meters away from him. However, this did nothing to stop this monster, and he again started running straight towards them. Lin Feng understood that his body had already improved twice, and such a blow to an ordinary person would have taken a lot of damage. But he didn't feel anything at all. It seems his body has also changed after being possessed by a ghost. After this, Tantan once again stood up to protect her master and began to approach the ghost of hunger. She grabbed his face with great force, thereby successfully immobilizing his body. Tantan had a very powerful grip, and the ghost could not get out of her hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, she stuck her hand down his throat, as if trying to get something inside. After some digging around inside, she was able to pull out this hunger ghost, which looked quite scary. However, this ghost began to inhale air towards the direction where Lin Feng and the other man were. They began to be sucked right into the body of this ghost of hunger. They ended up inside his ghostly stomach. This place was quite scary, and it was ghost territory. The ghost territory is the space created by the ghost, which he completely controls. People outside will not be able to see what is happening inside the ghostly area. Only high-ranking ghosts can create them. Tantan sank to the ground. She needed to somehow free her master and the other man. Inside the ghost's stomach, there were mouths with tongues that sought to squeeze the person. One of the tongues was able to completely clamp the other man, and he could not get out of there. Lin Feng watched as the man's body was being devoured by that ghostly stomach, but could not help him in any way in this situation. He tried to reach out to him, but it was pointless because the man was already too far away. Looked away for a few seconds, and his gaze was filled with fear. The monster began to attack the guy, and his foot fell into the mouth of this monster, which was right under him. Lin didn't even notice how he got so close. He stuck his golden dagger into the shell of this monster. Using his dagger, he tried to open the monster's mouth to unlock his leg. And it worked, but he noticed something else. The mouth began to glow red. Thanks to this blow, Lin seemed to be able to damage this monster because red lines appeared all over his body. A few seconds later, there was an explosion and the monster fell apart. Ahead of him, he saw Tantan, who was still in the second stage. It was incredible because Tantan seemed to be able to destroy the ghost's territory. The battle was successfully won. The experience of the ghostly spirit increased by 800, and the relationship with the companion increased by 10. An ability called Absorption was also obtained. After the victory, Tantan returned to her normal state. It was clear from her that she was quite upset. Perhaps it was precisely because of this battle. However, Lin Feng asked Tong Tong not to worry, because everything was fine, and he patted her head again, and she even smiled at him in response. The guy returned to the Food City management office. Those two men laughed at him because they thought that he was afraid to fight against this ghost. However, Lin said in all seriousness that he had already destroyed the evil spirit. The man couldn't believe it. However, another person came into the office with equipment, with which he announced that the destruction had really happened because the ghostly aura had disappeared. The ghostly aura is something like an indicator of the presence of a ghost. It changes the temperature and causes disruptions in the magnetic field. The man apologized to the guy for underestimating him and said that he would now bring his reward and the loans would soon be credited to his account. At the end of the day, Lin Fang returned to his own mansion. He was resting in his bed, and for this task he successfully received 15,000 credits, with a total of 15,800 credits in his account. New mission, high-speed combat. In 3 days, he needed to upgrade his ghost spirit to S rank. The reward would be the ghost territory ability for the ghost spirit. And the guy decided that this was a pretty good reward. He had not noticed before, but after the potential increased by 3 stars, the limit potential also increased. But raising the level now requires more experience. Absorbing stars is a good opportunity. That ghost was comparatively weak among the C rank ghosts. The next time they encounter a ghost from the ghostly territory again, they will be in serious trouble. If they want to raise their level in 3 days, they need to supplement many tasks of rank D. After Tunton rises to rank C and receives the ghost territory, it will be possible to take on more difficult ones. They went to the outer city, namely the residential area of the Ghost Spirit Masters. People were discussing that someone had taken all the D rank missions again. For the last 2 days, it had been impossible to take a single mission. This group of guys specially united to complete a D rank mission. They could not understand how they perform tasks like this, if they are the same group. Meanwhile, Lin fought the Binding Ghost in Ning's settlement. They successfully won the battle and received 300 ghost experience and 6,000 credits. Next, they fought a D-rank ghost, namely a female ghost. This battle was also quite easy, and they received 400 ghost experience, 5 relationship with the ghost, and 8,000 credits. Next in line was an orphanage. There lived a rank D ghost called the Three-Eyed Ghost of a Child. For this battle, Lin received 200 ghost experience, 1 ghost pill, 5,000 credits. Next is the winery. There was a drunken ghost who was also rank D. The rewards were experience, relationship points with the ghost spirit pill, and credits. They decided to set up a small camp in the middle of a very beautiful forest in the rocks. The general system was that his ghostly spirit had gained enough experience to level up, and offered to level up. Lin, of course, agreed, and the improvement came successfully. The ghostly 2 was upgraded to rank C. Interestingly, a reward was received. The owner's body was strengthened by 1.5 times. Tonton was played calmly by the fire. She was already quite strong and had various abilities. Lin was very happy that Tonton had finally achieved C rank, and he was wondering what his ghost territory looked like. He wanted to check now how to activate it and what it would look like. This was the second line of defense of the city of Liu, somewhere far away in the mountains. Someone was watching this from the side. They noticed that someone had created a ghostly area on the defense line. It must be a strong ghost of at least rank B. These people were very interested in what kind of spirit this was. After all, he is not afraid to show himself in human territory, and they admitted that perhaps it was a trap. The man said that there is no need to be afraid because they are B-rank masters, so even if it is a B-rank ghost, they have nothing to fear. They were sure that there would be something to profit from there, and the reward would be excellent. They decided that the man on the right was starting to attack, and they should dispel the ghost territory. On command, they moved forward to attack, entering this great temple. Quite secretly, they did not approach the entrance, and began to cross the threshold of the entrance to the territory. They began to walk around the entire territory of this huge building, on a tree that was located right in the middle. Strange red ribbons were visible. Checked several rooms, they found no one inside, and reported this to the boss. This place wasn't that big. Perhaps the spirit was right outside that door. The boss gave the command to open this door. With one sharp kick of his foot, the man opened the door to the room. When they saw what was inside, their faces were filled with fear and worry. There was a huge red dress that hung in the shape of a man. Such a sight made one of the men feel ashamed, and it was just a dress. They didn't realize that it was a girl's room. The boss thought this dress was quite strange, because who would hang it like that? The men said that even if there was an evil spirit here, their ghosts would react to it. They already thought that there was nothing here, and perhaps this ghost was hiding outside the house. One guy suddenly screamed when he looked at the mirror that stood on the nightstand in this room. He saw the girl's reflection there, and it really scared him. Also, it was not just a reflection, because the girl inside the mirror was drawing some kind of sign on her forehead with a brush. The man drew the attention of the boss and the other man to this mirror. They started taking out their spiritual items to summon their ghost. However, for all three of them, the ghost did not react in any way and did not appear when it was needed. The boss understood that this ghostly territory was breaking the connection between the ghostly spirit and the master. They shouldn't have come here, and they needed to leave immediately. However, suddenly, the door to this room simply slammed shut. Behind them was a frightening black silhouette of an evil spirit, and they were trying to get out of this room, screaming in fear. After some time, other people headed here. They noticed all three men lying already dead. The girl told the captain that all three were dead, and they were B-rank masters. The lady said that they had been tracking him for half a month, and finally he appeared. It looks like this ghost is looking for something, and this something is probably located inside the city of Lu. The girl with blonde hair was wondering what this ghost was looking for, but she doesn't know exactly the answer to this question. This ghost hides well and constantly moves from place to place. They only knew that he came here from the city of Hai, and he was looking for something. A technical team will take the bodies to the city to study them. People began packing human corpses for examination. If only they knew what this ghost was looking for, they could set a trap. The leader of the academy must summon 3 clones, and she gave the guys the command to split into 3 groups and continue to look for the ghost. They also need to notify all the ghost spirit masters so that they do not go out on missions outside the city until they catch this ghost. Liu City was officially closed. Lately, there have been quite a few C-rank missions. Previously, they were immediately dismantled. Lin thought about this and suggested that maybe something happened and all the ghost spirit masters died out. But since he's outside, he needs to test Tantan's new abilities. His task was to destroy the evil spirit of the killer in the C-rank fruit forest and collect the bodies of the dead in 2 days. Lin Fang seemed to have come to the right place called the fruit forest. The bodies of the farmers who died here were scattered in the trees in a frightening manner. Lin Fang assumed that this was the ghost of a hanging, because this is what the corpses in the trees looked like. The guy had been here for half an hour already, but the fruit forest still didn't end, and it was very huge. While wandering through this fruit forest, the student suddenly noticed something very strange on one of the trees. He had already seen this dead man as soon as he entered the forest, and it was exactly the same person. The guy felt the sudden energy that was around him and decided to turn back. Looking around, he saw a lot of these same dead people and didn't understand why there were so many of them. The guy admitted that this might be a ghostly area that looks exactly like a fruit forest. Suddenly, a rope of hair began to stretch towards Lin Feng, and he managed to react to it. However, when he tried to grab her with his hand, he failed. She was like a ghost. The rope then twisted around Lin Feng's neck and began to choke him with great force. However, a second later, a hand appeared and began to save Lin Feng from that ghostly rope. Oddly enough, it was Tan Tan. The guy thought it was a hanging ghost. He uses a rope that ordinary people cannot grab, but with its help, the ghost can easily strangle them. This ghost could also control the ghosts themselves. Not just control the rope. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong to destroy all the ghosts, and she immediately began to do so. Tan Tan entered the second stage, and her hands were covered in fire, which easily tore the ropes. The ghosts rushed to attack Lin Feng's ghostly spirit, but they did not have much strength. Tan Tan, with one fire attack, was able to destroy all the ghosts that were here, and the battle was won. Tong Tong's ghost energy has increased. Lin was surprised that the battle ended so quickly, because Tong Tong didn't even bother to activate the ghost territory. He also received a new item, damaged ghost rope. The guy was glad that he got that rope and the ghost pill. If he sells them in the market, he can get a lot of money. They went to the outer city of Liu to retrieve the loot from the settlement. People on the street were talking about rumors about a very strong ghost in the city. They were surprised that the city gates would be closed, and everything was so serious. One guy said that there are many more ghosts than people, and every year there are more and more of them. The future for ghost spirit masters is far from bright. A man overheard this conversation. He heard information about Lin Feng, who had received a mansion. The evil spirits in the mansions are at least C rank, and people usually spend at least 30 years to achieve this. Therefore, they considered it to be untrue. The 2 men who listened to the boy's conversation said that if these are not rumors, and if Lin Feng really is not a genius, then there is only one possibility, that he has an unrealistically strong ghost spirit. With a smile on their faces, they discussed that if they killed him and captured his ghostly spirit, they would become incredibly rich. Meanwhile, we head to the Gokiji residential area. 2 men who listened to that conversation asked the guy who came past Lin Feng's mansion if he lived there now. Well, the couple answered that he was probably in a different place now because the light in his house does not burn even at night. The guy explained to the man that Lin is an unusual person. He has been doing so many tasks lately that the form of the newcomers was in complete shock, and it is said that his ghostly spirit has almost reached the C rank. The guy asked what they want from Lin Feng. Having found out the information, they said that they were just interested in watching. They were able to understand that Lin Feng had left the city, and they needed to go out of town and track down the guy. With the Ghostbusters back in the city, they could kill Lin Feng outside the city without being easily noticed. They can then use the bag to wrap the body to trap its ghostly spirit. A spirit like this guy's could be sold for a few 1,000,000 points. There was only one problem. We needed to find him. The guy successfully spent the night in his small camp, which he set up in the forest in the middle of the mountains. Woke up, he saw that Tauntaun had been outside the tent all this time. Tauntaun began to look her master straight in the eyes, expecting something. The guy thought and assumed that Tauntaun wanted praise for the fact that she guarded his sleep all night. Lin Feng thanked her, and she was a little embarrassed and even happy about it. He took his token and connected the satellite signal. It was time for him to find the next C-rank ghost for the mission. He was surprised because he had several unread messages. A powerful evil 2 appeared outside the city, so all the Imperial ghosts returned to the city. It wouldn't surprise him that no one has been stealing his quests lately because of this. He received a message in which a guy named Ping An said that two 30-year-old Imperial ghosts were asking for news about him, and he felt that they did not seem like good people. He also noticed that they had left the city and asked him to be careful. Lin Feng thought about this because someone was going to harm him. He assumed that it was a C or B rank Goki. He was located outside the city, so it was unlikely that they would be able to find him. But it seemed that this was not true, and he was very surprised by this. There is still a powerful evil spirit outside the city. If they decide to leave the city, they must be sure that they can find it. The quest interface has changed over the past few days. No one except him has taken quests above level E. If the quest was taken by someone, then he immediately disappears from the quest interface. If he were those two guys, he would definitely take turns watching them to refresh them. Once a mission is accepted, the other guy can see the description of that mission through a non-updated communicator. And in this way, it was possible to find out the location of the task that he took, and then quickly find it and enter surveillance. In this case, he couldn't just sit back and wait for it to happen. He had to do something. I noticed a quest on Tanshan. I decided to immediately accept it and went there. He went to this place with quite great speed because he had a cunning plan in mind. He went to Stonebreak. There was a task to clear a stone quarry from stone ghosts. The guy guessed that there was no such rule in the Association of Ghostly Masters that he could not first complete a quest and then take it on. As for the mission he had just taken upon himself, he decided to use it as bait. Those two men were watching these quests all the time, and finally became happy when they discovered that Lin Feng was in Tanshan. The mountain was not far from them, so they had to hurry up and get ahead of the guy. A few minutes later, they found themselves in Tanshan. We didn't notice one house on the cliff. They believed that Lin Feng had not yet arrived. I was one of the men who proposed to arrange for the dignity in that house upstairs. Meanwhile, there was a battle going on in the quarry, and a lot of different energies were coming straight from the mine. Lin Feng and Tong Tong fought against the stone monsters, successfully defeating them all without much effort. After some time, he went to the staff room to talk with the owners, and they began to ask him if he had caused this explosion in the cave. The guy said that everything was correct. His spirits were eliminated by him, and he came here to collect his reward for the quest. The man was surprised and didn't understand how this was possible because no one took on this quest when he just looked at it. At the same moment, Lin Feng pressed the button and accepted this task to destroy the ghosts in the mine. When the man checked the task again, it was indeed accepted. Meanwhile, at that ruined temple on Tanshan, where the men ambushed Lin Feng, one of them noticed that another quest that was located in the quarry had just disappeared. They guessed that besides this guy, there was another Imperial Master outside the city. They didn't know what to do, and after thinking a little, they decided that one of them would go to the quarry, and the other would stay here to guard the territory. The first man suggested that once they found any signs of Lin Feng, then they did not need to take any steps immediately, but first send a message to the other party, and they agreed. 2 hours later, he came to the territory of the quarry, and began to ask the man who destroyed the ghost, and the man told my lord that he was about 15 years old, and at first he thought that he was lying, but after checking, the spirit was really destroyed. The man grabbed this old man and didn't start asking when did this guy leave and where. The old man pointed his finger in that direction and said that he left 15 minutes ago, and he doesn't know where he went next. He threw this old man to the ground and began to run in the direction where the old man pointed. He was very dissatisfied with the behavior of this man, but he could not do anything about it because he was weaker than him. He believed that such people were not unworthy to be masters. He took out his tablet and started sending messages to someone. A few seconds later, Lin Feng received a message from Old Man Zhao from the quarry, in which he reported that the middle-aged Master Goki had come to inquire about the building and had just left. Lin Feng was now definitely sure that this was the person who wanted to harm him somehow. 3 hours ago, Lin Feng offered to give that old man 5,000 points if he helped him. The task for the old man was that if anyone was interested in him, he should say that Lin Feng left 15 minutes ago and immediately inform him about it, and they successfully agreed. Those guys thought that Lin Feng would be easily intimidated. His plan worked. Only one of them was after him, so they split up, the other guarding Tanshan. They didn't think that he had just left the quarry, and most likely they were waiting for him to take on the next task. In the list of missions, he noticed the mission to destroy the yin water ghost in the cold water cave. Lin Feng went to that cave with Tong Tong. Due to the remote location of the cold water cave, it would be difficult for them to meet now. The next step is to mount Xiao Fen. His partner informed the man that the cold water cave mission had been accepted, and Lin Feng was definitely planning to go there. He decided to take the shortest route and set up an ambush there first. All three of them had a plan that they each considered ingenious, but only Lin Feng had a truly thought-out plan. Lin Feng had no intention of touching that man if he didn't touch him. However, if he did, then Lin Feng was going to kill them all. And this time he will hunt him. The guy was close to Xiaofen Mountain, so he could get there at night. As he began to run, suddenly Tauntaun began to activate. He appeared immediately in the second state, which surprised the guy quite a bit. She grabbed him, and the guy was in complete shock and didn't understand what was happening. Tauntaun created a protective layer of red ribbons around her owner, and someone's flying red trail was visible in the air. His ghostly spirit decided to keep Lin Feng safe in this situation. When this object flew past, she calmly lowered the guy to the ground because there was no threat. She returned to her previous state and held his hand. A property enemy's passing by, so she hit it, and it was a pretty new trick for the guy. The ghost has additionally awakened an ability called Hidden Ghost. The presenter gets a chance to win a prize in the system lottery. He clicked on the start button, and with this action activated this lottery. Lin Feng gained the ability to repair the ghost artifact. When cooperating with a ghostly spirit, the master can repair the ghostly spirit's artifact, or use another ghostly artifact to upgrade a ghostly artifact owned by the master. The ability to recover is generated directly in the brain. However, this method also requires the use of the power of Tauntaun. He decided to test this on a broken ghost rope that he received in a recent battle in the fruit forest. Lin asked Tauntaun to give him her hand, and we were surprised to offer it to him. Tauntaun uses ghostly energy to channel into the rope, making him feel trapped. He asked her to let in the energy and restore the rope. The restoration was a success. Now the guy can use this rope to tie up ghosts. It was really cool that there was a use for this thing. Perhaps it can be used in the next real battle with ghosts. Rejoicing at the new item, the guy heard sounds behind him. Some people turned to Lin Feng, calling him a boy. This was a group of people who investigated various ghost situations. The girl asked the guy if he had seen the red line, but without waiting for an answer, she told him to forget about it, because if he had seen it, he would no longer be alive. She also added that it is very dangerous outside now, and he needs to return to the city quickly if he does not want to die. This surprised the guy, because he really saw that red light that even Tong Tong is afraid of. And he needed to find out why the Royal Association of Ghostmasters was tracking him, because it could be the terrifying evil spirit that led to the closure of Liu Cheng. It was good that he was not going in the same direction as the guy himself, and he needed to hurry. The buildings of the city on the border of the defense were quite badly destroyed. The leader of the association dealt with the situation with those three masters who died from a dangerous ghost. It seemed strange to her that the corpse did not even measure the ghost spirit's own vibrations, so that it was obvious that he died, did not summon the ghost spirit, and it was under attack. Suddenly the girl spat out the coffee she had just drunk. Apparently she didn't like something about it. She said that this coffee was very bitter, and the guy apologized and brought some sugar. She thanked him without anger and showed a strange sign with her fingers. She was informed that her side had noticed the trail and were moving southwest from Tanshai. She asked for a place for her, and they would immediately meet them there. Her group also reported that they had just met a teenage trainee of the Imperial Ghostmaster who had not yet returned to the city. We assumed that it was precisely the student whose name was Lin Feng. Sometime later, a Wahoo was at Xiaofen Mountain that night. He was going to find this lonely Master Goki. Lin Feng guessed that they had set up an ambush and most likely chose a better view, which meant that he must be there. A rather strange dim light emanated from the roof of the building, which also indicated that someone was there. The man who remained to guard this place told his partner on the phone that Lin Feng did not come here to die, and he was already itching to destroy him. His partner reported that he hurried to the cold water cave and found that the task had been completed once again. Lin Feng quietly made his way into this room where Master Goki was located. He also told his partner that he had contacted the buyer of the ghostly spirit, and they offered him 7 million credits before he even saw it. When Lin Feng heard this conversation, he couldn't believe that these two scum were actually going to beat him and sell his spirit. The guy summoned his ghostly spirit. Tauntaun immediately rushed to attack this Master Goki, who planned to destroy her master. However, this master immediately activated a cat-faced ghost, which I was a good spirit and was rank C. The ghost spirit Tongton and the cat-faced ghost are facing each other in this battle. Master Goki decided to run to the side to protect himself. However, Lin Feng was behind him first, and the master noticed this silhouette behind him. Being in an advantageous position, Lin Feng took out his golden dagger with incredible speed. And with great strength, Lin Feng thrust the blade straight into his back, into the heart area. The cat-faced ghost headed towards Lin Feng to save her master. The guy understood that this spirit was already developing its own ghost kingdom. This spirit rose into the air and began to use its abilities, increasing the radius of this ghost realm. It turned out to be quite large, and a large number of ghost cats began to appear around. They weren't very big, but their numbers were huge, and they were all evil. The cat-faced ghost spirit looked very fierce at this moment. And at one moment, this ghostly spirit ordered all these cats to attack Lin Feng and his ghostly spirit Tong Tong. They were very nimble and approached them at high speed. Due to the large number of enemies, Tantan began to use her very strong abilities. A huge fireball with a lot of energy formed at this place. The flash from this fireball was very blinding. Lin Feng was surprised to suggest that this could be a ghost realm. The radius of this ghost realm was very large. They found themselves in the ghostly territory of Tantan, in the middle of an amusement park. The cats did not understand what was happening and ran away in different directions. Her ghost realm is a playground, so she really is still a child. Lin Feng was a little worried and sweat appeared on his face. This amusement park was quite large, and some of the swings were shaped like animals. And almost the entire amusement park was made in the style of evil clowns. Tantan, rising into the air, made a gesture with her hands, with which she indicated the path for the attack. And unexpectedly for everyone, the toys rushed to attack. They all came to life and were sent to destroy the enemies. Master Goki couldn't believe that they came to life because how was that possible? A huge number of toys began to attack these evil cats, of which there were even more, but they were much weaker. A ghostly spirit with a cat face tried to resist in this battle with toys. Master Goki thought he was lucky and was able to quickly dodge numerous toys. However, behind him was a very huge toy with a scary clown face. She was tens of times larger than himself and began to reach out to him with her huge mouth. I am in complete shock. He didn't even have time to do anything to try to save his life. This huge toy with a big mouth instantly chewed him into small pieces and began to smile evilly. His own blood began to drip onto the ground, and real chaos was happening around. Some houses continued to burn and collapse. And at one moment, the color of the clouds in this amusement park changed. Lin Feng noticed that this guy's ghost sphere had collapsed, and the ghost domains of both sides began to disappear little by little. However, the guy didn't quite understand why this was happening right now, and after some more time, they moved to the mountain. It seems they ended up on the grounds of some kind of temple. Lin Feng was confused and didn't know if there was another layer of the ghost realm. He felt the energy behind him again and decided to turn around. They are together with Tantan noticed how this ghostly girl flew by. Tong Tong decided to start chasing her, but Lin Feng immediately asked her to return. However, for some reason, she no longer listens to his orders, and it is possible that the ghost is in control. The Quiet Light Monastery was precisely a convent. As he watched this, the guy noticed something very surprising. Someone's women's shoes were left at the entrance to this convent. These were embroidered shoes, and they seemed to want to escape, but they were imprisoned here. Tantan has almost completely entered the territory of this nunnery. Lin Feng should not have let his ghostly spirit Tong Tong in, because it could have ended badly. He remembered that he had a ghostly rope that he could use now. He decided to try it, and threw this rope towards Tantan. It really worked, and the guy was able to pull her towards him. It was quite difficult, but Lin Feng was able to cope with it. They fell to the ground, and the guy waited when Tantan returned to your normal state. After a while, it looks like they are back. Tong was okay. She showed him red embroidered shoes with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, interesting things were happening on the other side. Suddenly, this red light changed its flight path and turned towards them. The girl warned them that I was turning towards them and asked them to prepare for a possible battle with him. However, this red light flew past them and no expected battle took place. It wasn't aimed at them, and perhaps what it was looking for had already appeared somewhere and they didn't decide to go after it. Meanwhile, on Mount Tanshan, near an abandoned temple, the system gave a hint that his ghost could be improved with the help of a ghost pill, and the guy decided to do it now. The ghost's spirit level has increased to B rank, and the owner's physical qualities have doubled. A new task also appeared. It was necessary to bind a second ghostly spirit. If he were an ordinary master, he might not have been able to do this for decades. He had collected many ghost spirits, but for the second ghost spirit, he would have to abandon the most powerful one. He decided to try embroidered shoes, and he started a quest called Connection. The system gave a hint that a bride in a wedding dress has a special feeling for embroidered shoes. She will attack the owner of the shoes. He needs to return the shoes to the owner without being killed to complete the quest. It would seem clear who this red light was, which flew over the cities that the association was watching, and which even Tantan was afraid of. It was the bride in the red dress who needed embroidered shoes. Are going to Tanshan again tonight, to the destroyed temple? That master should be able to see the corpse, and even if he died in the ghost realm, could he be pulled into himself by the silent shining N and the cat-faced ghost girl? The bride's shoes were found there, and this temple was truly something. After some time of searching, he managed to find his communicator. The guy needed to change the place where he was preparing for the fight. Brides have a connection with embroidered shoes, so it should find them soon. This was the ghost that closed the city of Willow, and you couldn't just risk rushing into battle without preparation. 10 minutes later, the guy was on the cliff top of Xiaofeng Mountain. It was very good that there was a good view of the temple from here. Lin Feng decided to take his communicator to read the messages. He decided to use his identity to lure their accomplices. Lin Feng, from the identity of Master Goki, informed his accomplice that Lin Feng was really going to Mount Xiaofeng and suggested that he come here and they would deal with him together. Now everything was ready. He needed to work all night to get his strength back. Someone was destroying weak monsters that were in the cemetery. Goki's partner, and he was heading to his destination to destroy Lin Feng with full intentions. The paper airplane that was following that man learned that that guy wanted to turn on Lin Feng and they needed to inform him as soon as possible. On the other side of the field, the girl asked how the president was doing, and the president replied that something had happened. That 15-year-old teenager they recently met must be that same genius Lin Feng, and now the Imperial Master is chasing after him. They are moving towards Xiaofen. The girl was surprised, because that child also went in the same direction as the ghost in red clothes they were chasing. The president said that there was still a little time left. She needed to hurry, and now she would send him a piece of paper to tell him information about this. The paper airplane successfully flew to its destination where Lin Feng was located. The guy was resting on a tree, gaining strength for battle. With the help of this airplane, she woke him up. The guy woke up, opened his eyes, and noticed this paper airplane. It was that examiner. He came to warn him of the impending danger. Lin Feng asked if he meant the evil spirit bride. The examiner was surprised that the guy saw her, but the guy said that he noticed this ghost from afar. The examiner said that besides this, the danger, he says, is not just ghosts, because there is a B-rank master who wants to kill him, and he is already not far from here, but the guy said that he also knows this. The paperman asked why I know all this. The guy is still here because does he really think he can cope with him? The paperman's real body is still on the way here, and he won't be able to protect it now. At that moment, he received a notification on his communicator from Hishan, who thought he was communicating with his partner. He said that he was already at the foot of the mountain and asked where they should meet. Lin Feng's plan worked perfectly, and he was happy about it. The paperman asked what Lin Feng was going to do. He noticed that this guy was too calm. He asked if his ghost was already at the terror level. Lin Feng replied that he did. The examiner was very surprised at such an incredible growth rate, because just recently he was an E-rank power. If it was not a psychic body, then most likely it was a cryptomorphic spirit body, which occurs once in a century. He wanted to hear what his plan was. Lin Feng will inform this person that everything is ready, and all that remains is to wait. His accomplice was already very close to Lin Feng, and was getting closer to him every minute. He received a message that Lin Feng was still sleeping in the pavilion, and he needed to head to the large tree at the top of the eastern hill, and he agreed to this. When, after some time he was already in the desired location, he noticed that there was no one there. This made the man a little confused, and he didn't know where Hi was. Looking around, he saw a red shoe near a tree. He was wondering what kind of ghost it was. He decided to pick up that shoe and take a closer look. Lin Feng and the paper airplane hid in the bushes, and the paperman already guessed that the embroidered shoe was a ghostly artifact that the bride in the wedding dress was looking for. That's exactly how it was. It was believed that this was an integral part of the dowry. According to the speed at which the bride moves in marriage, she should be able to find him soon. Only now her target has become this stupid man. The paperman was surprised at how brilliant Lin Feng's plan was. After all, if the bride is much stronger than him, then in this case, she will help him deal with his enemy, and if they are equal in strength, they can relax each other. The guy thinks correctly, but the paperman was also part of the plan. Suddenly, Tong Tong began to activate her second state, and Lin Feng noticed a bright light in the sky. It was the same flash of bright red color that was visible even during the day. The man didn't really understand what it was and grabbed his blade in his hands. It was a flash of light heading towards him at high speed. The bride in a red wedding dress was right in front of him. The man became very worried, although she had not done anything yet. And Tantan creates protection around his owner so that he does not get hurt. Arriving at that place, the bride in a wedding dress began to activate the kingdom of ghosts. The energy field began to spread very quickly around this place in which the man was located. And after some time, the kingdom of ghosts appeared in full. And also the paper airplane suddenly began to disappear, and this surprised the guy quite a lot. And a second later, he heard a voice that said his name, and he and Tantan turned around at the sound of the voice. She took her paper airplane from us. Lin Feng was also shocked by how the president looked, because he had never seen her before. She straightened her hair and asked why he was so surprised. As it turns out, Lin Feng used to think that the president was a 40-year-old man. She laughed at that, but decided to take it as a compliment. And another girl asked that, doesn't a young girl deserve to be president? The president reminded the guy that thanks to him, an evil spirit appeared, and they were going to cleanse it. And the guy added that he would go with them. Lin Feng's plan was thought out perfectly. You didn't arrive just in time, as they will be able to keep the bride in the wedding dress at a distance, giving him the opportunity to complete the task of returning the highest shoes. In his storage, there is another embroidered shoe which the bride does not feel yet. The president suggested not calling on the spirits for now and immediately going inside so as not to scare her. They headed towards the entrance to the territory of this temple, where she was located. At the entrance to the temple, various paintings were depicted with symbols that belonged to this temple. Slowly, the whole team headed to the territory of this temple. There were lights and decorations everywhere, which meant it was truly wedding time. The president asked the guy to stop here because she wanted to explore the temple first. The girl began to use her paper airplane to explore the territory. However, this paper airplane suddenly began to collapse. The president realized that something was wrong here and asked everyone to try to summon their ghosts. At that moment, her team screamed and turned to the president, their head, to find out what was happening. They informed her that they could not sense or call upon their spirits. This worried Lin Feng a little, and he tried to understand the reason why there was no presence of mind. The president asked everyone to leave here urgently. However, the door to this temple was closed, just like in that situation with the three masters. The men immediately began to panic because this door did not open. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard in the room. A man flew out of the door of another room with great speed. He crashed straight into the door that was the exit from this temple. He slowly began to fall down, leaving a trail of blood on the door. Lin Feng learned that this person was He Shan, who was going to kill him. Suddenly, they noticed a bride in a ghostly dress not far from you. This bride was an evil spirit who was a B rank, which was quite dangerous for the entire team. The president asked not to take rash steps. This ghost kingdom was very special, and capable of isolating the abilities of other ghosts. If she couldn't defeat her, she would have to sacrifice her life to forcefully awaken Xiao Bai. Lin Feng asked, if they could isolate her ghostly sphere for a while, then would they be able to defeat the bride? The president replied that theoretically it was possible, but they needed to come up with something to isolate it with. Lin Feng decided to summon his ghostly spirit, Tong Tong. And a second later, Ton Ton appeared next to the guy. This shocked the entire team and even the president, because the guy is the only one who can summon ghosts here. Ton Ton immediately went into the second stage. The system was really powerful. There were no restrictions on communicating with ghostly spirits. But for them, it seems quite strong. Ton Ton began to create her own ghost realm. Taunt Ghost Domain is equivalent to a separate space built here. They needed to quickly summon their ghosts. The entire team immediately began summoning their ghostly spirits. They immediately appeared and were ready to fight the Ghost Bride. A very powerful battle took place in this territory, which was accompanied by bright flashes of light. A swirl of air formed around the ghostly bride, from which the ghostly spirits of the team began to appear. The first was the ghostly 2 Phoenix, which was a C rank and was a kind spirit. The second was Ghost Bai. He had a B rank and was also a good spirit. Lin Feng wondered if this was her second ghostly spirit, or the previous one could just be a double of the puppet, and this one was the real one. Her B rank ghost suddenly rose into the air. Using her ice swords, she began to attack the spirit ghost in the red dress. It seemed that the ghostly bride was not in a very favorable position for her. Meanwhile, a C-rank phoenix was in the air a short distance away from them and attacked the ghostly bride with golden feathers. However, the ghostly bride's spirit began to defend itself. From blows inflicted by ghostly spirits of rank C and B, the phantom bride was able to neutralize the golden feathers attacking her with her red ribbon. As a result, no damage was done to the ghostly bride, and she was able to easily defend herself from the attacks. The ghostly bride in the red dress and the ghostly spirits were obviously of equal strength. The guy knew that if you add Tauntaun to them, which will occupy position B, then the ghostly bride will turn out to be a complete outsider. Therefore, Nate has an ideal opportunity to deliver shoes. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted for everyone to calm down. He asked all the ghost spirits to stop this attack immediately. The president did not understand what plan Lin Feng had in mind, but he reminded her that they were pinning her down, and the entire team needed to listen to him. The guy said the words to make everyone stop, and even the ghostly bride really stood still. The guy took the ghostly shoe in his hands and held them out. The president did not want the guy to approach the ghostly bride, but he did not listen to them. The president and the team assumed that this was the second ghost that the guy had tied up. Lin Feng approached the ghostly bride and said that these were her shoes, and he just happened to find them and wanted to return them. With excitement and fear on his face, He handed over the ghostly shoe to this ghostly spirit of the bride, and the first task was completed, and he received 15 points. Buchu was shocked that the guy was going to use her as a second ghost spirit. She added that the bride to be is too dangerous for evil spirits in this controversial ghost kingdom. The ghostly bride calmly and without aggression took her shoe. The guy was happy and surprised because she wore these shoes and they fit perfectly with the bride's dress. After these actions, a very strong ghostly aura formed on her place. The bride in the wedding dress was in full uniform, and she was an A-rank evil spirit. The president warned that there is nothing good here because this ghostly aura is twice as strong as before. She was an A rank, and it seemed like 15 clutch points wasn't enough. The ghostly bride, who was already wearing her shoes, began to walk towards the entire team. The president warned everyone in advance to be on alert because another battle was about to take place. The ghostly spirit of the president, on command, began to attack the ghostly bride with the help of her weapon. However, suddenly something very strange began to happen. They were outside the realm of ghosts again. The entire team moved to another place, and after looking around, they did not see Lin Feng. The ghost bride was able to push them out of the ghost realm with Lin Feng still there. Xiaoyun noted that Lin Feng gives the impression that he is not as simple as he seems, because thanks to him they did not die, and perhaps he can really master this ghostly spirit. The president asked when did she get such a good impression of him, but Xiaoyun, blushing a little, replied that she was simply telling the truth. After some time, the president gave the command for the guys from her team to return to the city and rest, and she would take care of Lin Feng's affairs. And she also asked that they not reveal anything about the special nature of the bride's ghost domain. Lin Feng was left alone and did not understand what was happening and why did everyone disappear. The system showed him the second quest. He had to enter the bride's boudoir in a wedding dress and comb the bride's hair. He understood the task and immediately set out to complete it, going to the place where the ghostly bride was located. When he opened the door, he really saw that the bride was in her boudoir, and he needed to comb the ghost's hair. But he didn't really understand how to do it, and it must have taken real skill. He noticed in this mirror the silhouette of the face of this ghostly bride. Coming closer, he fully saw her face. The bride in a wedding dress was crying, looking at herself in the mirror. On the table was the very comb that needed to be used on her. The guy came closer to take the comb into his hands. However, when he was about to comb his hair, he remembered that it was a ghost, and he did not see her hair. He looked in the mirror and was surprised, because in this kingdom of ghosts, mirrors can reflect ghosts, but not people. He started trying to comb the ghost bride's hair. After passing through all the hair several times, they gradually began to style beautifully. After a while, her hair was beautifully combed and became softer. And also, the bride stopped crying. The mission was completed, and the guy was happy about it. In the next task, he had to stop the bride from getting married. However, the bride began to inhale the air in this room with her mouth, and the guy began to be drawn straight into the mirror, and he did not understand what was happening. Lin Feng again found himself in some other space with a lot of pink smoke around him. He began to pass through this thick smoke. It was very surprising, and it seems that after a few steps he was able to get out of there. The guy was very shocked, and his eyes were wide open from this. The guy found himself in a room in which the bride was not in the form of a ghost. He admitted that this could be exactly the time when the bride was born in a wedding dress. Suddenly this girl spoke to him and asked if he liked this dress, and the guy didn't even know her name. She laughed and said that he was crazy, and she was Xuanhua. She was 17 years old, and she was the daughter of the Xuan family, a rich merchant from Yangzhou. She handed him half of the comb and asked him not to forget about the promised marriage proposal. The girl said that they are not married, but everything will change soon, and Ling Zimo is the young master. He was the 18-year-old third son of the Lin family from Yangzhou Academy and was Xuanhua's childhood friend. Now he goes over to the bride's groom's side in the marriage. However, he still did not know how to stop her from marrying if she was marrying him. Some man sitting at the table with a glass said that Lin thinks too much, and how can he be the one Xuanhua wants to marry? He warned him that although he had played with them since childhood, marriage was not child's play. This would be Xuan Yu, the 20-year-old son of the Xuan family. He said that the son-in-law of the Xuan family must come from a family with strong ties. He told him that General Guangwei sent a nun yesterday to propose to Xuanhua, and he will get married on the 8th day of the first month. The general was 48 years old and had an extensive military record, but he had never married. Lin Feng now understood what the task of ending the marriage meant. Xuanhua will be forced to marry the old man. His younger sister said that she would write an invitation to the guy personally and asked him to bring it for Lin Feng. She asked to be forgiven for the lack of answers to the letters, but back she learned that her father had accepted the general's marriage proposal and the wedding was scheduled for the 8th of next month. She tried to run away from home, but her own parents locked her in her bedroom and did not allow her to leave the house day or night. When she thought that she would have to wear a wedding dress, which we all made with our own hands, and marry another, she was at the limit of her strength, and she had no time to do anything but ask that she meet him in the next life. The general was a very mischievous person, so he asked him not to do anything to avoid getting into trouble. Lin Feng did not understand how parents dare to sacrifice their children in order to stay in power. After all, this is different from his parents who abandoned him on the street as a small child. It was true that in every age and in every class of people, selfishness is a common occurrence. Children for parents are nothing more than a tool to satisfy their vanity. He angrily put the letter on the table and promised Zhuanhua that he would not allow this tragedy to happen. A celebration was already taking place on the city street, and people went out into the street and rejoiced at it. The ceremony orchestra was invited to greet the bride. Lin was an ordinary person in this illusion, but it would still be easy for him to fit into the scene. The general looked like who forcibly married a young girl, and at one point the curtain from the ceiling of the wind moved to the side, but the guy did not have time to see it. A second later, he saw that there was empty armor inside the carriage. Lin Feng asked why this groom didn't come to greet the bride. Another man replied that the general wanted to come, but was killed in battle 3 days ago. When the guy heard this, he was very shocked by this news. Even if he was dead, the wedding was still a wedding, only he became deceased. And the wedding in the underworld actually continued, and this did not interfere with the celebration. The spirits of the sun and moon, the spirits of yellow spring, light lamps with pure oil, drums and music. 2 spirits form a seal. Xuanhua Yin soldier opens the way to eternal peace. It seemed strange to him because he had heard that underground marriage is union between 2 mourners. But can a living person and a dead person also enter into an underground marriage? The bride was already ready, and one old woman reminded her that it was time to hit the road. Before leaving, she suggested drinking a bowl of peanut and red date juice. This meant the imminent birth of a son. They had to hurry, because General Guangwei was waiting outside the door, and they couldn't miss the opportune time. With a frustrated sigh, she took the bowl and began to bring the spoon to her mouth. She began to eat this substance that the old woman offered for her. At this time, Lin Feng's task was to urgently find where the bride was. He ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, he stopped and was a little confused. He saw Zhuanhua, and that was what he needed to do first. The girl noticed Zimo, and she was also very surprised to see Lin Feng appear here. She asked what brought him here. The guy said that he came to pick her up. Hearing this, tears began to fall from the bride's eyes. Lin Feng did not say anything more, and only a small smile appeared on his face. The man said that Lin Zimo had better get out of here and not create any problems here. After these words, Lin Feng grabbed the bride's hand and told her to run with him. The man asked them to stop and not do anything stupid, but they didn't care about their words. The guy has already sent the guards away from the back gate, and they can leave if they get into the prepared carriage. The guy already understood in his thoughts that Xuanhua would soon be soldered thanks to him. However, the bride, for an unknown reason, let go of Lin Zimo's hand. He didn't understand what was happening and saw Xuanhua start to fall to the floor. When the bride fell, a dark liquid began to drip from her mouth. The guy was not going to let Xuanhua's fiancée die here, so he tried to raise her. The bride told him that this bowl of stew was poisoned, and she did not understand why her mother and father did it. Her mother sobbingly apologized to her daughter and said that the general died in the battle the day before yesterday, and only a yin soul can be married to him. And her father said that if it weren't for her mother's soft heart, she would not have waited until now. Lin was angry with him because how could her father decide whether Xuanhua should live or die? He ran to her father and began to ask him to give him the antidote right away. He grabbed him and asked him to quickly save her because this is his daughter. The father ordered the servants to grab the guy, and they immediately did so. The servants hit him on the back of his knees, and the guy began to fall to the ground. He could not resist such a blow, and the servants put him on the ground and immobilized him. The father said that it was a poisonous flower and there was no cure for it, so he shouldn't be so capricious. The bride could not believe that in such a big world as this, no one had ever cared about her so much. Xuanhua was already losing her strength and said that she only had Ling Zimo and no one else. Ling Zimo was shocked by what was happening here and wanted her to continue to hold on. Suddenly, the father gave the command to bring something, and immediately from another room the servants began to carry out the coffin. Lin couldn't believe that they had even prepared the coffin already. The guy screamed with anger because the father killed his own daughter for the sake of power, and they are just animals, not a noble family. However, the father said that he considers it right that children should sacrifice themselves for the sake of their families. And if they lived 20 years longer, they would understand this. He was sorry that this matter had to be known to the outside world, and the servant understood it. The servants began to drag him into a huge well that was located in the room. The bride saw all this, and she could not do anything, and only cried while watching it. They dragged him onto the well and pushed him straight down. The guy began to fall and could not save himself in any way because the servants were stronger than him. Zhuanhua, the daughter of the Xuan family, died 2 days ago, and the servants were cleaning up the blood and carrying her body to the coffin. General Songxi of Guangwei, who died in battle 3 days ago, and their match made in heaven will be linked today. The servants lifted the coffin and the bride had to be greeted. People were shocked because they saw something strange on the coffin. They saw the ghost of this bride, who began to crawl right out of the coffin. The bride suddenly appeared in her ghostly form. She started attacking everyone around, and people were trying to run away when they saw the ghost. Meanwhile, the guy was in a lot of pain, and he couldn't breathe normally. His vision was also blurry. The sky outside the window was red, as was the wedding dress that Xuanhua sewed. It seems that was the end of the story. The guy opened his eyes and saw a girl with a kitten in her arms, and behind him was a man. This was Lin Feng when he was 6 years old. The girl introduced herself as Ton Ton and asked what his name was. The girl handed him a small piece of bread and invited him to eat. The guy was hungry, so he very quickly began to eat this piece of bread. The girl laughed and said that he would burst if he ate so quickly. She decided to ask her grandfather if she could raise this guy. However, the man said that he was not a stray cat and did not agree. He said that his parents left him here. His mother said that he was a useless child for society. This uncle replied that in order to be a person, you don't have to be useful. He invited him to cry if it made him sad. Lin Feng began to cry and say that his parents are bad people and he hates them, but he still misses his mother very much. When he was crying, he saw this girl coming up to him, and he raised his head. Tong Tong began to hug Lin Feng and asked him not to be sad, because now she will be his mother. He was grateful for such support from her, and after one moment, she asked him to open his eyes, and the guy found himself in the arms of Ton Ton. As it turned out, the illusion in this bride's room had already disappeared. Today, Xuanhua no longer has a human consciousness. Tong Tong was still in the aggressive stage, but Lin Feng asked her not to worry, because the ghost bride would not harm him. He noticed that Xuanhua was heading somewhere, and the guy, along with Tong Tong, decided to follow her. The bride's red dress rose into the air and flew straight. He noticed that the land of ghosts had changed once again. Lin's face changed. The shaman's spirit-summoning bell was in greeting. It was a ghostly palanquin because marriage is the demon of Xuanhua's heart. Even if she becomes a ghost, she does it again and again in the ghost realm. Lin Feng decided that now was the time to break this vicious circle. He gave the command to Ton Ton to destroy the ghostly palanquin first. However, when they were already near the entrance, Ton Ton hit an impenetrable barrier at the entrance. Lin has checked it, and most likely only Xuanhua can pass through it. Around, he realized that it was not just the barrier, the entire yard was also distorted. It must have been some kind of ghost magic. On the ghostly palanquin, there were 2 bells that created this energy in this area. The guy discovered this bell that can control ghostly spirits and attract Xuanhua aboard the ghostly palanquin. And the ghost bride still came here because it is a demon of the mind. The key to solving this problem still lies with Xuanhua. He ran towards her and told Xuanhua that they could not go any further. The guy stood right in front of her and asked if she had forgotten about her past. Looking at her, he saw a shimmer across her silhouette. She freely passed through the guy, who did not pose any obstacle for her. With his current strength, he really couldn't do anything about it to stop it. However, he remembered that he had one more method that he must try. He tied one end of his ghost rope tightly to his body. He attached the second end to a huge tree that was located on the territory and jumped inside the well. Ton Ton watched her master in surprise as he went there. He successfully landed at the bottom of this deep well. Lin Feng actually saw the skeleton of a guy in the well. This was the Lin Zimo, who was cruelly thrown into the well. Lin Feng understood that Lin Zimo did not expect Xuanhua to turn into an evil spirit and roam the earth. He could never meet her again in the afterlife. He took part of the comb he needed. Ton Ton all this time carefully observed the actions of her master. After a while, Lin Feng was finally able to collect the 2 halves of the comb. The guy connected 2 parts of the comb into one whole. Immediately after the successful connection, waves of energy began to spread from this crest. These waves diverged a long distance from the hair comb itself, and it seems that the ghostly bride in the red dress reacted to these waves. She turned in the direction where this energy aura came from. The guy continued to hold the comb in his hands, and the ghostly bride began to move closer to him. The guy held out the comb to her and asked if she remembered this badge. The ghostly bride remembered Lin Zimo and this token that he had then. Suddenly, Lin was very surprised by something. He noticed how the ghostly bride had her hand outstretched, and he even felt it. Xuanhua! She finally woke up. The bride took the comb and tears began to flow down her face. She clenched her fist resolutely as if preparing for something. The phantom bride began to go somewhere, and Lin Feng asked her to wait. However, Xuanhua did not listen to the guy and still ran towards the entrance. She quickly destroyed this magical barrier that prohibited everyone except the ghostly bride from passing through. She began to destroy everything that was in her way. Xuanhua was about to destroy the ghostly palanquin. However, the guy noticed that after the attack, he remained alive and his properties were too strange. And suddenly he began to change his appearance, and a man's face was visible. The ghostly palanquin turned into a very huge creature that was very aggressive. Ton Ton rushed to attack the ghostly palanquin with her powerful abilities, and Lin was glad that she was protecting him. However, this ghostly palanquin is not afraid of physical attacks, because they do not cause much damage to it. This scared the guy a little, but he urgently needed to come up with something. Lin Feng decided to run to the side while Tong Tong was distracted by this box with a monster inside. He took out a bottle of flammable mixture from his ghostly inventory and began to set fire to the fettle. The guy told everyone to get out of the way and threw a burning bottle right inside the ghostly palanquin to try and set it on fire. The bottle immediately exploded, and the flames spread throughout the entire area of his box, with Tauntaun creating a protective barrier that prevented the flames from burning them. Lin Fang was surprised that it actually became inflamed and burned very well, and it seemed to have burned out, but Lin was not sure that this problem had been completely solved. From the not completely burned ghostly palanquin, a huge monster appeared, which was much larger, and in fact everything was not so simple. Lin turned to Xuanhua so that she could help him deal with this ghostly monster. He noticed that she had a ghostly fire in her hands. Lin didn't even think she had such strong skills. The monster began to approach them with its hand, which had huge claws. However, Xuanhua created a protective barrier that prevented the monster from striking. The bride in the red dress began to use her ghostly fire, and it really worked, and the monster's hand really caught fire from this fire. Lin asked Tong Tong to help Xuanhua control the movement of the ghostly palanquin, and from Xuanhua, he asked her to create ghostly fire using a silk thread. And they united into one team, and with the help of this silk thread, they immobilized the monster's limbs. Tong Tong continued to pull those neck threads while Xuanhua rose into the air and flew to the top of the monster. She also had the ability to use ghostly threads, and used these threads to surround the entire monster. After that, she began to use her ghost fire technique. And immediately, the monster burst into flames with a bright green flame. Lin Feng exhaled, and this mission was finally completed successfully. If his bond with the bride reached 50, he would be able to bind the bride as a second ghost spirit, and he had a choice whether to bind or not. After thinking about it a little, the guy's choice settled on the agreement to bind the bride as a second ghostly spirit. He had to give a drop of blood to a bride in a wedding dress, and to take blood, he had to show his face. He lifted the cloth that covered her face and saw Xuanhua's same face, and they met again. Lin Fang bit his finger to get his own drop of blood to bind the ghostly spirit. However, he saw no place for blood. The bride took his hand with the finger that had the guy's blood on it and placed it in her mouth, and the guy really felt her touch. She licked his finger with the blood she needed to get the second ghostly spirit. Lin Fang hoped that she did not think that he was her husband. He successfully obtained the second ghostly spirit, and the mission was completed. The guy received the spirit pill, experience, and also got the opportunity to win a prize. After a while, they went to the room and sat on the bed. Lin wanted to see Xuanhua's characteristics. She had an A rank, and immediately had the potential of 3 stars, and also had good strength experience. She had several abilities: Flash, Ghost Slash, Ghost Fire. The Ghost technique was Ghost Suppression, and the talent was Superior Perception. She also had a double Ghostly Realm. She had the most powerful and rare dual Ghost Sphere. When used correctly, it can completely suppress ghost spirits that are stronger than it. Lin chose to play the lottery now. He launched a roulette game that had a guaranteed reward for the owner. In the lottery, the guy won the ability to hack a ghostly pattern, which allows him to crack a part of a ghostly pattern with the cooperation of a spirit. After receiving the ability, the guy heard strange sounds near him. He heard the sound of approaching horses' hooves in the street. It seemed strange to him, he wondered. Was it a person or a ghost? He was about to go outside, but the bride took his hand, trying to stop the guy. Lin Fang didn't understand why she was doing this and took his hand back. Immediately after that, the ghost country disappeared, and Xuanhua moved to his ridge. This was a completely new place for the guy. There were tree pillars around. He guessed that Xuanhua used his ability to evade after hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, which means that the sound of the horse's hooves was an evil spirit hostile to it. Or perhaps it was the one behind the ghostly palanquin. Lin Fang moved the vault into his crest into his ghost portal. However, since Xuanhua decided to run away to deal with him, they need to get more information. This one close to Willow, he needs to come back and regain his strength. He came to Liucheng, the Royal Masters Association. The president was shocked that Lin actually survived, because she had not received any news for 3 days, and she asked about the bride. Lin replied that he had already taken care of that. Hearing this answer, she even opened her mouth in shock, because he was really able to attach an A-rank evil spirit? Previously, there were 15-year-old geniuses. They could only master evil spirits when they were trained by the headquarters with all the resources. But the guy replied that this was also thanks to cooperation with her, so he is grateful to her team. The president laughed and said that it was possible to do without thanks. She asked him about giving her some tangible benefits, and the guy asked what she wanted. She invited him to join the Demon Lords Union. He needed to take a place in her section and help her. Lin tensed a little when he heard such a proposal. His gaze dropped a little lower. She reminded him that he would be appointed as a special agent and would have complete freedom of action, except that he would occasionally be asked to participate in major missions, but this was not required. And with inside access, he would be able to discover even more hidden news and be the first to know where the powerful ghost appeared. And that sounded good. She put her hand on him and asked how he liked this idea. Lin Feng could not refuse such an offer, and the president was delighted by his positive response. She asked him again if he really agreed to this. Lin Feng stared at her for a bit and didn't hear the question, so his face turned red because of it. But the president came closer to him and said that he could watch as much as he wanted, and only he could enjoy it. At that moment, her employee opened the door and brought coffee for the president. And seeing this, he immediately closed the door and apologized for interrupting their communication. Lin's face was still red, but the girl suggested getting back to business. She had one more requirement to join the Master League, and that was an exam. He was still a trainee, and even if he was strong enough, he still couldn't be recognized. And it so happens that the day after tomorrow, there will be a conference to evaluate Willow. She smiled and told him to get ready and get to it, and she would cheer for him. Night fell, and the guy had already returned to his own huge villa. The evaluation meeting is tomorrow, and Xuanhua is still recovering, but when he has Tong Tong by his side, he has nothing to fear. He went to bed to gain more strength before the important exam. However, at night, Xuanhua appeared from the ridge for some reason. This scared the guy because he didn't expect her to appear now. He asked what happened to Xuanhua and why she decided to become active at night. It was very strange, but the ghostly bride was just watching him. Xuanhua decided to lie down on the bed next to her master. This scared the guy a little the first time, and he didn't know how he could sleep with her now. It was already morning and the alarm clock rang. Lin was already lying on the bed alone. The guy didn't get much sleep, but he needed to hurry so as not to be late for the exam. She prepared his clothes. It looked like Xuanhua really treated him like a husband. He thanked her for this. He had to hurry and quickly change into clean and nice clothes. He got ready and immediately went to the conference to evaluate the masters. It was a huge stadium. This girl was the presenter today, who announced all the information, and today there were more than 3,000 participants. And without further ado, she proposed to start the first round of evaluation. Mostly there were graduates from last year, but there were also newcomers. She thought it was naive to come here just a month after starting her internship. His classmates noticed Lin Feng there and were surprised by this. Some were happy for him and believed that he would be able to achieve a C rank, while others didn't know what to say about it. The other guys were talking among themselves, discussing it, because they've been taking the exam for a year now, and they only have 30% of the participants pass the exam, and they were wondering how long this guy would last. The first level was a written ghost knowledge test. There were 20 multiple-choice questions. Each question appeared on a large screen for 60 seconds, and those who answered incorrectly were eliminated. By the 23rd question, a third of the students present had already been eliminated. Some students found the questions very difficult this year, and they were very worried about the last questions. It was time for the last question, and they had to take a written test. Lin Feng felt very light. Now there was a second level for testing endurance. Even when faced with a stronger opponent in battle, the master must maintain concentration. In this test, 3 examiners will take turns releasing a ghostly aura of evil spirits to test everyone's endurance. The first was an evil spirit called Mandala, whose rank was D. The students were scared at the sight of this evil spirit, but the guy remained calm. Next in line was Hidden, also an evil spirit, and his rank was C. In his hands was a ghostly axe that caused fear. Many students have been influenced by ghostly energy, including talented newcomers. Some participants fell to the floor from such strong energy and tried to move on. Classmates recognized this girl. It was Luna, a brilliant girl from first grade, and everyone thought that she could handle it and shouted words of encouragement. The last in line was the respected Elder Ku, and now they will find out what kind of evil spirit he will bring. It was a rank B evil spirit. Its name was I. The elder of the spirits is in symbiosis. As I expected, many students lost heart, and those who passed this test, and they reached the final level. Now the time had come for the exciting moment. The students had to go to the evaluation table and call their spirits in turn. The device should automatically determine the level of the spirits. First up was Mei Qian 2. The guy came up with his doll, which contained a ghostly spirit. After a few seconds, the machine gave a grade of F, which meant that it would not pass. Next on the list was this guy. This student was really good, and he got a D grade. The third student was Lin Feng. He was the only new student left, but everyone was wondering how he could get here without even having an internship. They had heard a lot about him and believed that the guy must be a psychic. Lin Feng walked to the evaluation machine. The guy who was watching him from the side bet that if he could come, he would eat the armored car. Lin Feng was confident in his abilities because it was just a test, and he would pass it. He just had to call Tong Tong. He spoke the name of his ghostly spirit, and his ghostly item immediately began to activate. Tong Tong appeared, and it was surprising that Lin Feng's classmate's ghost spirit was emitting a powerful ghostly aura. Everyone was wondering what level it would be, and the guy in the hall was hoping for at least rank S. After some time, the machine began to generate an estimate. An inscription with the letter B appeared on a small screen, but no one knew what kind of rating it was. Some thought that this must be a mistake, and someone in the room remembered that level B is the level of vice president. People's faces immediately changed and they couldn't believe it, but Lin Feng's classmate was happy for him. The presenter said that they understood everything correctly. This one is indeed a B rank. It is also a grade that has never appeared before in the student evaluation phase. While congratulating Lin Feng, an unknown person stabbed him in the back with a sharp sword. From such a strong and unexpected blow, the guy began to fall down. The guy was able to neutralize his ghostly spirit Tantan, which allowed him to attack him from behind. Tantan was completely immobilized, and there was a mysterious purple energy around her. Lin Feng was clearly scared, and didn't know how this guy was able to neutralize his ghostly spirit. This mysterious guy who attacked him began to remove his mask from his face. There was another face underneath the mask, and there was an evil ghost inside his body, and he declared that today was the day Lin Feng would die. It was He Shan, the suggestion of a corpse mask of a Class B evil spirit. A huge winter one crawled out of his body. This monster only wants to kill the guy! This scared Lin Feng quite a lot, and he didn't know what to do in this situation. He remembered that it was He Shan. He did not die then, and was saved in the chaos. Now he has turned into this monster. People began to panic and run away from the observation room because it was a Class B evil spirit. They knew that the guy was in a forced symbiosis with a high-level evil spirit, and he would not be able to live long. This was extremely dangerous, and they needed to protect the students and spectators. The masters began to attack this guy who was possessed by a very evil and strong spirit. However, he was able to repel this attack with the help of his poisonous smoke emitting from his mouth. And immediately this monster attacked with its long tail, throwing the masters to the sides. This smoke turned out to be corpse poison, which was very dangerous for people, and the masters began to bleed from their mouths. He Shan only wanted revenge for Lin Feng and was going to completely destroy him. He worked hard enough to take revenge on him. However, Lin Feng was confident that it would be the monster He Shan who would die today, and not himself. Ghostly silk threads appeared in the air and were able to stop the attack of this monster. As it turned out, there was his second ghostly spirit in the air, a ghostly bride in a red dress, and she was able to wrap the monster in a trap of threads. It completely immobilized monster, and he couldn't do anything about it. The ghostly bride squeezed her threads with such great force and thereby tore the monster into small pieces. The masters were shocked that this evil spirit seemed to have been killed, but they saw a ghostly bride in the air. Grandpa Hu was shocked that the monsters were killed a few seconds before the ghost realm opened. He wondered who this red evil spirit was. They found out that it was the ghost of a wedding dress that closed the town of Willow. Fiber couldn't understand why she was in town. They heard that the Demon Lord Society couldn't do anything to her. Lin Feng's classmates who were in the hall began to cry. They were afraid of this evil spirit and did not want to die here. The Phantom Bride began to approach her master Lin Feng. Also, Tantan had already freed herself and began to approach her owner as well. This battle was won, and Zhuanhua's ghost spirit killed the B-rank evil spirit. A lot of experience was gained, and 10 connections were obtained to obtain the body bag. The guy thanked his ghostly spirits for the good job done in saving him and the people around him. The machine showed the rating of the bride in the ghost dress, and she was rank A, while Tong Tong had a rating of B rank. His classmates didn't understand why this evil spirit of rank A didn't attack Lin Feng. The old man seemed to begin to realize something. His face immediately changed. The presenter's face also showed watermarks, and she wanted to find out something from him. She brought the microphone to him and asked if he could bind this bride in a red dress as his ghost spirit. Lin Feng had still hidden this, and modestly replied that it was indeed true. The whole hall began to applaud him and congratulate him on his victory in this battle. They were happy to drink for him. He also saved their lives, and now he has even more fans. People now realize that Lin Feng was able to possess 2 ghostly spirits at a young age, and one of them was an evil spirit. Even the director does not have the A-rank strength to invite Lin Feng to become the director. The presenters announced that disciple Lin Feng has officially received the title of Class A Ghostmaster. Everyone shouted in unison and congratulated Lin Feng on his title of Ghostmaster. When he returned home, he heard people shouting his name on the street and asking him to leave the room to see him. He had not slept normally for 7 whole days. Now he understood why people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. After the conference, his bike is used as a tourist attraction. Even though he might go on vacation to a haunted area, the problem was a little different. It penetrated straight into his consciousness. He could not leave the house while this crowd was there. The association reported that he was appointed as a level 5 special agent of the Demon Lords of Lucheng City, and also received a monthly remuneration of 100,000. He really wanted to spend this money somewhere, but he didn't yet know what to do with it. Around his mansion, there was indeed a huge crowd of people who wanted to see the legendary Lin Feng. The president was traveling on alliance business in a nearby city, so he could go with him to experience it along the way. As one of the 5 central cities, the Sea City was much more prosperous. The president told the guy that she would have a business trip to Haicheng and invited him to go with him to gain experience. Haicheng was one of the 5 master centers, and it was much more favorable for work. The guy was surprised at so many large cities, and the girl explained that there are 5 heads of the Ghost League, and Haicheng is the eastern chapter. Haicheng is the heart of the eastern region, where many imperial ghost masters of rank C and above live. He can also trade at the auction if he has a high-grade ghost spirit item. He certainly liked it, because in the ghostly house of Xuanhuabo there are several artifacts of imperial masters. They must be worth a lot. She put her hand on him and said that they had agreed. He needs to go back and get ready because they are leaving the day after tomorrow morning. For some reason, she seemed a little like a villain to him. 2 days later, they set off for the Golden Gate. They then needed to somehow get from here to Haicheng. The road will take several hundred kilometers, and along the way, there will be a no man's land, where ghosts usually set up killing traps, and an ordinary B-rank Imperial Ghostmaster will not want to go there alone. But the guild has a special safe route that shows the superiority of its members. He still doesn't know much about this complex world. 5 hours to the border of Liucheng and Haicheng on the edge of no man's land, there was a command to stop the car. They jumped out of the car, and the president radioed that 0349 had arrived at the pier. A huge black boat sailed towards them, which looked quite dangerous and secret. The Reaper is the special boat of the Ghostbusters Guild. They needed to get on board and go by water since the land route was dangerous. The guy believed that it was actually relatively safe underwater. Even if water spirits existed, there weren't as many of them as on land. The president said that although it is drier, this underwater route is more secluded and safe. The ship's cabin is painted gold. The water spirits did not smell the scent of living people, so you can go safely. The turbines of this boat operated at full speed, which allowed them to cover the distance quite quickly. There were indeed various ghostly spirits in the underwater world, but they were weak. They drove for several hours, and it was already deep night outside, and the light of the moon illuminated the night sea. They would soon arrive at the western port of Haicheng. The local weather was sunny, the temperature was 21 degrees, and they needed to be ready to disembark. Lin Feng fell asleep from such a long trip, and his head lay directly on the president's body, and she informed him about it. The guy was a little embarrassed and apologized for this. He was sleep-deprived due to jet lag. They arrived at the scene. It was a satellite city of Eastern Xi. Haicheng has a population of 8 million and is also home to many powerful seance masters. There are also many powerful masters residing here. The eastern region is home to the majority of psychics and also has more association-issued buildings than Willow. This was her residence. He could temporarily stay here in the guest room naturally. They came to her, and she made him coffee. The president remembered that the guy said that he wanted to sell several items related to perfume and asked to see them. The guy agreed, but before that he asked Tantan to exorcise this ghostly spirit on the table. It was a kind spirit, a small brain axe, rank B. The president was a little scared, because the ghostly spirit of rank B was without an owner, and she didn't understand where he got it. Lin Feng explained that they were all found in the illusory realm of a bride wearing a wedding dress. He still has 5 of the same ones. He asked how much she could sell them for. She was simply shocked when she heard about 5 such kind spirits without a master, because they are very rare in nature, and this is the first time she has seen such a thing. The president said that the ghostly spirit would be worth at least 1 million, and today he should rest, and tomorrow she will contact the auction house to deal with them. Having agreed on this, the guy went to take a hot bath. The guy had not enjoyed such a calm and pleasant night and a relaxing bath for a long time. Haicheng did have a lot of high-level classes, as well as special quests with association rights. Looks like Tong Tong and Xuanhua will be able to upgrade soon. But while taking a bath, he heard sounds to his left, as if someone had entered the bathroom. It was Xuanhua. He didn't understand what she was doing here because he locked the door. However, locking the door has no effect on ghosts. To keep her out, he will have to paint the entire bathtub with thick gold paint. He covered his body with his hands and asked the ghostly bride what she was doing. As it turned out, she was going to wipe his back with a towel. The guy was a little embarrassed that Xuanhua was again switching to a special courtship mode. After interacting with the ghostly spirit, Xuanhua gained some experience and improved connections with her. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw the president who had also taken a shower and changed into her home clothes, and their eyes met with a puzzled look. She asked why there was a blush on his face, but he didn't answer. When the guy went to bed, Xuanhua was also in his bed. This distracted him a little from sleep, but he was pleased to open his eyes in the morning and see such a beautiful face. He kissed her wolf and said goodnight to Xuanhua. For this, he also gained a little experience and connections with her, and was a little surprised that the system worked like that. Meanwhile, near the defense line of the Sea City, strange sounds of laughter were heard in a small house. A gang of guys destroyed a complex rank B evil spirit, and they were very happy about it. One man heard a sound that sounded like horse hooves. He didn't understand how someone could ride a horse in the middle of the night in such a place. They understood that something was clearly wrong here, and were sure that it was some kind of person. The boss told everyone to get ready to fight. Their entire team summoned their ghostly spirits and created a realm of ghosts around them. They saw the silhouette of a rider on a horse, which looked terrifying. This was a very dangerous headless ghost because he had a C rank. The guys understood that this evil spirit was above their level. However, the leader of their team said that there is no need to be afraid because their 5 ghostly kingdoms are indestructible. However, immediately after his sentence, the rider on the ghost horse destroyed their ghost realms into small pieces. The horseman grabbed his blade, which was golden in color. They were shocked by such power of this evil spirit and did not know what to do, and the ghost immediately began to attack them. Having finished his work, the headless ghost began to go into the fog, leaving behind hoof marks that burned with a ghostly flame. Lin Feng woke up, and surprisingly, he was finally able to get some sleep. After all, he had not slept properly for a long time. It was already afternoon, and he saw the president, Tong Tong, and Xuanhua in front of him. Lin Feng was scared when he saw them all in one place near the bed, watching him. The girl explained that she did not invite him to the auction in the morning because he slept very well, but if he did not get up, his family would have to cook breakfast for the 5th time. He saw a lot of different food on the table and couldn't even believe that it was actually Xuanhua who made it. It was very tasty, and even the girl praised the food, saying that women of that era were really good at cooking. Xuanhua became embarrassed. She also had good news. The auction had become popular, and his B-rank ghost spirits were selling like crazy. They ended up selling for 20 million points. The guy was simply shocked by such a huge sum. The wealth came as a surprise to him. The auction service deducted 10% tax, then 6%, then its agency fee is 20%. In total, he received 12.8 million. He thanked her for this work. He also now believed that she deserved to be president because she was so smart. The transfer of money was successful. He doesn't need to rush because she needs to deal with an emergency at the association. Lin Feng asked what was going on. The president revealed that yesterday a group of imperial ghost masters were beheaded by evil spirits. This morning, the same scene of massacre was discovered again in Haicheng, and among the dead were A-rank veterans. Zhuo came into their room, and President Yan asked him what brought him here. This was the vice president of the Haicheng Royal Ghost Masters Association. He came here to tell them that he will take care of the beheaded evil spirit and she can rest. However, the girl stated that she did not come here to rest. The chairman asked how she could deal with this ghost if she didn't even have half the information about him. He showed the recording from your communicator left by the Imperial Ghost last night. On Yi, the silhouette of this headless C-rank evil spirit was visible. The guy immediately remembered the sound of that horse's hoof, and perhaps it was the same ghost that appeared after Xuanhua Ghostland. In this recording from the communicator, the sound of horse hooves could actually be heard. And the silhouette of this ghost was also well captured on camera, which allows us to find out a little information about him. Lin Feng asked, was that man on the horse Goki? After all, few ghosts can be captured on camera. However, after rewinding the recording, they noticed that he really had no head. They called him the Headless General. The relevant clues were also collected, just in time to practice the surveillance skills of his 2 daughters. The president decided to agree and said that he should do it. The guy noticed that this Headless General was dressed exactly the same as the one who greeted Xuanhua, and it was that evil spirit behind the ghostly palanquin. Due to him following Xuanhua, his scene of action has shifted. Our hero had a new quest. He needed to terminate Xuanhua's marriage contract in order to find the marriage bond and destroy it. He should have thought of this sooner. Because of this, they needed to go to the Ghost Realm to find out. So he asked Xuanhua to expand the Ghost Realm, and they were going to find it together. Tan began searching for the marriage contract in the shelves that were in the room. Xuanhua also assisted in the search for this important document that could help them figure this out. After some time of searching, Lin Feng was still able to find it in one of the drawers of the nightstand. This time the task is simply to destroy this document. He tried to break it, but it was useless, and this time the mission could fail. Even a wedding book is as good as a ghostly palanquin to repair, and Xuanhua can do it better. Using her ghostly fire, the ghostly bride was able to set the document on fire. The system showed that the mission was 50% completed, and the guy wondered what this means. After thinking a little, he remembered that there was another certificate of marriage with the Headless General, and only by killing him, Xuanhua can gain freedom. The guy went to the association's internal mission level A. For clearing the Cave of Evil Spirits, he will receive 4 million points. A rank a Ghostmaster, it was his urgent task to level up. Meanwhile, a team of people headed north of Haicheng. It was that vice president's team. They discovered the place where another Ghostmaster was killed. He asked his daughters what they thought about this. They believed that this ghost owner died half an hour ago. They were 2 17-year-old twin sisters, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. It seems that the rain has hidden his traces. Zhuo Yu stated that she could trace his hoof prints through the residual ghostly aura, and they set off. It was night outside, and the weather was rainy, and they had already been driving for an hour. At one point, the girl noticed that the ghostly aura was becoming stronger, and it should be in the mountains ahead. The vice president asked to turn off the lights. They need to get used to the moonlight so they can fight at night. He asked to choose option number 3. 5 teams distributed among themselves. They do not need to rush, just place their heads and wait for the right moment. The whole team listened to him and took their positions, setting traps. One of the daughters asked her ghost butterfly to check everything around her. The ghostly butterfly flew towards the forest. She managed to discover that it was located there. The vice president was very happy. His main task was to capture the ghost horse alive. The butterfly flew further on reconnaissance to better discover the exact location of this evil spirit. However, the ghost horse stepped on her hoof and crushed her butterfly. After destroying the butterfly, she had a strong feeling of anxiety. And sister said that this time, father used more than 30 people, and he has 3 rank A Goki masters. Suddenly, a headless knight on a ghostly horse appeared from the dense forest. He had a very huge and dangerous sword in his hands, while the team was hiding in the bushes, surrounding him on all sides. The vice president informed the entire squad to seal it with a hidden ghost field, and the entire team agreed. 5 huge demonic fields were deployed around him, and each of them was a different color. However, the ghost horse continued to run without stopping. It was not an evasion, and the number 1 squad was ready to fight. Suddenly, the headless knight on the ghost horse was able to easily destroy the ghost field that they had created as a team. The vice president understood that this evil spirit's abilities were special, and they wouldn't even be able to keep him here. After being struck by this evil spirit, Squad B's 7 members were killed in a flash, and even the ghost spirits disappeared. Seeing this, he decided to summon his spirit, the Golden Crow. He asked his spirit to block the rider with his ghostly sphere. He also gave orders for Wyming and Aid to cover the ghost domains. The ghost domain is not broken and he can't get out. The AAA rank ghost domain was enough to trap him. The vice president was still nervous, but was glad that the evil spirit had fallen into their trap. 3 A ranks go together to attack the headless rider. They must kill this general but not touch the ghost horse. The general began to speed up, and the team had to act much more carefully to defeat him, because he was still very dangerous. The guy asked the chairman that it was better to first get support and then try to destroy the general. They needed to somehow increase their chances of winning. At this moment, the ghostly spirit came out of his red cloak. These are spirits from the first attachment, and they have been conquered. This dangerous battle continued. And suddenly they all launched their ghostly kingdoms. Their superimposed ghostly realms are designed for stability. The chairman knew that if multiple ghost domains were activated at the same time, they would be impossible to maintain. They needed to retreat quickly. He gave the command to retreat, and they began to run away from there as fast as they could to save their lives. The headless general on the ghost horse had incredibly powerful abilities, and even such professional masters did not have enough strength to cope with him. They ran to the place where they left their cars, but it seems that it was already too late, and the spirit of the general began to destroy the car. The chairman managed to run into one of the cars with his daughters, but the rest of the team had not yet managed to run to them, but they could not wait for them. The cars were driving at great speed, and a headless general was chasing them, destroying everything in his path. They couldn't go any faster, because then they would flip over. The evil spirit of the ghostly general began to catch up with their car, and the guy understood that this would all be over, and there would be no salvation. The car was thrown with great force and thrown high into the air. This car fell from the air straight onto the truck in which the chairman and his daughters were traveling. The glass in the truck was broken and the engine was disabled. The father tried to steer the vehicle in the other direction. However, the truck could no longer be stopped and crashed straight into a tree ahead. The car stalled, and the father suggested hiding in the cargo compartment, which was painted gold. The sisters were very frightened, and the father was a little wounded. He asked them not to talk so that the evil spirit would not be able to find them. However, they saw a small crack in the door of the cargo box, which could affect their stealth. This frightened them all even more, and they began to wait for what would happen next. After some time, one of the girls decided to look through the crack in the door to find out the situation around. And at the same moment, when she looked through the crack, right in front of them, she noticed a ghostly horse passing. She was scared and understood that most likely this would be their end, and there was no way for them to escape. However, the ghostly headless general did not find them, and began to pass by their truck. Suddenly, Manhua rose into the air, and the ghost general on a horse immediately turned his attention to her. He turned his ghost horse towards Manhua and began to run towards her. At that moment, someone opened the door to the cargo compartment in which the chairman and his children were hiding, and it scared them. However, this door was opened by Lin Fang, and the chairman did not expect to see him here, and he remembered that this was Yong's follower. He told them that they needed to get out of here first and then talk. Xuanhua made a diversion to save the chairman and his daughters from the truck, and at one point Lin Feng called her to him. Our hero asked Manhua to take them to a safe place from here. And immediately after that, they moved away from this dangerous battlefield with the headless general. Haicheng Border Point, where there was a camp where medical care could be obtained. The vice president complained that it was very difficult for him to obtain a second ghost spirit, and now he only had one spirit left. The girl thanked Lin Feng for bandaging the wound on her leg. He stated that he just happened to pass by this place, and it was time for him to go now that he was done helping them. As the guy started to leave, the vice president began to beg Lin Feng to ask Chairman Yan to help them with the headless general. 3 hours ago, a battle against a monster took place in the ghost cave. Lin Feng, along with her ghostly spirits, won the battle and gained experience. He was also able to receive as a reward fragments of the Phantom Domain, which can be used to strengthen the Phantom Domain. This was the first time the guy had heard about this. His reward was also ghost clothing, which gave the wearer a hidden scent and an 80% chance of being mistaken for a ghost. It was very convenient to use to essentially become invisible to ghosts. After the battle, the ghostly aura in front became increasingly stronger, and this was indeed a treasury, but he did not know where this cave led. Walking through the cave, they defeated various monsters and received various rewards for this. All this time, the spirit of the ghostly bride and Tan helped their master in all possible battles. After several more successful battles, they fought against the Class A evil spirit and also defeated it. In this battle, he was able to obtain another fragment of the fragments of the ghost realm, but this one was blue in color, and perhaps differed in some way from the previous one. Also in this deep cave with various ghosts, they discovered ghost grass, but Lin did not yet know what it could be used for. He suggested that he could use it to feed his ghosts, but this is unlikely to be true. The system gave him a hint that his spirit child could be improved, and he agreed to the improvement. After the upgrade, her rank was raised to A rank, and the owner received 3 times more physical strength. The ghost awakened a new technique, a mutation that can be used in battle for 100 seconds. This mutated form looks strong. Today's rewards were really good. In a few more days, Manhua will also be able to rise to S rank. At the other end, he found an exit, but it was quite far away. It's not easy to travel in the middle of the night, so he decided to go to the border station and take a motorcycle. Manhua's ability can transport him instantly, however, it can only be used in a small area and consumes a lot of energy. He needs to use transportation for a long distance. He was thinking about how great it would be to have the headless general's ghostly horse, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise that came from the forest. He made his way closer, and hiding behind a tree, the guy began to examine the area around him from where he heard the sounds. He saw a headless general there, and there was more than one evil spirit near him because he has the power to manipulate other spirits. It was truly amazing for him. There was little information about him, and he was planning to return to the city. However, he saw a truck driving past him at high speed, and this shocked the guy. He understood that their car had broken down, and most likely the headless general would find out that they were hiding in the car. Chairman Yan heard about the battle here and rushed to help, but was too late, and the guy was able to save the girls and their father. The chairman appealed to the president to help him deal with this evil spirit, otherwise he might lose face as vice president, and he did not want that. Even though she had an S-rank ghost spirit, she was still in the process of metamorphosis, and her strength was not enough, so she asked what Lin Feng would think about this. The vice president heard his name and realized that this was the same brilliant boy from the city of Willow. He didn't know what he looked like before. The twin girls were also surprised that it was him. They were a little jealous of him that he was so strong, handsome, and also young. The chairman offered him 5 million points if he could help him with this, but the guy replied that he had no shortage of money. Then he asked him what he wanted: a house, gold, or an official position. And at this time, the girl, embarrassed, reminded her father that his daughters could also be given away. The father did not like this idea because he was careful about his daughters. The guy said he could do it, but under 3 conditions. He had already planned to deal with the headless general, and he would simply take advantage of the situation. The first condition was that he needed to cooperate with him and inform him of the intelligence of the general's location. The entire battle plan and stage will be under his command, and third, all the spoils will belong to him. The first 2 conditions were not a big problem, but the third condition did not suit him, because the trophy in this battle would be the ghostly horse and the ghostly sword of the headless general, and he couldn't give them to this guy. Lin Feng had expected that the chairman wanted to get the ghost horse, and lost the battle because he wanted to capture it alive. He heard that the chairman lost a ghost spirit, so he has an ownerless rank. A good spirit. They were shocked, because where did he get such a rare treasure? The chairman had lost a ghostly spirit, and he needed it urgently, and he began to realize that this guy was very cunning. The guy said that if they agree to these 3 conditions, he will give them the spirit for 10 million, and will also help solve the problem of the headless general. He gave them 30 seconds to think. The president was surprised that this guy had already become so brave at such a young age. This was a shame for him because this guy dares to put such pressure on him, and 10 million is very cheap. The daughters also understood that no one had ever disgraced their father like that. The guy started counting down the time, and he only had 10 seconds left to give an answer. He exhaled with a sad face and agreed to the guy's conditions. In his thoughts, he felt that this guy was intimidating. They decided to rest and hit the road tomorrow. Lin Feng went to take a bath. Xuanhua helped him dry his hair. The headless general never deploys the ghostly domain from start to finish, and if the ghostly domain is hit directly, the slightest damage will lead to defeat. This ability to break the phantom domain should have come from the phantom horse and had nothing to do with the headless general. The applied ghost domain is unstable. He only needs a strong single ghost domain to ensure his capture, and the guy has come up with the answer to how to defeat him. Lin asked Xuanhua to deploy a ghost domain. The system and a hint that the owner has a fragment of the ghost domain can use this fragment to expand the ghost domain. This was the border of the Xuanhua illusory realm. He decided to try to expand it with a shard. The guy had as many as 5 fragments that had different meanings. Since they were going to use one ghost field, they would have to enhance it to the highest level and target the headless general's weak points. He decided to first try to take a fragment of a blue crystal. It was a forest crystal, and he needed to choose an expanded form, so he decided to choose the peach blossom forest. Tree roots suddenly began to appear around him, growing with every second. They grew almost instantly until the last stage of his circle was a lot of peach trees. He also decided to choose the expansion of wetlands, snowy mountains and waterfalls, and lakes. It looked really beautiful, and the hero asked if Xuanhua liked it, and she nodded to his question. The system also suggested that he use a plant to produce ghost water using ghost grass. The guy agreed to this, and threw the ghostly grass right into the water near him. This ghostly grass that he threw into the water immediately grew to the bottom of the lake. The guy asked Xuanhua to try to control these aquatic plants. She immediately listened to her master. She started trying to control these aquatic plants, and it really worked. He thought it was very cool to have such a system. The trap has been set. If everything goes smoothly and according to plan, then the headless general will not be able to fly. Various messages came on the communicator containing news of the city. People in the city were discussing the news that last night, 30 people from the association went to the Northern Second Defense to hunt down the evil spirits, and more than 20 people died. They also talked about how Chairman Zhuo had escaped, and if he died, then these 2 twin sisters would become this man. However, the other man told him that they would not be interested in him, at least because of his hairline. Meanwhile, at Border Post 13 in Haicheng City, they had half an hour of safe time to find the previous night's location. The girl in front said that Lin Feng looked very qualified and asked to take him under his father's command. However, he said that Lin is already with Chairman Yon. This time, he was going to show them his true strength. The second daughter asked him not to try to be a hero because he was only 15 years old and already old. The father was a little upset that his daughters had already been thrown out and were resentful of their old father. The president reminded Lin Feng that there were 3 squads of 15 people on her side, and they were all elite troops. However, she noticed that he was not listening to her and asked where he was looking. The guy said that he was listening to her. The president asked if he had fallen in love with the twin girls. He said no, and he was rehearsing the tactics in his head. She knew he had it all figured out, but this was a cross-level fight, so they all needed to be careful. They started laughing, and the president said that if Lin got hurt, she would be heartbroken. The girl who was driving the car asked them to behave more decently. After some time, they finally arrived at the place they needed. They saw the corpses of Vice President Zhou's team there. This scene was really creepy. The girl asked her phoenix to find the headless general. The twin sisters also began to examine the traces left at the crime scene. They were too complex, and it would take a lot of time. Another girl sent her ghostly butterflies to investigate. At this moment, the golden phoenix spirit flew up to Chairman Zhou, and this frightened him. He did not understand what was happening. Yu had the spirit of the golden phoenix, and the mistress turned to her asking what she found there. Feng Yu picked up the black feather and showed it to her mistress. The chairman recognized this feather because it was from his ghostly spirit, namely, the golden raven. The ghostly spirit must have been captured by the headless general, and the girl offered to go in that direction, and the phoenix feather would guide them. The ghostly spirit of the phoenix led them to another place, where there was another exterminated group of people. The girl said that these headless generals who just died must still be around somewhere. Suddenly, the other sister screamed and pointed with her finger that a black dot was moving in that direction. They began to look in that direction, trying to see what it was there in the middle of the field. It was already very dark outside, but the guy had triple vision, which came in handy. He clearly saw that it was none other than the headless general. He was rushing towards the city of food. The president stated that the city was too populated to let him in. The second girl offered to chase him, but Lin Feng had a way to finish him off right here. The hero took out a comb and called Xuanhua, asking him to release the ghostly aura. Xuanhua immediately appeared, and her ghostly aura was truly incredible. Their team noticed how the headless ghost general changed his direction. Lin asked them all to summon their ghost spirits and immediately prepare for battle. The president gave the command to turn off the headlights in the cars, turn around, and do not turn off the engine. The guy asked Chairman Yan and Xiaoyun to follow him. Chairman Zhuo was still injured. It was necessary to take everyone to guard the perimeter. The Ghost Kingdom was unfolding, and the headless general was already very close to them. Buchu was surprised that this ghost realm had changed so much, which was not bad for the rare ghost spirit. Xuanhua's ghost domain already has the characteristics of suppressing other ghost spirits, enhanced to the equivalent of S rank. After a while, the headless general on his ghost horse began to run into their ghost kingdom. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong to use a ghost disguise, and she immediately began to follow the instructions. Our hero suggested hiding here and first observing to find out his habits. He also needed to confirm his suspicions regarding the ghost domain and the ghost horse. At great speed, the headless general was able to break through a huge barrier in the form of a concrete wall. He was able to break through, and his strength was indeed very powerful. The headless general was looking for Xuanhua here in order to harm her or even destroy her. What seemed strange to the president was that if he was looking for someone, why did he come down? Lin replied that it looks like he was right, because as soon as the general gets on the ground, he will become much weaker. With the help of his ghost horse, he destroyed another wall inside Xuanhua's house. However, it was empty, and he didn't see Xuanhua or her red wedding dress that was there before. After this, the headless general got angry and started releasing various spirits from himself. Those ghost spirits he had led inside were coming out. They are going to search the entire ghost realm. He told Chairman Chuck to order all teams to destroy these ghosts. The chairman received the information and said he would take care of it. It was amazing that the release of the ghost spirits did not shake the ghost realm at all. The guy made a decision and told Xuanhua that it was time to go there. She immediately flew to the other side of the shore, flying over the lake. The headless general and his horse immediately turned their attention to Xuanhua flying through the air, because she was their target. The ghost horse changed its direction again, and now it was rushing towards Xuanhua, and the headless general was ready to fight it. Xuanhua stopped above the lake, and if everything went according to plan, then this time the ghost horse would get entangled in the water plants and be pulled into the water. Then he would have to get off. However, this ghostly horse was able to run on the surface of the water as if nothing had happened, and even faster than on the ground. Perhaps he was afraid that Xuanhua would run away. This was incomprehensible to Lin Feng, because how could he escape on water? He was sure that the headless general was very strong, but when he reached the water, he would have no chance of winning. Well, when he saw this, he was completely shocked and didn't understand how this was possible. Nothing happened on the lake. He couldn't believe that the ghostly aquatic plants hadn't grown all this time. Xuanhua began to descend down closer to the water in a rather strange manner. The whole team watched this and did not understand what was happening here. The president noted that Lin Feng's ghostly spirit had not activated his skills, and the headless general had slowed down. The guy guessed that Xuanhua was planning to use his body as bait to lure the headless general to slow down before controlling the aquatic plants. The headless general made a marriage contract with her so he wouldn't kill her directly. So the time has come. Xuanhua, with the help of her abilities, was able to control these ghostly water plants, and the ghostly horse and the general were trapped. After that, Xuanhua began to attack him and summon more and more aquatic plants. The headless general tried to strike with his ball, but he was also immobilized by aquatic plants. The guy was happy, because if the ghostly horse had run, she would not have been able to hold it back. And now that Xuanhua lured her, she gave in. It was indeed true that ghosts on land have their combat power reduced by at least one level. This aquatic ghost plant looks so ordinary, but it can really work wonders when needed. However, the team noticed that all the other ghosts were going to help the headless general get out of the trap. The guy gave the command. They needed to guard the lake so as not to let them in. The team took their ghostly spirits and sent them to the battlefield to destroy those ghosts. The president asked his S-class good spirit, Little Flower, to move them there too. It was interesting that the ghostly spirit has the ability to make plants grow instantly. However, the chairman's idea regarding the naming of ghost spirits was rather strange. They had to act carefully because there was an 8-armed A-rank ghost near Tong Tong. But Tantan was able to destroy it, and the battle against this ghost was won. She also received a damage recovery talent, namely 1% per second. The president was surprised that there were only a few more days. The ghostly spirit of the president fought against other evil ghosts and also successfully defeated them. All these battles were won against those ghosts who tried to save the headless general. For Lin Feng's ghostly spirits, this was not bad, but they needed more experience. The chairman couldn't imagine that both of Lin Feng's ghostly spirits were so strong that their strength even exceeded their own rank. If he wins this battle, he will become famous throughout the East. Meanwhile, they almost killed all of his brothers, but they were still together. The guy gave the command to Tauntaun to try to push the general off his horse. And at that moment, he jumped off his horse and rushed to attack Tauntaun with his sword, which burned with ghostly fire. Another ghostly spirit of the team was able to disrupt the headless general's vision, and the guy commanded Manhua to use the ghostly water launcher. They waited for the right moment, and the guy gave the command to attack right now. All the ghostly spirits tried to inflict maximum damage on the evil spirit of the headless general. But at one point, Tauntaun received damage during the attack, and she herself flew several meters to the side. After all these powerful blows, the headless general was not injured, but still managed to bear the blow in return. This powerful headless general was safe and sound. However, they did not know the reason for this. The president suspected that he might have a special armor. They need some kind of defensive weapon of such a high class to break the armor. After he fought off all the attacks of the ghostly spirits, he himself went on the attack towards Tauntaun. Lin Feng warned her ghostly spirit Tong Tong to behave very carefully, because it was dangerous. However, she was able to successfully repel his attack with an incredibly powerful sword. She entered a mutated state and her combat power increased greatly, but it still can't attack without breaking the armor. The guy, without thinking twice, asked Xuanhua to use Ghost Fire, because the Ghost Palanquin and the wedding certificate both have such a weakness, so it's worth a try. The ghostly bride in the wedding dress obeyed her master and used her ghostly fire abilities. Xuanhua created several balls of ghostly fire and launched them towards the evil spirit of the headless general. Immediately, all the balls hit his body from different directions, thereby setting him on fire. To Lin Feng's surprise, this strike actually worked, and the headless general burst into flames. Seeing this, the ghostly spirits of Lin Feng and the president began to attack. Together they dealt him many powerful blows of very great force, but it was still unclear how the battle would end. The headless general, continuing to burn with a ghostly flame, fell exhausted to his knees, even lowering his sword. The president exhaled, hoping that it was finally all over, but the guy said that he was not dead yet. I realized this, because the system signal had not yet sounded after defeating the evil ghost. And suddenly, he grabbed the sword tightly in his hands again. His tactic was to pretend to be dead so that he could attack them all again with renewed vigor. At this moment, Tong Tong struck him in the back with an unexpectedly strong blow, which was very critical in this battle. His sword fell from the hands of the headless general, and Lin Feng managed to grab it. And with one powerful blow, he stuck his own sword right into his body, where his head should have been. The battle has been won. Lin Feng received a ghost sword that deals constant damage and also double damage to ghost spirits. He also received ghost armor. And also the two most important rewards, the ghostly cloak, which collects dying ghost spirits, and the ghostly horse, which has high movement speed, ignores fatigue, territory type, and part of the ghostly barrier. A smile appeared on his face. All these treasures were not the headless general, and it was like a boy bringing treasures. The girl informed her father that there was no movement there and he should go and help Lin Feng. Her father answered her that she herself had said before that it was important to save your life. And suddenly, the ghostly domain disappeared. The chairman wondered if they managed to defeat the headless general. The girl noticed something frightening and screamed to draw her father's attention there. They saw in front of them, as it seemed to them, a headless general running towards them. However, it was not him, but Lin Feng himself who was riding a ghost horse. They panicked at first, but realized that it was already Lin Feng. They were surprised that he had the armor of the headless general and his ghostly horse. The president replied to the chairman that the headless general was killed by Lin Feng personally. The twin sisters were also shocked, because Lin Feng really turned out to be so strong, even the ghost horse was tamed. The chairman was jealous of him, and realized that at the age of 15 he became successful, and took advantage of all the advantages. He offered to sell this ghostly horse to him. He was ready to pay him as much as 50 million points for this horse, but the guy refused. The chairman began to bargain. He offered him 80 million and even 100 million points for this horse. His daughter understood that he was literally going crazy when he wanted this ghost horse. Zhuo family was a really rich family in Haicheng. This money should be nothing to him. This money will last an average family for a lifetime, and with this money he wants to buy a horse to ride. Lin Feng asked why a man would flaunt his wealth. 100 years ago, it was an old society where money was everything, but now the most valuable things are those that money cannot buy. From such words heard from this steam room, the chairman was literally speechless. Lin Feng was right, because now the most valuable are the powerful Imperial Ghostmasters. Only they can save humanity. The president believed that Lin Feng had such strength at such a young age and understood how great his future achievements would be. This was a level they could never reach, could never measure in money, or even imagine. The president invited the guy to go with them, but the guy wanted to go back on a ghost horse to get to know her better. She understood him and thought that this was also a good option. This time he bought an amazing vehicle and suggested that he take her sister for a ride next time. The guy called Xuanhua and Tong Tong to get on the horse and ride with him today and celebrate Xuanhua's return to bachelorhood. They went on their way. The riding sensation was very pleasant, and even on hilly terrain it was very smooth. Even the sound of this horse's hooves was much more pleasant than before. Tonton pointed her finger forward. The guy noticed an evil spirit, and he just decided to test the abilities of the ghost horse. The ghost horse began to accelerate and run at incredibly high speed. The phantom horse was able to break this evil spirit's barrier, allowing them to reach him. With one blow, the guy killed the evil spirit of rank B, and all the ghosts received 1800 experience. This sword was really very good. Even ghost spirits don't need to fight to gain experience. And suddenly the guy was already near the sea city, and this journey did not take as long as before. However, he did not think that he should not enter the city in this form. But he didn't know what to do with this ghostly horse. Maybe he could put it in a ghostly warehouse? The system gave him a hint that he could upgrade his storage, and his storage room was level 2. The cube has become very spacious, and if it becomes even larger, they will be able to live in it. The wardrobe and ghost stable inside were created automatically. The owner can use the ghostly aquatic plant for food. When feeding a horse this aquatic plant, it restored Onini's strength, and he finally found a use for this herb. Tonton touched her master, warning him about something, but the guy did not immediately understand what she wanted. He noticed the evil spirit, but its ghostly aura was strange, even weaker than that of the E-class good spirit. However, this ghost ran past, ignoring Lin Feng, and his logic was incomprehensible to the guy. As Chairman Yan said, he only strikes when the attack condition is triggered. He noticed that he had an ancient postman's bag, and assumed that there might be some kind of treasure in it. The guy asked Tonton to snatch his bag to find out if there was anything valuable in it. When Tonton took his bag, his ghost aura instantly increased, and the evil spirit became angry with her. And after a moment, they moved to the Cave of Ghosts. Perhaps Xuanhua was using a memory. This ghost postman just made Xuanhua feel dangerous, and he was wondering who this ghost postman was. The guy asked Tonton to open the bag and see what was in it. She took out some kind of envelope. It was a ghost letter. However, he could not read it like the wedding letter. But the owner is able to join forces with the ghostly spirit of Xuanhua to use the recorder to decipher it. Xuanhua appeared, and it was time to finally use her abilities to decipher the letter. The letter was a ghost's request for help. This was amazing for the guy. The third quest has opened for Lin Feng. He can choose the ghost who wrote the letter as the third ghost spirit to open the next quest. He can perform no more than 3 ghost binding tasks at a time, and only those ghosts that complete all tasks can be successfully bound. His quest was to return the letter to the unknown ghost woman and give the letter to the ghost mailman to complete the task. The guy asked Tong Tong and Xuanhua if they could defeat this ghost mailman. However, they didn't know and simply shook their heads. The guy decided that in any case, he would first need to write a response letter. When he wrote this return letter, he saw this ghost postman running towards them at great speed. There was a huge ghostly aura coming from him, and he had to put the letter in the bag and throw it to him so that he would catch the bag. He did everything as stated in the quest and threw the bag to him when he approached him. The ghost of the postman successfully caught his bag containing the letter. Taking the bag, this strange ghost turned around and calmly went on his way. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Meanwhile, in the inner sea city, house of the city master of the Lord of the Sea City, people came to him with important news. Entering his office, in front of them was a huge table with food. 3 guys said that last night, at the line of the second defense, the headless general was destroyed. Lord Liu Yunxiao and Lady Liu Ru already knew that Lin Feng had harnessed 2 A-rank ghost spirits and led a team to get rid of the S-rank evil spirit. The Lord of High City stated that they must recruit the guy, no matter the cost. And we move again to the central tavern of the Sea City. This city looked very unusual. The men sat at the bar and drank. They complained that they were useless against the headless general, and association was also useless. He hacked into the internal access of the Demon Masters Guild. The headless general was killed last night, and he asked to guess who did it. They couldn't believe that Lin Feng could destroy him because he was only 15 years old. And most likely, he set a new world record. Another man believed that some Liuli were simply naturally better, more beautiful, and more hard-working than them. He suggested they go home, get married, and have kids, since they were unlikely to lose to this guy when it came to finding a woman. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's room, he was fast asleep on his bed next to Xuanhua and Tong Tong. They woke him up because he had things to do right in the morning. The president said that someone from the city government, some beautiful girl, came to him. She asked him if he wanted to meet her. He agreed. They sat down at the table together. She had heard a lot about Mr. Lin and thought he was really talented. The guy asked how he could help her. It was Liu Ru, 20-year-old Miss Hai Cheng. She noticed him last time in Willow City, but the League of Demon Lords beat her to it. This time he has defeated the headless general, and she must invite him to join the Hai Cheng house no matter what. The guy interrupted her and said that it would be a disappointment for her, but the girl asked him to let her finish her sentence before making a decision. She revealed that the Ghost Master Alliance was created at the very beginning by the powerful Ghost Masters of the North, and her father occupies a certain position. With his talent, headquarters will give him the best training. He will also be sent to support the Ghost Waves in various cities, and the guy asked that in that case it would be better to join them. The girl replied that this was so, and she did not offer him to simply become a subordinate of the Sea City. She added that her father is 86 years old, and he predicts that he will die in 5 years. Then she will become the new ruler of the Sea City. But she is not strong enough, and must choose someone strong to become her husband. She needed to choose a strong man as her husband so that he would rule the Sea City with her. This shocked Lin Feng. Her father initially selected several candidates for her, but she convinced him that she could marry Lin Feng if only he could become a royal ghost master in 5 years. By then, they will be able to pass on the family name, and the Sea City will become half of it. The guy assumed that this was Lord Hai Cheng's beauty trick. This was a gift to the city. It is one of the 6 central cities with a population of 8 million people, and 99% of the overlords would immediately answer yes. He called her sister and asked why him. When she heard that he called her sister, she blushed and asked what he called her. Lin Feng anxiously repeated that he called her sister. After all, he was only 15, and if he didn't call her sister, what option would she offer? She stated that he won't be 15 in 5 years, and needless to say, she's taking advantage of him. In general, she decided to leave and leave him to think about her proposal. She began to leave quite quickly, and the guy, not understanding, asked again, calling her sister, "What did he say wrong?" The president saw Mrs. Liu coming out with a very red face and asked what he did to her. Lin replied that he did nothing but call her sister. The president reminded her that he didn't even call her sister, and doesn't she really deserve it? The guy didn't know what to answer, and for him, female logic was much more complicated than ghosts. The lady went back home in private cars with drivers. She was offered a towel to wipe her face. She asked not to pay attention to her. She was very embarrassed because no one warned her that he was only 15 years old. He looked very handsome and mature. Miss was so young and beautiful, but she didn't understand why she felt so guilty. She wondered if Lin Feng would say yes. The president and Lin Feng went to a cafe for a snack. The guy noticed that the daughter of the ruler of the Sea City is very young, and he is already over 80 years old. The girl answered when the old man realized that he had no one to succeed him in his old age. He thought about marriage, and Liu Ru was the only psychic among his children, and she was destined to inherit the throne of the city ruler. She saw that he did not have many years left, and living to 85 years old was considered the limit for imperial ghost masters. The hero asked what would happen to the ghostly spirit of the ruler of the city of Hai after his death. The president said that his spirit is more powerful, and after his death there is no one to take possession of it, so it will break out and wreak havoc. Therefore, before his death, he will definitely leave the Sea City and go to the ghost prison to eliminate the hidden danger. However, Lin Feng didn't even know what a haunted prison was and asked to talk about it. The underground prison with the golden gear was cast in gold. The evil spirits that created the tide of ghosts over the centuries are kept here, as well as the ghostly spirits released by the most powerful Goki masters after their deaths. Before dying, they entered a chamber completely encased in gold. When the master died, the spirits were naturally sealed inside. After many years, the bonds are removed and other Goki can try to possess them. If she reaches a certain level of kung fu, she can go to the ghost prison and capture one of them. She had already chosen one spirit, which was number 55. She reminded him that he must help his sister well and not be kidnapped by others. The guy replied that he would try to do his best. The system informed him that he had one new ghost letter that needed to wait in the west of the city. He was surprised that it came so quickly. He went outside with his ghostly spirits and decided to wait right here. The guy noticed the ghostly postman, and this time he will not receive the letter, not rob. The phantom postman must not attack him. The evil spirit of the ghostly postman began to quickly approach the guy, and his ghostly spirits rose into the air to be ready in case of an attack. And also this ghostly postman decided to stop very abruptly. He handed him the letter with a smile on his face, and the guy thanked him for delivering the letter. However, the guy did not understand why, after delivering the letter, he did not leave, but was waiting for something. He wanted to get some energy from Xuanhua as payment for delivering the letter, and after that, he began to leave. Lin suggested forgetting about it and having to read the letter first. Using Xuanhua's abilities, the guy was going to translate the letter. The ghostly pattern on the letter began to glow. There were again written various symbols in a language he did not understand. There it was mentioned about the Quiet Light Temple, the same one where the wooden fish was struck. He didn't know if this letter-writing female ghost was locked. Some of the words in this letter were difficult to read, but the general meaning was that he needed to follow the ghostly aura on the letter to the southwest of Liuchang. The guy, without thinking twice, decided to go to his ghostly horse. He decided to go and collect the third ghost spirit here, which he really needed. In a short time, they were almost in no man's land, and they should reach Liucheng tonight. During the trip, he received a message from Chairman Yong on his communicator. It said that a huge tide of ghosts suddenly appeared to the west of Liucheng. The Imperial Ghostmaster Alliance told her to send him, and he needed to go help. The ghost tide, an attacking wave of hundreds or thousands of evil spirits, is the most destructive unnatural disaster of the era. As a rule, it appears once every few years on the outskirts of cities and towns and is opposed by city guards. Cities usually have many external defenses, with the level of protection increasing the closer one is to the outside. If the defenses fail, the entire city will be in danger of disappearing. The second Ghostmaster School of Yanagi City said that their past ghost tides in the city had been successfully protected, so there was no need to worry. One girl in the class raised her hand and said that this tide was the biggest ever, and she invited Sensei to go and fight evil spirits. The teacher got excited and said that they will now have Mr. Wang's next lesson, and he will answer all their questions, and now the class will be free. Liu Chengbei's first line of defense. Someone asked if he was still here. Several people have discussed that the ghost tide is especially dangerous this time, and they don't know how many Ghostbusters will die this time. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange ghostly energy, and his gaze immediately became serious. They saw that one of the A-rank evil spirits was able to break through their defenses so quickly, and they decided to try to fight him. People summoned their ghostly demons and offered to find out what this A-rank evil spirit was up to. However, when this evil spirit began to battle against their ghostly spirits, they began to suffer defeat in the battle. They already assumed that they would die here, but unexpectedly for everyone, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Lin Feng, on his ghost horse, easily destroyed the barrier of this A-rank ghost, and this evil spirit turned his attention to him. The guy began to attack this evil spirit and dealt him a crushing blow. One of the hunters said with fear on his face that this ghost was stronger than the previous one, but they realized that it was not an evil spirit, but a ghost hunter, Lin Feng along with his ghostly spirits. They recognized him immediately because this guy was already very famous. This group of people thanked him for saving their lives. They informed the guy that a tide of ghosts from the west had entered and he should be careful. But as soon as Lin Feng learned this information, he immediately rushed on without answering this group of ghost hunters from Willow City. They were sure that it was definitely Lin Feng. However, they were shocked that he was so strong, and it was amazing how the young people were progressing now. The hero approached Western Liucheng's first defense. There were indeed many more ghosts outside of Willow City, but the surge of ghosts was just in time for him to level up. It was a wave of ghosts, but the first defense had so many ghosts that it was hard to imagine how tight the outer perimeter was. Chairman Yan said that defensive structures are like a sieve, the holes of which gradually become narrower. The Extreme Three have his powerful Imperial Masters, but they will only deal with the highest rank evil spirits. The second defense will again weed out the evil spirits, while the inner words will stop the flow of ghosts. He decided to start over from scratch, and began to destroy various ghosts, gaining experience for Xuanhua and Tong Tong. Although there was little experience with B-rank ghosts, there were so many of them that it seemed that the system would soon break down. Meanwhile, in Willow City, west of the second defense, all three teams were destroyed. They can't hold out any longer. The man dropped off his partner and asked her to stay here while he lured this rank A evil spirit to the station. Unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that the area through which they were passing had been cleared by someone. A rank A evil spirit was approaching the man, and he was trying to get away from it in his vehicle. However, another A-ranked evil spirit appeared near him, and he couldn't believe it. He was caught between two evil ghosts. These two evil ghosts attacked him, and the guy seemed to be right in the middle of their powerful attack. The girl was worried about this man because it was not clear whether he could survive such a strong attack. But Lin Feng began to run towards that place with great speed on his ghost horse. He managed to save this poor man who was trapped between two powerful A-rank ghosts. The guy threw this man to safety and immediately ran on. The captain asked if his crew members were able to spot this bowmaster, but their answer was no, as it was too fast. They assumed it was a psychic sent by the association. Lin Feng thought it was strange that there shouldn't have been so many A-rank ghosts in the second defense according to the plan. The communicator map displayed dots that indicated the level of nearby evil ghosts. Below Class C is gray, B rank is yellow, A rank is red, and S class is purple. The guy discovered a passage in the golden wall through which all these ghosts passed. He approached there, simultaneously destroying all the evil spirits that prevented him from getting to the right place. He needed to win the battle and to increase the level he needed to consume one ghost spirit pill, so the guy made an upgrade. Xuanhua is promoted to S rank. The owner received a 4-fold increase in physical qualities, and Xuanhua acquired a new fog ability to confuse the enemy. Everything was going well, and now he was going to go with the ghostly spirits to the farthest edge. And in Willow City West, there was a third defense, and there were more and more ghosts. And had the Alliance support really not arrived yet? There was a 50-year-old fire there. He was an S-rank Goki master. He didn't care whether they came or not, but they had to protect Willow City. While he was distracted, he was informed that an S-rank evil spirit was coming from the west, and this upset the master. The guy walked through a huge distance, and he found himself in some kind of bamboo forest. This ghost domain was not broken by his ghost horse, and that was a little strange. Ahead of him, he noticed a huge S-rank evil spirit in the body of a bear. It was an S-rank black and white bear, and seemed quite cute at first. However, he was a ferocious bear, and was much more aggressive and larger. The evil spirit of the bear began to attack the guy, and he began to run away from him, asking Xuanhua to use the fog ability. His ghostly bride successfully used her newest ability, creating huge clouds of smoke. Lin Feng also asked Tong Tong to use her mutated form to quickly kill this bear. We immediately changed our appearance, and a new dark-colored sword appeared in her hands, which was much more powerful. Tun Tun made her one powerful attack with this huge sword. The guy saw how this evil spirit was cut into two parts, and there was some kind of glow inside his body. Lin Feng didn't understand. What is this little ball in the center of the evil spirit's body? Perhaps it was a real ghost, because the ghostly aura emanating from it did not disappear. This evil spirit only became much more angry. This evil spirit began to use his abilities, and bamboo trees with sharp thorns began to grow through the ground. It was also noticeable that the field of ghosts had again increased greatly, and was larger than the field of the city itself. S-Class Ghost Domain has expanded and receives Elder Fei's Ghost Domain. The man said that they would hold the defense here, and Fei Lao should go and deal with the C-Class evil spirits. The ghostly spirit of the evil bear turned into a small bear inside a huge bear body. However, the guy replied that it was useless to be washed. He had already mastered the weaknesses of materialized ghosts. Xuanhua used her silk thread abilities and launched ghostly fire at them. When these two abilities were combined, it created a very powerful and dangerous weapon that set enemies on fire. The battle was won, and his ghost spirit killed the C-rank evil spirit. The host also obtained a ghost domain fragment and a ghost bamboo shoot. The man saw that the ghost's aura suddenly disappeared and could not understand what was the reason for this. When the fog cleared, he saw the silhouettes of two ghost spirits and realized that they were experts from the Ghostmaster Alliance. It is now safe time outside and people can rest for half an hour. Liu Cheng's rear fortress. The man informed Fei Lao that they had 13 squads killed, including 5 A-rank Ghostmasters. In just a few hours, more than 60 people died. The old man thanked Lin Feng for his help, because if not for his support, their losses would have been even greater. He also heard from the Alliance that 2 teams were sent and he was only one. Why was that? Lin Feng answered his question by saying that he was a special agent who was acting alone and the official team had not yet arrived. The other masters were scared that there had been no official team for so long. The old man added that a guy at that age has a lot of strength, and he even felt embarrassed. He asked what family he was from, and the guy asked him to simply call him Lin Fen. Hearing this name, the masters remembered him, because this was the same brilliant psychic who some time ago dealt with the evil spirits in Fengzhen. And as soon as he heard about the surge of ghosts in his hometown, he hurried to return there. This was a very good decision, and the old man considered him a good friend. Half an hour passed and they all ate the stew together, and at this time, the master informed Boss Fei that a tide of ghosts was approaching them. They went out to the observation deck and watched as this time, the stream of ghosts was even much larger and more dangerous. Looking through the monocle, one could see a huge crowd consisting of hundreds of evil ghosts. This was not good. They looked at the ghost aura detector map, and there an S-rank evil spirit appeared among them. And after a few seconds, even 2 S-rank evil ghosts appeared there. The boss didn't understand how this could happen. He has not yet recovered from his wounds, and he does not have enough men for this battle, so they will not be able to win unless they invite hunters from another city. Another master also brought bad news, because there was also a tide of ghosts on the southern front. 2 fortresses were wiped off the face of the earth. This was a real disaster for them, because they would have to fight back from both sides at once. Boss Fei put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and asked him to mount his ghost horse and leave here immediately. It was too dangerous. He added that a genius like him should not die in vain, even if the entire city was lost, and asked him to leave this place for the old people, and they would try to stall for time. And if he does not die, then when he grows up, he will be able to take revenge on all evil spirits for them. Lin Feng needed a little time to decide whether he should stay here or leave. The tide of ghosts was getting closer and closer, and the ghostly aura of those 2 S-rank spirits could already be seen. The first was an S-rank evil spirit who was nicknamed the Black Hurricane. The second was a good spirit of rank S. His name was White Hurricane. 2 S ranks, around them there were 8 A ranks and almost 100 B ranks. The guy smiled because he knew that they were full of experience, and he would be able to upgrade his ghostly spirits. Lin Feng asked Elder Fei if he could hold the S rank, and the Elder said that he could and it was not a problem for him. Lin Feng worked out a plan in his head, and if the Elder could help him, then he would succeed, and the guy asked the rest to be left to him. Elder Fei tried to stop the young guy, asking him not to try to be a hero because it was very dangerous. But our hero was confident in this and would definitely win the battle. Western city walls of Liu, one fortress. The evil forces are approaching closer and closer to them, and Lin Feng rushed to attack. Inside the fortress, there were 2 cannons with shells for the defense of the city, and the craftsmen were ready to use them. Lin Feng handed over an S-rank spirit to Mr. Fei and asked him to hold out for another 15 minutes. The elder was surprised by this guy's confidence, and promised to fight together until the very end. The other men launched a second series of attacks from the huge cannon with golden projectiles. These projectiles also dealt quite good damage to the ghosts, which helped Lin Feng and the other masters of the city team. Elder Fei asked his ghostly spirit to reveal the ghost realm. A real clash against the tide of ghosts and masters has begun to take place. 2 kingdoms of ghosts have collided with each other. There were many selfish evil spirits there, and the entire team needed to try their best to support Elder Fei. The guy watched through his monocle and noticed that Lin Feng had almost reached the dark field. However, they did not understand why he did not reveal his ghostly domain. After all, if he is consumed by filth, everything will be over. Xuanhua and Tong Tong successfully repelled the attacks of evil spirits, helping their master move on. The guy asked them to follow him into the ghost realm. They obeyed him and all together climbed inside the sphere of ghosts. As expected, there were 8 A-rank possessed souls there. They would not start fighting until they received an order to attack from an S-rank supreme. It was very good, and the guys had a great time using the best maneuver in military affairs. He was going to distract the strongest, and Xuanhua should use her own field to seal the others. Xuanhua successfully used her ghost realm. It was surprising for those masters that the guy actually managed to deploy his zones inside the enemy sphere. However, they saw that there were as many as 8 Class A evil ghosts there. They saw from the locator that most likely his spirit would fight such a huge crowd of ghosts, and they were sure that this guy was just crazy. Because of the Xuanhua ghost realm, the ghosts were trapped and they were now unable to open their barriers. At the right moment, Tauntaun, at the master's command, began to attack the trapped ghosts. With just one attack, Tong Tong was able to kill 8 A-rank opponents and gain 12,000 ghost spirit experience. The masters were shocked that they were all destroyed in a few seconds, and Lin Feng and his spirits had incredible power. The guy smiled and praised his ghost girls for their excellent work. However, the main S-rank evil spirit remained and began to swing his weapon to try to destroy Lin Feng on the ghost horse. After his attack, a huge and very powerful explosion formed at this place. His ghostly spirits did not know if everything was okay with their master, and they were a little scared because the attack was very dangerous. However, Lin Feng remained unharmed because fortunately, the protection against physical damage that he received from the ghost armor worked. When this S-rank evil spirit realized that it could not harm him physically, he decided to resort to spells, and it was quite smart. However, the guy was not going to give him the opportunity to cast spells, and together with Tauntaun began to run towards him. Poisonous smoke began to appear from his spell, but at this time, Xuanhua appeared behind him and secretly made her way towards him. Xuanhua struck him with a powerful blow, and a bright flash from this blow was visible. Using Lin Feng's ghostly sword, she dealt him a powerful blow from which the evil spirit had no chance to survive. Lin Feng was glad that her evasion was very convenient, and the sword appears in her hands if needed in battle. The battle was won, and they again received the experience of the ghostly spirit, affection points, as well as the broken weapon, enchanted chain. The master asked Mr. Fei how his contraction was going. The elder replied that he was restless, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hold out for long. There were still a lot of these evil spirits, and they attacked the elder and the master without stopping. After defeating the S-rank ghost, the guy immediately went to help them. They only had to destroy one zone of the S-rank white ghost. The hero noticed that although this field did not collapse, a gap had formed there. Elder Fei noticed that Lin Feng had dared to come here and was surprised by it. He added that his realm had already been damaged, and this spirit was much more powerful than the highest class, and their chances of winning were negligible. The master suggested that Lin Feng leave here while they cover him. Lin at this time was wondering what he should do, because they were really inferior to the ghost. At this time, Tong Tong continued to destroy ghosts and gain experience, and she had the ability to improve. The guy was happy again because this improvement was just in time. This enhancement was successfully completed, and Tauntaun's rank was raised to S. Her physical shell was increased by 5 times. For some reason, this spirit stopped, and was it really afraid? Tong Tong now looked very powerful. A shell of hers formed around her body, which burned with a bright fire. The hero asked his Xuanhua to destroy the ghost domain now. And Xuanhua was actually able to destroy this ghost domain with her abilities. Lin Feng informed Mr. Fei that both of his spirits had risen to S rank, and now was the time to begin the assault. This greatly surprised him, because they changed their level in an instant. And is this guy really such a peerless warrior? The owner said that now Tauntaun's finest hour has come and she must strike a strong blow to the white spirit. The white spirit sent its ghost towards Tantan to try to destroy her. Tong Tong was very evil and was going to completely destroy all the evil spirits around. But suddenly, all these paper figures merged into one huge monster, which was even larger than Tantan. This paper monster pushed Tantan away with a blow of his hand, and she could not resist such force. The elder saw this and ordered everyone to help Lin Feng. They needed to defend the perimeter. Now that the ghost was trapped in Zhuanhua's ghost realm, she could use the spirits he had trapped in the cloak. He opened his cloak and these spirits began to fly out. There were a lot of them, and they all rushed together from such a mother of this paper monster. Although they didn't have enormous power, they still had a rather important mission here. He used these spirits as a distraction so that Tantan could deliver her crushing sword blow. That ghost was inside this huge paper monster, and it was about to attack. With this blow, Tantan was also able to cut the paper monster, which consisted of paper spirits, into two parts. After the destruction, an S-rank paper spirit appeared from there, which also had no intention of giving up in this battle. A fairly strong fight took place between them. The paper ghost with his weapon blocked the blows of the Tantan sword. However, the ghostly spirit Tantan became even more angry and began to scream, throwing a very strong blow. From this blow, this ghost learned to develop into small parts. It seems that Tantan was able to kill him, but the guy noticed that again there was no notification from the system about defeating the ghost. The elder noticed with the help of a locator that this monster had fled from the battlefield. It was able to hide unnoticed and was already 500 meters away from them, and continued to run away further. Lin Feng realized that this spirit had used its cloning technique, and its real body had not been destroyed just now, and the ghost himself began to run away because his powers were much weaker than the ghostly spirits Tong Tong and Xuanhua. The guy gave a command to Tantan so that she would not pursue the spirit, but concentrate on defending the city. After all, there is no point in taking risks and acting rashly until they know the full capabilities of this spirit. The master said that the S-rank ghost could not defeat them and went into retreat. This was the first time he had seen something like this. The elder was glad that thanks to this guy they were able to survive the battle. He was very young, but he had already surpassed him in strength. The elder thanked him for his excellent work and noted that owning 2 high-quality perfumes at once is simply incredible. He believed that it was great luck for humanity to have such a brave and great warrior. The guy with a smile on his face said that there was no need for flattery. After all, compared to his soldier who stood guard over the border for many years, he did nothing supernatural. At this time, the elder received messages on his communicator that a distress signal had been received from Liu City. The southern sector and the outer city were lost. Part of the horde of the dead had already reached the iron walls. This shocked them all. After all, did they really specifically target the weak points of the province? He felt as if every step they took was planned. Liu City! The entire team's faces changed, and they were clearly worried about it. They had to come up with a way by which they could save the city, because their relatives were there. If you call for help, then the army of the undead will 100% completely break in there, and the situation will only worsen from this. Lin Feng decided that he would go there to continue the battle against the tide of ghosts. The elder said that there was no other way out, and the master asked him to save his relatives. The hero knew that it was not common for those troops to go to vulnerable points. Any action is controlled by tactics and strategy, and S-rank souls can easily control lower ranks, and perhaps he will be able to find the answer if he gets inside. A couple of minutes later, thanks to the ghostly horse, the guy had already run to the western gate of the outer part of Liu City. When he went inside, the surroundings seemed quite normal and he did not notice any ghosts. He received a notification on his communicator asking if Lin Feng had arrived at the location. This message was from Ping An. They didn't ask for help because they were trapped in the basement of a shopping center, and there were evil spirits outside blocking the exits. After running a few meters, he noticed a huge barrier of ghosts ahead. They completely occupied the fortress walls from the outside. The guy assumed that this was the work of the S-level supreme enemy leader. On his ghostly horse, the guy began to run inside through the ghostly barrier. He felt an ominous aura. It was easy to enter their kingdom, but difficult to leave. It was a copy of the area, but when the person who stepped across the field realized this fact, it would be too late. There used to be a school in that direction, and has the heart of the city really fallen? Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse of the central supermarket, there were 3 people there who asked Lin Feng for help. He did not worry that Lin Feng's strength would not be enough to defeat these evil dead. They began to regret taking on such a terrible task. Lin Feng had already run to the right place, but he did not know their exact location. He still needed to find them. Phantom spirits at this time fought with the dead. The girl started crying, and the guy asked her why her father, an A-rank spirit master, wouldn't come here to save them. She replied that he hardly thinks about her, because on the front line, the lens is to think about the family, because the safety of the land is first and foremost important. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of knocking on the door of the storage room. It was Ling Feng who knocked on it and asked loudly if there was anyone inside. And suddenly, the metal door to the inside began to deform, and there was someone really strong outside. It was a huge monster that was able to tear apart a sheet of metal. They all got very scared and started trying to escape from there as quickly as possible. Lin Feng walked around and looked around the room to try to find those guys who asked for help. In one of the rooms, he noticed a woman with a child, and Lin Feng's gaze immediately changed. He saw his mother in this room, who was there with another child. The guy was completely shocked by the picture he saw, because he did not expect to see his mother after so many years. The story begins 8 years ago. Lin Feng returned to his grandfather from a walk around the city. Entering the house, he saw the grandfather holding an axe over the head of the Tauntaun girl and was very scared, because he thought that he wanted to hit her and screamed. As it turned out, the guy panicked in vain because this is how he cut the girl's hair. And did he really think something bad? Tauntaun said that grandfather had golden hands for such things and suggested that the guy also get a cool hairstyle. After Lin Feng was abandoned by his parents, he had to go to the slums located on the outskirts of the city, where grandfather Hu and Tong Tong sheltered him. He had a good reputation for repairing and melting metal, often creating prosthetics for the disabled. Even though he was bad at housework, they grew up with him in warmth and care. They played with non-childish toys, running around with a rocket. They often had fun and played. Tauntaun was also adopted, but she always walked around happy and cheerful. She probably did not lose heart, because there was a person nearby who had become family. Despite being poor, they enjoyed every moment together as a family that Lin Feng had almost forgotten about his painful past until that very day came. Unknown people who were in a negative mood knocked on their house. Grandpa opened the door, and Mr. Jin recalled that last week he asked to replace the sensors on the car, and now his car has become trash. Mr. Jin said that he deceived him and definitely put some kind of counterfeit there. But Uncle Hu denied this because there was no point in doing dirty tricks to anyone, and this sensor could only reduce the car's power to a maximum, but not lead to loss of steering control or damage to the brakes. He grabbed him by the clothes and asked if he really meant to say that he was lying. The uncle replied that everything should be in order, and he needed to check the car to be sure. Mr. Jin threw him to the ground and told him not to come near his car again, in case he did something bad to it again. He claimed to be a master of ghosts, and claimed that it was after him that the machine became unusable. Another man told him to pay compensation if he didn't want to lose his business. Lin Feng and Tong Tong, meanwhile, were returning home from Grandma Yu, who had given them a lot of food, and they wanted to surprise him by going through the back door. But as they came closer, they noticed that the grandfather was lying on the ground, and 2 men were leaving after insulting him. Grandpa Hu had several bruises, and the guy understood that that guy had let his grandfather go. Grandfather was angry with them, because these men oppress honest people only because they are masters of ghosts, and they wanted to take his money, but he would not give it back at all. He hid the money so well that he didn't even remember where it was exactly, and he laughed about it. These guys climbed onto the roof of the house opposite. The man said that his car broke down as a result of a drunk driving accident, not because of Uncle Hu. But he didn't care and wanted to take the money from him because he had received bonuses for many years for his work. They waited until Uncle Hu left his workshop to sneak inside. They broke into his workshop, destroying his door. In front of them, they saw 2 children feeding a small cat and playing with it. The girl grabbed and held the children so that they would not run away, and the men began to search his apartment to find money and valuables. However, most of the things were various garbage that had no value. They only found a bag with a piece of silver, and there was nothing more valuable than that. The woman offered to take this girl, and then they would definitely earn a lot of money. After all, in the south, there is one private factory that will happily buy it. Lin Feng began to try to save Tong Tong, because he did not want her to be stolen and sold to someone unknown. He began to use every layer of power he had, and even bit her with his teeth. The woman threw Lin Feng aside and told him not to rush towards them, because he wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. These 3 people took the bag with a piece of silver and the girl and began to leave from there. The guy really wanted to help her, but he was too small for this and began to lose consciousness from the blow. After some time, children's crying was heard from the workshop. Uncle Hu had already returned and started bandaging Lin Feng's wounds. He cried and blamed himself for not being able to protect his own sister. The uncle asked him not to worry and said that they would go to save her. Lin Feng recounted all the information he had heard about the factory in the south of the city. Uncle Hu and Lin Feng went to the southern city, where the industrial part was actually located. He gave the guy a flashlight, and his task was to crawl through the ventilation and report to him the situation inside. The guy successfully climbed into the ventilation and crawled further to find a place from which he could see something. A few minutes later, he found a ventilation hatch through which everything could be seen very clearly. He saw a room in which there was a nurse and 2 people who were carrying Tauntaun to the bed. They tied her to the bed and she was too strong, so they had to inject her with a sedative. But suddenly the guy's knife fell out of his hands and he fell straight through the ventilation hatch. The knife fell and stuck into the next bed, and these people took notice. They realized that someone was in the ventilation shaft and decided to report it to the boss. The guy understood that he had been discovered, and he needed to get away from here as soon as possible. The man grabbed the weapon and fired a mysterious grappling gun straight into the ventilation shaft. Using it, he managed to destroy the ventilation, and the guy began to fall down. He was lucky to fall on soft boxes, and not on a hard floor, and the height was small. Looking around, the guy was shocked by what was happening here. In this ward, Lin Feng saw pregnant women lying on these beds. There were several of them here, and it turned out to be a secret childbirth laboratory in the city of Liu. Boss. He was there along with the woman Ah Yan, and he was informed that they were able to successfully catch the intruder. Boss. He decided to look at the face of this brave man who dared to sneak into the ventilation shaft. When he saw these people, his face immediately changed from fear to complete shock. The guy recognized his parents, and it really turned out to be his mom and dad, who left him a couple of years ago. The guy had not returned for a long time, and Uncle Hu suspected that something bad had happened inside. Lin Feng shouted that it was his parents, and he realized that they were working here. His mother recognized him as her child and said that it was little Feng. She definitely didn't expect to see him, and didn't understand how he got here. The father slapped Lin Feng in the face, saying that they were not his parents and were seeing him for the first time. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in this building, which destroyed the wall of the room. Grandfather Hu burst into them with his weapon, a crossbow, and told them not to touch the child. Lin Fang shouted to his grandfather that Tong Tong was being held captive by them. Boss. He asked who he was. Grandpa Hu shouted and angrily asked for his kidnapped granddaughter to be returned. Boss. He took out his gun and pointed it towards Grandpa Hu. He understood that he was talking about that newly arrived girl, but the boss said that a large sum had been given for her, and he would not give her back. The boss and his assistant started shooting toward Uncle Hu, but he was able to dodge and run away. Uncle Hu fired a shot from his crossbow and shouted for Lin Feng to quickly find his sister and run away from here. The girl had already managed to escape and began to climb the stairs, and Lin Feng ran after her. The man saw the children heading to the roof and reported it to the boss. The arrows did not hit the boss. They only stuck into the wall near him, and he gave the command to pursue these children. The men began to run after the children, demanding them to stop and immediately go downstairs. Tong Tong and Lin Feng found an exit to the roof several floors later that was open. However, when they ran onto the roof, they did not know what to do because there was no further way. Their team asked them to give up because they had driven themselves into a dead end. Lin Feng was still confident that Uncle Hu would come up with something and would definitely be able to save them. But they beat Uncle Hu badly, and he could no longer resist them. The children were very scared and started screaming. They did not expect that their Uncle Hu would be captured. He asked them to let the children go, and for this he would provide as much money as they needed. Boss. He kicked him in the face, saying that no one needs his measly money because in their laboratory it is possible to recreate the true owner of the Soul Realm, whose body will last for a very long period. The boss invited the children to approach them obediently and promised that he would not offend them. He asked them once again to stop doubting because they could fall from the roof of this house. At this moment, Uncle Hu, with his last strength, began to attack Boss He, who had a gun in his hands. Uncle Hu was able to hit Boss He's face with his hand, leaving a large scar there. The boss immediately kicked him directly in the body, thereby throwing him several meters to the side. Tantan began to worry about her uncle, because he was practically on the cliff of the roof, and she wanted to help him so that he would not fall. The boss got really angry with him and decided to shoot his gun right at the old man. The shot had already been fired, and the bullet was flying towards Uncle Hu, and at this time Tong Tong was already very close to her uncle. The girl ran out to her uncle, and not knowing about the situation, she fell directly under a bullet and was wounded. Boss He and Lin Feng definitely did not expect this turn of events. Uncle Hu and the girl fell off the roof of this tall building. They fell together in one place, and Lin Feng was very upset. The boss was only upset that he had lost his money in vain. The man asked his boss what he should do with the guy, kill him or let him live. At this time, his mother approached his father and put her hand on his shoulders. She did not want his father to kill him. Boss, he asked them not to kill this guy because he would end up killing himself. His sister died that day. Grandfather became paralyzed, and no one even intended to extend a helping hand to them. It was then considered the norm that the strong crushed those unable to resist them, arguing that the weak should smile and be grateful for their existence on Earth. The biological parents did the same thing to their own child, and it was ironic. A simple truth occurred to him. The human heart is a darkness that is more terrible than the most evil demons. Later, when the only person close to him died, he ended up in a shelter, where he stopped looking for friendship and support. And the reason for this was that he desired a power greater than that of all the ghost lords gathered together, although he despised them. He remembered all the emotions and pain at that moment that happened to him then. His mother approached Lin Feng as a ghost master and asked him for help. As expected, she did not recognize her son 8 years later, although he was not even considered a person then. She said that they were attacked by a horde of spirits where she injured her leg very badly, so she brought the child here to hide here for a while. Lin Fang asked with a serious face and confidence, "Where was her husband?" She explained with excitement that he abandoned them and ran away on his own to escape the attack of the ghosts. Lin Feng realized that his father was still the same self-centered bad person who only thought to himself. After all, he put the child in danger and ran away alone. If he doesn't take the child away from here now, he will repeat his experience by becoming an orphan. He was informed via communicator that a patrol was on its way. The car should arrive soon. He needed to go outside and escort the survivors. He sent a message back that he was at the back entrance of the shopping center. He decided to help his mother and extended his hand. She thanked him for it, but still did not remember that it was her son. Lin Feng carried her out on his back as her leg was injured and she could not walk normally. He asked the patrol to take them with them, while he tried to save the rest of the people. When she got into the car, she asked Lin Feng for one more request. She said she and her husband became separated on the third floor, and it may still be intact. She begged him to protect him. Back then, when the guy first summoned his ghostly spirit, he needed to come up with a name for her. It was in honor of this girl, with whom he was friends as a child, that the guy decided to name his ghostly spirit Tan Tan. Hearing this, the guy was a little shocked, because she herself said that her husband left her and the child in danger. She grabbed his hands and begged him for help. It didn't matter to her how many mistakes were made on his conscience, because they had a son. After some time, Lin Feng went to this building. On the ground, he found a Pina device. And was he too late? Or did they manage to escape? The hero asked Tong Tong and Xuanhua to keep watch downstairs and wait for his return, while he needed to search the building. Rising higher, he heard sounds coming from the roof of this building. On the roof of this building, there were many ghost monsters that attacked the helicopter standing on the takeoff pad. Inside it was Lin Feng's father, who was shooting back at the evil spirits with golden bullets that could injure the spirits. One of the evil spirits began to approach him, looking disgusting. This ghost began to literally consume the man's body, and he tried to escape from it. He asked this spirit not to touch him, and tried to unhook it from himself, but he could not do it. Just at this time, Lin Feng reached the entrance to the roof and immediately saw it in front of him. His father was trying to escape from the attack of the evil ghosts, and he began to fall to the ground not far from Lin Feng. The father saw the guy and asked him for help, but he also did not remember that it was his son, and offered him a huge amount of money and gold for saving him. Lin Feng continued to look at him, however. He did not take any action or try to save him. The man offered him the enormous wealth of the underground troops of the city of Liu. Wealth, strength, women, anything, only if he would help him destroy these ghosts. The guy heard the same stories and there was no changing him. Even when the ghost completely takes over his body, nothing will change. He asked the guy to act quickly because there were many ghost masters behind him, and he would give him anything. His left side of his body was already swallowed up by this ghost, and the guy still had no intention of saving him. The man didn't want to die now, and started shooting towards Lin Feng because he didn't want to help him. He was going to kill him and die together. His father fired several times, but all his bullets flew past the guy and didn't even hit him. Other ghostly spirits began to push the man down from the roof of that tall building, and even at this moment he was trying to hit Lin Feng. The ghost turned out to be much stronger than the man, and he began to fall down. After the man's body fell to the ground, the spirits detached themselves from him and flew on. Xuanhua flew to destroy those evil spirits, and Lin Feng stood on the roof for some time with a puzzled look. He believed that his father had fallen too low and he deserved a much more brutal ending. Tong Tong and Xuanhua continued to destroy those spirits. Inner city, eastern exit. One of the buses began to lose control. This bus crashed into a fence, and from the strong impact it caught fire. The driver of the second bus saw the accident ahead of him, and their bus was too close. They had to turn to the side. They started trying to drive to the side of the accident site to avoid being hit by the fire from the first bus. Very carefully and at the same time dangerously, they were able to steer the wheels of the bus. They managed to get through without crashing into this burning bus, because if the fire had spread to the second bus, it could have ended badly. They were very close to disaster, but they were lucky and successfully passed by. The guy asked his ghost Jian Wu to restrain the evil souls that came out of the fire. The children who were inside the bus began to cry. The woman asked the children not to panic because in a couple of minutes they would arrive in the safe zone. 2 buses approached the city to save people, because the city was in chaos due to an attack by ghosts. All the people, as well as the ghost masters, were trying to escape from the city, and the evil ghosts were chasing them. Although they managed to escape at first, it was not for long and problems overtake them again. The evil spirits began to destroy the ghostly spirit masters that they had taught and trained for a long time. Huge ghosts grabbed people and threw them to the sides. They could not cope with such a huge number of evil spirits. They noticed a vehicle ahead, and if they made it there, they would have a chance to survive. The man told the driver that they could no longer stand still and they needed to go. However, Here was the only road to the Eastern Refuge, and there was no point in going back. The children looking out the window saw something huge falling from the air like a meteorite. This object fell very close to the bus directly onto the road, destroying the asphalt road. From such a strong blow, the ground around began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had started. Their bus began to flip to the side, and they already thought that they would become dead here. Suddenly, a portal opened right next to them, from which a huge train came out. The people who were inside were completely shocked by what was happening around them. It was a ghost portal that was created by Lin Feng's ghostly spirits. This large falling creature turned out to be a huge evil spirit. Lin Feng, riding his ghost horse, ran towards the ghost. This monster had very strong striking power, but Tan Tan managed to strike him thanks to her agility. Xuanhua also actively attacked this creature with various attacks. The weak point of this ghost turned out to be the eye, and it was there that Xuanhua struck with the help of ghost fire. And Lin Feng was able to run straight to this ghost at this time. Lin Feng grabbed his phantom sword, and while the monster was blinded by the flames, he swung his hand to stab it directly in the head. After the impact, a very strong and bright explosion occurred at this place. People were shocked when they saw how Lin Feng was able to destroy the demon with one blow. He climbed onto the body of the slain demon, and his silhouette posed beautifully, and people admired the hero. Everyone was saved because a strong spirit master came to them. He seemed familiar to them, and people remembered that it was Lin Feng. They considered his strength to be incredible, and his rank should be no lower than an A-rank veteran for such devastating attacks. Having defeated another powerful monster, the guy ran to his ghostly horse. Lin Feng mounted the horse like a true warrior, and it also began to pose for people. Lin Feng approached the people and asked them to gather the wounded together and follow him. Some girls actually fell in love with Lin Feng, and other men noted that even though they were from the same group, there was a huge difference between their skills. The teacher approached Lin Feng and said that he was very happy for him. The guy helped bandage the wounds of the injured children. Lin Feng called one of the masters and asked him to report to the others to put the victims on the cars, and for the team to accompany the students to the end on both sides. Many buses and accompanying vehicles set off. Masters in cars shot at the attacking spirits. They all followed Lin Feng as he rode his ghost horse. After some time, they finally successfully arrived at the eastern passage of the city. The masters reminded them to enter the shelter one at a time. Lin Feng never thought that there was such a structure inside. He was approached by some master who thanked Lin Feng for his help last time. It was the president who took off her hood. They haven't seen each other for quite some time. Lin Feng must also be bored with Chairman Yang. They were in the eastern shelter, and sitting down at a table, the guy asked how she was doing. The president said that the Golden Wall is not able to protect the city from attacks by high-class evil ghosts. The Alliance sent elite troops to clear the area, so now the situation was more or less under control. But the southern border of the outer city was breached, causing many strongholds to fall, leaving only one intact. The guy believed that only the masters of the realms could stop the advance of the undead horde. Yan sadly said that this is so, but they are also dying and the losses exceeded 100 masters. She put her hand on his shoulder, and she knew that he came from the western zone, so she asked how Elder Fei and the others were doing. The guy was slightly embarrassed and said that he helped them destroy 3 S-rank demons, so everything was fine with them. President Yan was surprised and her gaze changed. She pushed him with a smile and said that he had finally learned to joke well, and then he would probably become a great flirt. At that moment, a man ran to them and reported that the southern border was under threat. A new monster has appeared. The president told the guy that he urgently needed to go there to support the lord of the district. However, the guy did not know who it was. She explained that few people know about him, although he is an S-level spirit tamer. Currently, the southern defense line and the rest of the troops are under his command. Meanwhile, a massive battle with ghosts was taking place in the southern defensive line of 3rd base. Here was their last stronghold. Monsters are trying to break through the shield in droves. This short man turned out to be the Lord of Liu City, a master of S-rank. He asked to continue to fuel the barrier. They only need to wait for reinforcements by delaying the ghosts with B and C strength. The master ran to inform the Lord that they had discovered another powerful enemy who had invaded from the western side. The Lord was angry because the state does not spend money in order to be approached with reports. He better go after these enemies and deal with them. Yawn on his ghost horse, and she immediately appreciated the coolness of this horse. Lin Feng asked her to hold on tight because now they will go even faster. The girl's face turned a little red. After some time, the guy noticed some kind of ghost on the communicator. Turning his head to the right side, he saw the ghost moving somewhere. It was the same white ghost who ran away from the battlefield and disappeared. The guy said that this was the paperman who managed to escape during the battle, about whom he spoke earlier. The president replied that her spirit had the same skills, and if Xiaobai absorbed it, it would definitely improve. The guy reminded that this spirit is quite dexterous and agile, and he will ambush him, and she must lure him. They agreed on this plan. President Yan sent her paper airplanes into the air to attract the spirit's attention. The white spirit, who was running in an unknown direction, noticed these paper airplanes. And this white one changed his direction and really started chasing paper airplanes. They brought him to the place where Lin Feng decided to set a trap for him to destroy him. While in the Xuanhua ghost field, it was impossible to escape with the help of doubles. Tuntan, unexpectedly for the white spirit, snuck behind him and began to attack him. With the help of her sword and mutated form, Tuntan destroyed and killed an S-rank opponent in one blow, and received 3,000 experience. Xiaobai didn't even have time to deal any damage to this spirit, because Tongtong destroyed it in a second, and she also gained experience. The president was stupefied because Lin Feng really wasn't lying? The guy praised his ghostly spirits for their excellent work and patted Tantan on the head. President Yan didn't understand how it was possible to rise so high in a couple of days. Lin Feng asked with a smile, would the president like such a gift? The girl answered yes. She understood that now he no longer needed help from his older sister. She received a notification that 4 S-class possessed ghosts had suddenly appeared on the southern horizon. She accepted this information and replied that they would arrive in 5 minutes. After looking at the radar, they actually saw 4 S-rank ghosts and a few less ranks. Where did such a crowd of ghosts come from again? Suddenly, a strange green portal appeared in the air near the Lord and other masters. It was some kind of portal, and inside it there was a mirror in which there was a reflection of the ghost's face. The Lord said that everyone needs to be careful because they are going to use a special skill. Looking at the radar, they noticed a monster that changed its color on the radar and began to glow orange. Suddenly, an incomprehensible green ghost began to appear in all the glass and screens in the buildings. The masters also noticed that even in the water, the reflection of this ghost was visible. They all did not understand what was happening. Having gathered the horde together, they successfully merged into an abyss type. The guy asked President Yan, what does the change from purple to orange mean? She replied excitedly that the orange mark meant that the ghost belonged to the abyss rank. It was a frightening abyss first-class mirror spirit. She also said that in their troops there is not a single master summoner who is capable of fighting this spirit of the abyss. The assistant informed the Lord that Yan Linfen was nailed here. They ran to them, and the man told them that the critical moment had come, and they needed to quickly approach the Lord of the city. The Lord asked if she knew about the current situation. She said that this monster of terrible power had come here, and asked if the Lord had any plan. The Lord pointed his finger at this portal, and said that the strangest thing was that it had not entered into battle earlier, and this sudden evolution meant something. Namely, their weapons draw combat experience from other wicked ones. Lin Feng had the impression that the horde was being led by a mirror, and the Lord replied that this is very likely, and then if you destroy the army, you will be able to split it. The president thought that with such a high level of power, it was strange that a new field had not yet appeared. The Lord exhaled and began to tell why this happened. It turns out that the city of Liu itself is under the hood of the Kingdom of Souls, and this cap is a bunch of times larger than the field of Liu City. The president did not expect to hear such an answer from the Lord of Liu City. Indeed, in this case, retreat will be impossible. The Lord said that if the ghost suddenly gets into his head to kill all the locals, it won't take much time. The best strategy now is to wait for reinforcements. Since the transformation happened just recently, the reflector is now at the lowest threshold of the abyss rank. With his skill, he can temporarily contain it in order to protect the citizens. As for the first stage of the abyss, the area was too large. Therefore, he believes that it is worth weakening it to achieve balance. The rose color indicated the characteristics and data of the first stage of the abyss, and the turquoise color indicated the approximate characteristics and data from the horde reflector. The soul realm is just one indicator by which it is stronger than the abyss. They will have to help him find his weaknesses. Lin Feng and President Yang understood their task. He asked her to hold back the enemies in the east, and he would be in the west. First, they won't deal with 3 S-rank ghosts. They reached a successful agreement. Having arrived at his destination, the guy noticed those 3 S-rank evil spirits, and thought that it would not be particularly difficult. However, after a second, there were 6 of them, and the finger at first thought that he was simply seeing double. He guessed that it was some secret skill of this mirror. If it is an illusion, all that remains is to find its main body in order to defeat it. The president came to the battle site and asked her spirit Xiaohua to test the strength of her rivals. Her ghostly spirit Xiaohua began to fly towards these 2 ghost monsters. The ghostly spirit decided to attack them to test their abilities and attacks. There was quite a strong battle between them, and smoke even formed around this place. Much to the president's surprise, both ghost monsters turned out to be real and not an illusion. At this time, the masters began to report information that the ghost troops had greatly increased in numbers of opponents. Even Class B and Class A ghost monsters also began to be cloned, which was very dangerous, because even without cloning, it was difficult for the masters to fight against them. The president got on her motorcycle and radioed that that ominous artifact did not create mirages because they were real. She gave the command to all craftsmen to immediately gather in the southern part to contain the defense line. The guy, after reading this message, understood that the doubles of S-class monsters were no weaker than real ghosts. The ability was to double the current number of troops. If any loophole is discovered, they will have hope of victory. The guy, after thinking, said that it would be easier to clear the territory than to waste time searching. He asked Xuanhua to open her ghost kingdom. These were some kind of round-shaped monsters with eyes. Tong Tong easily destroyed S-rank unclean spirits. After killing him, they only gained experience and nothing more. And that was strange. Next, Xuanhua wrapped the second ghost together with her silk threads, immobilizing him completely. She destroyed him, and this time he was given experience, friendship points, a soul pill, and 2 fragments of the ghostly realm. And it seems that this ghost was genuine. Lin thought and realized that illusions have their own characteristics. Objects do not fall from them, energy, status, and other things are different. He just had one more detail to find out. The hero climbed onto his horse and asked Tonton to use his ghostly gaze and try to detect the main demon. Tonton began to use this ability, and a third eye appeared on her forehead, which allowed her to see it. To Lin Feng's surprise, it actually worked. The main demon was bright in color while the illusion was gray. Having destroyed this demon, Tonton received experience, spirit friendship points, 2 fragments of the ghostly realm, and also 1 knife. After the death of the original spirit, the ghost puppet was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Xiaohua is at the barrier. There was a battle between the ghost of President Yan and the evil demons. When one of the spirits used immobilization abilities with flowers, the second ghostly spirit began to attack the demon. With the help of her sharp spear, she was able to smash the demon into small pieces with one powerful blow. The second ghost, which was an illusion, also began to disappear after the death of the demon's main body. The man said that their main characters are performing very well because they immediately eliminated 6 S-type opponents. Turning to the Lord, the man noticed that he felt bad and was even bleeding from his mouth. The Lord said that he could no longer hold the shield for long. The man immediately relayed this information to Lin Feng and the Yan leader, saying that the founder was already on the verge and they needed to quickly return to help. They accepted the command, and immediately Lin Feng began to head towards the city on his ghost horse. Lu City was now under the Ghost Lord's realm. The area has been transformed into a mirror world. To the guy's surprise, even clones of the ruler's souls appeared here. This was not very good since Lin Feng also had his own ghostly spirits. Turning around, he saw that even his Xuanhua and Tong Tong had been cloned. The Lord saw Lin Feng and warned him to be careful because this mirror can clone any ghost spirit and its special abilities. The guy tensed a little, because the ghostly mirror does not attack directly. But this method cannot be used to fight the enemy. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong and Xuanhua not to use their special abilities and attack directly. The ghost horse's ability to attack ghost territory is useless when dealing with the ghost mirror, and it will be bad if it is used to fight the city lord and his territory. He asked him to return first. The president received a message that she did not need to go inside yet because there was a trap, and when he figured it out, then he would inform her. Tonton began attacking her ghost clones, and for each clone destroyed, she received 200 experience. Xuanhua also began to destroy her clones, and she was also given experience for destroying her clones. The guy watched this, and it looked like the ghost mirror's fighting ability was not too great. The Lord said not to underestimate the enemy, and added that the first wave was simply used to test strength. And after a couple of seconds, all the clones suddenly appeared again. Xuanhua began another battle against her clones, and her sword was stronger and stronger than her clones. However, the guy noticed that this time the fighting abilities became closer to his ghostly spirits. But ghost weapons cannot be cloned perfectly, and Xuanhua defeated her clones. Tonton also defeated her clones, and in the second wave, 500 experience was given for each clone destroyed. Lin Feng was surprised that there was a second wave of experience. If he continues to clone endlessly like this, the ghost energy will also be used up. He needs to figure out a way to deal with it. The phantom clones of the Phantom Spirit Lord began to fight among themselves. The Lord felt that his ghostly territory would soon be destroyed. Lin Feng asked Xuanhua to open up a ghost territory of a similar size again. Xuanhua immediately began to create this ghost territory. After its creation, the Xuanhua ghost territory was also covered with a ghost mirror. This meant that the demon could clone ghostly spirits again. The hero asked Tong Tong to use the mutated form, and Xuanhua had to use the ghost fire. He was going to see the clone's reaction. As the guy requested, Tonton transformed into a mutated form that was much stronger than normal. With masterful use of the sword, Tonton destroyed all the clones with just a few blows. Xuanhua also used her ghost fire, and it worked. At this wave, 800 experience was already given for each destroyed clone. The guy noticed that the cloning time was getting longer, which meant that it was a huge drain on the ghost mirror. Such a difficult battle. He must be controlling them from somewhere nearby. The Lord warned Lin Feng because the ghost clones had appeared again. As he had expected, ghost weapons could not be cloned, and this gave the guy a huge advantage. There are twice as many ghost clones. This was the fourth wave, and they needed to finish this battle quickly. Lin Feng asked his ghost spirits to give it their all and destroy all the clones. The Lord noticed that this guy's ghostly spirits had so many forms. He wondered who this guy was. Xuanhua began to use her silk thread abilities this time. Tan moved into an even stronger phase, and her size increased even more. She swung her hand to strike with her sword. Tong blow was very strong. Even the ground began to split from such a strong attack. After that, Xuanhua launched an attack on the evil clones of the Lord, using her ghostly fire. She also destroyed 3 of the Lord's ghost clones with just one attack. This shocked the Lord because ghostly spirits had terrifying power. Even his ghostly clone was destroyed. Tong used her ghost eye to find the main body of the ghost mirror. She noticed a green glow that was located in the city of Liu. Tan destroyed this building, in which she saw a green shining ball. However, after the destruction of the building, this ball began to move in a different direction. The ghostly mirror of the ghostly territory is too big. It can hide anywhere. The guy asked Xuanhua to use double territory. Xuanhua began to use dual territory, which is the core and can be combined with the first, the effect of maximum damage. After using the second ghost territory, that mirror ghost territory collapsed. They managed to oust the mirror ghost. Previously, they had clone protection, which gave them time to capture the ghost's territory. Now, all the clones were dead and the mirror ghost would not be able to escape. He commanded Xuanhua to attack. Xuanhua took out Lin Feng's ghost sword in her hands and swung at the mirror ghost. The victory was won. For its destruction, they received a reward of 6,000 experience, the favor of a companion, and the owner received 2 fragments of the ghostly territory and a ghostly mirror. After killing the ghostly mirror, the guy was very happy about it. The ghost that controlled this mirror was destroyed, so the mirror was freed. It fell from the air directly to Lin Feng because he was the one who was able to defeat the mirror ghost. On this trip, he gained the most experience. It was this ghost mirror that gave him so much experience. By this time, the president had already arrived and asked if everything was finished with the ghostly mirror. The Lord tapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said that thanks to him, they were victorious this time. The master noticed that the horde of ghosts began to retreat from the city. Liu City was finally resolved. The people rejoiced and thanked Lin Feng and the city lord for saving the city. In this crowd was also his own mother, who abandoned him as a child. A large crowd of them threw him into the air, rejoicing and having fun, because this was truly a heroic act. She heard all the people shouting his name Lin Feng, and she now knew that it was her son. She watched it from the side, along with her other son. Her child asked if she knew his older brother, since they had the same last name. She believed that she did not deserve to be his family. She told her son that he should remember that Lin Feng saved their lives, and in the future, he would have to repay Lin Feng for that. Her child understood his mother and agreed to what she asked him to do. Lord said that even though they have dealt with the crisis, there are many destroyed buildings and corpses throughout the city, so they are gathering everyone to start cleaning up. The president was going to distribute responsibilities. Lin Feng approached the Lord with a ghostly mirror and did not know what to do with it. The Lord replied that the guy should keep it, because if it weren't for him, he could have already died. He recalled that thanks to him, the crisis in the city was solved, and tonight he will hold a festive ceremony to thank him. The guy was going to refuse at first, but the president answered instead that they would definitely come to this holiday. The city was indeed very much destroyed, and many people died due to the invasion of ghosts. The girl approached Lin Feng, who was sitting alone on a destroyed building. She didn't think he was here. She sat down to talk to him and explained that today the guy was different and puzzled by something, and if he had problems, he could tell her. But the guy replied that he was just tired mentally and physically. After all, from a young age, he wanted to rise to the very top and become a strong ghost master, and now, let those people who looked down on him regret it. But some people don't even remember or care about it. He talked about his parents, but didn't say it directly. The guy added that in the end he still felt lonely. The girl said that his loved ones are always with him, and the guy didn't understand a little. Who did she mean? She spoke for his ghostly spirit, which had accompanied him for years. Even if the ghostly spirits don't speak, they still protect them. They should not be tools that are used to fight because they have a connection with them. They are like friends, they should take care of each other. And she said that he should never say that he is lonely when he has 2 ghostly spirits at once. She still expects Lin Feng to protect her and guide her around the world in the future. The guy didn't understand this, but still thanked him for the support. He felt that he was now motivated to become even stronger. The High City reinforcement team informed the chairman that they had already nailed down to the edge of the first line of defense. Chao Zhang, who was 60 years old and the chairman of the Ghost Crafts Union, said that there were no ghosts along the entire route and suggested that Liu City had been captured and all the ghosts were inside. And this was Yang Bai, who was 43 years old and an S-rank general. He read on a local forum in Liu City, and people were saying that the ghost horde had retreated. Chao Zhang asked, "Didn't the ghost horde almost destroy the city? And why did they retreat so quickly?" He assumed that a strong ghost master had come to the aid of the city. The other man read that it was a ghost master named Lin Feng, and he was the one who defeated the Abyss rank ghost spirit, and then they were victorious. The chairman of the Ghost Crafts Union had never heard of this guy before. Yang Bai said that some time ago there was a genius in High City named Lin Feng, and the third madam seems to like him. But she is only A-ranked. They decided not to think ahead and find out everything as soon as they arrived in the city. Liu Ru's huge and beautiful private mansion in High City. The lady was watering the flowers and trees on her property. The maid turned to the mistress, saying that she had urgent business with her, and the girl asked what happened. The maid began to reveal that Lin Feng had forced the ghostly horde of Liu City to retreat with his powers, and the news spread throughout High City. She was shocked, because how could this guy manage and force the horde of ghosts to retreat? The lady looked at the news report, and it was indeed reported that the ghostly horde of Liu City had retreated. Lin Feng had defeated the Abyss rank evil spirit, and now this guy had become a hero savior. The lady was shocked by the speed of Lin Feng's progress. The maid said that this guy was not only young, but also handsome, as one would expect from someone with whom the mistress is in love. She thought he was truly a genius. If she couldn't get to know him now, she might never get to know him properly again. The maid asked her not to worry, because in the future she would become a city lord, and her husband would be Lin Feng, because even a master of the Earth Demon rank would not refuse such a post. However, the fact that he was only 15 years old was confusing. She felt awkward thinking about it. Also in Dubai, several families from High City were competing for her. If they guessed that the lady had chosen Lin Feng, someone might try to harm him. The lady asked to send people to continue monitoring, just in case. Lin Feng and the president went to City Lord Liu's mansion. It was huge and beautiful inside, and this surprised the guy because it was his first time in such a place. Today, all the important people were there, and there was even Elder Fei, who was very happy to see the guy. He hugged him and said he did well this time. Lin Feng replied that he was also glad that the elder was okay. The elder introduced the guy to these two people. He said that it was High City's reinforcements, Chairman Chao Zhang and General Yang Bai. The chairman with a dissatisfied face said that he came here for this guy. The guy got worried, but the president asked him not to joke like that, because Lin Feng still had little understanding of people. He laughed and said that it was worth coming here just like that. He was glad that the crisis in Liu City was over. The general extended his hand to him and was glad to meet him, because he thought he was talented and would have a bright future, and he hoped that they could work together and help each other. The guy thanked Yang Bai for his praise. He also whispered to him that since Lady Liu had chosen him as her husband, it had been brought to the ears of other competitors, and it would be better for him if he did not appear in High City for a while. The guy understood that these competitors thought that he was blocking their path and they would try to kill him. The guy didn't understand why he was dragged into this, and does the lady really want him to forcefully become her husband? Everyone gathered at the table. The Lord began his speech by saying that thanks to Lin Feng, their Liu City was safe and at peace, and the celebratory party was in his honor. To praise Lin Feng and thank him for his contributions, he awards him 1 billion credit points. And also the head of the city decided to give him a huge mansion estate. He also gave him the opportunity to take 3 artifacts from the transparent storage, and gives him the title of Guardian of Liu City. Everyone began to congratulate the young hero and began to drink to his health. After the party, they needed to find a place to relax. The president believed that it was the first time in his life that he drank so much alcohol. They came to General Yang's house. The guy was glad that she so kindly sheltered him. The guy sobered up a little when he walked back, but Mrs. Yan was still drunk. He put her to bed, wished her sweet dreams, and was about to go to another room. However, Lady Yan grabbed his hand and pulled him towards her. She took his head and kissed him directly on the lips, and Lin Feng certainly did not expect such a turn of events. Yan said that this was a reward for a hero. She noticed that his face wasn't flushed at all and asked if he didn't like it, but the guy didn't answer anything and reached out to her and began to kiss Mrs. Yan on his own. After several kisses on the lips, the guy began to go lower and began to kiss her neck. He held her hands tightly, and it was no longer known what they were doing there. One could only guess. Waking up in the morning, the guy was alone in bed, and he had a little headache after yesterday. He saw Madame Yan in the kitchen and asked if Xuanhua had cooked breakfast again. But Yan replied that this was not so. She got up early and didn't know what to do with herself, so she prepared a couple of dishes. She wished him bon appetit. The guy thanked her for it, and it looked pretty tasty. However, when he started eating, he didn't like the food, and his face even scrunched up a little. Girl Yan asked if he liked it, and the guy replied that it was very tasty. He didn't want to quarrel about this in the morning. The guy wanted to say something, but Mrs. Yan interrupted him. She said she needed to go to the western part of the city and asked him to remember to lock the door when he left. She started to leave and said goodbye to him. This seemed very strange for the guy. In fact, she was just very ashamed to look him in the eyes after last night, because they were doing adult things. But Lin Feng just wanted to ask for water because the food was too salty, but it was edible. The guy climbed onto his ghostly horse and believed that if the ghostly wave was finished, then he could finally go to the monastery in search of the third spirit. He asked Xuanhua to locate this spirit. She took the letter, but she could not find out the whereabouts of the spirit because the ghostly trace had already dissipated. Now she needed to think about something else. He remembered that Chairman Zhuo's daughters specialized in surveillance, and he could turn to them. With a ghostly horse, he will quickly reach the city of Hai. The ghost horse really moved very fast, and when necessary, it accelerated even faster. The guy came to the Association of Craftsmen in the city of Hai. He approached Chairman Zhou to ask for a favor. He was surprised that even Lin Feng sometimes needed someone's help. He laughed and said to speak quickly and he would help him in any way he could. The guy explained that in fact he came to their daughters because he was going to track down one spirit. The twin sisters were embarrassed that Lin Feng came to them for help. The guy handed them a letter for inspection and asked if they could sense the source of energy from this letter. The girl concentrated and tried to feel the energy of this ghost. She couldn't pinpoint the location, but she can show the direction. The guy asked Chairman Zhuo if he could borrow Zhuo Yu for a few days. This question seemed very strange to him, because how can you borrow your daughter for a few days? The guy, laughing, replied that he meant that he would like to ask Zhuo Yu will track down this spirit with him, and her father doesn't have to worry about safety, because he will protect her. However, in his thoughts, the father was not worried about her safety, but about the fact that he would send his daughter on a trip with some guy, and they would spend the night together. He said with excitement that it depended on his daughter's decision. The girl immediately replied that she agreed, because he himself taught to respond with kindness to kindness, and Lin Feng saved them, and they should help him. Her sister also decided to go with them, because Yu was good at spying from a distance, and she would help determine the exact location when they got closer. The father began to worry greatly. The father understood that his daughters themselves were running to him. Is this a promotion? Buy one and get the second for free? He didn't even notice how they grew so quickly. He still agreed. He thanked Chairman Zhou and told the girls that he would pick them up tomorrow morning, and they said goodbye. When the guy started to leave, he ran into someone on the street. It was Miss Liu, and they came face to face. The lady blushed. She thought she would find him here. She said that her father had business with him. The guy was surprised, because what business could the head of the city have with Lin Feng? She said that her father wanted him to go with her to her mansion, and he wanted to talk to him in person. The guy agreed. At the same time, he was going to ask him about the Quiet Light Convent. After all, he was already old and probably knew a lot. They drove to Madame Liu's mansion. The guy didn't understand why the head of the city would send his daughter after him. After some time, they arrived at the site. Lin Feng, like a gentleman, offered his hand to Mrs. Liu as she got out of the car. Her father was very happy that they were finally able to meet together. They said hello. The head of the city noted that the guy is even more handsome than he is at his age. It was no surprise that his daughter liked him so much. He asked him to come along with him, and he would show him something around the mansion grounds. The guy noticed that the head of the city looked healthy and strong, and it was hard to believe that he had 5 years to live. They approached a concrete cube that was located right in the middle of the park. He put his hand to the fingerprint scanner that was on this cube. After checking the fingerprints, the door to the inside of this building opened. Mrs. Liu asked her father what it was, since it was her first time here. The father asked to wait, because she would understand everything now. Suddenly, they began to fall down. It turned out to be a golden elevator. After 5 minutes of descent, the elevator finally stopped. They dropped several hundred meters. In front of them, right underground, was the secret golden chamber of the city of Hai. This is a secret fee that can only be used by the head of the city to maintain special spirits. The head of the city of Hai leads Lin along with Liu through the golden halls. This whole place reminds Lin very much of the golden prison of the Spirit Master Alliance. Everything is also golden. The head thinks that Lin is quite knowledgeable, but it would be more correct to say that the prison is like a golden chamber. It was built by Lin's father more than 80 years ago. He was the head of the city when the Great Resurrection began. In less than a year, evil spirits filled the entire world. The agreement between the cities was broken, and the population of Hai fell by 99%. The rest survived only thanks to the shelter that was his father's construction. For several years, he patiently trained and taught others, and so the first generation of masters appeared who were finally able to fight back. Hai Cheng. And it was thanks to this that Hai, one of the few cities that was able to survive the resurrection. At that time, masters controlled spirits relying only on their own strength, so they usually did not live long. And after their death, the spirit rebelled against them. That's why my father built a secret chamber where the masters came to live out their last days. Shortly after his birth, he himself entered one of the rooms and never left it again. The head of Haya continued his work. He developed and improved the defense and also found a way to create a connection with good spirits. This is how the city of Hai, as they know it today, came into being. And after the founding of the Alliance of Masters, the Golden Prison was built on the basis of the chamber. Recently, a spirit appeared here. The old man approaches the control panel, near which there is a security door. The spirit is blind and moves thanks to echolocation, kills people with sound waves, and can imitate voices. The spirit in the second room is special. As soon as a stranger, not the owner, sees him, he immediately dies. Therefore, no one knows what this ghostly spirit looks like. Lin looks closely at the camera footage of the spirit sealed in the box. One look and you're dead? Amazing, Lin thinks. But how were they able to lock him in this box? The old man was going to kill the ghostly spirit because he was too dangerous. But then they created a golden box that lures and absorbs spirits, and they decided to use it and then place it in one of the rooms. As they see, there are many powerful spirits here, enough to destroy the city. However, if war breaks out, they will be their main force. The words about war made Liu a little worried. She wondered if the old man was talking about war between people. What's so surprising about this? Throughout history, humanity has managed to unite in times of crisis, but as soon as there is peace, they begin to fight again. There are rumors that the reason for the resurrection was the production of biological and chemical weapons by the main powers. In general, humans are a self-destructive race. The old man is clearly on edge. People are truly strange creatures. The old man is right. When everything is fine, people seem to get into trouble themselves, and then they themselves ask for mercy in a circle. Human nature is terrible. Fen's wise thoughts, saying that he has been watching him for a long time. The guy was distracted from his thoughts and turned his gaze and attention to the old man. During his life, he saw many outstanding masters, but they appeared and immediately disappeared. Some, in order to obtain a spirit of a higher level, sacrificed not only their lives, but also entire cities. The old man looked straight at the young guy with his confident gaze. Although Lin Fen is still young, he acts calmly and judiciously. He is one of the most outstanding people the old man has ever met. The old man asks Lin if he has thought about Liu Ru's proposal. The girl immediately fell into a mortar after these words, and even the drink flowed out of her mouth in a rapid stream. But Lin Fan is trying to avoid talking about it. It's too early for him. Somehow he hasn't thought about it yet. The old man just laughed. Don't worry so much, he understood. Wouldn't Lin want to stay at home? But the old man himself has thought a lot about it and wants to offer something to Lin. 5 years. If during this time, Lin can achieve the rank of earthly demon and agrees to marry Liu Ru, then the old man will grant him the rarest spirit from those contained in the golden chamber so that he can obtain the rank of divine reserve. And then become the head of the city of Hai? Such a proposal simply put the guy in a state of shock. Liu is also shocked. What is her father saying? Does he really want to hand over the post to Lin Feng? The father asks his daughter to listen to him. She is the only master in their family, but even she still has an A rank, and he is getting worse every year. He is afraid of not seeing his daughter as an adult. Over the years, they trained their own masters and respected the agreement with the Alliance. However, many are jealous of their army, and he began to hear rumors that the Alliance wanted to take control of the armed forces, and the noble families were eager to get the position of head of the city of Hai. If he dies and there is no strong leader in the city, the battle for power will lead to war. The girl didn't even think about it. Dad's words greatly alarmed Liu Ru. In some ways, the old man is of course right, but why does Lin care? In addition, Lin doesn't need anyone's help to increase levels in the system. If they just need a strong leader for the city, then why not help Liu Ru promote to the rank of Earth Demon? Feng's words greatly shocked the girl. The old man claims that the difference between ranks above A is huge. Even the most gifted masters will not be able to raise it in a year or two. But even though Lin Feng has an incredible growth rate, this does not mean that Liu cannot try to achieve the rank of Earth Demon. And if she succeeds, then she will also be able to compete for the post of head. Her father's words greatly motivated the girl. Now she is confident in her abilities and really desires development. Liu told Lin Feng a lot today, but everything depends on his decision. He hopes that they can become friends. Father need not worry. Lin will keep everything a secret and think carefully about his proposal. Liu something. The latter listens attentively. Has the old man heard about the Quiet Light Nunnery? Lin Fen wonders. Scratching his beard, Stucky began to think about Lin's words. This name seems familiar to him. He remembers sharply. This thought ran through his body. Exactly. 50 years ago, he was destroyed by an evil spirit. This monastery has a long history. After the Great Resurrection, many excellent masters were trained there. However, only women were accepted into the Quiet Light, and the temple was closed to visitors, so there was always a certain aura of mystery around it. 50 years ago, while traveling in the north of the country, my father suddenly felt a terrifying aura emanating from behind the city. Later, it turned out that it was precisely caused by the battle that took place in Quiet Light. They say a powerful evil spirit got out of control, killed all the nuns, and destroyed the monastery. Now Lin is confident the monastery really existed. What happened next? Did no one else go there? So it is, and no one else saw that spirit either. Perhaps he is still in the quiet light. According to rumors, hundreds of murdered nuns turned into the undead and still wander around the monastery so that no one dared to approach it. The next day, a certain man entrusts his daughters into the hands of Lin Feng. Don't worry, Lin will definitely return them safe and sound. The girls' names are Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. Summoning his steed, Lin asks his sisters to climb up to him. Together, they climb onto the horse, helping each other. Lin wonders if they are ready. They are ready and on their way. The sister's father clutches his heart. Tears form in his eyes. Riding off on a horse, the girls say goodbye to their sad father as they go. Lin asks Zhuo Yu so she could see if the direction had changed. They gallop through the thicket of the forest. It seems the direction has really changed. You suggested this, her little navigator spirit. They need to go northwest. According to the chapter, this spirit must be very strong. They should be careful. Lin asks himself if he has anything left to upgrade. It opens the system panel. Exactly. Xuanhua has increased her rank. Now he can spin the ladder A twice. The game has begun. The reel is spinning, waiting to stop and hand over the prize. A beautiful new ability icon is showing off. The system congratulates the guy. He received the ability to transmit fatal damage. The system congratulates Lin. He has gained the ability of mental communication. The transfer of lethal damage works like this. When the carrier receives lethal damage, it is automatically transferred to the spirit. Even Lin is shocked by such a strong ability. Consider it a second life. He almost died when he was stabbed during the rankings. With this ability, he is no longer afraid of such sneaky attacks. Mental link. When fighting spirits that use mental attacks, the wearer can link their consciousness with their spirit, thereby increasing mental resistance. During a mental connection, the host and the spirit can communicate directly with each other. Is this some kind of telepathy? Mental resistance? Okay, Lin will check all this in reality sooner or later. But a certain spirit is already rushing towards our hero and the sisters, which vaguely resembles a postman. But suddenly he stops in front of a certain palace, surrounded by an eerie aura. He goes inside the barrier that enveloped this palace. His mask shows clear displeasure. And inside he is already greeted by a ghostly umbrella. What soared up, shining with an aura of power and evil. It sparkles in the sky like the sun, showing everyone your beauty and strength. The ghostly spirit turns out to be just a messenger, and he gives the umbrella a certain letter, and immediately washes away. It turns out that the messenger was inside the monastery of the Quiet Light. The umbrella began to spin around its axis, exuding an eerie aura. His ghostly kingdom of the Monastery of Quiet Light began to move in an unknown direction. A hail of other umbrellas is falling on the barrier of his kingdom from above. They almost immediately open up, showing their beauty and elegance. The umbrellas began to attack the barrier, causing significant damage. At one point, the defense was broken. Inside the Monastery of Quiet Light, a clot of pure energy began to sparkle. This clot was formed by the hands of this temple, and it begins some kind of magical process. Western Gorge of the City of Hai. From above, someone asks a certain Uncle Lee if he is sure that this is a good place for an ambush. Lin Feng has already left Hai and is heading west, which is the most optimal route. He is sure that Lin will choose him. The sniper is ready, but he is relaxed. He is arrogant, calling himself the best shot in the whole city. He won't miss. Lin and the sisters, as planned by the enemies, make their way along the bottom of the gorge. Is Lin tired? Maybe we should stop and rest a bit, the girls suggest. My sister also likes this proposal. Lin looks back at them with a smile. Okay, then they will stop as soon as they pass the gorge. The path continues to the exact position. The enemy's plan worked, and Lin truly passed through the gorge. Time to start the actual ambush. The sniper already begins to aim at his target, prematurely saying that Lin Feng's time has come. Fen's head. Is this really the end? Will the great young master die from an assassin's bullet? Fire! The bullet flies at breakneck speed straight from the muzzle of a sniper rifle in order to stop the guy's adventures. The bullet is about to overtake Lin Fen and split his head open, breaking his skull and releasing pieces of his brain out. Lin Fen seemed to react in time, turning towards the sound, and a bullet. But no, the bullet still overtook the guy and entered his body. Luckily, Lin gained the ability to transfer lethal damage. The butterfly talisman begins to pulsate with furious power, and only now Lin realized that they were under attack. Tong and Xuanhua appear, the ghostly spirits of our hero. They are already ready for defense and attack for the sake of their owner. The girls are scared. They are worried about Lin and ask him about his condition. But fortunately, everything seems to be okay with Lin. The bullet came out of Lin's body without causing any damage and came out the other side, leaving neither a wound nor a hole. The sniper is in complete shock before such a picture. He is completely confident in himself. He got it. Now Lin himself noticed his killer. He's not alone. It seems now it's his turn to attack. This is the only route he takes from Hai. Most likely, they were hired by someone from the city. The situation is so-so. If there is a high-ranking master among them, Lin Fen is very tense about the upcoming battle. Then they better go out into the open first to take away their advantage. Together with his spirits, Lin strives to leave the gorge. He punishes Zhuan to turn around the ghost territory behind the canyon. The process has already begun. At the exit of the canyon, the ghostly space of Xuanhua has already begun to form. The killers are in shock. Why is Lin still alive? And he even dared to summon the ghost territory. Li seems fully committed to the fight. The sisters ask Lin about further actions. After the Battle of Lu, the news that Lin had become an S-rank master quickly spread among the masters. And since they decided to attack, they must be completely confident in their abilities. This can only mean one thing. There is an Earth Demon level master among them. This someone just happens to be Li Qing, who rushes forward towards her goal. Lin doesn't think that a direct attack would be a good idea, but you'd have to bet on it. That they will not call on their spirits before they enter Xuanhua's territory. The killers are already coming inside. Li is confident. Lin is an arrogant kid who decided that since he made a reputation for himself in Liu, he can now do whatever he wants? Time to teach him a lesson. Nephew Li thinks it would be better to call on his spirits first. They go inside. Li is confident. No, this way he won't know who he's dealing with and won't be able to prepare in advance. Is Lin Fan afraid to go out? So this is how he treats his guests. Lin wanted to meet them at the door. He rises on his steed above his self-confident enemies. Zhao Ling knows Li Qing. This is a master with the rank of Earth Demon from High City. He owns 3 spirits. Li recognizes Lin as a talented guy, but unfortunately, he crossed the path of influential people. Yes, the killers are very confident in their victory, and Lin is fully aware of this. Certainly. Maybe if Lin tried to run away, he could still hide from them, but now it's too late. He should remember that in the next life, there is no need to be a hero. Sometimes it is better to be a coward. Zhao Ling tries to dissuade Mr. Li. Why did she attack Lin Feng? Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding? Li doesn't think so. But he has been friends with Mr. Zhuo for a long time and did not intend to kill his daughters. It's a shame they decided to go with Lin. Now we have to get rid of them too. The battle begins. The assassins are taking out their spirits' enchanted items. But here, Li Qing's face is filled with horror and anxiety. He doesn't seem to understand anything. What happened? Lin scoffs. Can't they call upon their spirits? The plan worked wonderfully. Xuanhua is already rushing towards the pair of assassins from behind, and her goals are radical. They are in shock. In 1 second, the ghostly spirit of Lin Fen, Xuanhua, cuts the throats of a couple of unsuccessful mercenaries. The girls are simply horrified at the sight of such a cruel picture. Their family friend, Mr. Li, was killed before their eyes. Lin Fan had to act quickly and not give his enemies time to come to their senses, otherwise they would have killed him. Now is the time to go away. It seems that Lin Fan has now figured out his plan. Don't linger here. A sniper is watching all this from above. He is terrified. Uncle Li was killed. Just a few minutes. Could it be that Lin Feng has already advanced to the Earth Demon level? We must inform the young master, the killer himself thinks. The abandoned city of An. Nature does not spare anything. It has completely merged with the remains of the former houses of people. It's already dark. It's worth spending the night here, Lin Fen himself thinks. Tun Tan has already managed to deal with one evil spirit. His lair is perfect for setting up camp. Fen and Zhuo Ling sit near the fire and fry themselves dinner. They had been on the road all day. The sisters were probably hungry. Lin prepares the girls something to eat with a smile on her face, for which her sister is grateful. Lin is surprised. How did Lin Feng manage to take so much food? And the buns are still hot. This is a ghost storage space, a kind of treasury of the spirit. If you throw food in there, it will not spoil and will remain fresh. He also took bed linen and a pillow. He'll get it a little later. The girl is simply delighted with Lin Feng. Her eyes shone with the light of admiration for the strong master. By the way, her sister went to the toilet. Why hasn't she returned yet? Lin Fan decided to go check. A frightening loud sound is heard from the direction of the thicket. It seems that this is where Lin Fen will go now. Zhuo's aid you, because she may get hurt, and then the promise to her father will be in vain. The girl begged for help. She was attacked by a huge snake with sparkling green eyes. It seems to be an evil spirit. He pounces on her, intending to sink his teeth into the innocent girl's flesh, thereby killing her. It seems the girl has already thought that she is going to die. She screams at the top of her lungs in fear. But Lin Fen arrived in time, saves her by punching the vile creature in the face, knocking out several of its fangs. The impact was incredibly strong, and the kite flew into a nearby tree, crashing into her and breaking through the tree. The girl immediately rushes into the arms of her savior Lin Feng, who is already interested in her condition. Now the sisters are already going to bed in their soft underwear, and Lin Fen is still sitting near the fire thinking about something. And then Yu turns to Lin Feng. It seems the girl blushed a little. What kind of request did she have? The girl has not yet recovered from her encounter with the snake. She is scared, and she asks Lin to lie down next to her. After Zhuo Yu asked Lin Feng to lie down next to him, he was a little embarrassed, but still agreed, because he understood that the poor girl was scared. She thanked her and made sure that the young man had enough space nearby, to which he smiled pleasantly and replied that everything was fine. Bright sunlight signaled the onset of morning. The two sisters slept soundly without even thinking about waking up, unlike the brunette, who never slept a wink all night, and now two large bruises under his eyes adorned his young face. The sound of water from the horse's massive hooves was quite loud. The three heroes were already 500 kilometers from the city of Hai. Lin Feng informed his companions that there was not much left. After 10 kilometers, moving in the direction they were now heading, they would go down the hill and reach their destination. Suddenly, the young man discovered the location of an unknown female spirit. The second task was completed, which could not but please the hero. Finally, the task of writing letters and searching for the spirit was completed, but there was something that didn't quite make him happy. Druba's points with the unknown female spirit were only 8, which was extremely low. Zhuoling was startled. While Lin Feng helped the other sister down, the first one marveled at the powerful temple jutting out from behind the hill. Lin asked if it was a nunnery called the Quiet World, and the guy agreed, but not everything was so simple. There was some strange pink atmosphere around the monastery. Suddenly, behind me, there was a ringing of bells on a massive bag. The sister worriedly touched Lin Feng and, widening her blue eyes, warned that someone unknown was approaching. But the worries were in vain, because the unknown person turned out to be a ghostly postman, from under whose feet, from the speed of his run, a thick column of smoke rose. A blue flame came out of the postman's mouth, which Xunhua immediately began to turn into a letter. Having received the paper in her hands, the spirit tried to make out what was written on it, and Lin Feng ordered her to immediately tell about the contents of the text. Only 2 words were written on the paper. Help! Umbrella! Lin Feng assumed that the text was written about the fight for the umbrella, when a message about a new mission immediately appeared. It was necessary to help the orange umbrella escape. The reward for this was 10 friendship points with an unknown female spirit. The young man noticed an orange umbrella flying in the air, which was probably the spirit that Lin Feng was looking for. He seemed to be completely on the edge. Even though Zhuo Ling sensed S rank and above, this did not frighten the young man who needed to help the umbrella leave the battlefield. Tong Tong had not yet reached the level of primordial chaos, and Lin Feng could use Zhun's abilities Hua. The brunette turned to the spirit, ordering her to take an orange umbrella, and using a flash, move 30 kilometers. After she hides it, she must go back. The orange shoot, which had been attacked and now torn apart, hung alone in the air and was waiting for salvation, when Shun flew up here. Hua. She created a large pink ball in her palms and hid the umbrella there, moving it to where Lin Feng ordered. The next task was successfully completed. For saving the orange umbrella, Lin Feng received 10 points and was extremely pleased. But the triumph did not last long, because Lin's scream interrupted him. She pointed her finger and announced that the building was moving. The ground began to tremble, and the sphere around the monastery seemed to increase in size. Lin Feng immediately realized that they had been noticed. Thick pink smoke engulfed everything around, and although the heroes covered their faces with their hands, it still made it difficult to breathe. The young man, led by the spirits, looked at the entrance to the building, and an eerie atmosphere hovered around. Suddenly, a loud noise struck. The young people grabbed their heads, because the pain from the sound was unbearable. The brunette did not think that the structure could move. It turned out to be the territory of a ghost. The knocking continued to be heard again and again, thereby hypnotizing the spirits, which indicated that things were really bad. Lin Feng tried to activate an imaginary connection to hold back the spirits, because the attack was mental in nature, and only with the help of the power of thoughts could they be saved. Green flames caught the spirits, and chains chained their bodies to the owner. The power of thoughts coped with the attack. The fourth task was to enter the monastery and find an unknown female spirit, for which the reward was another 10 points. Based on the assignment, Lin Feng analyzed that since the spirit was inside the monastery, it meant that the umbrella was not an unknown female spirit. The young man turned to his sisters and ordered them to calm down, ceasing to pay attention to the terrible sound because it was necessary to go inside. Lin Feng tentatively touched the sphere with his palm and saw that it was transparent. In the monastery sat the spirit of a nun who knocked on a wooden fish, and behind her was the ghost of a cat woman who peacefully prayed with folded hands. Zhuo Yu, seeing the red eyes of the nun smoldering with evil, was seriously frightened. But the young man, without wasting a minute, grabbed the sisters by the hands, which embarrassed them. He confidently assured that by staying close, there was no need to be afraid. Lin Feng dared to take the first step towards the monastery so that the girls would worry less. But suddenly, the rosy atmosphere disappeared. In front of the heroes stood a monastery, in the middle of which, instead of the spirits who had just sat, there was a monument to Buddha. Lin Feng turned around in amazement. Everything changed so abruptly, and instead of dull darkness, the usual warm, sunny day came. The nuns noticed the young people at the entrance and called them, asking who they were and what they had forgotten here. The brunette tried to explain that there was confusion, but the nuns did not want to listen to anything. The boys were forbidden to visit the nunnery. One nun ordered another to notify the abbess, and then Yurong took out a small stick from her sleeve, from which a red flame flashed. Thanks to the notification, women came running to look at the strangers. Each of them was indignant when they saw Lin Feng holding her sister's hands. Everyone called the guy vile and tactless, and someone suggested that he was a master from Pingchen. The nun asked the women to give way, because the abbess was already on her way to see what was going on. Lin Feng could not believe his eyes. The bright figure of the abbess appeared in front of him. The nun, holding the bracelet, raised her hand and introduced herself with the name Qingju. She was the abbess of the Quiet World Monastery. Qingju asked if the young man was a spirit charmer, to which he hesitated a little, but agreed. In his thoughts there appeared a picture of the evil look of the nun, whom he had seen a wave ago, and now she stands in front of him and looks absolutely safe. Suddenly, her emerald eyes looked to the side. The abbess asked menacingly what kind of girls were standing next to the spellcaster. Lin Feng initially hesitated and froze, not knowing how to correctly answer such a seemingly easy question. Zhuo Ling realized that she had to take matters into her own hands and resolutely said that they were the spellcaster's cousins. She continued that during the journey they were attacked by an evil spirit, and they managed to escape only thanks to their brother. When they saw the temple, they thought they could hide there. Behind the abbess, women were whispering. One of them thought that Lin Feng was trying to rob the girls because he brazenly touched them, and the other confirmed this opinion. Lin Feng's behavior was clearly not brotherly. Qingju, covering her eyelids with light, said in a calm tone that men were forbidden to go outside the nunnery, which means he would have to leave the courtyard. But such orders did not satisfy the young, hot-tempered guy. He had gone through so much and clearly did not want to stop there when he had almost reached his goal. The brunette tried to explain that they did not know the local rules and came from afar, and if not for the evil spirit, they would not have come anywhere near this monastery. The sisters were scared and exhausted. They needed shelter for at least a couple of days. Yu, laying her hand, begged them to be pardoned and accepted, because as she knew, the Quiet World Monastery always helps everyone in trouble. The women who had just condemned the strangers had already begun to complain and feel sorry for the unknown people for their difficult journey. Everyone knew the character of the abbess, and in particular, the fact that she would never do as she was asked. But to the surprise, Qingju ordered 2 rooms for guests to be prepared, and the nun obediently accepted the order. The girls were outraged by this. Over the past few decades, the Quiet World Monastery had never received guests, and the abbess's decision caused consternation among the nuns. She agreed too quickly. There was a feeling that she didn't think about what she was doing. Lin Feng, who did not even hope for a pardon, almost jumped with his sisters with joy, and Qingju calmly invited them to enter. While they were exploring the room, the young man noticed that this was the same hall where the nun reflected the rhythm on a wooden fish. The nun said that the Quiet World is a rather large monastery. More than 300 people live in it, so you should be careful and not get lost. At this time, Lin Feng was thinking that this place was very similar to the Shun illusory territory. Hua, the woman indicated where the guests would stay. There were several beds and new bedspreads in the room, and behind this structure there was a dining room where you could eat. The young people bowed, sincerely grateful for such a detailed tour and courtesy, and the nun replied that they could contact her Xinlian if they needed anything, but for now they could rest. Lin Feng clutched the walkie-talkie in his hand, announcing that there was no connection. Zhuo Yu was still trying to catch some waves, but Lin Feng and Zhuo Ling had already dropped their hands in disappointment. Now they were completely divorced from reality. Lin said that although the Quiet World was destroyed 50 years ago, the girls in the monastery are now living a calm, peaceful life, and therefore it was a mystery where the evil spirit could have come from. Yu suggested that there was a jump in the temporary downtime, but Lin Feng immediately denied it. He said that he encountered something similar when he found Shun, Hua. Most likely, this spirit can create several ghostly territories, and now the heroes were in one of them. Usually such illusions are something like memories based on traumatic events. When the young man said that they could only get out if they changed the course of history, this horrified the sisters. Yu asked if this was really the abbess's ghostly territory, and Lin noted that if they saw her memories, then this was her main sorrow. The destruction of the Quiet World was what truly brought back the worst memories. Lin Feng turned to the sisters and ordered them to try to talk to the girls and get as much information as possible, while he went out and inspected the area. The monastery did accept many women. They seemed to have given up all technology, but they still looked happy. While washing clothes, the girls discussed the masters of Pingchen. They were just vile people who locked up beautiful girls like slaves and played with them for their own pleasure. But thank God the Mother Superior sorted it out. One woman said that she heard that the men had created a new alliance to unite all the masters. The girls didn't care, just so that it didn't concern them. The Zhuo were already approaching them closer. Yu and Zhuo Ling offered their help. The water in the well reflected the woman's face, and Yu screamed in shock, amazed at her beauty. The woman said that she was originally from Pingchen, but after the abbess saved them, she stayed to live here. Then Lin asked a rhetorical question. Since the masters are exterminating evil, doesn't that mean they want to help people? The woman, starting to rub her clothes, replied that since the sisters, like the masters, can control their spirits, then they cannot understand ordinary people. Karuka continued that once the masters really saved their city, but after a while the authorities obscured their sense and they began to do terrible things, hiding behind their merits. Evil spirits simply kill people, and next to the masters they were in constant fear, because you never know what will come to their minds. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was sitting on the roof, and two nuns were walking below, one of whom was amazedly discussing the appearance of her husband in the monastery. The young man raised his head. Outside the quiet world, everything has changed. He wondered where this illusion ended. Without hesitation, the brunette easily jumped off the roof. The grass rustled calmly, and the wind whistled through the thin stems. Lin Feng confidently walked in search of the border. Finally, he touched the air and arcs began to appear around his palm. This was the border of the ghost. He sees what is behind it but cannot cross. The sisters talked about their successes in conversations, and Lin Fen suggested that they would not be able to get out of here anytime soon. But this did not frighten you at all. She was sure that it was safe to stay here, and Dad would take care of everything himself. Suddenly, the conversations of the heroes were interrupted by the voice of a nun, who, entering the room, invited the guests to dinner. The sisters looked at the table in surprise. They were already quite hungry and needed to replenish their strength. But before Lin could even take a bite, Lin Feng's stern tone made her stop. He continued that it was ghost food and therefore shouldn't be eaten. He will hide it in a hiding place and then get what he took with him earlier. But as soon as Lin Feng wanted to take the food and put it in storage, it immediately disappeared. One nun called the abbess, and the brunette ordered the sisters to sit here while he went to talk to Qingju. The young man thanked her for such good-natured hospitality, but she only quietly replied that she was glad to help. Lin Feng looked at her and didn't understand how she could look so magical and feminine even without hair, like an exquisite statue. Qingju noticed the young man's gaze on her, and asked if he wanted to add something, to which he smiled, and replied that the spirit that attacked them was the rank of primordial chaos. He was afraid that this might cause trouble for the monastery. Suddenly her emerald eyes glowed. She asked again what rank the spirit was. Immediately, her gaze calmed down and she asked more calmly if Lin Feng had an S rank, since he could escape from a spirit with a primordial rank, to which the young man replied that this was so, and therefore did not want it to cause harm, which means they would try how you can leave the monastery faster. However, this did not frighten the abbess much, and she assured that if an evil spirit attacks, she will sort it out. It is not worth worrying about, and he needs to come to her tomorrow morning in the Hall of Knowledge. Lin Feng watched in shock as Qingju calmly continued to eat and did not even raise an eyebrow, but resolutely knew that he could handle everything. Now another question tormented him. How did such a strong woman allow the destruction of the quiet world? The next day, as soon as the sun rose above the horizon, Lin Feng was already standing at the entrance to the Hall of Knowledge. Remembering the words of the abbess yesterday, he resolutely entered the building. When the brunette saw her there, the picture he saw before the illusion appeared in his head. He was sure he saw her when he entered the ghostly territory. The guy's sleepy voice was heard in the threshold, and the abbess invited him to sit down next to her. Sitting on the ground, Lin Feng asked why she was mirroring the rhythm against the white wall and not the Buddha statue. Qingju replied that in such difficult times, it is better to cultivate on your own rather than ask for help. As they say, help yourself and God will help you. Lin Feng listened to the abbess and asked if she wanted him to do so since she called him into the hall. They sat motionless, only the wind stirred the tender green leaves in the air. An hour had already passed, and the abbess had not said a word, which worried the young man a little. Suddenly the knocking stopped and Qingju raised her hand. 2 hours have already passed. She smiled and praised Lin Feng for his patience, to which he answered with folded hands that she was so concentrated that he did not want to disturb her. Without turning around, Qingju ordered the young man to go rest, and be sure to come tomorrow at the same time. Lin Feng stood up hesitantly and announced his departure. It seemed strange to him, and he did not know what the abbess was trying to achieve. The second day has already arrived. Yu asked her sister if she had seen Lin Feng, to which she received an answer that he had gone to the Hall of Knowledge in the morning. This time they sat and prayed until lunchtime. every day the service became longer. Lin Feng looked at the abbess's back and tried to guess what this was all for. Suddenly she turned around and her clear gaze blinded everything around. Qingju ordered to come tomorrow too. On the third day, the knocking already gave him more streams to think about. Lin Feng analyzed that this sound was different from what he and his sisters heard when they saw the spirit. It's quiet and calm here, and when you're so concentrated, time flies by. The brunette raised his head. He wondered if the abbess was testing him, and also if this would later evoke ghostly territory. Lin Feng decided to continue sitting and watching since she didn't kick him out. 7 days after their visit to the monastery, Lin Feng was already returning in the evening after a long prayer. The sisters made big, wonderful lanterns, because Sister Qin had a birthday celebration tomorrow. The girls looked happy, and the nuns helped them hang the lanterns. Lin Feng was amazed at such skillful work and the skillful hands of the sisters, and Yu happily said that Xin Lian and Xin Yuan taught them such a craft. The nuns replied that it was already late and they needed to leave, and the guests needed a good rest before tomorrow. The girls said their goodbyes cheerfully, and Lin Feng turned to Lin, wondering how they had become friends with everyone here so quickly. The sister replied that since they had been here for about 10 days, it was natural that they already knew everything about the quiet world and its inhabitants. The brunette was interested in listening to the details that the girls learned about the monastery. Yu began that all these girls actually lived in the monastery 50 years ago. The quiet world is located in the northwest of Hai City, near the south of the third defensive wall of Pingcheng. Lin added that there are 30 girls living here. 10 of them are masters, very strong and responsible for protecting the rest of the girls. Yu continued that examples of such girls are Xinlian and Xinyuan, who have S rank and control 2 evil spirits. Lin Feng caught himself in surprise. He was surprised that the girls had 2 evil spirits. Lin replied that the masters had tamed them for a long time, but surprisingly, the evil spirits never got out of control. The sister could not give a reason for this. At this time, the masters were already beginning to tame the good spirits, because evil spirits are fickle and difficult to control. The masters who tamed evil spirits did not live long, but apparently the quiet world was an exception. Lin Feng thought that they might have some secret that prevents the spirits from getting out of control. Most likely, the abbess is also controlled by an evil spirit. Meditation is one of the types of self-improvement. Is it possible that she invited him in order to develop mental endurance? Then the young man turned away from his thoughts and asked the sisters if they had learned anything about Qingju's past. Yu replied that Xianyun had heard that Qingju was an orphan and was taken in by a former abbess. When she grew up, she showed indescribable strength, and after the death of the abbess, she took over her duties. Lin added that, in general, she has 3 spirits, but Xianyun said that she had only seen one, and he had the rank of primordial chaos, and no one had ever seen the other 2. It was truly amazing. The power of the craftsman 50 years ago was amazing. Now that the abbess had become a spirit herself, it was difficult to even imagine what her rank was. White doves sat on a tree branch, and the smell of spring was all around. A light warm breeze and a cold morning are all that is needed for deep thought. Lin Feng approached the Hall of Knowledge and saw the abbess on the threshold. The young man was surprised why Qingju had not yet started meditation. The number of friendship points has been increased, and the branch of tasks with the spirit has been unlocked. Lin Feng sat with the abbess for 10 days and therefore received 5 friendship points. The young man opened his eyes in shock. He was able to open the 4th spirit, and such a powerful one at that. The abbess was pleased. Lin Feng was able to hold out for 10 days and never complain, which exceeded her expectations. Lin Feng thanked the abbess for the praise, and she called him to follow her. They walked along a strange path made of massive round stones, and tall, dense bamboo grew around it. The abbess turned around and pointed to the destination. The walls and stone floor were covered with mold. Qingju touched the wall, and a portal began to appear from her palm. The stone door began to open, emitting a yellow light. Lin Feng stood there waiting, his eyes wide in shock, while the abbess waited intently for the massive door to open. When the abbess and the main character entered one of the halls, the girl said that this was the very first hall that was built in the monastery, dedicated to the Buddhas of 3 times. More precisely, these are Buddhas, past, present, and future: Kashyapa, Shakyamuni, and Maitreya. Then she continued to talk. It turns out that when the evil spirits went on a rampage, the master decided to melt down part of one of the statues and make a shelter for the inhabitants of the monastery. As they walked further, the guy realized that this was another secret room. No, well, who would have thought that a statue could actually help in driving out demons? Looking somewhere, seemingly in front of her, but seemingly into emptiness, she asked what, in his opinion, these spirits are, who they are. He answered the question with a question and asked what the abbess thought about it. She said she had been researching spirits since the Great Resurrection, and it turns out that there are more than 100 types of ghosts in this world. Suddenly, a rather frightening spirit appeared behind the abbess. He was several times more than the abbess herself. More precisely, it was a girl. The main character thought that it was this spirit that destroyed the wounded monastery. Even his presence felt somehow uncomfortable. But the abbess immediately introduced this spirit as her own, and then she wanted to show something, so she told the guy to watch and raised her hand to the spirit. She also said that everyone who touches the spirit will die, even the abbess herself. Indeed, as soon as you raised your hand to the spirit, your hand immediately froze and became icy. The girl continued to say that she did not understand what these spirits were. She said that until now, she had not been able to understand either the nature of their being or the reason for their appearance. And today, she would like to show the guy something important, as she herself said. She took out the small box that contained the scroll. This scroll must be quite valuable if it was hidden so well. When she unrolled the scroll, there was a ghostly picture, the materialized form of a ghost. Apparently, the ghost itself was depicted in the painting. The girl was very beautiful. Then the guy asked if this girl was the abbess of the monastery. The girl said no, it's not her, but the girl in the picture is her distant relative. She even did some research to find out. Then the guy asked a little about her, about that girl from the picture. As it turned out, she died. Some master there wanted to discredit her honor, but she chose to die. This girl, as the abbess said, is the only family she could find. But unfortunately, I don't even have the opportunity to talk to her. At that time, as soon as she found out about this, she turned the painting into a ghost. The guy was very surprised by this. After all, what is it like to turn a picture into an object, not even a person, and a simple image on parchment of a person? The abbess said that she did not create her so much as she provided suitable circumstances to give her a second life. The guy thought that it seemed that the abbess's knowledge of spirits had gone far ahead of her compatriots, and if she were still alive, her achievements would probably be incredible. But unfortunately, this is simply impossible. The girl continued and said that the purpose of their meditation was simple. Her spirit has now reached its limit, and she will not be able to improve it for several more years. Therefore, she wants the main character to join her and help her create a bond with this ghostly picture. Then the guy asked, why does she need a second person here? Because she herself is very strong, he, in comparison with her, will be weaker. It was an evil spirit. To study her better, she looked for special spirits and fed them to her, but now she has become too strong. And recently, the abbess noticed signs that she was getting out of control. So now we need a way to suppress it. The guy realized that if this was a powerful evil spirit that was out of control, this means that the spirit in this picture could have destroyed the monastery 50 years ago. But he may be the core of this memory, and once they deal with it, they can leave. When the abbess asked if the protagonist could help, he nodded and said that he was ready to do everything in his power. Thanking her, she said that it would not be easy to suppress this spirit, and they needed to prepare. Well, when everything was ready, the abbess again revealed the picture in front of the guy. The first thing he will do when he enters the picture is to take a good look around. Only now the main character stopped at enter the picture and immediately asked about it. She replied that the guy heard everything correctly. The world inside this painting is very similar to the territory of ghosts, where her memories are stored. She took out another handkerchief. It looks like he was covered in blood, but she handed it to the guy and said that this scarf belonged to her cousin, and as long as this thing was with him, he was in no danger. Exhaling, he finally went inside the painting. First, he stepped inside with his foot. Indeed, the portal is right in the picture. Amazing! When he went inside, there was some strange feeling, as if he was moving among worlds. There was destruction everywhere inside. Houses, streets, everything was toppled and broken. Exhaling, he remembered that the world inside the picture was part of the ghostly territory of the convent, and therefore not real. It turns out that it was created by the abbess. To begin with, he decided to walk and just look around. This is the best decision so far, because he hasn't seen anything or anyone interesting here yet. Just as he was thinking about this, something caught his attention. That something was the crunch of a skull he accidentally stepped on. This was definitely disgusting, but something else scared the guy much more and made him surprised. A little higher, he saw several hanging corpses. Also, a terrifying aura emanated from them. These were definitely not simple remains, as the main character thought. When suddenly someone appeared from the side, it rushed straight towards those living remains. These were several masters, as Lin Feng himself realized. As soon as the masters flew closer, some strange thing appeared, and the masters were sucked into it. And suddenly there were simply no more masters. And now next to that very creature hung two more masters, the same ones who had just attacked. Wherever the main character turned, he saw people hanging on tree branches. The energy comes from the hanging spirit, as the main character understands, some really scary atmosphere. Suddenly something began to happen to the spirits. Their already fully protruded tongues protruded further, and something that glowed began to come out of their mouths. And this happened with all the previously hanging spirits, with everyone. Everyone rose up against their will. When the guy decided to see what was happening, he saw something above that amazed him. All those spirits were sucked into the very picture into which he had previously entered. That ghost absorbed all those evil spirits that were here. Then the guy realized what exactly was happening here, but she seemed to suck in everyone and everyone who was there without even realizing it. When the abbess saw the main character, she was glad that he had returned and asked if he had seen what was happening there. The guy realized that she was really coming out of control and asked if she was hunting. The abbess said that she, the girl from the picture, has the ability, absorption. With her painting, she absorbs everyone, and spirits and people indiscriminately. She also has the ability to merge, and thanks to absorption, there is a high chance of receiving the enemy's abilities and then combining them into more powerful techniques. This spirit has a great talent for learning. But her worst ability is the ghost pattern. The main character said that, of course, he saw something similar in letters, but that's not it. Low-level ghost patterns are similar to words and can only convey information. However, high-level ones can change the direction of spirit energy, like some spells. In other words, this way you can strengthen the ghostly territory and even create new spells. The abbess nodded and said that this was correct, and that this was the secret of the ghostly pattern. The main character thought that he could not believe that spirits that appeared contrary to all the laws of nature could learn, develop, and invent something. If she clones ghosts, it could turn into an endless cycle. This is unfair. But this is clearly not comparable to his system. The abbess said that was all for today, and that they would continue tomorrow. She handed him the key to the golden room and the box. She said not to forget to check that he closed the door before opening the box. If he fails to subdue her, then he shouldn't strain himself. Just take these rosary beads and say her name. Then she will help. She said that he didn't need to worry and that suddenly, if she killed her, the heiress could seal that creature away forever, and she won't harm anyone. Thanking the abbess, he said that he would go. Because the abbess entrusted him with work, quite a few points were added to their friendship, which could not but rejoice. The guy thought that this was what he had to do. He thought it was sad that this picture haunted the abbess even after death, but she was so bright, tender, but still a little sad. When he turned around and wanted to wave back, he saw that no one was there. The abbess disappeared so quickly and quietly, as if she had not been there. When, a little later, he sat at the table, he wondered whether the objects that the abbess had given him were an illusion or real. Then he decided to try to throw those things into his inventory. 3 notifications immediately came from the system. A special ghostly item was added to the inventory, that is, the same scarf, a golden key, and another special ghostly item, a jade rosary. About the rosary, information even appeared that once every 10 days you can call the abbess of a nunnery. The guy said to himself out loud that in order to form a bond with her, he must first deal with the picture. But he had one more third quest. But the abbess is the 4th. Suddenly, joyful girls began to run up to Lin Feng, to whom he immediately smiled. When they sat down on the chairs, they showed the beautiful things that they had received as gifts from Xinlian and Xinyuan. Then they asked with interest what the guy thought, whether these gifts were real. Then he said that he could check, and as it turned out, these were real objects. Xinyuan and Xinlian memorabilia. During this time, they became very friendly with the girls. When he returned the items to the girls, he said that they were ghostly and needed to be taken care of. He also said that when they get out of the ghostly territory, the girls will be able to get a new spirit. One of the girls realized that this meant that their new friends would be ghosts. The second said that then these ghosts will be theirs and will always be nearby. This is also life in a way. Suddenly, the girls turned to Lin Feng and began to thank him, because if he had not taken them with him, they would not have met. On a dark night, when the main character and the girls were at home, there was a terrible thunderstorm. And as soon as 2 strong lightning struck, which forced them to wake up, the girls immediately attacked Lin Feng with hugs. The girl who settled on his chest said that it was scary here. It was even difficult to sleep. And the second one, looking away from the guy a little, said that it seemed that there was something wrong with these lightning and thunder. The main character thought that they were right. He had a bad feeling from that day on. Then he decided to check it himself, so he threw on a jacket and went. As soon as he opened the door a little, he felt a terrifying aura. The lightning struck with all its might. The sound was simply terrible. The girls also felt this chilling aura. It was all scary. Suddenly, the guy thought that the destruction of the Quiet Light Monastery had begun. These lightning bolts became more and more terrible with each strike. And it seems that the guy lost the creation due to some terrible energy that knocked him down. Looking around, he realized that the courtyard was the same as when they entered the monastery. Then he rushed towards Zhuoling and Zhuo without any doubt. As soon as he entered the room, the first thing he saw was that all his things were gone, and the girls were lying on the floor. Without hesitation, he approached them and began to wake them up. When the girls started asking what happened, he replied that the illusion was gone. This meant that they were now simply in ghost territory. The guy said everything was correct, And even though the illusion of a quiet place dissipated 50 years ago, they are still in ghostly territory. As the girls realized, unfortunately, they would no longer see their new friends. But they managed to get along so well, everything was so good here. But their gifts were still with them, which meant they could summon them. He thought that it looked like they had finished this story. But what next? For some reason, he remembered the words of the abbess that she would seal the painting even at the cost of her life. So it was likely that she was still in the golden room. When they left, they realized that the streets were now empty. Nobody's here. When one of the girls watching the guy asked if they were going to the golden room now, the answer was positive. The truth is that the trouble is, there was no further road. The guy thought that that painting could only be sealed in the real world. When the old task was displayed to him, he remembered that he had completely forgotten about it. When he turned to Ju Yu asked her to tell her if she felt the presence of the spirit they were chasing in the beginning. She answered that yes, she felt it, pointed in which direction, and said that it was not far. Then they quickly rushed to the very place where they were instructed to go. Stopping, he looked at something and said that this is it. And then they all saw an unknown female ghost, a ghostly umbrella. It was the ghost of an unknown woman, but unfortunately, it was a clone. When he thought that the umbrella would not attack, since their friendship points were already 33 points. As soon as they walked further, there was another barrier. Now the guy understands why this umbrella can't get out. As soon as they entered, suddenly a ghostly umbrella opened and flew towards them. The umbrella was already very close. The aura from it was not bad, which means that it is unlikely that he wants to do harm. He then asked Manhua to use the flash and get them out of here, and so it happened. A second, and there was no one in the place where several people were standing. They had already appeared in another place, among golden trees in some field. He received a notification that the task again it was done, and in his hands he was holding that same ghostly umbrella. They found themselves, as Axis had previously said, in an unknown place. It was cold, very cold, although it seemed like it was still summer. The guy agreed and said that it was true. It seemed like autumn had come outside. True, they entered the monastery only a few days ago. One of the girls screamed and pointed somewhere far away, saying that there are people there, you can ask them. These were several people who boasted about what spirits they had destroyed and what was given to them for it. But their conversation was interrupted by a horse that was rushing straight towards them. And by the way, with a rider. One screamed that, wow, it's a horse, and the second said that it's not just a horse, it's a ghost. The guys already thought that they would fight. As if not for life, so for death. Then the main character stopped his horse so as not to provoke them to attack and began to approach him slowly. When the horse came closer, the main character screamed, asking where they were now. Some of them said with relief that thank God it was not a ghost. And another one said that they were not far from Pingcheng and asked who these people were. The men knew where the Quiet Light Nunnery was located. Talking among themselves, the guys agreed that he looked threatening, and apparently he was someone from the tower. The shorter man said that he had heard something about this place, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize where it was, and the second one seemed to know something. The man said that the monastery is located on Mount Nujian. When the main character looked at the device in the man's hands, he was surprised and simply in shock. Amazed, he asked if it was now the 6th of October? The man didn't understand why the guy was so surprised by this, so he already began to accept him as some kind of abnormal person or something. But then the guy cried out that they entered the monastery in July of the year 35. Then he realized that time passes faster in the ghostly territory than here in real life. They entered there literally for 10 days, and a year and 3 months passed. The girls were very surprised by this. They had probably already been declared missing. In order not to waste any more time, they decided to move on. All three climbed onto the horse. The main character thanked the men, and they drove off. None of the men understood what kind of nonsense the main character was talking about, but they considered him just a little abnormal, and said that they even felt sorry for the girls. While they were driving, the girl right behind the guy asked if they were going to that very mountain, to which she heard the answer that first they would find a place to stay for the night. Then he decided that now was a good time to apologize, and said that he was sorry that this happened. He did not think that this could even happen. The girl just smiled and said that it was nothing to worry about. He didn't do it on purpose. And the second added that this means that there has been no news from them for a long time, and she hopes that everything is fine with her father. Meanwhile, at the Zhuo mansion, it seems their father has become truly depressed and intends to kill this Lin Feng who stole his daughters. They stopped at the food village of the first defensive line of the city of Hai. The girls and the main character had separate rooms, so when they went to their rooms, they just smiled and wished each other good night. When the guy finally found himself in bed, he immediately thought that he would at least be able to get some sleep today. One of his hands stroked the hair of Xuanhua, who was located on his chest. He apologized for not being able to release Xuanhua while they were on the grounds of the ghost monastery. It seems that the umbrella also followed this small company, And to be more precise, he followed the main character. But it was probably a different umbrella, since the guy had the old one in his inventory and began to shine. Then suddenly, Manhua exploded from the main character's chest, so much so that he didn't even have time to understand anything. Suddenly, she covered the guy with her hands, and in front of them was already the umbrella that she had saved with her flash earlier. Looking at this, Lin Feng didn't quite understand what was happening, but apparently he wouldn't be able to sleep properly. Suddenly, the umbrella opened and flew up. The guy covered his face with his hands. And by the way, his ghost also covered his face because she was worried. Suddenly, he found himself in some completely incomprehensible place. He should have just closed his eyes on his bed and opened them right in front of a large building. It looked cool, and the guy realized that he was probably in the ghostly territory of that umbrella spirit. As soon as he got closer, something started flying around. At the top, he saw a large umbrella, to which hundreds of small umbrellas flew up and they became one. Then the guy received a message that he had unlocked the last mission with a ghostly umbrella. He needs to go to the Alliance headquarters and rescue the third Phantom Umbrella to complete the task. Once completed, he will be able to form ghostly bonds with the umbrellas. This means that this pink and orange umbrella is one spirit, and there is another clone, but this time at the Alliance headquarters. It was about the same golden prison that she was talking about Ian, and it turns out that it contains special spirits that can later be tamed by subsequent generations of masters. The guy thought that once he completed the task, he would be able to bind a ghostly umbrella, and since it can clone, it would be very good against a large number of enemies. When an umbrella appeared in front of the guy, the main character told him to stay with him. The main character will be able to save another umbrella, but it will be when he decides. This satisfied the umbrella, and he sent the guy back. When he reappeared on his bed, Manhua was already waiting for him, a little worried about the situation. Then in the morning, they went to the mountain. The guy decided that this was better now, and then he would decide what to do next. They searched for the monastery all morning, but the mountain was so huge that even when lunch came, nothing was visible. Suddenly, one of the girls attracted their attention and pointed somewhere with her finger, asking what it was there. She was told that this must be a huge wooden abandoned city wall. It turns out that they were found in many places and are thousands of years old. But how will such a low wall protect from something? The guy asked. Then there were simply no evil spirits yet, and a wall was built against people. When they talked about the wall, one of the girls said that she saw a temple right behind the wall. Then everyone unanimously decided to go and see what was there. As soon as you came closer and looked around, it turned out that this was a small, old, abandoned temple, hiding its secrets under the cover of time. But then the girl behind felt the presence of some spirit here, as if its energy had awakened the ancient powers of the temple. He said that's great. They can try to summon Xinlian and Xinyuan to test their powers and reveal the secrets of this ancient place. Both girls, of course, wanted to do just that, so they dismounted from their horses, taking gifts for spirits and mysterious entities. Indeed, as soon as they began to perform the ritual, an incomprehensible aura began to emerge from the former door in the temple, filling the air with magic and mystery, and then a scary imp-like spirit appeared, incarnating from the mystical essence of the temple. And when the girls called their assistants, two large and tall ladies actually appeared from behind, being spirits attracted by the ritual. The spirit did not expect such a turn of events, because a second ago, he thought that he was attacking only weak girls. Now powerful entities stood before him, ready to protect their summoners. But instead, the big ladies pointed their sharp chains at him in order to destroy him now. They completed the task quickly. The spirit was weak, but they were quite strong. Then the girls were very happy that everything worked out as planned. Only the guy was a little amazed by such abilities. They were able to immediately kill the evil spirit without even being in the ghost territory, which means they either have an S or A rank. The girls immediately tried to talk to Xinlian and Xinyuan, but they seemed to be unaware. They just were. And although the spirits did not answer, they began to head somewhere. The main character realized that they could lead them to the monastery. Then both girls mounted a horse and they set off after the spirits. But suddenly, in a place where there was absolutely nothing, they just stopped and looked at the guys who were catching up. And as soon as they looked around, they noticed what they had been looking for so long: a convent. Before going inside, the guy told the girls to stay close and be extremely careful. For some reason, everything has changed a lot here. Everything has become different. There was destruction everywhere, and also bones. It was not beautiful and even scary. The main character going inside thought that the battle against the painting was cruel and scary. But suddenly one of the girls realized that something didn't add up. It turns out that the bones on the floor were male, in a nunnery. After examining the human bones, Lin Feng concluded that the humerus was large and the pelvis was wide too, and these were definitely not the skeletons of nuns. Zhuo Ling wondered why there were so many men in the nunnery, and judging by these prints, they all died in battle. Ping Chen in one of the pockets. The young people began to examine all the skeletons and remains of clothing, finding even more identification. Are all these dead spirit masters? Looking at one of the IDs, Zhuo Ling wanted to find out what happened here. Wasn't the quiet world destroyed by a ghostly picture? It seems that everything was not as simple as they thought, so the friends decided to explore everything here. Traveling through the buildings of the monastery, the young people found more and more abandoned human remains scattered everywhere, God knows how. Zhuo Ling did not hide her horror at what she saw. But still, there were women's bones too, and there were many more of them. Some skeletons lay on the ground, and some heads were suspended in the trees. It was so beautiful and lively in this monastery, and it all ended like this. The friends entered the bamboo forest in the opposite backyard, which only grew larger. The road was almost completely overgrown, and it was incredibly difficult to walk. Suddenly, Lin Fen heard strange rustling noises, and a moment later their legs were unable to move, just like before. An evil spirit appeared before the young people, which can control others. Zhou Ling asked Lin Feng if this was the same ghostly picture. The young man replied that no, in fact it was the spirit of the abbess. Guanyin is an evil spirit, rank is primordial chaos. The guy remembered that he must not approach her, otherwise he would die. Just as Guanyin began to captivate space with her energy, Lin Feng summoned Xuanhua. Xuanhua created a magical protective field that temporarily protected travelers from the power of the evil spirit. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong to be careful and not get close to Guanyin. But without listening to her master, Ton Ton left the magical protection and attacked the evil spirit with a sword. Tong Tong skillfully jumped up and brought the weapon closer to Guanyin's neck. Another moment and the enemy will be destroyed. But the evil spirit was not at all frightened by such actions of the ghost. The woman suddenly stopped Ton Ton's sword with a cold breath, preventing him from getting closer to her. Tong Tong clearly did not expect such a development of events. The cold ice surrounding the weapon caused the sword to shatter into pieces. Guanyin's abilities work not only on people and spirits, but also on objects. Tong Tong pushed away from the evil spirit with a strong blow. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to grab the ghost's hand with his lasso. Guanyin's magical field expanded and became even more powerful and dug into Xuan's protective field, Hua, from which the second began to crack. Under the power of Lin Feng's lasso, Tong Tong returned back under protection. Because Xuan Hua's magic field cracked, Tong Tong flew into one of the holes and fell near her master. Looking painfully at her broken defense, Xuan Hua began to ponder what to do next, sensing the approaching danger. In the blink of an eye, the protection was completely broken and the entire area was covered with snow. Having received the magic flask with the potion, Guanyin drew a half halo over herself with a tree branch dipped in a circle. The spirits of Lin Fen and the Zhuo sisters came forward to protect their masters. Lin Feng noticed that the snow began to move more slowly, but one of the spirits of the Zhuo sisters said that everything had become slower in the ghost territory, even they. The only thing that still remains fast and agile is Guanyin. The young man did not have time to fight off the attacks of the evil spirit. As soon as she touched his golden sword, under the pressure of cold energy and ice, it began to disappear before her eyes. Zhuo Ling and Zhuo the Yu remembered that Guanyin should not be approached, otherwise it would be death. Unable to somehow interfere, people and spirits watch as Guanyin approaches Lin Feng. An evil hand reached out to the guy's face just a moment later, and he would die from the deadly touch of the evil spirit. Fortunately, the young man managed to escape, and he and his partners ended up at the Quiet World Monastery. Xuanhua used a flash that transported them to safety, preventing them from dying at the hands of Guanyin. Zhuo sisters approached Lin Feng, hugging the guy tightly. The girls thought he would die and were pretty worried about him. The guy was completely at a loss from the unexpected hug. Zhuo Ling remembered how Lin Feng said that he knew this spirit. Lost in thought, the guy remembered how the abbess showed him Guanyin. Zhuo Ling asked if Lin Feng's mentor knew about the weak points of this evil spirit. The young man said that through research, he learned that the reason one could die when approaching Guanyin was because her body was shrouded in a barrier of extremely cold energy. Even other spirits can't stand it. Anyone who gets close to her will be instantly frozen and turned to dust. If the abbess had not suppressed her energy, the quiet world would have long ago turned to ice. Lin Feng remembered that the reason for Guanyin's power was ice yin, and it was thanks to it that she was able to slow down spirits and people. First, you need to destroy her ghostly territory and remove the slowing effect, and then destroy the ice yin barrier surrounding her, and only then the young people will be able to strike. Zhuo sisters noticed that they and Guanyin were at different levels, and it would be difficult for them to match her in a duel. In this case, Lin Feng decided to ask the abbess for help. To call the abbess, the guy had to take these rosaries in his hands and say the name Qingju. The guy did everything as he was told by Qingju herself. Lin Feng heard a knock on the wooden fish. A protective barrier began to form around the beads. The protective barrier began to expand, first absorbing Lin Feng and his team. The ghostly territory completely engulfed the entire monastery. Guanyin found herself trapped when the ghostly territory surrounded her with an ice barrier. The evil spirit felt that she was losing control of the situation. Mental attacks began to work against Guanyin. Since Lin Feng has not yet made a knot with Qingju, she cannot appear, but even her ghostly territory greatly weakens the enemy. Moreover, Guanyin is her spirit. The golden sword was destroyed, but it did not turn into dust, which means it has some resistance to Ice Yin. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong if she could carry the sword. Since Tong Tong agreed, Lin Feng decided to act while he could. The Zhuo sisters could not understand what their comrade was up to. The Guanyin illusory territory has been broken. Now you need to destroy the barrier surrounding it. The already completely weak evil spirit could barely withstand the mental attacks of the abyss's ghostly territory. Lin Feng released the ghost mirror, counting on its help. With the help of mirror copying, Lin Feng's army grew to countless proportions. Several Xuanhua and Tong Tong were waiting for more clones of them to appear using the mirror. At Lin Feng's command, Xuanhua summoned ghost fire. The spirits directed a stream of ghostly fire directly at the collapsed protective barrier of Guanyin and directly at the evil spirit itself, from which she opened the chamber. The guy thought about it. When a ghostly mirror copies an enemy, it can only use a certain portion of its capabilities. However, when reflecting the techniques of the master spirits, he can copy them exactly. The Guanyin barrier will not withstand the triple strike of the ghost fire. Lin Feng ordered Tong Tong to use the phantom sword. The three spirits meekly complied with their master's orders. When the barrier melted, Tan Tan began to attack. The three spirits confidently rushed towards Guanyin, knowing that they had nothing to fear now. Having won this battle and killed a golden spirit with the rank of primordial chaos, the spirit's experience 8,000 was gained, and a fragment of a ghostly picture X2 was obtained. Having received an ice bottle when used, slows down the creation in the ghostly territory by 5 times in 10 seconds. The amount of use is unlimited. The spirit of Tauntaun has improved. To increase the level, you had to use a ghost pill. Lin Feng decided to do just that. Rank Tonton has been raised to Primordial Chaos, first degree. Friendship points, plus 10. 6-fold increase in the wearer's physical fitness. New ability, Ice Palm, a cold attack that is more effective against certain enemies. Spirit, Tuntan, rank, Primordial Chaos, first degree. Potential, 4 stars. Experience 30015000. Abilities, Gap, Ghost Eye, Ice Palm. Talents, Absorption, 80%. Damage recovery, 3% per second. Ghost Territory, first class. Friendship points, 358. The young people were extremely happy about the victory. Zhuo Yu jumped up, pushing Lin Feng down because it was he who had won such a happy ending for them now. The girl noticed that the guy has a very interesting mirror in his arsenal. Suddenly, dark green energy began to dissipate from the ice bottle and spread to the mirror. Friends could not understand what was happening. An image of some ancient city began to appear in the mirror, and in it was Abbess Qingju. Lin Feng suggested that these could be Guanyin's memories because their abbess is still alive. A woman in the crowd was running wherever she could, while a man was catching up with her, swearing. Still, a strong man intercepted the girl, grabbing her head and shoulder. Did she really think she could run away from him? The man led the girl into an alley where Tao's brother and other prisoners were already standing. The girl demanded to let her go. For the rude words, the man decided to teach the girl a lesson, because, in his opinion, it is unworthy for a woman to express herself like that. Theo had already accidentally raised his hand to slap the girl in the face, but suddenly someone intercepted his palm. Abbess Qingju, grabbing her husband's hand, turned to him, demanding to explain who he was and why on earth he treated girls like that. Theo did not let go of the irony and told the brothers to see what a sweet monarch came to them, and it would be nice if she continued to go with the men. Instantly, Theo's smile disappeared, as if it had never existed. The abbess called Guanyin, who at the same moment appeared behind her and grabbed Theo by the head. Hades of the insolent man was left with only his clothes, which soon turned into blocks of ice. The apostates were seriously frightened, not realizing that their main one was no longer alive. The men realized that the abbess was a master, and her spirit was most likely even higher than A rank. The spirit's aura was so terrible that it seemed that only its presence could incinerate men. The nun asked again who the men were and why they behaved this way with girls. Falling to their knees in fear, the men begged for pardon, claiming that they had only completed the task once, because these girls were ordered by the Wei family. The frightened man said that the Wei family founded a clan of spirit masters in the northeast, and no one has the right to contradict them. Wei himself recently Biaofang came to Pingcheng and ordered a bride to be found for him. One of the captives completely denied the man's words, saying that they were being stolen against their will and were not even considered people. These men have already sent several dozen women to the estate, but this is not matchmaking at all. In fact, the captives are questioned daily and kept under lock and key. The husband said that everything was the work of this pervert, and they just steal girls and that's it. The abbess noticed her cousin's handkerchief on her husband's wrist. Having removed the bloody handkerchief from her husband's hand, the nun demanded an explanation of where he got it from. The man began to remember how last night some girl in the Wei house could not stand it and committed suicide, and he liked this scarf and took it for himself. The nun's horror knew no bounds. The last thing the man managed to say before suffering from the wrath of the abbess was that he was not guilty, and the real thief, Wei Baofan. Wei Manor Biaofang was completely destroyed. With Guanyin's help, he and everyone present in him were turned into a block of ice. The prisoners were rescued. The nuns helped the wounded, and fortunately, alive girls escaped from the estate. Who knows how many more women died in this place, and the captives asked if that scoundrel Wei was dead. Baofan. Qingju said that Wei Biaofang is dead, although it is a pity that a person cannot die twice. Girls now don't have to worry because no one will harm them anymore. But in reality, the danger has not disappeared. Wei Biaofan's brother, Wei Baobai, planned to take revenge on his brother's killers. Meanwhile, at the Wei residence Bubaya, enraged Wei Baobai asked the servant about the Quiet World, the same nunnery in the north of the city, which no one dares to approach. The servant confirmed the master's words, clarifying that the woman who committed suicide in the young master's house last night was the cousin of the abbess of the monastery, and most likely, it was she who decided to take revenge. Wrath Wei. The sky was the limit. He did not believe in the fiction that one should not approach the monastery and decided to show everyone what would happen to those who dared to go against the Wei family. Qingju conveyed her concerns to the other nuns, that now enemies will come to the monastery, so you need to tell everyone to guard the gate. One of the nuns wondered how the enemies would know that it was them, because that night everyone who saw them died. Qingju said that the Wei estate is huge, and while they were busy with their own affairs, someone might run away, so there is no need to take it lightly. The Mother Superior will be able to create a protective spell to hide the Quiet World, but she is still missing some materials. The abbess ordered Guanyin to go to the mountain pass as quickly as possible and collect wild Miaoyin grass. Wei Baobai and his army were hiding behind the vegetation in the forest surrounding the monastery. The husband and his spirit waited for the right moment. Looking at the downpour, they came quite quickly, and when the women realized what happened, it would be too late. Not even a stone will remain from this monastery. Watching everything that happened several decades ago, the young people did not hide their horror. The Zhuo sisters remembered that on their last night in the monastery, there was also a downpour. Lin Feng noted that it was most likely the Wei clan that caused the war. Suddenly, the picture in the mirror changed radically. Guanyin found Miaoyin and was returning back to the monastery. There was no limit to the cruel evil spirit. Despite the protective dome, the Wei horde Baobaya was able to enter the monastery and fight such fierce battles. The men fought with the nuns and their spirits, killed everyone, and abused the once captive girls. Baobai's spirit destroyed the spirit of Qingju, who was already sitting exhausted on the ground. Wounded and battle-weary, the nun realized that things were bad. Guanyin is far away, and her second spirit has been destroyed. But still, the abbess needed to protect the monastery. Wei Baobai was overjoyed at Qingju's defeat. One of the nuns did not understand why Wei was so happy Baobai, because they attacked them like rats, because they knew that they would lose in a fair fight. But the husband believed that in war any method is good, and when the nun dies, all the girls of this monastery will become his property. The abbess gave Nun Xinlian the keys and ordered to quickly release the ghostly picture, and Qingju herself would fight to the last drop of blood in a mortal battle. The tearful nun, on the orders of the abbess, ran to free the ghostly picture, suspecting that she was seeing the woman for the last time in her life. The robbers' attention was attracted by the picture floating above their heads, and they were completely unaware of what it was. The painting unleashed its deadly claws to get even with its enemies. Like the paws of an octopus, dozens of streams of magical energy crawled out of the picture. The claws dug into the bodies of the criminals, giving them no chance to survive. All of them remained, their already exhausted spirits. The spirits remaining from the robbers went towards the painting with a constricting force, being sucked into it without any chance of getting out. Baobai's spirit was also sucked into a deadly whirlwind. The man closed it in panic, not understanding what was happening to his spirit. The abbess sent a shadow to get even with the robber forever and kill him. Wei's body with a sword at once Baobai, without leaving even a trace of blood, tarnishing the reputation of a good deed. From now on, the worst enemy is destroyed. But it turned out that this was not the end. The ghostly picture got out of control and began to attack the girls and other nuns. Unfortunately, the picture captured too many strong souls and began killing everyone. If the necessary measures are not prevented, not only the Quiet World will suffer, but also millions of people in nearby cities. Abbess Qingju could not allow something like this to happen. Taking the magic rosary in her hands, the woman ordered the shadow to use a special technique. By order of the mistress, the shadow moved into the execution of the ritual. An insane stream of energy pierced straight into the ghostly picture. The frightened nuns realized that the abbess had merged with the spirit. Such mergers are deadly for ordinary people. The flow of energy and light was so strong that even Lin Feng and the Zhuo sisters, who were observing everything through the mirror, had to close their eyes to avoid going blind. The image disappeared. Finally, the young people became aware of the truth about what happened on that fateful night. The Mother Superior was able to seal away the ghostly painting. Despite the fact that the entire monastery was destroyed, most likely the nuns managed to do it. The young people went through the same overgrown bamboo groves to the Golden Room, which was very close. Zhuo sisters were scared, asking Lin Feng to also pay attention to what they saw. In the middle of the stone hall stood the skeleton of the mentor. It looked like the woman was desperately trying to keep the ghostly painting locked away. She stood on guard for decades, days and nights, until all that was left of her were bones. This means that the painting is definitely inside. Approaching the wall, Lin Feng said that it was time to remove the seal. Looking at the woman's skeleton, the guy mentally said that he would use the last wish of the abbess and take control of the Roman painting. Then the nun's spirit would finally be able to find peace. The young man used all the magic keys to open the seal. Unfortunately, this did not help him, and he was unable to open the door. The mentor tried to seal the painting. Perhaps she used some other additional protection, since the painting would become a threat to the whole world if someone accidentally opened the Golden Room. The Zhuo sisters agreed with the guy's thoughts, adding that the abbess herself was not able to control the picture. So how could they succeed? Lin Feng agreed with this sentiment. Even if the ghostly painting doesn't kill the boy because of that bloody handkerchief Qingju gave him, it might just run away when they open the door. Zhuo Yu said that if the ghostly picture breaks out, then all the efforts of the abbess will be in vain. So, young people must take control of the ghostly picture while preventing them from escaping. Lin Feng began to think about what to do next. Most of the Golden Room is hidden underground. The inside of the room is square. These thoughts will push the guy towards the correct further development of events. He ordered Zhuoling and Zhuo Yu helps him divide the dimensions of the Golden Room. The girls agreed to such a strange request from the boy, although they did not fully understand why he needed it and what he was up to. The young man shared his brilliant plan. If they can't release the painting, they can build an additional floor. First, you need to make a wooden frame, then use gold sheets to cover it and gold paint to cover the cracks. Afterwards, Manhua will use the ghost pattern technique to create a protective field, and their spirits will see if they can escape from it. Zhuo sisters liked the guy's brilliant plan. If the ghostly painting can leave the room when she opens the door, it will end up in their annex. Lin Feng suggested burying the remains of the abbess, and then going down to the city and buying the necessary materials. The Zhuo sisters agreed. Traveling on a ghostly horse, the young people looked at the landscape surrounded by mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Zhuo Yu noticed smoke in the distance. Lin Feng decided to come closer and inspect the place where the fire was being lit. An elderly woman asked who the travelers were. Zhuo Ling replied that they were spirit masters traveling around the world, but they wondered what the old woman was doing in these deserted and dangerous mountains. The grandmother answered with sadness and pain in her heart that her friend lived in a nunnery. But after the quiet world was destroyed 50 years ago, it became a forbidden zone, so she comes here every year to remember the memory of her late friend. Zhuo Yu remembered where she had seen her grandmother before. It turned out that she was Sister Qin. Zhuo Ling confirmed her sister's guesses, also remembering Sister Qin, who had aged 50 years. Lin Fen was convinced that the monastery had killed everyone. The grandmother did not understand how the travelers knew her and what relation they had to the monastery. The young man replied that, to tell the truth, Abbess Qingju did not instruct him to deal with the ghostly picture. To prove the veracity of his words, Lin Feng showed his grandmother a jade rosary, the same rosary of the abbess. Tears rolled down from what he saw in Qing. That night, when the ghostly picture got out of control, it killed almost all the girls living in the monastery. The abbess used her last strength to teleport the living away from the quiet world, while she remained to fight. After that, Qin never heard from the abbess or the ghostly painting again, thinking that they died together. In addition, Qin was afraid that the Wei family would keep an eye on the girls who managed to escape, so no one now knows where they are. The girls have been living under false names for more than 50 years. Now that Qin knows that the abbess stood there alone all this time, she is very sorry. Zhuo Yu asked her grandmother not to be discouraged because they buried the abbess in the thicket of bamboo. Arriving at the abbess's grave, Qin prayed and wished her former friend to rest in peace. The abbess's jade rosary sparkled with green light, indicating that the nun's spirit was still here. The grandmother, believing this, said that it was she, Qin, and she survived. Pinchin. The surprise of the city residents knew no bounds. People were filming with cameras in order to quickly post the photo on the forum, and with curiosity, and sometimes even fear, they watched as a ghostly horse rushed through the city with probably an important person in the saddle, because not every mortal can ride such an animal. Finally, the travelers arrived and stopped at a huge golden building. Gold is a strategic material, and Lin Feng needs a lot of it. You still can't buy gold that easily. 100 years ago, jewelry stores were everywhere, but now you can officially buy gold only in associations. Reception room of the Royal Association of Craftsmen. Zhuo Yu was tired of waiting half an hour for them to be called, and she didn't understand why it was taking so long. Zhuo Ling reassured her sister, saying that this is always the case in government institutions. An employee of the establishment approached the young people and told them to come another time, because at the moment the president was on a business trip. Does the guy really think he can meet the president just like that? No. But suddenly voices were heard rushing towards President Lei from everywhere. Lei Zheng is the president of the Royal Association of Masters of Pingcheng City. The security did their best to drive people away from the president, and he urged them on, because important people from the general staff were about to arrive. Lin Fen decided to take advantage of the moment and, coming as close as the security would allow, turned to the president with a request for help. But he ignored the appeal, saying that he was busy. Then he decided to introduce himself, saying his name and that he was a special agent of the Royal Association of Masters. Lei Zheng thought that the guy was lying, because he had never heard his name or such position before. A beautiful, stately woman entered the building. The first thing she asked was why the president was so impolite. Could he really never have heard of the great hero from Liu City? Ying Rui is one of the founders of the Royal Masters Association. Stopping, Lei Jie respectfully greeted the woman. Does the great president of Pingcheng City really care about new talents? Perhaps he is only interested in power. Lei Zheng could not understand who the guy was, even if Madame Ying Rui herself knew him. The woman addressed Lin Feng, introducing herself by her name and extending her hand for congratulations. She heard a lot about the guy, for example, that he overcame the ghost wave a year ago and could not even suspect that she would meet him in Pingcheng. This is a great honor for Rui. Lin Feng sensed the woman's strong aura, suspecting that she was most likely a very important official. Colleagues began to whisper, not understanding why the founder was so respectful to this boy. In their opinion, the young man is either from an important family or is himself an influential person. Finally, Lei Zheng remembered Lin Feng, not understanding how he could forget the name of the young hero. Ying Rui asked the guy to talk in private, but he was just waiting for this moment. Lei Zheng motioned for them to follow it. Moving to the president's private office, the founder and Lei Zheng listened to the young people's requests and agreed to provide them with so much gold without any problems. As much as they wish. Lin Feng said that he needed 1,000 square meters of gold sheets and 50 kilograms of gold paint. Does the president know how he can buy everything he needs? Lei Zheng was incredibly surprised why the guy needed so much material. In fact, the Royal Association has a small stock of golden letters, but not that many. However, if Lin Feng needs it all immediately, the president can place an order with the 6 big families. Pingchen's reign differs from Liu's. This city is ruled by 6 families. They have large reserves, but the demand for them is also not small. Lin Fen replied that he had never been interested in gold prices before and asked President Liu to help him calculate how much it would cost. Lei Zheng began to think that 1,000 square meters of gold sheets and 50 kilograms of paint would cost approximately 2 billion points. Ying Rui added that points alone will not be enough, because large families are not interested in them. But artifacts, ghostly objects, and spirits are of great interest to them. Lin Feng realized that he was missing nearly 700 million points, so he decided to sell the spirits of the criminals who attacked the Xuanhua illusory territory. After the killers who attacked the young man were destroyed, their spirits were automatically transferred to him, and among them was one of the rank of an earthly demon. Since the young man did not form a bond with him, he must be worth a lot. Lin Feng took out a ghostly item and asked Lei Zheng how much it could be sold for. Ying Rui asked her ghost Qimei to test this spirit. Having released her energy on the shown object, Qimei meekly complied with the mistress's order. Corpse Keeper Primordial Chaos Level 1. Ying Rui was surprised how Lin Feng got a good spirit with the rank of Primordial Chaos and still without a master. If the guy wants to sell it, then he has probably already reached the level of an earth demon. And so it was. Only after this did Ying Rui fairly evaluate the boy who appeared. The woman decided to purchase this demon from the young man. Since it takes him less than 10 years to reach the level of an earth demon, the cost of such a spirit would be several billion. Rui entrusted all financial papers to Lei Zheng, and he asked her to put the original price on the auction, the news of which he would soon publish. The 6 big families would definitely want to get their hands on this demon, but the woman hoped that they would not pay a fortune for it. The girls are a little confused. Are there really that many rich people in Pingcheng? And she thought their family had money. Lin thanks President Lei and Rui. His gaze is confidently directed at this duo. And behind there are a little confused maidens. Seems Rui is very interested in our Linfeng. Smoking her pipe, she asks him to go away with her for a minute, to which the guy agrees. The two of them went out onto the balcony, Rui mentioning the beautiful weather outside. Surprisingly, the maiden was really able to dispel the clouds. Rui wants to say something in secret. The good weather in the city is not because of them, but because there are a lot of people. Due to their high population density, they often have good weather. That's right. Lin thought that Rui was using some kind of special technique. But in reality, they can't do anything about the crowds that form in the city and attract ghostly waves. They just build more and more lines of defense. Many people believe that humanity has been reborn after the Dark Age, and Rui increasingly hears talk of contracts and reclaiming lost territories. But only the masters understand that their positions are still quite weak. One mistake, and they will all be on the verge of destruction, so the Royal Association of Masters is looking for talented young people like Lin Fen. Moreover, Lin has the same hidden spiritual body as Rui herself. There are not 5 such people in the whole world. Rui's words make Lin think. Hidden body. No wonder President Lei treats Rui with such respect despite how young she looks. But Lin cannot tell that she is wrong, and in fact he has an assistant in the form of an inexplicable system. Ian Yan told Rui about Lin Feng himself. The guy is a little surprised that Rui knows this girl. Of course, Rui knows her as a psychic. She was sent to the headquarters as a child, and Rui trained her for several years. Lin thinks about it. He couldn't contact her after he left the Quiet Light. A year has passed. Lin doesn't even know what's wrong with her now. Yan told Rui that Lin did not want to get involved with any organizations. Rui understands him, but she still hopes that he will be able to come to headquarters and receive training from her personally. Why does everyone want to be Lin's teacher? But the headquarters of the Royal Association of Craftsmen is worth a visit. Maybe they can even go to the Golden Prison and find the ghostly umbrella. Then they will have a better chance of defeating the ghostly painting. Lin asks Rui if he can see the headquarters before making a decision. In the evening, the maiden is in her chambers, looking out the panoramic window and looking at the beautiful sunset sky. But her idol is interrupted by a voice that addresses her. That someone turns out to be President Lei. He published news about the upcoming auction. His communicator would soon be bursting with offers. The leaders of the 3 families have already contacted him and asked him to sell the spirit privately. No surprise, the girl thinks. Lei should not agree. The auction must take place on the appointed day. And of course, the president obeys her. Lin Feng is wandering in the Sunset City, and a maiden is already waiting for him, claiming that she found carpenters, and her sister went to get tools. They contacted 5 masters who recruited a team. In total, there were about 30 people. Lin is happy about this. Great, this should be enough to make a frame. They were told all the requirements, the guy is interested. One of the carpenters asks that they just need to make a strong wooden frame for a room of 15 square meters in 3 days, and then cover it with paper. Lin doesn't have to worry. The old man has already made a drawing. Lin turns to Zhang Yu, telling her that he will go to the association headquarters with Ying Rui in the evening, and he will return by the beginning of the auction. The maiden and her sister will stay in Pingcheng and make sure that everything is ready on time. Is it okay that they will be alone in Quiet Light? Interested in Lin. The girl is confident in herself. They are actually S-rank masters, so they won't let themselves be offended. Virgo is very confident in herself. The guy wonders how she gathered so many people so quickly. It turns out she promised to pay the head carpenters 5,000 points per day and 500 points for each person he referred, so they found workers in less than an hour. Lin didn't even think that Zhang Yu was so smart. He praises her and has a gentle smile on his face. He pats her head. He's impressed with her. Because of this, the girl is very embarrassed and tries to hide as quickly as possible, using the excuse that she needs to prepare materials. Lin Fan says goodbye to his friend. Now his goal is the headquarters of the association, to which he will go together with Rui. Suddenly Tauntaun herself appeared. Why did she come? And what does she need from our hero Lin Fen? This facial expression makes Lin seem to understand everything. Is Tong Tong really jealous of Zhuo? You? Even ghosts have jealousy. Tong Tong immediately climbs under Lin Fen's arm so that he strokes it. The guy clumsily apologizes. He won't pat Yu's head anymore. Tauntaun is his cutest. It's already a dark evening. Rui and Fen met. Virgo asks the guy if he is ready, to which he receives a positive answer. Okay, then they move out. Since there are only 2 of them, they should arrive at headquarters by morning. From the smoke of the maiden's pipe, her ghostly spirit appears. Rui asks his spirit Chimei to expand the ghost territory, and the spirit immediately, by order of the owner, creates some kind of portal. It looks like Rui wants to use the spirit's abilities to move. No wonder they get there by morning. Something like the moving ghostly territory of a nunnery. It's a pity Manhua doesn't have such an ability, Lin thinks. Virgo invites the guy inside the portal, while she herself is already standing right in front of the entrance. The line goes straight through the portal, moving through space. He immediately looks around the new place, and the beauty of this place simply amazes Lin Fen. Together with Rui, they teleported to a certain canal in the city. There is a wonderful view from here. They have already left Pingcheng. Now Rui invites Lin to board the ship. Now begins the second part of their journey to headquarters. Inside, they sip a drink in cabins with a wonderful view of the city. Since they won't be there until morning, Rui suggests that Lin sleep in the quarterdeck. Lin asks Rui if he can see the golden prison first. He wants to get an S-rank evil spirit there. What should he do for this? Nothing special. But Louis has already reached the earthly demon. Why is an S-rank spirit interested in a maiden? Rui seems to understand. Probably despite his rank, he has some unusual abilities. To get a spirit from prison, you must have merit to the alliance. But if Louis thanks Rui well, she will help him. It seems the guy was a little embarrassed after these words, but still thanked Rui. The girl came very close to the guy's face. Lin tries to somehow move away from the topic, wondering what kind of student Yan was because according to Rui, she taught her. Jan has always been so bright. As far as Rui knows, Yan's parents were famous masters in High City, so she was sent to the headquarters for training when she was still a child. However, the children whom the association entrusted with its care were forced to work for it. In this regard, Lin has much more freedom. Of all the leaders, Ian John is one of the most skilled and hardworking, but sometimes she does rash things. The girl is also very beautiful, so fans often chase after her. It is said that even now, many famous masters are asking the Ju family for her hand in marriage, so Lin should be careful. Before going to bed in the quarterdeck, lying on the bed, looking at my communicator, President Yan herself wrote to him. It turns out she constantly wrote to Lin and looked for him. Having put away the gadget, Lin, already getting ready to sleep, scrolls through thoughts in his head. There is no signal in the ghost territory, so he will write her as soon as she gets out of here. Is it really because of that night that she worries so much about Lena? An old memory flashes through the guy's mind. Second day, Golden Prison. Directly in front of the bridge, a portal from the ghostly kingdom forms inside. Rui appears. They have arrived. Several guards stand guard over the bridge. Together, Ying Rui and Lin Fen travel inside the ash prison across the bridge. Showing the talisman, two people bow to Rui. It seems this item works as a kind of pass. The gates of the Golden Prison are already opening for our couple. Rui is incredibly happy. Finally got there. Now he can find the third umbrella. Behind them, the gate closed. There's no need to worry. Security in the Golden Prison is at the highest level. After the gate, there is another gate. Ying Rui approaches a certain panel. You have to go through authentication and bioscanning to be allowed through. Here is the Golden Prison itself, which is a giant golden tower with levels. Lin is absolutely delighted. The Golden Prison is much more impressive than the Golden Room in the City of High. Lin wonders how much gold went into this construction. This prison has 44 floors and double walls, approximately 800 tons. Rui can't even say how many points were spent. Here's the second gatekeeper. Granny Shui, the warden of the prison. It seems she was waiting for Miss Ying Rui. Ying Rui is very polite to the old lady, praising her saying that she is still just as energetic. But the old woman is not so optimistic. A couple more years, and it will be time for her to choose a golden room for herself to live out her last days in. Rui represents Lin Fen himself. Like a real grandmother, she immediately goes to squeeze Lin, calling him handsome. If only she were a couple of decades younger. She asks him what kind of spirit he needs. The spirit that Lin Fen needs looks like an umbrella. Most likely it is S rank. Grandmother begins to remember and think. They seem to have several spirits that look like umbrellas, but there is only one S rank. The old woman immediately went to the control panel and began punching the spirit through the database. If her memory serves her right, he is here. Well, they found the target of their search, and the old lady will happily lead them straight to the ghostly spirit umbrella. Together, they went to the 11th floor. A banal song about love plays in the elevator, to which the old lady slowly dances, and Lin Fen and Ying Rui feel only awkwardness, but they arrived at the desired floor. The old lady continues to see them off. This couple needs to take into account that this is a special spirit. Don't think that since he is only C-ranked, they can easily subdue him. He once almost killed a master with the rank of Earth Demon who tried to make bonds with him. It's good that his comrade arrived in time. Rui is a little surprised. How is this possible? To lose with such a big difference in ranks. And the old woman herself doesn't know for sure, but the journal indicates that a second umbrella suddenly appeared, an orange one which was able to escape in the confusion. Maybe this is somehow connected. It seems Lin understands now. Most likely, during the battle, the spirit cloned itself, which is why its rank decreased. How strong will he be when Lin gathers them all together? In addition, the spirit is resistant to human mental attacks. Several mediums tried to take control of him, but were unable to do so. The spirit is simply uncontrollable. Is Lin sure that he needs it? But Lin is completely confident in his words. The old woman opens the door of the chamber, where a box floats, shrouded in a strong aura. It is inside that the spirit is located. Lin, you better get ready. Now the old lady will open the golden box and the umbrella spirit will break out into battle. Moment of truth. The umbrella spirit burst out of the golden box. Lin Fan worth waiting for further action. But there was no fight. After swaying a little in the air, the ghostly spirit of the umbrella easily jumped straight into Lin Fen's hands. Lin's inventory has been replenished with a new spirit. Now the ghostly spirit of the umbrella belongs to him. The bonding mission is complete. Friendship points with the ghost umbrella plus 10. The old lady is shocked. How is this possible? The spirit didn't even resist. He threw himself into Lin's arms, as if they had known each other for 1,000 years. Lin's friendship points with the ghost umbrella reached 50. Now he can create a connection. However, you can combine them into one spirit only after receiving 150 points. It is clear that since the spirit was cloned, then the points were also divided equally. So you will need to get another 100 points. Lin immediately began work. The connection has been successfully created. Lin has received a third spirit. The owner received an increase in life expectancy plus 10%. Lin successfully obtained a new strong spirit. The old woman is amazed. Incredible. This is the first time she has seen such a quick and peaceful taming of an evil spirit. With every minute, Lin Feng seems more and more interesting to Ying Era. Lin Fan asks Ying Rui and Grandmother Shui if he can take this spirit for himself. Er has already paid for everything, so Lin can of course take the ghost umbrella for herself. Fan also receives a gift from old lady Jue. She gives him a golden bag in which he can put an umbrella. Blushing a little, Lin Feng asks Granny Shui doesn't know where spirit number 55 is. These words make Er a little funny. This is exactly the spirit Yan probably told about him. 55 spirit is Asura. Once she got out of control and destroyed an entire city, so her protection is much more serious. In addition, her cage cannot be opened unless she wishes to do so. After another awkward ride in the elevator, Er and Lin go to headquarters. Lin thanks Grandma very much, Shui. He will definitely visit her when he has a free moment. Before leaving, Grandma gives advice to Ying Er. Ying is already a very big girl. If she has someone in mind, then it is better to marry him as soon as possible. There is no need to follow the example of a lonely woman like Shui. But Er asks Grandma to stop joking. She knows that Er has no interest in men. Outside the prison, near the portal, Er says that after punishing the evil spirit, Lin's body may not be able to withstand it. So first, before leaving for the association, he should take a break at the girl's house. Ying Rui's house is located on a high cliff. Rui's strange voices can be heard from there. Inside her bathroom, Rui sits on the sink, practically naked, covering her body with only a towel. At this time, Lin is making a bath for her, but he is not sure that it is possible to bathe in it. Of course you can, Er confirms. The mud at the foot of that mountain is rich in trace elements, especially gold. The words about gold seem to interest Lin very much. Girl calls guy stupid. Gold is not only an excellent antioxidant, but it also has a whitening and soothing effect. Lin is a little discouraged by the girl's words. People fight for gold to survive, and Ying Er uses it for skincare. Lin was about to go home and rest, but the girl gives the boy a tempting offer. She offers to swim with her, but the guy refuses and leaves. Yes, there is no one more dangerous than women and female spirits in this world. In her room, Lin examines her new umbrella spirit. Since you have a free minute, you can study his new friend. The spirit flared up, shining with a ghostly aura of power. As soon as the umbrella opened, together they moved to the Golden Palace. I wonder if they will also become human like Tong Tong and Xuanhua. Lin himself wonders in his mind, and then asks the spirit if they have any form besides this. Writing in the air, the spirit responded with one word. Together. So the shape will change when they unite, Lin thinks. The guy talked to the ghostly umbrella for the first time. Friendship points 1. Great, but all three need 150 points. Okay, Lin will try to raise them little by little, but in the meantime we can improve the ghostly territory. Lin Fen was given 5 fragments to choose from. Water, forest, mountain, cemetery, building. This time he decided to try the water one. He expanded the ghost territory and gained plus 6 friendship points with the ghost umbrella. So now Lin has 72 points, but he has improved the ghost territory to the maximum. What else can be done? Lin seems to have come up with a rather interesting idea, and the umbrella seems to understand what this plan is, and he doesn't like it. Already in the morning, Lin completed the process. It turns out he just decided to wash his new spirit, and now he has collected 100 friendship points. Thanks to this result, he can combine the umbrellas, which he promptly does. The unification has begun. The two ghostly umbrella spirits are together again. Now it's golden. Great. The level has changed. It's not for nothing that Lin Fen spent the whole night stuffing glasses, and then his girlfriend appeared in Lin's chambers, Ying Rui. Virgo wonders if the new spirit bothered him. Virgo receives a rather unexpected answer because Lin Fen is already connected to the spirit with an umbrella. The girl is shocked by this. Even she herself takes about a week to bond with a lower-ranking evil spirit, but Lin did it overnight. Binding means that during combat they can call upon the spirit to fight for them, otherwise the spirit is considered simply suppressed. Yes, Lin Fen is truly an unusual person. Okay, now it's time to head to the association headquarters. The palace on the hill next to the Golden Prison is a large council hall, and below it is the headquarters of the Royal Association of Craftsmen. It is both the safest place in the world and the most dangerous, which is why there are few people here. A small town at the foot of the mountain was created to support the daily life of the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the Royal Association of Craftsmen. Everything glitters, looks incredibly rich. Virgo asks Lin about his impressions, whether he is disappointed. Not at all, the guy is just delighted. He sees in front of him a statue of the great Lei Venya, a master who destroyed 2 nightmare-level spirits in one fell swoop and saved the East. A certain guy runs out of the headquarters, addressing Mrs. Ying. He is glad that she is here. She needs to quickly follow him. Yin Feng and Liang Kong from the heavenly class are starting a fight. Yeah, and you want to say that the fate of humanity is in the hands of these brats? Yes, the girl is very disappointed. Would Lin Feng mind if they went and saw what was going on there first? The guy doesn't mind Rui's proposal. The fight between the two masters has not really started yet. Just a verbal spat. Yin Feng claims that Dai Ling is his, and Liang Kan better not mess with her. Liang Kong claims that today he will beat Yin in front of the entire school. After this, he will be ashamed to even look people in the eye. Dai himself is confident in himself. It's better for Liang to ask his family to buy him a new spirit. But their fight is interrupted by the appearance of Lady Ying Rui, and everyone fell silent. If Air remembers correctly, Yin Feng and Liang Kong are the top students in the under-18 age group. What does it receive confirmation for? Scolding from Rui begins. These two decided to kill each other because of some girl? Looks like the academy was wasting its time on them. Do they really think they are invincible? Virgo mentions Arlin, claiming that she has found their peer who can outshine all of them with his strength. She knows that they will not take her word for it and calls on Lin Feng to show them his spirit. Immediately, people's gaze was directed at our hero, but it seems our hero doesn't really like this attention. Lin Feng summons Tong Tong at the request of his friend. Everyone around is in complete shock. This is primordial chaos. This is an evil spirit with the rank of primordial chaos. He really is stronger than them. Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Feng. He's the one. The association's website says that he is only 16 years old, but he's already listed as a special agent of the 5th level. Everyone around is in shock. Dai burned with envy and resentment. How is this possible at 16 years old? He thinks that Lin Feng bought his spirit. Dai asks Liang what's wrong with his face, and he, in a state of shock, asks the guy to turn around. Behind them, a ghostly umbrella rises and flaunts, Spirit of Primordial Chaos, Level 1. People are shocked. God, this guy has 2 spirits with the rank of Primordial Chaos. In fact, evil spirits cannot be bought. They can only be obtained with one's own strength. Dai immediately falls to his knees, waving his arms. He begs Lin Fen for forgiveness and not to kill him. Air is also shocked. When they took the umbrella, he was rank S. How did he suddenly rise to Primordial Chaos? There is something about Lin Feng that she doesn't know about yet. The girl Dai Ling asks Miss Ying if Lin Feng is really only 16. The girl thinks that Lin Feng is handsome. He's so tall, she can't believe they're the same age. Air answers the question positively. Perhaps the students of this academy no longer feel unique after seeing Lin Fen. Kong apologizes for his and Liang's behavior, calling himself and him just assholes. A new portion of scolding from Yin Rui. They are the hope of all humanity. People's lives will depend on them, so they better stop acting like junior high school students and come to their senses. Masters fight every day for the sake of the headquarters and each of them. 500 points will be deducted from each of them. Rui hopes they will wise up. 1 minute, Dai Ling dramatically turns his back on Yin Feng and Liang Kong, making the 2 boys seem heartbroken. Ying Air calls Lin Feng to follow him. It's time for them to leave here. Ton Ton and a ghostly umbrella are raging around the guy. Now the thoughts of the academy students are filled only with Lin Feng. Someone will remember his name. Someone is crazy about him and wants to join his fan club. And someone has already pulled their fingers to the communicators as quickly as possible to write an article about it for the school website. Together, Lin Feng and Ying Rui eat at a certain restaurant. The girl asks Lin his opinion about the association's headquarters. This is better than Lin Feng expected. He doesn't think it's right for him, though. The girl wonders why. Since childhood, Lin had to fight for life, so such hothouse conditions are not for him. In addition, he is already strong enough to fight the evil spirits that are attacking the city. He doesn't want to give up everything to study. That's it. Lin can be understood. Saving even one person is much more important than self-improvement. Fen worries about such things at such a young age. It's pretty admirable. Lin doesn't want to be flattered. If he suddenly has any other questions, can he turn to Rui for advice? The girl agrees. By the way, Rui is going to leave this evening with a convoy to Pingcheng to deliver important cargo. The journey will take about 2 days. If Lin is not in a hurry, then he can go with her. The guy agrees. But now two sisters are talking to each other. Zhuo Yu. She says that Lin Fan wrote to her that he will return tomorrow. This is great. The auction is supposed to take place during the day, and they're almost done with construction. In no man's land, you are driving a convoy of several trucks and just cars. Lin Feng and Rui had been driving all day and had not yet met a single spirit, during which time air had already fallen into a sweet sleep. But at one moment the idyll stops. The car that was transporting Lin Fen and Yin Rui stopped abruptly. One of the drivers alerts Miss Ying that there is a wave of ghosts ahead. Yeah, but Lin was just thinking about them. A wave of creepy evil spirits is looking straight at the convoy, about to attack at any second. Each one looks different. Lin Feng and Ying Rui got out of the car. Air will take on spirits with the rank of primordial chaos and above, and Lin will take on the rest. One group remains to defend the truck, the rest attack. The spirits have begun to attack, but the defenders do not stand aside either. Lin Fen is ready. He put on his ghostly armor and mounted a ghostly horse. Tong Tong, Umbrella, and Xuanhua also came to the master's aid. Xuanhua still needs experience, and the abilities of the ghost umbrella also need to be tested. Tun Tun kills one of the evil spirits with her claws woven from her strong aura. The umbrella rains down hail from its spears that rotate like saws. Now only suffering awaits the enemies. The convoy soldiers are simply in shock. What it is? They cleared the entire territory in a second. This is Lin Feng's spirit. He has the rank of primordial chaos. The phantom umbrella is ideal against large groups of enemies. Lin was very lucky with his perfume. One of the evil spirits has already managed to kill the spirit of one of the warriors. She can't take it anymore and calls for help. The evil spirit was about to kill the girl, but Lin Fen, who arrived in time, saved her by attacking the creature with ghostly umbrellas. Xuanhua grabs the creepy creature with his red threads. It seems the creature has come to an end now. In 1 second, the evil spirit is torn apart with a strong explosion. Another victory for Lin Fen. Lin asks the brave maiden about her condition. Luckily, she is fine and thanks her savior. Xuanhua's spirit can now be upgraded. Lin uses the ghost pill to improve his spirit. Successful improvement. Donghua's level has been raised to Primordial Chaos level 1. Friendship points 10. The owner's physical fitness is improved 7 times. People are completely shocked. Lin has 3 spirits with the rank of Primordial Chaos. Lin Fan is too strong. How was he able to tame so many spirits, and also so that they complement each other? Ying Rui returned. She's done with her opponents. Now she can continue on their way. After some time, our couple returned back to Pingcheng. Several people are already unloading trucks with important items. Inside the body, there is a very important cargo, a chest shackled in gold chains. Inside there is clearly something very important. Lin Fan just asks Rui what it is all about, since it attracted a ghostly wave. But the maiden can't tell. It's a secret. Special people carry an important chest to a certain place. I think it has something to do with the auction. This thing has attracted a wave of ghosts despite being locked in a golden coffin and covered in amulets. Lin wonders if there is some powerful ghost weapon there. He's not far from the truth, but Rui can't tell him anything else. Maybe someday he'll find out everything. One of the chest carriers notifies Lin Air that the auction has already begun and asks her to enter the building. Inside, the auction is already in full swing. This is a real game of chance. People charge crazy prices for an object. 100 million, 110, 120. Along with Ying Rui, he was surprised that so many people had gathered inside for the auction. President Lei greets them. They're just in time. They initially indicated that whoever buys their spirit must cover the cost of materials, since the current rate is pure profit. A good spirit with the rank of primeval chaos without a master is in great demand. All 6 great families came, and even some of the heads of neighboring cities. And now it seems someone has set the maximum bid, 200 million. The controller begins the countdown to the sale. But the countdown did not end, because someone put up just an insane amount. Billion. Where do people get this kind of money? The gentleman from the second floor offered 1 billion, 1 billion. The controller shouts to the whole hall. Lin Feng is also surprised by this amount. Raise the bid by 800 million? He asks President Lei who it is. This is the son of the Wei family from the northeast, Wei Guangyao. He is 22 years old and an Earth Demon rank master. An influential guy like his family. Wei family? Isn't it the one who destroyed the quiet light of the convent? Yes, Lin knows them, not in a very good way. Ping Cheng several decades ago? Interested in Rui. That's right, Abbess of Quiet Light killed Wei Biaobai, and from then on the entire clan retreated to the northeast. It's definitely them. Lin thinks he doesn't like this family for obvious reasons. He asks Chairman Lewis if he knows the Wei family well. Who is this Wei Gongyao? Wei Biaobai was most likely Wei's grandfather, Gongyao. Well, this family as a whole has always been a little unusual. Each general had more than 10 women, and eventually they had 100 children. 100 children? These are the stallions, Lin thinks. Rui thinks that isn't it difficult for masters to have children? That's how hard they tried. So the families tried to increase the likelihood of talented successors like Wei Gongyao. He is a real genius. It is said that he came to Pingcheng to find the remains of his grandfather. And when I received the news about the auction, I decided to take part too. Biaobai's bones are still in the monastery. We need to pick up the ghostly painting as soon as possible before it falls into the wrong hands, Lin thinks. Price Wei Gongyao was killed. Someone bet the whole 1,300,000,000. But the guy doesn't give up, setting a price of 2 billion? Yes, his family has a decent budget. Gossip began. Who are these guys? Rich people can't give in to each other? And then another man puts out a new amount. 2 billion and a half. But Wei had already begun to give up. 3 billion last price. If someone gives more, then let them take it. The controller heard the price. 3 billion. This is the highest price ever. If no one increases, then the lot will belong to this gentleman. Wei is confident. Today's good spirit will be his. Old people better get out of his way. The controller has already started the countdown. People are simply shocked. 3 billion plus payment for materials. That's a lot of points. Dao Wei is just crazy. Sales. One knock with a hammer ended the sale of the spirit. Rui laughs with Wei. This guy is reckless, but thanks to him, Lei is now rich. So we can say that he is a good person. This made both Lei and Lin laugh. Yeah, Wei Gongyao is incredibly arrogant. His opinion of himself is simply off the charts. He thinks there are only idiots living in Pingcheng, and some homeless people too. Once he finds the remains of his grandfather, he will wash away the shame from his name and show them what the Wei family is capable of. Zhang Yu instructs his sister to look into the sky, where a large cargo helicopter is already redirecting some important cargo. And on this helicopter is Lin Feng himself. The girls are simply shocked by this. He thanks Rui for arranging a personal delivery for him. Rui asks to be quiet. This is a special service just for him. Everyone is very happy to see Lin Feng, especially the two sisters. One man is already using flashlights to direct the load to the right point. Fen has finally returned. She asks him how it went. Everything went perfectly. Lin Fan brought them gold sheets and paint. Just in time. The wooden frame is already ready. The carpenter says that if they start now, they will finish tomorrow. Lin Feng is happy about this. He orders the carpenter to start work already. Night, in the temporary home of the Quiet Light Monastery, a tired Lin Fen sleeps. He has done a lot and deserves to rest. But then Lin feels a strange warmth. Was Xuanhua warm? It's weird for him. The girl's gentle hand was placed on Lin's chest. In a sleepy delirium, she asks her sister why her chest is so flat. That someone turns out to be Zhuo, Yui. When did she sneak into his bed and she fell asleep too? The guy tries to wake up the girl by calling her name. But the girl is not sleeping. She just went out to get some water and then got the wrong room. And what should she do now? Lin rose from his own bed, surprised by such a meeting. Zhuo was fast asleep on his bed. You. He asked her if she was in the wrong room. Because of her sleep, the girl heard the guy's voice. Waking up, she decided to tell him that she and her sister had liked the young man for a long time. Having dared, Zhuo Yu quickly kissed Lin Feng. In surprise, he could not even do anything, but only watched the girl with surprised eyes. Zhuo Yu realized the absurdity of her actions and impulsively ran out of the guy's room, covering her face, flushed with shame. Lin Feng was still impressed by the girl's actions and sat on his bed as if chained. Zhuo Ling and Lin Feng stood at the entrance to the golden room early in the morning. The guy asked the girl where her sister was, and she replied that Zhuo Yu is still sleeping. The golden room looked quite reliable, and Lin decided to check if it really was so. Lin Feng released his ghostly spirits and began giving them instructions. Xuanhua had to use ghostwriting to strengthen the walls, and Tong Tong had to try to get out. Xuanhua directed a stream of her energy towards the golden wall. Despite all her efforts, Tong Tong could not get out of the room, which was a good result of strengthening Xuan. Hua. Lin Feng ordered Zhuo Ling to stay outside and ensure that no one entered the quiet world. The girl resignedly went to carry out the assignments. Channeling his energy towards the wall, Lin Feng was hopeful of finding the ghostly painting, and then was very surprised to realize that it was not there. Lin Feng wanted to look for it in the golden box, and out of the corner of his eye he saw something near him. A huge scroll flashed with blue light. filling everything around. To avoid being blinded by such radiance, Lin Feng closed his eyes. A portrait of a girl began to emerge on the scroll. The painting immersed Lin Feng in itself, causing him to enter her world. The guy ended up in an alley between multi-story buildings. Suddenly behind the guy, screams of carnage from local boys were heard. The young man decided to intervene and, having prevailed over one of the guys, asked what this place was. Zadorni begged the master just not to kill him, justifying that it was all Pingchen, and they were just carrying out an order for the Wei family and did not cause them any harm. Ordering the guy to remain silent, Lin Feng analyzed the information about a friend of the Wei family who had just received it and concluded that these were most likely memories of the picture about this city and that the girl was probably still alive at that time. Heading to the bus, the young man became curious about the real body of the ghostly picture. Remembering how the abbot talked about a girl whose name was Li Jiangwei, the guy decided that now the main thing was to explore the city. When informed that he needed to pay 5 yuan for the fare, Lin Feng handed the conductor the points, forgetting that people had not used them before. The surprised woman wanted to understand whether the young man would pay for the fare at all, since he was disturbing other passengers. Suddenly, someone handed the conductor money saying that he would pay for the young man. The guy thanked him and looked back at his rescuer. It was 19-year-old Jiang Wei. The guy himself, without understanding, completed the first task, finding the true body of the ghostly picture. Fascinated either by the surprise or by the beauty of the girl, Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot. Jiang Wei waved her hand in front of his face, turning the guy back to reality. Jiang Wei's friend asked her if she was sure she wanted to go there because there would be spirit masters there. The girl replied that her friend, He Ling, did not have to go with her. Jiang Wei told her timid companion that her friends would be there, and she could not leave them to their fate. He Ling said in a trembling voice that she didn't want to be taken away. The girl sitting next to her began to encourage her frightened friend so that she would not worry and strictly follow the plan. After overhearing the conversation between Jiang Wei and her friends, Lin Feng realized that they themselves wanted to save the girls whom Wei Biaofang is being held captive. As far as the guy knew, Jiang Wei was also imprisoned in the Wei house, and then committed suicide. So now they see how it all happened. The bus arrived at Xiang Station. The conductor asked everyone to be careful and not forget personal belongings in the cabin. Lin Feng decided to follow the girls. The friends approached a large country house. The guy was still watching them, hiding either behind blocks of stones or behind bushes. They quickly climbed over the stone fence and, helping each other, the girls entered the Wei estate. Hiding behind the vegetation on the estate, the friends watched a loud feast on the veranda of the house. Wei Biaofang sat with the apostates, hugging his captive and drinking drinks and praising the girls in Pingcheng. They were simply beauties, not like those in the northeast. Friends of Wei Biaofang was condemned for talking about only women and urged to drink quickly. Da Wei Biaofang believed that his interlocutor did not understand anything, because what could be more pleasant than drinking and playing with a magic chick? From the man's touch, the girl asked, whining, for him to let her go. Unable to bear the whining of the captive, the enraged Wei Biaofang pushed the girl away, causing her to fall painfully to the ground. Cursing and threatening to kill the girl, Wei Biaofang lost control of himself and began kicking the captive. One of his apostates asked Brother Wei to calm down, and the other watched what was happening with a smile. Lin Feng and Jiang Wei watched in horror and indignation. He Ling could hardly contain herself from tears as she watched Wei Biaofang continue to abuse the captive. Jiang Wei restrained the anger of her red-haired friend, who would now attack the scoundrels with a knife. But the girls had to stick to the plan. The men decided to go play poker and leave the girl here so she could think about her behavior. The friends began to implement the plan. Since there was a hatch ahead, it could lead them to an underground prison. Sitting on a tree branch, Lin Feng watched from above as 3 fragile girls independently opened a huge manhole cover. Just about to climb into the hatch, a bright stream of yellow light was directed at the girls, causing them to close their eyes, unable to recognize who exactly spotted them. The girls quickly started to run, but their way was blocked by Wei Biaofang with friends. 3 menacing men looked at the girls with mockery. The chief realized that they decided to sneak right in front of his nose and save their girlfriends. In his opinion, this was very brave. Wei's house and surrounded the defenseless girls. They invited their friends to stay and play with them a little. Wei Biaofang shouted that the food came to them, but he would try them first, and then his friends could take the girls for themselves. The men were incredibly happy about the generosity of the boss, but the friends did not even think of surrendering so easily into the clutches of death. Even if they cannot escape, they will defend themselves. Taking out their weapons, the girls prepared for the tests of fate. Lin Feng, who had previously observed the action, received a new task: to prevent Jiang Wei from committing suicide and take her out of the estate. Surprised by this development, the guy did not understand why the system did not warn him about suicide earlier, and not when the girl had already put the knife to her throat. Lin Feng rushed to stop the girl. although he understood that he would not have time to do anything. All eyes of the crowd were fixed on the girl threatening suicide and suddenly appearing from behind the bushes and running to save the girl. Just as Lin Feng thought, he had no time to do anything. Jiang Wei ran a knife across her thin neck, stained with brown blood, and disappeared into oblivion. Lin Feng couldn't figure out where everyone had disappeared, but he clearly remembered that he had already been here. The guy ended up in the same alley where he started. Hearing the already familiar violence of the local boys, the young man moved towards the screaming sounds, seeing the picture. Unfolding in front of him, Li Feng realized that he had returned to the beginning of the memory, because these events had already happened. Friendship points have been cancelled, the task has also been updated and is similar. The guy will have to start all over again, which means there is no room for error. Lin Feng decided to first go to the already familiar station and find Li Jiangwei there, and everything happened exactly the same as last time. Lin Feng forgot about the money again and showed the points to the conductor, which made her equally surprised. Jiang Wei calmed the irritated woman by paying Lin Feng's fare. The guy completed the first task by acquiring the true body of the ghostly picture. Lin Feng wondered how Jiang Wei was a good girl. It seemed like she would help no matter what. These thoughts brought a blush to the guy's cheeks. This time, the young man decided to immediately establish contact with Jiang Wei, saying that it was his first time in Pingchen and had never traveled by bus before. The friendly girl asked where the guy came from. Lin Feng introduced himself by his name and, trying to find out something about the girl, told the story of how he fled from High City from the tyranny of his cousin. She is a spirit master. Hesitating a little, the girl said that her surname was Jiang and her parents were masters who had recently died on a mission. Having sympathized, Lin Feng went into analysis of the information received, realizing that she was from a family of masters, but an ordinary person. Obviously, she can't handle the Wei family on her own, and he should refuse her to go there. The guy asked where Jiang Wei and her friend were going, and she, with a smile on her face, lied that they were going to a cafe because today was her friend's birthday. Lin Feng decided to act using Jiang Wei's own methods. With the idea of outwitting the girl, the guy began to talk about rumors regarding a gang that operates in Pincheni and kidnaps women, so it's better not to go out for now. The girl laughed, denying the veracity of such rumors, especially since, according to her, she and her friend were going to a fairly safe place. Their conversation resembled an argument between two children. Using the facts about the Red Holiday, Lin Feng convinced that on this day, one should not travel or start new businesses. Da Jiangwei refused to believe in meaningless superstitions. The guy accepted the fact that he would not be able to outwit the girl. The train arrived at the station and the friends, saying goodbye to Lin Feng, set off. The young man found himself in the same place. Cursing and threatening to kill the girl, Wei Biaofang lost control of himself and began kicking the captive. One of his apostates asked Brother Wei to calm down, and the other watched what was happening with a smile. Just about to climb into the hatch, a bright stream of yellow light was directed at the girls, causing them to close their eyes, unable to recognize who exactly spotted them. Wei's house and surrounded the defenseless girls. They invited their friends to stay and play with them a little. After waiting for the moment when they all gathered in one place, Lin Feng began to act. Jumping from the tree, he shouted to the men to ask him for permission before snoring these girls. Having landed with his friends, Lin Feng greeted Jiang Wei, pretending that he did not expect to meet his fellow traveler so soon. The surprised girl recognized the guy from the bus. Laughing right in the young man's face, Wei Biaofang ordered his brothers to kill the daring stranger. Evil spirits appeared from all sides. Lin Feng released Tong Tong to fight the spirits, and suddenly everything disappeared. The guy again found himself in the already familiar alley. Hearing the kids' screams, Lin Feng couldn't believe that he had to start all over again. The guy's mistake was to summon other spirits, although he did not call Tong Tong when he was in Xuanhua's memories. Are other spirits disturbing the balance? Therefore, we need to act differently, because at least something has to work. The young man decided to come to the Wei estate earlier and kill the hunters. Then they would not notice Jiang Wei. The guy failed the task. As soon as the girls entered the sewer, one of the hunters noticed them and called other men. Lin Feng then decided to stop the girl from boarding the bus. Having met the girl in the alley, the guy again failed the task, because according to the rules, he cannot prevent Jiang Wei from getting to the estate. Once again finding himself in a familiar alley, Lin Feng admitted that he was really not skilled in this kind of game. The only option left to him was to attack the people themselves, and not the spirits. There are 20 people in total, each master of at least C rank. Will Lin Feng be able to overcome them with his own strength? Remembering the ghostly armor, the young man decided to use it in battle. Relieved that he was able to use the armor, Lin Feng rushed to meet his enemies. Noticing a guy jumping out of nowhere, Wei Biaofang became incredibly angry. The guy greeted Jiang Wei and said that he had come to save her. The girl recognized her recent companion on the bus. Wei Biaofang was furious that his plans were being disrupted by some guy and ordered the spirits to kill the stranger. Ordering Tong Tong not to come out, Lin Feng attacked one of the evil spirits, noticing that he could now see the direction of the attack. The hunters were surprised that the boy attacked the evil spirit with a sword, calling him an idiot. Lin Feng cut the evil spirit in half, causing amazement to the hunters. The girls, who had been watching the action until now, were shocked by this course of events. Despite everything, they wanted to find out who this Lin Feng was. One of the hunters wanted to attack Lin Feng from behind with a dagger. Noticing the man's attack in time, Lin Feng pushed the enemy away from him with a stream of energy, and his dagger shattered into a pile of small fragments. The guy's skill and ghostly armor at once swung both evil spirits and hunters, caught in a deadly whirlwind of revenge and rage. Lin Feng finally reached Wei Biaofana like a defenseless animal, crawled along the ground from the guy, asking for the mercy of the master. To such a treacherous man as Wei, killing Biaofang is not enough, so according to the guy, he should be grateful for such a quick death. After killing the last hunter, Lin Feng told Jiang Wei that she needed to quickly run away from here before help arrived. Finally, the guy completed his second task, being able to prevent Jiang Wei from committing suicide and getting her out of the estate. The girl said that the Wei family has eyes all over the city, so it's better to go to her house first so that they don't find them. After the death of her parents, the girl moved to Renhe, one of the quietest streets in Pingchen. Since the day was difficult, Jiang brought food to Lin Feng, who happily thanked her. The smiling girl said that he could call her Jiang Wei, and until the violence subsided, the young man could live with her. She doesn't have to worry about money, because her parents left her a good inheritance, and this will be enough for them for several years. Like a child, Lin Feng rejoiced, overcoming some strange, previously unknown feeling within himself. The girl told the guy to eat while she went to the shower. The guy was lost in his thoughts. He currently has 11 friendship points with the ghostly painting. I wonder what the next challenge will be. Wei screamed from the bathroom that there was a spirit next to her. Ready for battle, rushing into the room, Lin Feng asked where exactly the danger was. Sitting on the floor and covering herself with only a towel, the girl frightenedly pointed to the door. A spirit appeared from behind the door behind the guy. It was the abbess. The young man's next task was to help Jiang Wei, the abbess of the Quiet World Nunnery, escape from us. The spirit stuck her hand into the girl's body and definitely died. The task failed. This time the system is definitely not on Lin Feng's side. Why is Abbess even pursuing Jiang Wei in the first place? The girl offered to go to her house so that the hunters would not track them down. Lin Feng said that this was not a good idea, so it was better to leave Pingchen and hide in some small village nearby. Fortunately, Jiang Wei knew one such place. The car moved along the Jiang Wei route in the dark. The passengers were surprised, not understanding what was happening, and why can't they leave the ghostly territory? Outside Pingchenu there is emptiness. Zhang Fei turned around and hesitantly informed Lin Feng that the spirit was here again. The abbess flew, attacking into a car with frightened people. Lin Feng himself, without realizing what he was doing, got out of the car. The guy climbed onto the roof of the car and took out a weapon. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, he was completely ready for the attack of the spirit. The Mother Superior knocked Lin Feng off his feet with just a burst of energy, causing him to fly away from the car. The spirit jumped up to the place where the young man had stood before, and with a strong stream of force crushed the car in which Zeng was in a bunch of friends. Wei. The task failed. Returning to the beginning, Lin Feng decided that he first needed to shed light on the entire situation. The guy asked Zeng Wei if she knew anything about the Quiet World Nunnery. The girl said that his abbess was an ancient relative of hers, but she had lived in a monastery since childhood, so they hardly knew each other. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Qingju said the same thing last time. This means that if it really was the abbess, she would not have attacked Zeng Wei. There is only one explanation. This is the real abbess, and not part of Zeng Wei's memories. Qingju said that she has some special technique to pacify spirits. Now everything comes together. This memory was created by the abbess to trap the ghostly painting. That's why it repeats itself over and over again. And the ghostly picture doesn't want to use the guy to get out of this cycle. The abbess imprisoned the ghostly image in a constantly recurring memory. Jiang Wei cannot get out of this trap on her own, so she needs Lin Feng's help. And since the young man had just saved a girl from death and violated the rules of this world, the real abbess appeared to kill Jiang Wei on her own and turn everything back into place. From the brilliant flow of thoughts, Lin Feng grabbed his head. Grabbing the uncomprehending girl by the shoulders, the young man shouted that he now knew how to save her. Lin Feng ordered Zeng Wei to follow him and her friends to go home and keep a low profile. An unfinished structure unfolded in front of the young people. The girl did not understand where the guy had taken her. Lin Feng said that this is the association's construction area. The guy wanted to look for underground construction. Zeng Wei was surprised because she heard that they had only recently established an alliance and were already building a headquarters in Pinchest. The young people went in search of underground construction. The girl asked how Lin Feng knew so much about her, even her name. The young man was surprised because the girl did not believe that he was from the future. This is the real abbess, and not part of Zeng Wei's memories. Qingju said that she has some special technique to pacify spirits. Now everything comes together. The young man was surprised because the girl did not believe that he was from the future. Zheng Wei still didn't believe him, but since he saved her, she'll pretend that she did. Finally, the young people found what they were looking for. Entering the room, the guy and girl decided that this would be an ideal refuge and they could hide here. In his thoughts, the young man wondered what the abbess would first look for in those places where Zhang Wei could most likely hide. Although the gold paint is unlikely to help them, this is definitely not a place that Zhang Wei would come to on her own. The guy asked the girl to trust him to get into the golden bag he had, because this way he could hide her presence. A little embarrassed, the girl agreed to Lin Feng's strange request. Handing the girl a few more small bags, the young man pointed out that these were oxygen reserves, thanks to which Zheng Wei would be able to breathe until the morning without opening the bag. Tied her knot on the bag, Lin Feng began to wait for the abbess. 3 hours passed. The abbess didn't show up, which means the plan is working. Zheng Wei would like to get out, but the guy rebuffed her and forbade her to do so. This whole world is based on the last day of Zhang Wei, which means that when it ends, something must happen. 6 hours passed. The task was completed. Lin Feng helped Zheng Wei hide from the abbess and earned friendship points. The guy opened his eyes. Lin Feng was finally able to get out. Zhang Wei became a painting again, and although they had more than 30 friendship points, the guy decided not to risk it and not let her out. Lin Feng told the canvas that if he wants to get out of the room, he needs to climb into the golden box, and then the guy will let him out. The canvas quickly rolled into the shape of a scroll, and after that it decided to jump into the golden box. Wonderful. Now the young man can show him the world 50 years later. Lin Feng realized that someone had come to the gate of the quiet world. Zhuo Ling, through Sis to Wei Baobai, informed the unwanted guest that he could pick them up, but he could not enter the monastery. The red-haired man couldn't take his word for it that these were Wei's bones. Baobai. Besides, the quiet world is not Zhuo Ling's property, so he doesn't need her permission. The long-haired man behind him said that his brother was right. They have already surrounded this hill, so it is better for the sisters to move out of the way. Having released their spirits, the sisters said that the enemies would come because they were not afraid of them. The men were amazed that the sisters possessed very strong S-rank spirits. Wanting to play with the brave sisters, the red-haired man ordered Lao Yu and his brothers to go forward. Standing on the roof of the gate, Lin Feng ordered everyone to stay put in a menacing voice. Zhuo Ling and Zhuo the Youth were incredibly happy about the guy's arrival. The red-haired man saw Lin Feng for the first time and could not understand who appeared before him. The husband behind him said that it was most likely Lin Feng from High City. It is rumored that he is the youngest master to ever wield an S-rank spirit. The red-haired man threatened the guy, so that he gets the girls out of the way, otherwise he and his brothers will resort to brute force. Going down to his husband, Lin Feng could not understand why a stranger needed to enter the monastery. If a man really wants to enter there, they need to fight one-on-one. If his spirit can defeat Lin Feng's spirit, then the man can do whatever he wants. In his thoughts, the red-haired man could not understand where the boy got so much arrogance from, and yet he agreed to the duel, on the condition that he could not attack the master, because he could kill spirits. Having agreed to these rules, the fight began. The red-haired man released his spirits. The roar of thunder is a good spirit. The rank is of primordial chaos. Seafox evil spirit, rank S. Lin Feng decided to release his powerful ghostly spirits. Xuanhua, Tong Tong, and the ghostly umbrella appeared at their master's place to do his bidding. Does of the ghostly umbrella began to attack first. Xuanhua and Tong Tong also released their powers because they were of very high rank, and their abilities were amazing. The spirits rose in equal combat. Instantly, Lin Feng's spirits smashed the red-haired man's spirits into pieces. The stranger's brothers were amazed and frightened because not even 3 seconds had passed before their brother's spirits were destroyed. They had never seen such a strong master like Lin Feng. The 3 ranks of primordial chaos could not resist the spirits of the young man. Out of anger and disbelief that his spirits were completely destroyed, the red-haired man might have said a nasty word to the guy if he had not started vomiting blood. It was an easy victory for the guy, because way before the fight, Guang Yao didn't even ask how strong the boy's spirits were. Retreating from the temple gates in defeat, Wei Guangyao swore that he would definitely return. Zhuo Ling was incredibly happy that Lin Feng took the painting and appeared in time in this conflict. The guy said that he couldn't have done it without his sisters. Zhuo Ling, ashamed, said that they did almost nothing. It's only good that the guy is okay, because he and his sister were very worried. It was time to end their journey, and Lin Feng planned to return the girls back to High City. Food settlement, first defensive line of Pingchenu. People enthusiastically greeted Lin Feng, who had reached the rank of Earth Demon, and the Wei family finally got what they deserved. The guy was surprised how the townspeople knew everything, and Zhuo Ling said that there was a lot of news about the guy on the local forum. They say that the big families were fussing because they had always been at enmity with the Wei family, and even the recent fight at the auction. Most likely they were secretly monitoring Wei Guangyao. Rui's voice was heard from the boy's radio. The woman said that the alliance needed his help in one area. In the east of Pinchest, A rather nimble evil spirit of the rank of primordial chaos suddenly appeared, and had already killed many of the Alliance's masters. They don't have any people available right now, and Lin Feng will need to deal with this. This was a good opportunity for the young man to gain experience in improving spirits, so he agreed without hesitation. Turning his horse around, the guy in Zhuo Yu and Zhuo Ling decided to quickly deal with this problem. Second Eastern Defensive Line of Pinchest, Fortress 3. The spirit was like a small boy, very fast and excellent at hiding. The fortress warrior informed Lin Feng that their spirits were unable to keep up with him, but they managed to get a piece of the spirit's clothing. The warriors would be very grateful if the guy helped them catch the spirit. With sister spirit seekers, there will be no problems in finding a clever spirit. The unknown man, hiding, watched Lin Fen and the sisters move in search of the uncaught spirit. In the radio, the man ordered that the young master be reported that Lin Feng was now near the third fortress, having just gone after the ghost boy. The assistant turned to Mr. Wei, because everything was as he expected. In the past few days, the situation on the southern line has worsened, and the Alliance does not have free people to send help here, so they turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng created a lot of problems for the red-haired man, and he will not calm down while the boy walks around the world calmly. It's good that Wei Guangyao is wealthy, because the ghost boy cost him a tidy sum, and now Lin Feng followed him into the forest, and no one would have any questions if the young man died there unexpectedly. But even if someone guesses that it was his doing, they will have no evidence. No one dares to cross the Wei family's path without punishment. Another Wei Guangyao planned to give it to his uncle Hongdi. The man sitting in the back seat of the car hid his face in the darkness. Only his voice revealed that Lin Feng would be killed quietly, without leaving any traces. The guy and his sisters went into the forest. Once on a small lawn, the sisters commanded that the ghost boy was somewhere here. It would be good to catch it on foot so as not to drop it. On the lawn next to the butterflies, a small pink spirit that looked like a person was playing. Lin Feng ordered Xuanhua to trap the spirit in the ghostly territory. With 6 eyes, the boy looked at the spirit standing in front of him. Xuanhua suddenly jumped on the ghost boy and formed a ghostly area around her. But everything turned out to be not as simple as expected. The boy was more dexterous, and after a few seconds, he was already heading along the tree trunk. Tauntaun took off, catching up with the ghost. Xuanhua followed her along. Whatever powers Lin Feng's spirits used, the boy quickly hid in the leaves of the tree and headed to a new hiding place. Suddenly, Lin Feng, along with her sisters and the ghostly umbrella, found themselves on a spacious lawn covered with stones and sand. Xuanhua used the flash. Was there really someone else in the forest? The guy told the girls to be careful. Perhaps a master with the spirit of at least a second-level earthly demon wants to attack them. They were invited here to deal with the ghost boy. And where could the master come from in such a wilderness? The guy ordered Xuanhua to look after Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. In the meantime, he will release a ghostly picture. By doing this, he will receive another 20 friendship points. Most likely, this will be enough for her to fight on the side of the young man. Lin Feng helped the ghostly painting to be free, thereby completing the 4th task. The last task. Once completed, they will have 80 friendship points, enough to create nodes. Kill the head of the Wei family? Jiang Wei wants revenge? This will solve all problems. The guy's phone received a notification from Rui. Rui had just been told that the ghost boy who appeared in the northeast was actually released by the Wei family, and there was no need to chase him. It was most likely a trap. Lin Feng suspected that the Wei family had sent a master with the rank of second-level earth demon after him. The guy asked Rui if he could kill him. Such a demon could destroy an entire city. Spirits of this rank are not afraid of physical attacks or even withstanding a direct hit from a nuclear bomb, and they can expand their ghostly territory in a second. If Lin really met such an opponent, how did he still have time to write a message to Rui? Could he be mocking her? Rui wrote that usually he could kill the spirit, but it would be best to return to Pingcheng as soon as possible so that little sister could justify him before the law. Having received permission from the girl, Lin Feng quickly mounted his horse and moved forward. Wei Guangyao asked his uncle if Lin Feng was already dead. Wei Hongda, master, rank, earth demon, second level, replied that the guy ran away, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Enraged Wei Guangyao was surprised how this was even possible. Even if a guy has several first-level primordial chaos spirits, is that really enough to escape from Wei? Hongda? But his uncle hastened to reassure the red-haired man, pointing out that this was a rare ability that should not be used too often. One of the men called Mr. Wei to look in the direction he indicated. Lin Feng rode towards the men on his horse, selflessly heading towards death. Finally, the young master had the opportunity to avenge his spirits. Wei Hongda ordered Fish Granny to get ready. Wei Hongda's spirit rose up, embodying all the power of her husband's magic. Fish Grandmother, rank, Earth Demon, second level. Lin Feng ordered the ghostly painting to attack. Wei Hongda saw such a spirit for the first time and was incredibly surprised. The territory of the ghostly picture reminded the young man of a familiar broken city. Lin Feng said that Jiang Wei was definitely serious. Maybe she sensed the presence of a Wei family member and wants revenge? Wei Hongda noticed that this ghost had at least a second-level primordial chaos rank, but my husband still had no idea where such a strong spirit came from, because it couldn't be Lin Feng's spirit. Wei Guangyao was going crazy because even as a teenager, this guy already had 3 ghosts. How was he even able to create nodes with such strong ghosts? For Wei Hongda didn't care. He was confident that he could destroy Lin Feng and ordered the fish granny to attack. The fish granny used all her strength, trying to block off the territory of the ghostly painting. Lin Feng noted that this ghost was quite strong. Fish granny's eyes flashed a bright pink light. The monuments dug into the buildings of the collapsed city from the power that radiated the spirit of Wei, Hongda. Wei Guangyao shouted laughing that the boy would never defeat Uncle Hongda. Zhuo Ling wrote a message to Lin Feng asking if he needed help, to which he replied in the negative. After all, Granny Fish is a weapon created by the abbess herself. Is it possible to just defeat her like that? Suddenly, something appeared in the picture that certainly did not console the young man. It was a replica of an abandoned city. The ruins of buildings lay on top of each other, falling to the ground in blocks. Wei Guangyao could not understand why Lin Feng's ghosts were so strong, and Wei Hod ordered to end this battle as quickly as possible. Wei Hogda summoned 2 more spirits. Phantom Hair, Primordial Chaos, Level 1, Bony Dragon Primordial Chaos, First Level. At the call of the fish grandmother, another ghost emerged from the grave. Wei Guangyao asked whether ghosts arose from the graves of the rank of Primordial Chaos. Wei Hogda replied that Fish Granny has a special territory. Over the years, he has allowed her to seal away many ghosts, and if necessary, they can use them in battle as apostates. The bony dragon and his comrades began to attack. The ghostly hair approached the ghostly picture and wrapped its mighty strands around it. Zhuo Yu couldn't understand where so many ghosts came from. Besides, where did they get the power to take a ghostly picture captive? They attacked the crowd. This was to be expected from the Wei family. In that case, Lin Feng would not stand aside either. Zhao Yu and Zhuo Ling, together with the young man, decided to help the ghostly painting. By releasing all their ghosts and using the mirror's cloning abilities, they can show the rapids what a ghost wave looks like. Besides, the guy can't miss that many experience points. Good spirits met in battle with evil ghosts. Neither one nor the other was inferior in strength or agility, so the battle promised to be grueling. The spirits of the twin sisters skillfully tinkered with evil. Tantan won the battle with one of the evil spirits and received experience 3,000. The red-haired man panicked as Lin Feng also summoned ghosts, but Wei Hod assured him not to worry as there were only 5 good spirits. Suddenly, an unlimited number of ghost umbrellas appeared, which were just as equivalent to a real ghost umbrella. A horde of ghostly umbrellas attacked the evil spirits, which promised victory in this battle. With the help of a ghostly mirror, Xuanhua, Tong Tong, and the twin sisters created clones of themselves, and now the army of good quantitatively outnumbered the evil spirits. Before the Wei brothers, as their combined strength gave them the power to destroy all the ghosts when they met in battle. Wei Hodi, along with his nephew and his spirit, were under the influence of impressions. How could such a small team turn into a whole horde of insane power? Lin Feng has created so many clones, it's most likely just an illusion. They can't all be real. No, all the clones were real and instantly trampled several evil spirits, gaining 2,000 experience. This development of events fairly frightened the Wei brothers, and they watched in horror as their entire invincible army was trampled. The only thing is that Tantan was still messing around with the brush dragon, which had good defense. Lin Feng noticed this and ordered Xuanhua to use Ghost Fire and Tong Tong to use Ice Palm. The spirits immediately began to carry out the owner's orders. Xuanhua confidently directed the ghostly fire towards the dragon. While diving over the burning bodies of their opponents, the Tantan clone army used an icy palm. Your swords reached together above the sky, and incredible power began to form from such a union. The Tantan raised their swords, calling upon the icy palm to submit and surrender to this energy. The crazy ice stream was subjected to the girl's power, and in the direction indicated, pierced the body of the brush dragon. The enemy had no chance to survive. He was destroyed, and the spirits received 4,000 experience. The twin sisters were glad that they had managed to overcome the powerful enemy, but it was too early to rejoice. The entire group of still living people and spirits raised their eyes to the sky and saw an undesirable picture. The ghostly hair still held the ghostly picture captive, tightly squeezing it on all sides with black strands. Wei Hod couldn't understand what the hell was going on here, and why he was left behind by an entire army of evil ghosts. The fish granny noticed that an image of an eye had appeared in the ghostly picture. Lin Feng realized that Jiang Wei was free again, so he ordered his spirits to attack Fish Granny. This way they will not only help him, but also gain experience. The spirits immediately rushed to fight the evil ghost. Having attacked the fish grandmother, the spirits flew to the aid of the owner, and her body was still far away, flickering with red flame. The ghostly picture began to give up the ghost, and Wei Hod realized that they could not win this battle. Taking the wounded and not killed fish grandmother, Wei Holda ordered him to flee from here. The flow of energy carried the husband away. Only the uncle forgot his nephew, who fearfully ran after the energy in the hope that it would catch him. Lin Feng ordered the spirits to stop the fugitives. Suddenly, someone's energy turned the root of Wei Hodi with the spirit, and they ended up in the same place from where they ran away. Wei Guangyao was happy because he thought that his uncle had returned to save him. The enraged Wei Hod could not understand how he ended up in the same place again. The ghostly picture has created several territories, and now they are just walking in circles. A ghostly picture moved from the sky straight towards Wei Hoda with the fish granny. While in the canvas, the ghostly picture curled into a scroll, capturing the evil man along with his spirit. Lin Fen and her sisters won the battle and increased all experience by 9,000. Help the ghostly painting kill the head of the Wei family. The guy completed the 5th task and received 30 friendship points. All that remains is to deal with Wei Guangyao and several of his apostates. Falling to his knees, the man begged for mercy, assuring, "That admits mistakes and wrongs." The apostates instantly ran over to Lin Feng's side, assuring that they did not want to attack him at all, and Wei Guangyao forced them. The young man wanted to hear from the man at least one reason why he should let him go. Wei Guangyao claimed that he was the most talented person ever born into the Wei family. Even Grandpa Wei Baobai was not that gifted. Moreover, if a guy kills his husband, the family will never forget it, and the alliance will not be able to protect him forever. The ghostly picture sparkled with a stream of energy. Wei Guangyao received this energy, and he fell to the ground dead. It was ironic that the ghostly painting was looking for the Wei family to take revenge, but they ended up finding it themselves. The friendship points with the ghostly painting have reached 80, which means this is enough to create a node and get a 4th spirit. And Lin Feng was not going to give up on this and agreed to create a node and obtain the 4th spirit. Having created a knot, the guy received a 4th ghost, Jiang Wei. The girl in the picture suddenly began to move. She began to look at the young people. The girl extended her hand towards Lin Fen. He touched her palm through the canvas, and a stream of energy spread across the drawing. Through the canvas, first a girl's hand appeared, resting on the palm of a young man, and then the woman stepped onto the soft ground with her foot. They became real, and so beautiful. Jiang Wei, rank Primordial Chaos, 2nd level. Potential, experience 50,750 thousandths. Skill, Ghost Pattern, Cloning, Ghost Eye. Ghost Art, Deadly Scroll. Talents, Acquisition, Merger. Ghost Territory, Multi-layered. Friendship Points, 82. Lin Feng noted that the teacher had created a really strong ghost. Jiang Wei used Ghost Eye to confuse Fish Granny and used multi-layer territory to prevent Hongda from escaping. At the very end, she wrapped them in a death scroll. The guy congratulated the girl, noting that most likely she doesn't remember him, but now they will always be together. Wei's mouth. Lin Feng was seriously afraid for the girl. Jiang Wei turned into a painting again, just like she was before. To everyone's surprise, the young people returned to the ghostly territory of Jiang Wei again. The abbess appeared in front of Jiang Wei and the boy. The abbess's friendship balls have increased, as have the ghostly painting. It seems that the abbess is pleased that Lin Feng has taken Jiang Wei. Wei also looked worried. The abbess surged upward. The guy asked the spirit if the quest with the abbess should begin now. Taking the boy's arm, the girl pointed her finger at the sky so that the boy would pay attention upward. A hole appeared in the sky, which could have been a consequence of the battle with the fish granny. The guy began to wonder if Jiang Wei had brought him to the ghostly territory so that he could help her close this hole. Still, the guy helped the girl by sharply snatching his lasso and throwing it into the hole. Grabbing the monument, the young man pulled it out of the hole, but everything turned out to be not so simple. Broken pieces of crowbar began to fall from the hole directly onto the guy. Jiang Wei watched what was happening like a child. After getting out from under the rubble, Lin Feng jokingly asked if all these ghostly objects were a reward for victory. The girl just smiled in response. Taking her brush in her teeth, the girl impulsively flew up to the hole in the sky. The guy thought that maybe she wanted to remount the sky, and then he realized that the girl was using a ghostly pattern to close the hole. Lin Feng summoned his other 2 spirits so that Tong Tong, who can repair ghostly objects, and Xuanhua, who also uses the pattern, helped Jiang Wei. The 3 girls combined their skills to quickly and smoothly close the hole, but it seemed like it would take some time, so Lin Feng and the Zhuo sisters decided to return to the city. Jumping out of the scroll, the guy met 2 sisters, who were incredibly happy about his return. He reported that he had created a connection with the ghostly painting. Zhuo Yu reported that she felt the presence of a ghost boy not far from here and offered to leave with him. Half an hour later, the young people found a ghost boy on the lawn, where he was playing near a fish pond. Lin Feng ordered the ghost umbrella to use illusion to trap the ghost. A little boy notices a magical umbrella with butterflies near him on the lawn and runs up confidentially to play with his new find. And as soon as the boy came close enough, the umbrella closed, trapping the ghost inside. Since they had dealt with the ghost boy who could be exchanged for Asura, they could return home. Mrs. Ying was informed that Lin Fen had returned to the city. The woman ordered the lieutenant to bring the boy to her. Lin Feng apologized to Rui because he made her worry, and she still could not believe that the young man was attacked by the Wei family. From the words that Wei will participate in the battle, Guang Yao and Wei Hongda, a master with the rank of Earthly Demon level 2, the woman's eyes widened. Rui couldn't believe that the guy killed Wei. Guang Yao and Wei Hongda is one of the strongest elders in the Wei family, who also has 3 second-level Earth Demon spirits. The woman assumed that the guy was just joking, because it was almost impossible to kill them all on your own. But these were no jokes. In addition, Lin Feng created voluntary nodes with the second-level Primordial Chaos Spirit, which surprised Rui even more. Grabbing the guy by the cheeks with both hands, the woman became worried because all his actions were risky and dangerous, which could cost him his life. Since the guy helped Jiang Wei in her time of need, the spirit should not get out of control and attack him in the blink of an eye. This calmed Rui down a bit. The woman praised the guy, who had reached such heights at a fairly young age, and said that if she weren't such an old woman, she would have signed up for his fan club. Lin Feng remembered the captured ghost boy and asked if he could be exchanged for balls. Opening the golden box, a six-eyed baby flew out of it. Rui said that this is a great spirit and that the guy can apply to capture it. For the points he received, the guy would like to buy Asura from room 55 in the golden prison. The woman remembered that Asura is the spirit that Yan dreams of Ian. Are they really dating? Rui said that Lin Fen could entrust this matter to her, and she would take care of everything. Rui asked the guy what he would do next, because the Wei family would probably start hunting him. The young man would like to return to his hometown of Hai, lie low and rest a little. The road from here was dangerous, because it passes through the cave of 10,000 ghosts. The spirit of order lives in him, at the hands of which many people died, so Lin Feng had better not linger. Because when they went to Pingcheng, they were moving behind the quiet world, so they bypassed the cave. You need to be careful. Suddenly, something scared Lin Feng's horse. Is this really the spirit of order that Rila spoke about? Rui? But Lin Feng did not sense anyone's presence. However, the ghost horse wouldn't just stand on end. There was definitely someone here. The spirit of order is governed by rules and laws. For example, if someone decides to steal a bag from someone they can, then the laws of order come into force, and the thief will immediately get what he deserves. Such punishment can be fatal. Considering that it doesn't matter what level the spirit is, this is almost ideal protection. Lin Feng ordered Tong Tong to lift it up. Having risen to a sufficient level to see something, the guy saw the same cave of 10,000 ghosts. It is not surprising that the ghostly horse reacted this way, since Rui herself said that it was better not to go there. It would be better to listen to her. Zhou Yu pointed her finger at the sky, urging Lin Feng to look at the palace in the sky. The young man accidentally thought that it was an illusion, but no, it was definitely a trap. Having landed on the ground, the guy ordered everyone to be distracted and not press on the lock. Lin Feng managed to save Zhuo Yu, who was mesmerized by the beauty of the ghostly castle. Instantly, the beginning is the worst. Zhuo Ling could not understand what was happening to her sister. The girl's body began to disappear without a trace. It looks like she stared at the castle for too long and got trapped and is now being sucked inside. The girl begged for help. Lin Feng ordered Tong Tong to protect Yu, and his attempts were in vain. Zhuo Ling wanted to somehow help her sister by grabbing her hand. Yi Zhuo Yu simply disappeared, not even able to grab her sister's hand. Suddenly, Jiang Wei appeared here and was supposed to help her. With the help of her brush and a magic scroll, she was able to save the girl. Shrouded in papyrus from danger, Zhuo Ling finally began to feel her material body and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Zhuo Ling was incredibly happy to see her sister return, having recovered from her experience. The guy thanked Jiang Wei for saving his friend, but young people needed to remain cautious. The castle disappeared. Wiping tears from his eyes, Zhuo Yu apologized for what she had done. The girl thought she saw someone there and was just curious, so she continued looking until she could no longer look away. Lin Feng, calming the girl, asked her to tell who she saw in the castle. The girl said that at first she simply looked at the building. It looked like an ancient imperial palace, and then it seemed as if she began to be drawn inside, and she saw a large hall, in the center of which stood a dragon throne in which a woman was sitting. I think she was wearing a phoenix dress. The silhouette of a mysterious stranger was reflected in the girl's memory. Zhuo Ling wondered if there were such perfumes as palace, dragon throne, phoenix dress. Lin Fen said that this 10,000 ghosts cave is really dangerous, so it is better not to linger here and return to Hai as soon as possible. City of Hai, third defensive line. The young people successfully crossed no man's land, and the city is now very close. But suddenly it seemed to the guy that another ghostly tide appeared before them. The warrior gave instructions over the radio, sending the third corral into the fortress and capturing the necessary support. Another class. A evil ghost is heading to the fortress. The guys on the motorcycle quickly approached the captain, shooting at the ghosts. Suddenly, the captain was overcome by panic. He lost it. Class A ghosts have simply disappeared from the radar, while others are moving away from the city. The warrior told the captain that the wave of danger was receding, but he did not understand why. Perhaps someone sent reinforcements? On the spot. Where once a bunch of ghosts reigned, now the fire was just blazing. The horde, led by Lin Fen and his spirits, was heading towards the fortress. It was they who helped destroy the attacking army of evil spirits. The warrior's surprise knew no bounds. Could this be the same Lin Feng who disappeared a year ago? Hearing this name did not help the captain. Greeted Lin Feng with joy and shock, not believing that he had destroyed all the enemies of the fortress. The guy was very strong and everyone recognized it. Lin Feng was surprised because they still lacked experience. Zhuo Ling directed her sister to look at the wall. Joyfully, the girls noticed their father there. A wealthy woman asked Chairman Zhuo if he had invited her. The man refused that yes, it was him, but everything was calm here, because some had already dealt with the problem. The woman wanted to look at this hero, but looking through the telescope, she was incredibly happy to see Lin Feng. The guy responded to Mrs. Yang with the same sincere smile and inexpressible joy from the meeting. Joyful girls, like little children, ran into the arms of their father. The touching moment and the long separation from the children made Mr. Zhuo nervous. Tears welled up on him. From the tight hugs of his daughters, the man completely lost control of himself and began to cry with happiness to see his own children. A little embarrassed from the tender moments, Lin Feng greeted Madame Yan. They haven't seen her for a long time. The meeting councilwoman also said hello to an old acquaintance. While Mr. Zhuo was happy to meet his daughters, Mrs. Yan and Lin Feng were talking about the way here and the problems on the way home. Lin Feng noticed that Madame Yan didn't even ask him where he had been disappearing all year, and the woman in turn said, "The most important thing is that the guy returned alive and everything else doesn't matter." Mr. Zhuo flushed with rage upon noticing Lin Feng's contentment. He attacked the guy with claims, because he stole his girls, and now he dared to show up here as if nothing had happened. The sisters stood up for the young man, telling his father not to speak about him like that, because Lin Feng was not a bad person at all. Tears of joy mixed on the man's face, along with a lack of understanding of the situation. The man clutched his head and despaired because he believed that the young man had brainwashed his daughters away. Zhuo's head, saying that they encountered some problems along the way, and he could not have imagined that it would take so long. Zhuo Yu said that with the help of this journey, she and her sister became much stronger and rose to S rank. The father was shocked. His young, loving daughters are now S ranked. Mr. Zhuo couldn't believe it. The sisters showed their father their new ghosts. Zhuo's surprise knew no bounds. By the end, he was unsettled by the fact that Lin Feng was now a level 2 Earth Demon rank master. Here, Mrs. Yan was no less shocked than Zhuo's head. Realizing his mistake in aggressively meeting the guy, perhaps Mr. Zhuo was overcome by fear. But he said with a smile that it was not in vain that he entrusted his daughters to Lin Fen, because he is a wonderful guy. The father really hoped that they could continue to rely on the guy. For Mr. Zhuo, Ling Feng was now like his own son. The girls frowned at the hypocrisy of their father's speech, not believing the sincerity of his words. Madame Yan and Lin Feng were sitting in a cafe. The woman sarcastically noted that Mr. Zhuo, after talking about the rank of the earthly demon, was trying to be the guy's parents. Lady Yan continued, talking about the saws that touched Lin Feng. They say that Uncle Li was sent after him, only to prevent the guy from entering the Liu family. It seemed that the young man had become too popular. Ashamed, the guy suggested not to talk about this topic. Lin Feng remembered that he had brought the woman a gift, which he would go home to get and then bring to her. The woman, like any other girl, was sincerely delighted with the gift. At the same time, somewhere in the city of Hai, the warrior reported to his master that Lin Feng had returned and had also defeated the ghostly wave on his way to the city. The man sitting on the curiosity opposite listened to his servant's report. All he knew was that Lin Feng had been considered missing for a whole year. The news about the guy's appearance did not console the stately man. He couldn't understand why the guy had been away for a whole year, and he decided to return right now. Just when his son and Liu Ru's wedding is supposed to take place next month, Lin Feng must not interfere. The servant said that a year ago, they sent Uncle Li to finish off Lin Fen, but as a result, they killed not the guy, but the uncle. Over the course of a whole year, this boy has most likely become even stronger, maybe even reached the level of primordial chaos. Having lit a cigarette, the stately man noted that if this turns out to be true, they have no chance of error. Residents of the Royal Association of Craftsmen. Lin Feng handed the woman his gift. Opening the golden box, Madame Yan even took her breath away. In the box lay a spirit that took the form of a dagger. He had at least the first level of primordial chaos, the very dagger that the woman dreamed of so much. Lady Yan had no idea where the guy got Asura from the 55th room in the golden prison. Lin Feng said since the attack woman wanted him, he went to the Alliance headquarters and offered them another ghost in return. Mrs. Yan was incredibly happy that she simply remembered this dagger one day in a conversation, not even thinking that the guy would remember it, especially since Asura was kept in prison, and the woman could not even imagine what kind of spirit she had to give in return. Mrs. Yan looked down and was embarrassed by the pleasant surprise. Without thinking twice about how to thank the guy for such a gift, the woman quickly approached the guy and gently kissed him on the cheek, and then thanked him again for the surprise. Lin Fen blushed from such surprise and said that there was no need to thank him for such a modest gift. She noticed how much the guy had grown during the time they had not seen each other. Since it was already late, the woman imposingly approached the door and said in a quiet voice that she would take a shower. Lin Feng grabbed the woman's wrist with his hand, thereby stopping her from further action. The next morning, a man stood at the residence of the Royal Association of Masters and rightfully informed that the gentleman should be given information that Lin Feng had not left the association building for 2 days. The servant gave the order to continue to stay awake and inform him of Lin Feng's new actions. Mrs. Yan walked behind the guy, once again asking if he was sure that he wanted to leave on his own. With a smile on his lips, the guy said that he had some urgent matters in the west and the city, and as soon as he settled everything, he could return. With a spark of love and emotion in her eyes and the euphoria of meeting her longtime love, the woman asked Lin Feng to be careful and take care of his life. The woman remained on the threshold, watching her lover go on a journey. The spy immediately radioed that Lin Feng had left the building and we could move on to the action plan. Western Food Settlement number 38, City Let. People on the streets turned around in admiration to get a better look at Lin Feng, who was considered missing, racing on his faithful ghostly horse. Girls on the street idolized the guy's beauty, not believing that they saw him with their own eyes. Lin Feng thought as soon as rumors of his return spread throughout the city, Liu Ru warned him to be wary of their family. So knowing that he is being followed, the guy can lure them out and deal with everything in one go. Lin Feng knew very well that he was being followed by a spy. This was to the advantage of the guy, and he sometimes turned around to make sure that the spy was not looking away from him. The young man had his own intricate plan. The wealthy man received notice from his exiled spy that, as he suspected, Lin Feng had left the city and headed straight into a trap. Such news greatly encouraged the man. Suddenly, someone's annoying voice was heard behind the man's back. The son wanted to go with his father and get even with an old enemy, but my father forbade such tricks. Taking his son by the shoulder, he said that Li Chung should stay hidden. The city ruler's spies are everywhere, and if they spot the guy, it could end badly. The most important thing now is for Li Chung and Liu Ru's wedding to happen. By then, the entire city will be in their hands. The guy agreed with his father's instructions, but also asked him to be more careful, because according to rumors, Lin Fen is extremely strong. But my husband didn't care. He is a master with the rank of Primordial Chaos, level 1, and is also not the last person in the city. Lin Feng has no chance against such a powerful man. Lin Feng on his ghostly horse walked straight into what seemed to the men to be their trap, but they did not yet know that the young master would be able to trick them around his finger. The girl was spinning around with her copies. He had a new task, to give the ghost a name. For this, he would receive a survey 1,000 and friendship bonuses 10. He didn't understand why he should give a name to a ghost, but when they became human, it would be much more convenient to address them by name. She hovered around him because she really wanted him to call her by name. He thought orange, rose, or flower. The system asked him to give the exact name of the ghost. These names that he said did not sound very serious, although there are 3 of them, but they are one ghost, which means they need one name. They were bright and beautiful. He wanted to think carefully about their name. Without hesitation, the guy called them Aster. Their dresses, painted in different colors, they rose high up. The guy's task was completed. He, as written in the system, received 1,000 surveys and 10 friendship bonuses. In the spirit of the Aster, there was a second level. She could be copied, often dominated. The rank of the primordial house, friendship 163, they were spinning with joy. While he was watching the girls, someone in the distance shouted his name. He, along with the ghosts, turned his head. The girl waved her hand to him. Finally, she found him. She was riding in a car with 2 other women. They brought her to him. It was Miss Liu. She heard rumors that he was going to leave the garden alone, so she decided to go with him, but if her family decided to make a trap. What she saw made her fall silent. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes were filled with fear. The guy looked where she was looking. 3 people were lying nearby without a sign of life. The husband had his mouth open and his eyes were white. It was the head of the family, Li Zhengdao. Huang Ping is his right hand. She only didn't see Li's son. They wanted to lure the guy into a trap, but he quickly dealt with them. She didn't expect that the guy was so strong. He killed 2 professionals with the rank of first-level Earth Demon. Liu pursed her lips as she was jealous that he had become so strong in just 1 year. If only she had a little bit of that talent. She abruptly began to bow to him and apologize. Because of her, he has a lot of problems now. But he did not feel lunch on her. The girl took his hand because she wanted to assuage her guilt. She would make sure that her father gave him a formal apology from the Lee family. They immediately went to the mansion of the Lord of the Vegetable Garden. High, in the center of the city, there was a large castle. The man was wrapped in pipes. The nurse was just adjusting the pipes. A man approached him with the news that there was a message from 3 girls. He asked to see it, and a phone was pointed in front of his face showing where the girl lived. Lee's attempt to kill Lin to clear the way for his son, a serious violation of the rules he had established, he ordered Lee's arrest. The man did not understand why he decided to do this because Lee had entered into a marital contract with Liu. But can such a man become the husband of his daughter? No contract will convince him. The family created a bloody battle and want to know their son for Liu. Meanwhile, at the Lee family's place, the husband noticed Lee and suggested that he go for a walk. The husband got scared and began to worry. He thought that the ruler of the city had sent him. A couple more people approached Lee. There were rumors about his principal. This reached the man, and there was no need to remember his father at all. Since Lin Fei had already killed him, a tremor tore through his body, and his eyes narrowed so that he was almost invisible. He started punching the man. This couldn't happen. He didn't believe in it. The main city ordered to separate the agreement with the 3rd girl and arrest him. Lin himself decided to choose such an order regarding other family members. They would be expelled from the garden without the opportunity to return. He fell to the ground and punched. His eyes were wet with tears. How was this even possible? If the father had not been fixated on Lin, he would have been alive. And who needed the wedding? They already have a prestigious status. Now everything is gone. Meanwhile, in the Golden Room, Lin was talking to someone. His father said that Lee had been detained and it was up to him to decide whether to kill him or not. Lin approached the golden door where there were 2 people guarded. Lee was locked in that very room. As soon as they entered the room, Lee sat in a pool of blood. His body was not breathing. They came to him too late. Apparently he was afraid that Lin would mock him and committed suicide. And that girl still wanted to marry him. This was good news for Lin because he didn't have to do anything. Lee did everything himself. They were about to go back. The father organized lunch because the girl had arrived. The table was covered with rich food. The father had not seen Lin for a long time and asked him to sit at the table. He came with that girl. The smell of baked crab could be heard from the table. The man had dealt with the family not only because of him, so he didn't have to take it to heart. Rumors about his illness began to spread in Hai's garden, so some families began to muddy the waters. So you can consider this useful. But the main city looked stern. He thought that they would not dare to do anything. His father noticed that Lin had learned to flirt. Be that as it may, his time is truly running out. Therefore, he is in a hurry to get his daughter married. And what will happen next? The father wanted to say everything directly, wanted him to listen to his thoughts. Lai family no longer exists, and the other candidates are nothing at all. Therefore, he is ready to transfer the city to him without any agreements. The guy seemed to see the light from what he heard. He certainly did not expect such a decision from his father. He didn't want there to be a strong leader in the garden after his death. He asked Ru to tell him how things were going in the south. Last night, the southern capital announced the entire withdrawal of the Ghost Lords from the Alliance. They will no longer announce the arrival of new professionals. They will also not send driving relics to the Alliance. The guy was shocked. They wanted independence. He thought that this was just some kind of gang of dementia. In their days, people gradually become stronger. It's not surprising that some feel they no longer need the Alliance's protection. But this is just the beginning. Once he leaves, they try to take Hai. He was not going to leave room for them to fight. If he could deal with the Lee family, then he was a good fighter. The father didn't have to worry. If something happened, then as a friend or as a member of the mother's alliance, he would come to the rescue. But he cannot replace him. The girl wondered if anyone in this world could really refuse such an offer. His father understood and thanked him for listening. The more stubbornly he refused, the more he wanted to get it. Later, in the middle of nowhere, Lin lay on the bed with the girl. He walked around the city all day. He received a message from the system that he had performed a mystical picture, and for this he received friendship bonuses of 3. A paper rose from under his clothes above the bed. The guy did not understand what was happening and looked more carefully. The paper came closer to his face. He raised his hand. The magical power seemed to suck the guy in. When this happened, he found himself in a new city. The garden had changed, and someone approached him. She was a tall girl. They had not seen each other for a long time, and she was wondering where he had been all these days. The guy didn't even know what to say and froze. In another world, this girl could not speak. This world was created by another person. Straightening her hair, she remembered how he saved her from death last time and left so quickly that she did not have time to thank him. Worried, he scratched his head. He apologized for leaving so quickly, and he was interested in how she was doing. He wanted to understand what was happening. Wu Pingcheng has finally returned to the world, and the Wei family is no longer following her, and it's all because of him. She waved the key. It was the key to her house. If he had nowhere to spend the night, he could come at any time. He carefully took the keys from her hands and thanked her for it. She invited him to go for a walk, and he, of course, agreed to such an offer. They passed through the river and said that life in pension was boring and monotonous. They stopped, and she knew that it was very dangerous outside the city, but she still wanted to get out of here. He was surprised by her words. Life inside the mystical picture continued. Will the day really come when Jang can leave this world? Jang has control of the mind, but what will happen if she connects with the mystical picture? Is it possible to connect a ghost with the human mind? While he was thinking about this, Jiang noticed that he was not listening to her. She was not pleased to be stuck in the garden for the rest of her life, knowing that somewhere there was a big city that she could only see on the pages of books. But he promised that if possible, he would take her out of the city and show her many amazing cities. She was upset and thanked him for doing such a thing for her. The distance between them was closing more and more. She brought her hand closer to his warm hand and took hold of it. Meanwhile, on the edge of Pingchen, someone dug a deep hole in the forest with a shovel. Many people gathered at that place. The dead people were covered with cloth. There were people who were killed by Lin. The husband was furious that Lin killed them. The guy on the radio said that in any case, go and inform the main one. Hongda was a second-level professional. Cars with goods were traveling to Pingcheng. The Wei family was like a parasite all these years, only he dealt with them, and life got better. The issue of the ghost boy has also been resolved, so they will continue to help with the task. Nothing has been heard from Lina in recent days. News about the independence of the South was now much more important, so nothing is written about Linya. He was wondering if Lin had left Pingcheng, and suddenly he saw something from above. Everyone raised their heads up. The man pointed his finger at the ghostly theory that was moving. There was a flying mountain high in the sky. It was cold winter. The man was so shocked that he opened his mouth. This winter hurt them. The man could not control his ghost. There was a strong mental attack. It was a Hausa rank ghost. Or perhaps even more powerfully, the man ordered to convene all the professionals. Snow Mountain? This was the Wei family's notorious theory. Houses were visible on the mountain. The girl stood on the balcony and admired the snow. It seems that Wei's father was not ready to come to terms with the murder of his son. She wanted Chime to take her up. A spirit appeared near her. Something was heading to the flying city. It was a flying ship. It was protected by magical protection, protecting the ship with a shell. People also saw the earthly mountain in the sky. Could it be the ghosts of the elders of the 6 big families? From all sides, people did not understand what had happened and why they were all called. The kingdom of ghosts flying in the sky is at least on par with the primordial house. 6 large families joined forces. In his entire life, he had never witnessed anything mystical. From this snowy mountain there are Haos everywhere, Wei and Zi, who came with such anger towards Pingchen, he wants to try to start a war. The husband probably thought that they were standing there for beauty. Snow was falling on the ground. The woman put her hand on the girl's shoulder. It was Ying. He was the main provocateur. It's good that she became a witness. A man named Wei descended to Earth. This is the head of the Wei family, the southern land. He needed Lin. He will find it and immediately leave the area. Lin had just finished off the 2 Wei spirits. He wouldn't do the same. They had a better opinion of him. The man knew what he had done to his son and would do the same. People didn't expect that Lin killed Wei. They didn't know it at all. Apparently, Wei sent the other guy to kill Lin to avenge the killing of the spirit. And now that Wei and the other person are dead, he came here to take revenge on Lin, even came to Pingcheng. Is this really his family's usual preparation for independence? The husband was very angry. She should not speak for other people. She was asked if a second-degree Earth Demon rank person was also killed by Lin. Was the girl really sure of this? But it was true. Wei made problems for himself. She can give evidence to the Alliance apartment. He didn't care about her and her alliance. He would avenge his son, and for this he called his spirits. His appearance here is direct evidence that he was not afraid to fight them. But if he wanted a battle, then there will be one. Other people also summoned their spirits. 50 years ago, Wei lived in the Quiet World Monastery. It's time to bring back those good times. These people and that Lin are to blame for all this. He will not allow himself to be embarrassed. They are too dreamy. The ghosts fought among themselves. All had a protective barrier. But the Wei ghost was winning the most in the battle. He flew over Wei. He did not think to see him among the living, but Wei did not have the right to kill other people. Because of Wei, he has 10 more years left. He was not very serious about this matter. There are certain rules in Pingchen. If the Wei family wants to catch Lin in that place, then he is not going to sit idly by. The man dismantled the entire city into small parts and struck the snowy mountain. As long as he never leaves Pingchen, otherwise, if he breaks the rules, he will kill him himself. The flying ship was running away. Lin must take extra care. Wei is not that easy to deal with. Wei came down from the mountain. He gave the order to look for Lin. If he decides to leave Pingchen, he must be informed. Meanwhile, in Hancheng, in the garden of the head of the vegetable garden, Lin was with that man, he called him. A letter came from the Alliance headquarters saying that he was in Pingcheng and killed members of the Wei family to try to kill him. Lin said it was true. He clapped for him. This was great news. He had not liked that Wei for a long time. He should have ordered him a long time ago. After a couple of days, he learns that Lin is in Pingcheng, but as long as he is alive, he will not let him appear here. He thanked him. But if he stays there, isn't he afraid that in a couple of years he will return here with the aim of taking revenge? If there is even a little news that will talk about this, before he dies, he will find and kill his spirits. Will a person be afraid of him from step to death? The strength of the southern regions is stronger than their city. There is one giant in the south. He does not know if they were able to convince to their side. Those with third-rank spirits are called giants. They can survive even in heavy combat and have a lot of strength to kill the entire world. Even he does not live up to such a title. Lin wanted to ask him for something. Or Kenshin has some dangerous places where it would be fashionable to meet spirits of the first and second rank of house. The man understood what he was talking about and could give him a map. After some time, he went to look for dangerous places. Wei is their enemy who needs to be dealt with. In these cities, he will be able to practice. And then he will deal with the main one from the Quiet World Monastery. The first point was Mount Huanggu. To begin with, level 5 will be useful. He was already in level 5 danger territory. He killed spirits and received 2,900 bonuses. Next, he passed through the Jia camp. Jia, there also received 38,000 bonuses. In the dungeon, he received 6,000 bonuses. It takes a lot of effort to get there. He deserved a break. The spirits served him. He managed to earn a lot of bonuses in a couple of days. He didn't know when Tong and Xuan would move to the next level. He asked Tone to close his eyes. When she closed her eyes and opened them, they shimmered well, like red wine. The system gave a notification about the mission, the Quiet World. He needs to find the witch, then call the head of the monastery and help with the spirit agreement. At the Hachen Tavern, the men discussed that Wei had been killed by Lin. He had a second-level spirit. The Li family is now at a loss because of him. The head of the city actually wanted to marry his daughter to him. He saw her from afar. She was good. Near another table sat a man with a walkie-talkie. He gave information that Lin is in Hancheng. In the dangerous territory of New Bee Mountain, they had to do one thing. A ghostly photograph emerged from the umbrella. Law of death. Anyone who looks at a photograph will be haunted by torment for the rest of their lives. Even an accidental lifting from the ground, they will pursue the victim at a distance of 20 kilometers. This magic is similar to Lin's magic. This spirit has reached the second order, house rank. It is a pity that it is a simple spirit. The ghostly picture studied their weaknesses. It is necessary not to be seen. The picture found their weak spot. He ordered his spirits, Tong and Xuan, to collect the bonuses. Xuan and Tong collected all the photos, each with a different way of collecting them. All the photographs were torn. His spirit killed the second order spirit. He was given 9,999 bonuses. His spirit Zhang received new magic, surveillance. Lin's spiritual strength was increased, and he also received a photo with which he could hide spirits. He was in danger territory, in the city of Linjiang. The city was calm. When he crossed the bridge, he saw that the monument by the river looked very unusual, but it was a spirit. Two spirits were fighting before his eyes, or a ghost spirit master was trying to deal with another spirit. An unknown voice shouted that it was better for him not to approach there. It was dangerous. He is a ghost spirit from the Alliance. Now the Vig is performing a task. He is a second-order water spirit of the house rank. Very dangerous. It is better not to approach him. They had a lifeless voice. She controlled this monument. He said his name. He wanted to help the spirit. She had already heard his name, and without even thinking, she agreed and let him help her. He summoned his spirits again. As long as he can collect the survey, he will take on any task. The river was divided into two parts, and a spirit was quickly running from the other side. All the spirits prepared for battle. They were preparing for a serious battle. His spirit won the second-rank spirit, for which he received 11000 bonuses. The statue thanked him for saving him. He needed to know where the second-class witch was and asked the statue. He asked correctly, because she had just recently been following her. They called her the Joker. She's very cunning. She will give him something with which he can find the witch. Now he knew who to look for. The spirit moved forward, also possessing magical powers with which she could block surveillance. This represented the Joker. The spirit gave him a piece of the mask on which was depicted a tear. This was an excellent opportunity to test Jiang's new spirit magic. He asked her to track down those who owned this mask and find out their location. She pointed with a sign in the direction where he should go, and then he rushed to follow the spirit. Passing through the thick red fog, the trees stood withered. The spirit pointed his finger towards the path, but Lin did not really believe that he was leading him along the right path. This fog surprised him. The mask pointed to the road and they had to follow it. He was so close to the mask that he could almost pick it up. The fragment of the mask reunited into one large mask. The horse jumped back. It was a trick. It was a Joker trap. Copies of the mask appeared with different emotions. The horse felt that there was a cliff below and began to gallop. This is a harbinger of misfortune. He summoned Spirit Xuan, hoping that she could clear away this fog of danger. Xuan immediately got to work, using her magical powers to disperse the darkness. They were in danger territory of an unknown level, possibly the cliff. Lin looked at the flying coffins ahead. He heard a strange but familiar sound. Red mist was coming out of a mysterious crack. A cube with darkness inside, a demonic palanquin, appeared in his field of vision. Lin summoned two of his spirits to help him cope with this hellish vehicle. The demonic palanquin attacked Lin, its face looming like that of the demon itself. Zhuan managed to destroy it without resorting to heavy forces, simply dissolving it into thin air. The evil spirit had completely disappeared, and to ensure its final disappearance, Zhuan used her cloning ability. This is a simple spirit of at least the third level of the rank of House. This spirit uses artificial mask fragments to lure its prey into a trap and kill it. It wasn't there. But I had to clear a point on the map. As soon as they become stronger, they will return. There were many directions this spirit was difficult to track. He was in dangerous territory, Julipo. They killed all the spirits again, and when he killed the last one, he received 3,000 bonuses. For this, he received a part of the mask. How long it took him to discover? This time, it must be real. He used magic to try to reunite the two parts of the mask. And she succeeded. There were real copies, therefore they must be especially careful. He wanted to continue his search. A couple more places like this, and they will find all the parts, and Tong and Xuan will increase their level. After Lin destroyed another evil spirit, he again received a piece of the mask. A fiery wolf appeared in front of him, and a small dog brought him another piece of the mask. The tone level could be improved, and a demon pill was needed to start the process. Lin did not spare the pill. The update was successful, the tone level was increased to the 2nd degree. Lin received 1 lucky ticket. Now his potential reached 5 stars, the enhanced defense was an added bonus, and now he was faced with the task of increasing the level of Zhuan. He already had 4 second-degree spirits. At this time, in Haicheng, a man was actively looking for Lin, and finally tracked him down. He was right in front of Lin's eyes, trying to grab him. As he approached, he thought he had finally found Lin, but a copy of Lin appeared in front of him. The man could not understand what was happening to him. He became somehow extraordinary. At that time, the girl was walking in the park. A subject approached them. He reported that the task had been completed. She smiled slyly. This was good news. The Wei family should have been shocked. The girl was selling Lin's clothes and giving a 30% discount. Some people wanted to buy this costume. Half the city was dressed in Lin suits just to make the man confused. Melon has arrived in danger territory, Lingtan. It was cold there and there was a waterfall running. Zhang showed that the spirit was underwater. The Joker spirit is definitely not a water spirit. Perhaps this is another part. Lin Tan's water spirit will be quite strong. He wondered if she could get some of it without disturbing the spirit of the water. The spirit advised him to try an umbrella, and thousands of umbrellas came out of his hand, creating an impressive arsenal of protection from the surrounding elements. They headed to the waterfall where the water spirit lived, expecting to meet him in his watery kingdom. The parasols formed a powerful whirlwind, and as a result, a hurricane arose, in which the mysterious part of the mask was visible, as if a harbinger of unknown events. The spirit bent under the water, trying to reach the mysterious part, immersed in the depths of the waterfall. The girl saw that the hole in the water was slowly closing, and anxiety arose in her soul, not knowing what to do in this unpredictable moment. The umbrella was carried away and sucked into the water, causing a feeling of helplessness as everything went towards exposing their plan. The evil spirit, taking everything in its long tentacles, took away the map and umbrellas, exacerbating tension in the Water Kingdom. The spirit also pulled Zhang out of the water, and the mysterious secret of her life remained unsolved, shrouded in a veil of mystery. The waterfall rose. The horse began to panic. It was a 2nd-level sea ghost beast. He breathed green smoke onto the picture where Lin's spirit was. A whirlwind of bright green vapor covered the entire area. It was necessary to leave quickly. He ordered the spirits to help his other spirits, calling them from all sides of this light and shadow. The Zhuan ghost realm has taken over this spirit's realm. This was good news, representing a glimmer of hope. From under the water, she got ropes with which she tied the evil spirit. He could not move, trying to break free from the magical bonds. Tone also decided to help kill the evil spirit, her eyes filled with blue-red color, sparkling with magical energy. She created an evil spirit, a frost giant that towered in size like an evil spirit, filling the entire area with its menacing power. The spirit extended its hands to the evil spirit, and this began to freeze it. But the evil spirit bit her hand, trying to resist the magical power. But this did not stop her. Freezing the spirit, Zhuan wrapped it with tape, creating a magical connection, and she began to pull with all her might. The ropes tightened on different sides like huge snakes in a fight. She broke it into small pieces. Lin received a 9,000 bonus for this, deservedly celebrating his victory. He held in his arms a spirit that was in the water, and in front of him was part of a mask, but he still managed to win the spirit. His Zhuan spirit level could be upgraded, requiring one demon pill to start the process. He upgraded it to level 2. Lin got the lucky ticket again. The guy saw strange algae, it seems he saw them somewhere. The horse came there, it was his food. He used the seaweed as food for the ghost horse. As a result, his demonic energy increased. He stood with white wheels of luck. It was fashionable to use only 2 lucky tickets. He chose a magical power in which the spirits could unite, and he also took it to increase his fighting strength. One piece was missing for the mask. He came to the dangerous territory of the bamboo garden, where every leaf of bamboo seemed to harbor a hidden evil. The demonic horse has become really stronger. Its strength has increased so much that it can even easily gallop on bamboo, swinging on the branches like on the wheel of fate. Lin again heard the sound of water and saw the same monument that towered in front of him, like a living guardian of the garden. Lin got off his horse, they met again. She was also looking for a joker entering a dangerous game. The girl, who was hidden behind a rock in a wheelchair, said that this was her second day here, leaving her hidden, secluded area. He thought that she was the main monument, personifying the mysterious essence of the garden. Her name was Tang, the elder of the Ghost Spirit Alliance headquarters. She's a colleague from Yingrui who takes responsibility for protecting this mystical place. She is the main thing of this monument, standing at the head of an unknown force, and he decisively asked an unpleasant question about her legs, causing the air to freeze. Her legs were damaged during a battle with one spirit a couple of years ago. She wondered if he had found anything. The Joker spirit left him part of his mask in various dangerous places, but they managed to collect almost all the fragments and return the mask to its previous registration. But a couple of parts were still missing. He visited such dangerous places. He really is a genius. She had part of the maxa. She gave some so that he could fold the mask. For the whole mask, only one part was missing. This spirit left its fragments everywhere. I wonder why. There are 2 options: make them wander and eventually die. And second, this mask is the Achilles heel of that spirit. He didn't want anyone to own it. Therefore, the fragments were hidden in dangerous places. Who would have thought that his guesses were correct? I even got the details right. If he is not sure that the spirit will win, then she will help him. She felt the aura of the fragment behind that waterfall, but it mixed with another very dangerous one. There was a third spirit there. She watched him for a while, but did not see any strange behavior yet. Then he will take a look at the situation. She asked him to be careful. He summoned the spirit Zhang. The spirit made a way for him. Behind the waterfall there was a tunnel. He walked there, and was not surprised that behind the waterfall there was a tunnel that opened the way to mysterious depths. He saw the Joker kneeling in front of a statue towering like a deity among the dark stone walls. The Joker seemed to worship a deity, seeking to penetrate its secrets and learn about it. He summoned his spirit Lin Luo to understand this mysterious situation, opening the gates of spiritual secrets to them. The Joker turned his head and looked at Lin. He had the second level of house, personifying his strength and power. When Lin's spirit attacked the Joker, he stood motionless. The head of the deity returned and turned into a monster, awakening dark forces. A ghostly kingdom appeared before him, animated by mystical energy. But the statue of the deity, a spirit of the 3rd degree of the rank of House, appealed to the ancient forces, and the Joker worshipped her in order to gain her powers, revealing the secrets that were kept in the depths of this sacred place. I wonder what his rule is in this mystical game of forces and power. A large statue stood in front of him. It is a clone of the 3rd degree of House. He protected the believers and killed the infidels. His spirit could not withstand any number of clones. It was too much for her, calling on his last strength. He decided to help Lin and summon more spirits Zhang and Tong, convening the forces of his inner alliance. Tone transformed into a great giant, her form filling the space as Zhang wrapped her magic ribbons around the clones. When they destroyed the clones, they headed towards the Joker, who stood in a sacred temple surrounded by spirits and secrets. She came to the temple to caress the idols, as if seeking power in mystical objects. Joker had the magic of dissolving, and Tone could not catch her, her form avoiding swings like a shadow in the night. A clone crept up from behind and struck the spirit of Lin Tong Tong, causing a whirlwind of magic and energy. Even Zhang was not his rival. The spirit attacked Lin, trying to absorb his power. They were surrounded on all sides by the strongest clones created by the Joker, embodying his dark fantasies. The guy did not see any solution, and decided to teleport, taking advantage of the last desperate magical efforts. They moved to the waterfall. They floated above the water, as if retreating to a safe place where mystery and magic merged together with the sounds of nature. The woman was waiting for them and asked if everything was okay with him. Luckily, they didn't follow them. The Joker was protected by a spirit of the 3rd degree, so they are not so easy to deal with. His 3 spirits lasted 23 seconds, and that wasn't enough for them. She has 2 spirits of the 2nd degree of the rank of House. Do they have a chance of winning if they connect? But this option did not suit him. But if their goal is the Joker, then why would they kill the idol? She was surprised he had any idea. If her two spirits and her one unite, they will be able to repel the idol's attacks for a while. If there are an extra 20 seconds, his spirits will grab the Joker. And then his spirit can quickly run away. Once they grab the clown, the spirit will transport them here. Even if they can't win the tiger, they can try to snatch the food from its mouth. And that was a good idea, but he said that he has 4 spirits. There were also 5 that he had not yet completely subdued. He just wanted to take her this time. He can use Buddhist readings. This can increase your chances of winning. She already wanted to start. Lin never ceased to amaze her, revealing his talents and skills. It was already getting dark around him, and he wanted to put it off until later, looking forward to a moment of calm after a long day. Lin was frying fish over a fire, filling the evening air with the aroma of fresh nature. He invited Jue to try his dish, bringing out his inner chef. Lin cooked it really well. Who would have thought that he cooked so deliciously, revealing a new side of his talent? He often traveled alone, so he had to learn such a vital creation as cooking in nature. She was from the Xinjiang family. There was no such big city in the south. There are small towns underground hiding their secrets and comfort. Lin was surprised that there were cities underground that flourished with their own unique lives and customs. Her hometown is located in a tunnel, so evil spirits cannot enter there. Only the sunlight doesn't get there. He wondered if there were special spirits in the south. There were spirits of the mountains, an even more interesting spirit called Draug. If he is killed, he acquires another body and strengthens into it. So there is a myth that the spirit is looking for a better body to connect with. He was very interested. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. He boldly described such a spirit with the word interesting. Now they need to rest and then deal with the Joker. The next morning he picked up the necklace and saw the temple in front of him. It seems there was a spirit there. She must help them. They had to hit the road. Lin mounted his horse and had to cross the river, but the girl also had to move. On the way to the waterfall, one of the spirits unexpectedly offered to help in delivering water, making the process easier and faster. The Joker was still in place, still bowing to the deity, expressing his respect. Joker heard their reaction and slowly turned her head towards them, showing her attention. She once again called upon her spirits floating high in the skies to prepare for the coming clash. The girl instantly summoned her spirits and began to attack, trying to keep her enemies at a distance. Time was ticking mercilessly, and 1 second had already passed. Lin reminded the girl of the importance of careful use of her power. He ordered his spirit to help the girl in the battle with malicious spirits, acting tactfully and decisively. 3 seconds have already passed, and his spirits have successfully penetrated the enemy's key points, destabilizing the situation. 4 seconds passed, and Lin continued to distract the attention of the evil spirits, creating additional opportunities for the allied forces. A real battle was taking place between good and evil spirits, and 5 seconds had already passed, leaving behind traces of chaos and magic. The good spirits temporarily prevailed, and the girl's spirit froze the deity, leaving him in a helpless state. The spirits decided to unite their ghostly kingdoms, creating a powerful alliance capable of withstanding any attack. Their combined attack was incredibly strong, and 7 seconds had already passed since this epic battle began. Joker was less than thrilled to see her team's defeat, and her defenses were crumbling before her eyes. In an attempt to change the course of events, the Joker used her magic to recreate a circus show filled with elephants and monkeys. Even if the idol was not inclined to grant her its blessing, Joker had no intention of giving up. The main force was on her side, ready to suppress any opposition. Only 10 seconds passed before the Lin spirits began to become active, penetrating the circus atmosphere. Elephants and monkeys performing in the circus, despite their attractiveness, also attacked pious spirits. However, Lin's spirit intervened, interrupting the attacks of both the circus monkeys and the circus elephants. 14 seconds have passed since the start of the fight, and Joker is faced with a dilemma without a clear plan of action. The hopeless situation was aggravated by the fact that the spirit of Tauntaun held her tightly in his hands. The Joker was trapped, and the evil spirit headed towards her, accompanied by his subjects and a mysterious girl. Screaming, Joker ran into the temple, where she was overtaken by Lin and the mysterious girl rushing after her. An idol appeared in front of them, representing the main body of the 3rd level of house. The situation worsened as the evil spirit approached. 19 seconds of continuous tense confrontation had already passed. An evil spirit with many arms, each with a sparkling eye, added an extra level of fear to the atmosphere, leaving everyone with only 3 seconds to think. The last piece of the mask was in the temple, and they used all their efforts to get it. The evil spirit prevented them from doing this by emitting lasers from its eyes. The time came to retreat, and they returned to their original positions, barely having time to escape the wrath of the enemy. Zhuan had given it her all, distracting many spirits, and now she deserved a break. She was fully provided with a well-deserved rest after the work done. However, unfortunately, the Joker still managed to escape capture. In fact, victory was already on their side, and they managed to uncover the last secrets of the mask fragment. He got the Joker's mask, the Joker will watch the mask, he will have control over him. This turned out to be the Joker's true vulnerability. She had the ability to transform spirits into level 5 spirits. Freeing himself from the bamboo thickets, Joker obediently walked towards them. Lin walked away, bringing the Joker with her using her mask. He took him to the mystical kingdom, to the Quiet World Monastery, completely subjugating his will. People sat on their knees, bowed in prayer, and the main one among them was the Joker. The knots between the main monastery exceeded 50, the task was completed. Thus, he managed to gain control over the 5th spirit, the main one in the monastery. Possessing a lucky ticket, he gained the ability to control other spirits. The system panel was different from other spirits, turning into the spirit of law. The Joker feared that she would lose control and harm others, but thanks to the spirit of the law, she found the strength to keep her actions under control. Power over other spirits was seen as great magic. She could add any spirit under her control, turning them into her subjects. It really worked, especially when a sinister spirit named Rokasha was in the game. Another sinister spirit met again, Tao Tian, who has the ability to transform evil spirits into godly ones. By providing training to the spirit, it was possible to ensure that it became a second-level earthly spirit. This provided an excellent opportunity to transform evil spirits into pious ones. Having become famous for his ability to transform spirits, he wanted to try his hand at the Joker, offering her the main Joker mask for transformation. Joker took the mask in her hands and placed it on her face, beginning the transformation process. The chief's abilities manifested themselves in practice. She was already the mistress of his spirit, but in the future it was possible to strengthen the connection by creating more bonds. He emerged from the shadows, insisting that the Joker was no longer a threat. Thanks to the chief who entered the fight, he felt confident. Without her help, it would have been difficult for him to decide what to do at that moment. She had fun on the contrary and promised to contact him the next time she needed help. Before parting, she reminded him to be careful, as she still had unfinished business. Spirit Lin, in a playful mood, had fun with fireflies, illuminating the already darkening street. Suddenly, another creature took the firefly, and the spirit expressed its disappointment. It turned out to be a beaver who experienced true happiness while holding a firefly in his paws. The spirit could not resist and stuck out its tongue to the beaver, making him afraid. Although he had 5 spirits, this was not enough to deal with the Wei family. He decided not to return. If they go further east, they will end up in Fucheni. There you could visit the Royal Association. You are sometimes in Hancheng. The nurse asked him to drink less, otherwise his heart. He felt a strange feeling. He asked to inform Xiao to meet in the Golden Chambers. The plan numbered 8 was unfolding in action, and the enemy had infiltrated Haicheng, causing people to look at the snowy peaks of the mountain, accompanied by deep tension in their hearts. These 2 mountains, playing the role of strong-willed forces, randomly distributed their power. The second mountain stood out for its warmth and coziness, which added difficulty to the fight. The man, filled with anger as it posed an immediate threat to the Wei family, tried to unravel the situation. Before everyone's eyes, a violent battle unfolded between 2 different mountains. Their actions were directed by a powerful commander. Wei Zi, based on his age, hoped to avoid participating in this massive battle. In his youth, the boss was, in fact, a child, and his view of the world around him was radically different. The boss was still alone, unable to find allies among his assistants. He himself did not at all look like a person who did not want to drag permanent bodyguards along with him. The man, turning to the boss, expressed his bewilderment by asking questions about what was happening. He insisted on the extradition of Lin, citing the fact that he had already sent a person who had learned the whole truth and asked not to create tales that Lin was not in Haicheng. Claiming that Lin is here, he will presumably be retrieved through his corpse. The boss had to think carefully about what he had said. The clash in Haicheng is a harbinger of its complete destruction. Another man summoned his spirit, causing unrest among people who were forced to take refuge in shelters with their children. People were scared, as if a war was starting. They had to run for cover with their children. The man from the magic door brought something for the boss, handing over a mysterious box that emitted a magical glow. Wei Wuzi, he doesn't think about his actions at all. He held the box without thinking about what might be hiding in its depths. He obviously realized what kind of box it was, and a chill ran through his body, anticipating something mysterious and dangerous. When the man opened the box, the spirits did not know what to expect from it. Their eyes intensely followed every movement. As he reached to open the other side, the man said enough was enough, stopping at the last moment and causing the spirits to be puzzled. Was it worth it because of that Lin guy? Thinking back on the previous events? Once he stops looking at his one-sided world and starts seeing other people, he will realize that it is worth it. Realizing the importance of interaction and understanding. He could be happy, he would not attack Haichen, but he won't be able to protect him forever. He could enjoy life while he could, but the future remained a mystery. The Fengchen border on horseback, encountering harbingers of unknown events. He received a message, as expected, that Wei did not come to Z alone. He needs to be careful in Fengcheng, where new secrets are hidden. When Lin entered Fengcheng itself, he put on a cloak to avoid being seen, seeking to remain incognito in this world of mystery and intrigue. He was interested in what was happening in the sky. There was that mirage again, a magical city floating among the clouds. People also saw as if the city was in the sky, in the form of clouds, beckoning with its mysterious splendor. Those who saw that city disappeared, as did Zhuo Yu last time, as if they were pouring into the world of magic. There was an accident and the minibus started to burn. The driver disappeared. There was an evil spirit feeding on fear and chaos. This could lead to the death of a huge number of people. It was necessary to act. He ordered the spirit to stop it using his power. And it was Jiang. She rose above that city, possessing magic and the power of the spirit. People asked for help. This spirit ate people. Almost all the students from the class disappeared, becoming the object of his sinister attacks. His spirit couldn't help but help. This mirage was stronger than ever, causing a commotion in the air. It finally worked and everyone was safe. Spirit Zhang used her magic to stop the evil spirit and restore calm. Mirage retreated again, returning to his mysterious world. He had to go because he might be recognized, and his adventures in the worlds of magic would continue into new horizons. He was simply patrolling the borders, which is why everything happened like this. After the mirage appears, something strange appears. They warned people, but it was too late. 4,000 people disappeared, including a large ghost spirit. It was a big loss. If not for that guy, the loss would have been even greater. He saw it from afar, but did not see such power. The man's name was He. He was from the Ghost Spirits Association. He asked to send people to search the city. He contacted the girl. She wondered if he had also seen the mirage over Fancheng. Did she really know and see him too? She knew that it was his doing, this spirit, the long-standing goal of the association. He appeared in many cities, many disappeared. He once met him at Pinchen. Apparently the spirit was under the power of the phoenix. Apparently the appearance of tunnels is also due to it. But it was somewhat strange how such a kingdom could move so quickly. A mirage is a turning point in the world. If the main body is far away, it can be broadcast at that distance. But maybe such a picture is so strong, if it is the true power of that spirit beyond their imagination. She came across a couple of spirits. They were hard to deal with. It was near Shenzhen. He agreed to come. The main character, standing at a huge cliff, thought about how dangerous this place was, including the fact that it was also completely deserted. It's scary. As he dismounted from his trusty horse, he was met by Miss Xue, whom he greeted quite joyfully. Next, the main character asked how she was feeling, or rather, what was the current state of her legs. The woman replied that her legs had almost recovered and that she was glad that Lin Feng responded to her request. It was important. The main character replied that in any case, he planned to visit Xinjiang, and therefore, there was no need to thank the woman. Further, he decided to move quickly to the matter for which he was called, and asked where the spirit was that was mentioned. The woman asked him to take his time and pointed down the passage. She asked Lin Feng to follow her, and said that she should initially show him the ordinary spirits, to which he agreed and they moved. While they passed, no one said a word, both were thinking about something different. When they passed, the guy looked at the surroundings and thought that this seemed to be the ghostly place of the monument. A beautiful place. Definitely beautiful. While he was thinking, they had already reached the place where one of the reasons why he was here was located. The girl pointed forward, clearly wanting to show something with a gesture. There were several drogs there, which she said she had gathered for a more detailed study. There was something about these creatures that she wanted to know. Of course, these creatures weren't something to be afraid of when you were prepared for them to attack, so she opened one cage to let one drogger out. He immediately, as if following someone's order, rushed straight towards her, not even thinking that in a few seconds he would no longer be alive. The woman immediately called Assistant Jin Yu, thereby, as it were, activating his energy. She had no trouble defeating this in a matter of seconds. This drogger was evil and was an S-class spirit. What was amazing was that this spirit, without even thinking, attacked the enemy, and he wasn't at all bothered by the fact that his opponent was twice as strong. Madness. 2 seconds later, the drogger was lifted into the air, his legs and arms were broken, and he writhed in the air, making extremely unpleasant sounds. The woman confirmed the guy's idea that they do not stop, even if they are in danger of death. After they are already dead, they become completely ordinary, worthless corpses that soon rot. In the worst case, they exist for up to 1,000 years. When the main character sat down next to the corpse and began to analyze it, a woman ran up, telling him to be careful, because these spirits are extremely poisonous, and because of this, they are dangerous. He thanked her for her concern and said that he understood everything and that he was careful. When he stood up, the woman began to say that earlier she had found a creature stronger than these. It surpassed them. It was amazing. It was also difficult to catch him, and she could only snatch a piece of material, which she just handed to the main character. He immediately remembered that he had someone who could help, and then he sent a piece of matter into the scroll. Then an arrow appeared on the scroll, pointing down. This means that this creature had to be looked for below, as Lin Feng suggested. She replied that this could very well be the case and they needed to go down, and then asked if the guy's ghost was passing through the ground. The answer was ambiguous. After that conversation, both descended 100 meters underground, where the source was located, and, as the main character mentioned, it was clear that there were people there. The place itself was the outskirts of the city of Jucheng. The woman began the story that the Draugs pose a great threat to Jucheng. But here for the first time, a spirit of the second degree of the rank of primordial chaos appeared. He needs to be found immediately. Rucheng's defense could no longer hold up, since it was truly difficult to defend against something so unusual. Because of the incredible strength of the creature, they could not defend themselves in any way, and resorted to the decision that they just needed to save themselves and quickly get out of where they were looking. But it still managed to injure many, perhaps even take someone's life. Unfortunately, it was capable of this too, because its powers allowed it. One of those who controlled the defense radioed that the Draugr was heading towards the first cave. His rank is S, maybe even higher, and they urgently need reinforcements. The second man on the radio said that the first cave could accommodate more than 10,000 people, and they urgently needed to do everything to prevent it from getting there. As soon as they saw the creature, they immediately recognized that it had a really strong aura. It was difficult to even move. Then it seemed that they finally realized that this was a primordial chaos rank second-degree spirit. This is what scared everyone who understood it in earnest. His mouth and the sounds he made were truly terrible and quite frightening. Then people were confused, really confused, because they had no idea what to do, or at least how to protect themselves in such a situation. Suddenly he fell into a trap, but someone dared to do at least something to catch him. The main character and the woman were already standing next to that creature, still fearing it. Yes, they needed to exterminate him, but to do it in such a way as to stay alive. It also realized that it was trapped. But she wasn't going to give herself up as a prisoner like that. And although she couldn't move to the sides, she decided to do something different. Suddenly, the floor was covered with multiple cracks, and a huge explosion occurred in the place where the creature was, which is how it broke through the floor underneath itself to escape. The woman was surprised at this turn of events because it should not have run away. This is impossible. And the main character suggested that it is much smarter than other Draugs. They decided to follow him to catch him. Therefore, a large umbrella appeared above them, with the help of which they had to move. They both moved into the umbrella to move around. Then the umbrella, picking up speed, rushed down. So far, they have been lucky and did not have time to break away much from the creature. They had even seen the lower part of his body so far. They fell into the same portal into which the Draugr himself had previously jumped. They appeared in a strange place. The Draug was no longer there. There was some kind of city. But how could people like these creatures have such housing? Surely not. Then what is it then? It seems that from their small company, only the main character recognized the place. This place seemed somehow quite familiar to him, and after that they both realized that it was just a mirage. The guy was surprised when he realized when they hit, and the woman immediately voiced his thoughts out loud. They seemed to have entered the ghost realm of a spirit wearing a phoenix robe, and it amazed both of them. The place they entered was not at all safe, although beautiful. There could be quite a lot of spirits or other misfortunes dissatisfied with their presence. The woman said that her spirit was depressed, and the situation seemed even worse than in the idol's ghost realm. After that, she asked the main character what they should do now. The main character replied that if they were to be attacked, they would have done it already. But for now, there is no reason to worry or panic too much. We need to wait, maybe look around. After that, both climbed onto the main character's horse, and he moved towards the kingdom. They were amazed that there was no one at all on the streets, neither people nor spirits. And in such a rather calm but at the same time frightening situation in front of the unknown, they reached the palace. And then they had no choice but to move on, which is what they did. The courtyard in front of the palace was truly amazing in size, large and beautiful. Everything here was beautiful, but this silence did not inspire much confidence. It was strange. Surprisingly, they could calmly look around there and look for the escaped Draugr, who clearly had to be somewhere here. Maybe. After a little more time, the main character announced that the main hall was ahead, and there was absolutely no one in their way until now, not even a hint that someone might be here. And then they finally saw the Draugr again. This creature stood without even suspecting that behind it there were two people who had been pursuing it from the very beginning. The main character said that first of all, they must deal with this Draugr so that, God forbid, he does not come back and pose a danger to people. Then they will figure out where everything is. If, of course, there is someone here. It's not strange that the Draugr saw them now, because the main character spoke quite loudly. The woman had already dismounted her horse and summoned her ghost to fight. When one of his ghosts appeared next to the guy, The main character said that he was giving this draugr to Qingju. When the woman's ghost tried to catch the draugr, he turned out to be quite fast and strong. Draug moved to one of the woman's assistants, attacking her. The blow was quite strong. The ghost's hand was slightly damaged. The woman was a little amazed by such power, honestly. And although she understood that she was stronger than him, and there were more of them, she still did not expect this from the draugr. The ghost of the main character was not afraid of this. After all, she knew that she could cope with something like this. Her powers and advantages were greater. That's when a large purple ball formed, which she created. Also, the thing that was in her hands also changed. And then the draugr began to feel that he was losing. The ghost of a woman grabbed him by the hands, as well as by the throat, which these peculiar tentacles began to squeeze. Before the draugr had time to wake up, the ghost pulled him by the throat to the side to strike the first blow. The second ghost made a wall with spikes into which the creature was launched. His whole body was pierced with sharp thorns. It seems that this should at least immobilize him a little. Draug moaned loudly in pain, which, so to speak, attacked his body. There were holes all over the body, and although it seemed that he had received severe damage, after a matter of seconds the creature was already attacking again. Although with such holes he couldn't even get up. Most of all, this picture surprised the woman. Her ghosts inflicted many wounds on him, but still, it was not enough, because the creature rose again. Surprisingly strong draugr. The main character was not very surprised. He was quite reasonable in such a situation, and said that it seemed that ordinary wounds would not matter to this creature. Clearly something stronger is needed. The creature immediately rushed at the ghost of the woman. After all, it was this ghost who grabbed him by the throat and hit him in the thorns. Now the creature was taking revenge. But he was unable to do anything, since Qingju appeared behind the creature, ready to exterminate him right now. Using her powers, the spirit effortlessly did what she was told to do. The creature's mouth and eyes began to glow with purple light, and it was eliminated. Then a notification appeared that the guy's spirit had destroyed a second-degree spirit of the rank of Primordial Chaos. This added to his experience. His number was 9,000. They both looked at the fifth spirit of the protagonist. He looked on with pride. She admired Qingju's strength. Then, finally, it's time to look around. Even though they made a lot of noise, there was still no one here. Strange. Now at least someone should have appeared. Suddenly, the woman saw something above that caught her attention and called Lin Feng to also look where she was pointing. Maybe he could guess what it was. At the top, it turns out there was another one, exactly the same as the castle in front of them. The only difference was that one was at the bottom, the second at the top. Another spirit appeared near them, which protected them from what was happening when the castle above began to reunite with the castle below. Here the main character was a little surprised by what was happening. The front door opened in front of them, swung open by itself, and there was some kind of aura floating around that was difficult not to feel. Everything around began to shine even more. Everything around came to life. There was a premonition that now they would finally see someone. Maybe the one you expected to see at the very beginning? Most likely so. Yes, everything is correct. It was her. An incredibly beautiful woman in beautiful clothes, slender and very strong. A powerful aura emanated from her, and she herself slowly walked forward. The main character assumed that what they saw before was a projection, and this most likely was the real main body, and she kept getting closer. And because of this, the tension in the air increased. Both of them felt a little scared by the unknown, rather uneasy. Tong Ghost Realm was suppressed instantly. Their shell, which protected them, could not withstand what either attacked them, or it was just a blow. Then even more spirits appeared that protected the main character and the woman who was with him. He stopped Manhua, who was ready to act too, protecting the owner. But judging by the experience in the ghostly realm of the idol, they will not last long and Xuanhua should be able to transfer them from there at any time. He also thought that now would be a good opportunity to test the abilities of the abbess of the monastery. The main character told Qingju to begin analyzing the spirit that stood in front of them. Then the analysis of the spirit that was in the robes of a phoenix began. The woman in front of them is a spirit in phoenix robes of the third stage of the primordial rank. Progress continued to increase slightly. The progress of the analysis increased slightly, but they could not just stand here and analyze the spirit, since it began to attack them again. One of his spirits cried out that they would not be able to fight and analyze the spirit in the phoenix robe at the same time, since they simply would not have time. It was of course a little sad that he would not have time to analyze this spirit, but the risk could cost him his life, so he ordered Xuanhua to prepare to move. But suddenly, the attack from the phoenix-robed spirit stopped. It was a little suspicious, but they soon realized what had happened. The spirit in the phoenix robe looked up somewhere. It seemed like there was something or someone else there. Someone from the entire crowd screamed that the spirit had been distracted by something, and around us the sands began to rise up, in the form of large waves. Monsieur pointed to another ghost kingdom, and this guest is not welcome here as well. The main character replied that they would need to find out what was happening here. maybe even join. It was the ghost realm that was able to conquer the spirit realm in phoenix garb. This guest also apparently has great power, maybe even more than the spirit in the robes of the phoenix. Some of them screamed loudly and pointed upward, where the spirit of the third stage ghost general of the rank of primordial chaos was. He looked much nastier than the spirit in the phoenix robe. And it seems that he did not arrive alone, because skeletons began to appear from the waves from the sand. There were not just a few of these skeletons, there was a whole army of them, a huge army of the living dead. And even ordinary soldiers were spirits of the rank of primordial chaos. They were a much greater threat to the spirit in the phoenix robe, which is why she forgot about the main character, his girlfriend, and their ghosts. She created a huge platform for herself, which was directed towards her opponents. She walked past them. Apparently, the main character suggested out loud she really had no time for them. She seemed worried. Apparently, she herself did not know whether she could cope with this huge army alone. But she wasn't going to give up just like that, so with every step she became a phoenix. And when he finally turned into a large, incredibly beautiful phoenix, she immediately moved towards her opponents, without a drop of doubt. The main character, watching this picture, cried out that in a conflict between two sides, the third benefits, and they were the third party. Smirking, he said that they should deal with these soldiers. As soon as he gave the order, all his spirits immediately headed towards the soldiers. Everyone was ready to attack, everyone took the order of the main character seriously. And if, more precisely, when they cope with the mission, they gain oh so much experience. He gave a separate order to Qingju. She must, as soon as the opportunity arises, analyze their main thing. As soon as the order was given, the girl immediately began to do the analysis, also not forgetting to attack. Each of the spirits began to attack as they know how. It looked very epic and strong. One effortlessly tore off the heads of everyone who attacked. For this, 8,000 experience was added. The second spirit destroyed them all with a hurricane. For this, 12,000 experience was added. And although it was difficult to understand what emotions were on the chief's face, he still seemed so concerned. His soldiers died literally from one attack. She fought too. Only she was on her own, but also other spirits that belonged to the main character. She, with the help of her powers, simply fired out every soldier who was here. His other spirits continued to destroy the soldiers, without doubting their abilities for a second. For another victory over the dead, another 10,000 experience was added. Those soldiers who had just arrived from these sand waves turned in shock at something that was supposed to eliminate them. It was another spirit of the main character, a scroll that appeared in huge sizes right out of nowhere. She eliminated more than everyone else. The scroll was huge, and for all those skeletons, 19,000 experience was added. The progress of analysis also increased to 33%. Just the spirit in the robes of a phoenix went to attack that main skeleton. The main character thought that the progress of the analysis is not so great, but the effect of the sound of a wooden fish will be 3 times more noticeable in the quiet light in the monastery. So it's worth a try. The main character thought that the kingdom of ghosts still could not get close to him and gave the order to Qingju to crush him. Then, as if on a drum, a stick hit something, and then a special sound was heard. This sound has a certain effect and it seems to disorient him. Then the phoenix, taking advantage of the moment when this creature weakened a little, attacked the creature, destroying it. When the job was done, the waves of sand that were around them began to crumble little by little. There was no army and no more spirit, so the battle was over. All the main character's assistants completed the mission given to them. So now, after the battle, they simply watched the waves subside. The main character, who watched all this together with the woman, ordered them to quickly go down, because it was not clear what was on the mind of the spirit in the phoenix robe. He concluded that if the enemy retreats, then she will return to them again and maybe start attacking again. They need to get out quickly. True, probably, if a spirit in a phoenix's robe was supposed to attack, then for sure it would happen right now, because why should she languish anymore? Suddenly, the guy was informed that since they intervened in the struggle of the spirit in the garb of a phoenix and another hostile spirit, he was given 3,000 to the bonds of the spirit. The main character was surprised that she could be made his spirit, but this could not but rejoice, because being his spirit, she should not hurt or touch him in any way. Suddenly, she raised her hand, but it seemed not with the intention of attacking, but with some other purpose. Suddenly the kingdom disappeared, and they found themselves in some rather noisy place, and, it is worth mentioning, a rather dark place. The woman came closer to the main character because there was fear of the unknown. They are surrounded, and worse, nothing is visible here. The guy thought that, it seemed, his eyes had become accustomed to such lighting, but still the situation was not the best. He asked Tantan to shine a little light on them so he could see what was happening here. As soon as I asked, the request was fulfilled immediately, and many light sources appeared around. When the place where they were was completely illuminated, they saw that they were in a cave, and there were quite a lot of people around them. He suggested that this was the ace who saw the mirage, and everyone, fortunately, was alive. They realized that all these people were stuck here. Here were the first missing people, who had been gone for 10 days. When the main character and the woman appeared, everyone suddenly got scared and panicked quite a bit. They didn't understand who was in front of them, so they were afraid. But the woman quickly calmed everyone down and said that they did not wish them harm. Suddenly the woman heard someone shout her name, and she, a little surprised, turned around to see who recognized her. It was a young girl named Bai Ling. When she saw her mistress, the first thing she asked was if she had come to save them. Suddenly everyone realized who she was and were quite happy. Everyone began to say that this was Senior Tang Shui from the headquarters, and if she was here, they had already been saved. The woman said that they ended up in this place by mistake, but they could definitely find a way to get out of here and save everyone. She then introduced Lin Feng, who simply smiled and said hello. The girl, still very young, immediately said hello and introduced herself as Bai Ling, a student of Tang Shui. The guy, looking at her, thought that she was still quite young, but a respected person here. Tai Shui, not wanting to waste time on stupid conversations, asked the girl what happened. First of all, she remembered that they were chasing the spirit not far from the base, but suddenly they saw a mirage in the air, which surprised them quite a lot. Next, they literally entered the realm of ghosts for a few minutes, but after some time, they found themselves together with everyone else. She said that, of course, there is groundwater here, which is good, but there is literally no food at all. People became emaciated and gradually began to weaken. She also said that several portals were found here, but as soon as someone even tried to pass, they immediately died, as if possessed. And yet here, from time to time, a spirit appears in a phoenix robe, as if checking something, and then disappears again. Having heard all this, the guy thought a little, and then began to say something, but did not finish, since these were thoughts out loud and there was no particular meaning in them to voice. Then he summoned one of his spirits and told Lin Luo to send them up. The umbrella immediately unwinded again and took in the main character and that same woman. They found themselves in that place again, but there was a barrier at the top. Suddenly, that young girl screamed and pointed somewhere to the side, saying that it was her. This immediately caught their attention. It was the same spirit in the robes of a phoenix. They met again, only this time she was above them, looking straight at them. The system, as soon as this spirit appeared, reported that a mission to bind the phoenix spirit could be launched, but the consent of the guy himself was needed. Of course, the guy gave his consent. The first mission to bind the phoenix spirit was to lead the people out of the cave and dig an underground passage. For this, the reward is 10,000 in bonds. Suddenly, the guy turned directly to the spirit, asking if she had brought them all here in order to dig up something. There was a weak nod as a sign of agreement, which means it's true. Her intentions were unlikely to be to harm anyone. The woman was surprised that he understood this. So she asked how he did it. Then he came up with an excuse that it seems that his spirits understand her, and because of this he knows. He just couldn't tell the truth. That is, he could not say that some kind of system helped him. The woman, of course, believed it and was surprised by this. It was simply incredible, it even made her admire. Then the guy said that they could help. But they need to take food and water. Otherwise people will simply die. She, of course, understood everything, so she nodded. Hovering over them, she raised her hand and passed something through the barrier to the main character. The system prompted that a demonic leaf had been received, and he suggested that this was probably a sign of her consent. The woman said that maybe it is, but the question is why she needs so many people. To this he replied that they needed to go down and find out. So they did. Just while they were busy with their business, his spirits were a little idle. The main character realized that it was not surprising that she needed help. After all, even spirits are not able to go underground. Then he thought that this black soil must be quite expensive. Roughly speaking, it can be equated to gold. Black soil is capable of isolating spirits. Then he said it out loud. That this is not quite ordinary black soil, only people can mine it. The girl on the side asked that if there was no longer a barrier above, why don't they take people out? Then the main character, without even thinking, answered that, firstly, it is not so simple, because the kingdom of his ghost will not be able to transport so many people. Secondly, it will provoke the phoenix spirit, and the most normal and logical way to move everyone at once is her mirage. She replied that now she finally understood everything. She'll gather everyone while they go get supplies. This was their plan for now, so they immediately decided to move quickly. With the help of the ghost, they again headed to the place they needed. Having accelerated, the umbrella broke through the ceiling of this cave and flew upward. Again, they found themselves in the same desert. And then a not very pleasant surprise awaited them again. Which, by the way, they were very surprised by. It was those same skeletons again. There were, it seems, several times more of them than then. It was as if this skeleton had been here all along. But this time, they will no longer fight them. It's best for them not to take risks and get out of here as quickly as possible. They covered another 100 kilometers, but for some reason they were still in the desert. It was impossible to get supplies for the people here. Is there anything here at all? That's a good question. Before they had time to understand anything, they were immediately attacked again. Something strange appeared on the sand, and then a monster emerged from it. A huge, scary worm crawled out of the ground, with many teeth, and overall it looked scary. The woman said that it was a rank 2 sandworm of primordial chaos. The spirits of the guy and the woman immediately attacked the monster and quite quickly destroyed this creature. For this, the guy gained 8,000 experience. It turned out that there was not just one worm, there were quite a lot of them everywhere. But they had no intention of destroying everyone, much less time. That is why the heroes moved on. After a little more time, Miss Shui reported that there was still no connection. They go in circles or what? There was no connection, but there was another spirit on their way again. It was a tall, scary creature with horns. It stood among some destroyed and abandoned buildings. It was again a third stage spirit, the rank of primordial chaos. And he also looked hostile, and if they didn't want to be stuck here for a while longer, they should get out. Surely they had enough strength to destroy him and gain more points, but they really had to hurry. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a different place. Well, more precisely, they were still in the desert, but that spirit was not there. The guy, exhaling, asked what kind of place this is, where it is full of spirits of the third stage, the rank of primordial chaos. The woman said she seemed to know where they were. This is not Xinjiang, this is the Sea of Death in the northwest. This is one of the 8 most dangerous places that divide the alliance of demon lords. The guy really didn't understand what these 8 dangerous places were, but it sounded scary. Then he asked what the 8 areas were that she mentioned. Jue said that only the headquarters knows about this, and even the elders themselves do not interfere. In these places, according to Monsieur, there are a huge number of spirits of the rank of primordial chaos. The headquarters carefully guards their borders all year round. They are guarded by elders of the second rank. It's amazing that they ended up in such a place. The guy said that they were in Xinjiang. Surely this is the ability to move the spirit in the robes of a phoenix. This place is most likely her lair. The woman replied that this seemed to be true. She also added that Longcheng is the center of the northwestern lands. It should be not far from here. Once they get out of here, they can replenish supplies there. As they were talking calmly, they were again interrupted by a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. With the help of his spirit, they escaped the spirit again and were finally lucky enough to see the oasis. The signal had also already appeared, which meant that they were lucky and got out of the Sea of Death. Suddenly, on the way to the oasis, an old man ran out to them. Miss Shui immediately recognized him as Elder Xingzhou and screamed. After some time, they were already sitting at the table and eating. The woman asked the elder about something, and it turns out that this is the same elder who is on duty right here. He seriously asked the woman how she managed to get out of the Sea of Death, and who was the guy right next to her. She said it was a long story, but they found out what kind of spirit carried people across the earth, and that all those people were there to this day. He, a little shocked but at the same time worried, asked if they were still alive. She said that people are alive, and Lin Feng is able to communicate with her, with that spirit, and they need to do something in order for the spirit to let people go. The elder greeted the main character and said that he was pleased to hear his name now. To this, the guy replied that he was glad to meet you. Also, the elder added that Wei Wuji hopes to find him in Haicheng, but he was somewhere here all the time. And he also said that if he had the strength to get himself and Xiao Shui out of the Sea of Death, then he is really a promising guy. He thanked the elder for the praise. It was pleasant. Then added that they met that girl by chance. And he also hopes that the elder will help them save all those people. The elder said that of course he would help, but the Sea of Death was a dangerous place and asked if the main character had any plan. To this he replied that they definitely need to do what the spirit wants and give the supplies to the people. And then they will act according to the situation. The elder said that this is great and he can take them to Longcheng. There is enough equipment there and there are also a lot of supplies. At this point, Xiao Shui remembered that there were about 1,000 people. This means that you really need a lot of supplies, but how to transport them there was a good question. Lin Feng said that he could personally handle this and there was no need to worry about it. When they arrived in Longcheng, everyone was busy with preparations, and the guy thought that he had not updated the storage for a long time. He should do it. Everything he had accumulated should have been enough to upgrade, so he decided to take more at once. He decided not to buy 1 level, but 10 at once. It was much better. The update was successful, and so he already had the 12th level. He admitted that it looked impressive. Shui approached him, who reported that everything was ready, and they could go to the warehouse. There were really a lot of supplies. Xiao Shui was worried whether everything would be okay, because it might have been difficult for the guy to drag it all. To this he smiled and asked not to worry. He admitted that his spirits have special abilities and are able to do this. He couldn't tell that it was all going to the vault, so he just decided to cover everything with his scrolls. It was convincing. He quickly dealt with everything that was in the warehouse. and after a few seconds, there was nothing there anymore. Everything was in his storage, but he decided not to talk about it. The girl said that when teleporting, they used his spirit, but how can they get back now? Then the guy remembered the leaf that the spirit in the robes of a phoenix gave him. Maybe it will be useful now. He didn't really understand how it worked, but he knew that it worked somehow. He just needed to figure it out. As soon as he thought about how to use the sheet, a ghost appeared, which, by the way, he already knew. Before they even had time to understand anything, they found themselves again where they were before, just what they needed. Seeing that their mistress, a girl with pink hair, had returned, she was very happy. Xiao Shui said that they had found supplies. Now people would not starve. And the girl, as if continuing her mistress's thought, said that she would now organize people and distribute food. After some time, all the supplies were placed, and people stood in line, waiting for their portion. Bai Ling supported everyone, she told this woman with understanding that she knew how difficult it was for them. But now there is food. It's good. People, talking among themselves, admitted that here they would die of hunger, and this would be their true end. But they were lucky that Lin Feng saved them. Strange. But the children were here too. And when they saw Lin Feng, ran up to him and thanked him for the food. One girl even offered him her food, calling him a hero. The guy would not take food from the girls, at least because he had just eaten. Therefore, he squatted down, thanked the baby, and said that it would be better if she gave her food to her mother if she was not hungry. Bai Ling asked the lady if everything was okay. She answered yes. And since everyone had already rested and gained strength, they need to begin the requirement of the spirit. This is how their work began. They started digging a huge hole in the ground. Looking at this, the main character thought that she must be watching all this. The excavations proceeded quickly. The hole they had already dug looked like an inverted pyramid. An interesting sight. After 2 more days of searching, when they tried to find at least something, the hole was no longer small. And suddenly, finally, they managed to find something. Some rather strange thing looked from underground with a lot of words or simple drawings. Lin Feng said that in order to understand what it was, and this was surely what they were supposed to find, they needed to clear away the earth around it as much as possible. As soon as he was told about this, many workers immediately got to work. When everything was ready, he went downstairs to see what it was. First of all, it predicted a coffin for him. He didn't manage to look at this thing for a long time. As soon as they completed the mission, suddenly people began to panic and scream that a spirit had come. As he had time to think, it was a spirit in the robes of a phoenix. She was already descending towards the main character and the thing that they found. The main character told everyone else to leave. Their work is done, and he himself will talk to her. The system reported that the task was completed, and 10,000 were added to the bonds of the spirit. Then he became convinced that this black sarcophagus was what she originally needed. Everyone else stood next to the edges of the pit and watched with interest, but still warily, everything that was happening below. The girl standing next to her asked whether the main character would be able to cope with the spirit alone, to which the second one replied that the main thing was to believe in him. He was still close to the spirit. She suddenly touched her hand in that black box, and the place she touched began to shine, but it didn't seem to work out for her, as she looked rather deflated. A task came from the system to help the spirit in the robes of a phoenix get the sarcophagus and place it in her ghostly kingdom. Then he decided to try something. He thought that she had not been able to lift this sarcophagus, because in some places there was earth and a lot of stones left. Then he specially got for himself such a thing, which he could use to help himself get the sarcophagus. He sharply thrust that thing into the ground under the sarcophagus, and he seemed to be pretty good at what he set out to do. The girls above were surprised at how he used the drill with his bare hands. It must be very difficult. When it was done, he thought that this should work. Then he came closer to that thing and grabbed it tightly with his hands in order to lift it up. And it seems everything began to work out. The sarcophagus began to give in. And yes, in the end, the main character was able to lift the sarcophagus to take it to where it needed to be. Xiao Shui thought that this guy would no longer surprise her because he had surprised her many times recently. He seems capable of anything. He is smart and strong even without his ghosts. That's worthy. He, in turn, thought that it was not in vain that he pumped up his physical characteristics. It was still useful. He then told the spirit to show him where to place it. So she did. The entrance to her kingdom opened again. She flew in front, and he, along with that thing, walked behind. When they walked a little further forward, she stopped, and he realized that in the place where she stopped, most likely, a sarcophagus should be placed. The task was completed. He added another 5,000 to the bonds of the spirit, but then a new task came. He needed to help the spirit in the robes of a phoenix open the sarcophagus in 3 days. It turns out that she needs help with this too. But he had no idea how exactly he should do this. There is no door, no openings. A hint came from the system that this is an indestructible sarcophagus, but how will this help? He thought that the system suggested that it should be opened in 3 days. This means that you need some special time. Then he concluded that it would not be possible to open it now, for now he had to wait. Then he told the spirit that he would be able to open it only in 3 days. But when everything is ready, she must return all the people safe and sound. The spirit in the phoenix robe was satisfied with everything, so she agreed, nodding to the guy. The guy said that for now, he would need to leave, since they again had few supplies left, and all these 3 days people needed to eat something. Then she gave him 3 more of the same demonic leaves, and immediately after that he went back to the people. 2 girls were already waiting there, immediately asking how it went. He said that the spirit agreed to send them home, but after 3 days. Therefore, he will again go in search of supplies and also examine this sea of death. Both girls immediately volunteered to go with him. Spending time with such a person is quite useful. The guy replied that it would be better for him to go alone. This will be safer for them, because if he encounters a spirit that he cannot defeat, he can quickly get out of there. So having prepared himself, he again went to explore the Sea of Death. He thought that this was a good place to upgrade his spirits. He just needed to avoid the 3rd-degree spirits of the primordial chaos rank, that's all. While he was thinking, it seemed that his horse stepped on something dangerous, because the ground beneath him suddenly sparkled. Out of surprise, he pulled the rope towards himself, and the horse moved back. Suddenly, a small spirit appeared, as the guy immediately thought, and although he was small, he was somehow too aggressive. In a second, several more of the same spirits appeared, only much larger. These were spirits of the 2nd degree of the rank of primordial chaos. It was a good opportunity, so when all his ghosts appeared, he told them to go ahead. They can definitely handle this. The ghosts immediately began to attack the opponents. Those, by the way, were quite strong. That spirit did not restrain its abilities at all, so it was strong, as the main character thought. But the guy's assistants certainly weren't any worse for it. They fought, but at the same time, when it was more difficult for someone, they helped each other. True teamwork. The main character shouted to Qingju to start the analysis. This progress was quite fast. But the fact that the analysis was faster was provoked by the fact that the enemy was much weaker, although he seemed quite strong. The analysis quickly came to an end, and then the system displayed a sign with absolute suppression. Then suddenly, his opponents began to lose their strength. The fire disappeared, and the spirits stopped resisting and attacking. That tree became just as small again, but was still just as aggressive. True, his aggression was no longer needed. He was left without strength, becoming only a small tree, which until recently had even surprised him with its strength. Looking at the spirit, the guy thought that he looked pathetic, but it is survival of the fittest, so he is not going to spare him. If the spirit wanted to exist, it simply would not attack, and so it needs to be exterminated. This is what the guy did. He took his weapon and thrust it into the spirit, for which he gained 8,000 experience. And so the whole day and night passed. This was the 3rd time they had moved. The main character, looking at his ghost, thought that she must be tired. Suddenly he noticed an oasis. Whether this was the same oasis where Elder Xingzhou was unknown, but the guy decided to check. They quickly reached this place, and the guy began to call the elder to find out if he was there. While they were walking, it seems the guy heard something else. Maybe it was horses too. The place they were in was still a ghostly realm, only he heard not horses, but camels, and it seemed like some kind of spirits were sitting on them. They were selling something to the spirit that was in this oasis, which means they were some kind of merchants. Suddenly, Manhua flew towards them. The main character, it happened, began to stop her, because it is unknown what was in their head. Looking at this picture from the side, that spirit did not attack. So the ghost ruled, and Manhua seemed to be talking to him about something. She said something to him, and then the spirit began to take something out of his bag. When she had some fabric in her hands, she smiled joyfully, in gratitude to the spirit, and gave him something in return. Satisfied, Manhua returned to the main character. A notification came from the system that this was demonic silk that could be used for spirit clothing. Then the main character thought that if he had known that there were such rare markets for perfumes, he would have collected more things. For now, we will learn a little about what is happening at the same time in Haicheng. A beautifully dressed girl with blue hair poured tea into her cup and told the others that she had called them to talk about Lin Feng. One of the girls, who was already eating the cake, said that in fact they themselves wanted to contact her. Another girl said that soon it will be a month since members of the Wei family are looking after the city. They have a lot of persistence, that's what the lady said. She was told that these two were quite strong spirit masters, and her father is not yet ready to confront them. Then she asked if the association could help with anything. The purple-haired girl said that until the Wei family took action, they couldn't intervene. It would be good if they thought that Lin Feng was still in the city, but it was unlikely to be able to mislead them for long. Another added that, worse, they don't even know where the main character is now. From this conversation, everyone somehow exhaled in disappointment. This is not a good situation today. Next, we can see the main street of Haicheng. There was a man giving the boy cotton candy. Then the man, who had only one eye, asked the boy to answer one question. The man, smiling eerily, asked the child if he had seen Lin Feng. The kid immediately replied that this man was his idol. Of course, he saw him. The man said that he also wanted to get to know him and asked the kid to show where Lin Feng was. Then the boy admitted that in fact his mother worked at the residence of the city lord, which is why he saw him, but from afar. After that, the boy came there every day, but did not see Lin Feng anymore. Surprisingly, the man did not get angry, he just grinned again. The master and his spirit stopped in a place still in the sea of death to take a little break from the road. It's just that it seems that it was the spirit master who was resting. Suddenly, the system again received a notification that his spirit, Abyss, had successfully transformed the Joker. The spirit panel has been updated. He thought that she had finally finished. We should check on her, see what's going on there. Therefore, he got up and went to the entrance. He received another notification that his spirit, Abyss, had successfully transformed the spirit of the second stage of the rank of primordial chaos. The rule of the Abyss's ability became stronger. Looking at the Joker, he realized that the spirit of the second stage of the rank of primordial chaos was now 100% benevolent. And now information about level and experience has appeared. Her experience depends on the number of spirits transformed. Now, he thought, he could ignore the level limitation when the ability was 75% studied. And now, you can suppress the enemy regardless of his level. While he looked into her eyes, the thought came that they seemed to have become even more spiritual. A notification came from the system that they held eye contact for about 3 minutes, and a few points would be added to the bond. The main character realized that he had practically forgotten that they could be promoted in this way. Although it's not very productive, it's not bad. When he also conducted meditation with the Abyss, a few more points were added to the bonds, and she also seemed to become a little more joyful. In addition, the main character also cleaned up the monastery. Then another ball was added to the bonds. Then, together with the ghost, he went into the world of the painting in order to spend a little time with it. She asked if they would look at the fair because it was taking place today near the river, to which he replied that of course they would. Then she chose a few things that she wanted to take. For spending the day with Jiang Wei, he gained 5 points towards his bond. Not bad. And they also didn't have a bad time. For feeding her, he gained a few more points, and the girl opposite him happily thanked him for a good day. She later wished him good night, which he reciprocated. But in the sea of death, it seems that everything should have been fine, but it's not so simple. Something began to happen underground. All this time, the spirit in the robe of a phoenix was calmly awaiting the day when it would be fashionable to complete their mission. She had her own mirror, in which, however, there was not a reflection, but something else. With this thing, she could control her mirages. And so the day when it was necessary to begin came. Therefore, her castle suddenly lifted off the ground. More precisely, the mirage rose upward. And then he flew somewhere straight up. He flew closer to the moon and to the place where the main character was. And yes, the guy did notice a mirage, right above his head. He was a little surprised by this, because he didn't understand why she had created her mirage again. The castle took off so that the moonlight directly fell on the castle. Further, to be honest, the main character completely ceased to understand what the spirit in the phoenix robe was doing and what was happening around him. After a few seconds, he noticed that the moon was bloody today. This apparently was the moment they had been waiting for. On this night, they must open that same tomb. A blood moon is different from a lunar eclipse. People don't know its rules yet, but she really looked very impressive and intimidating. This moon appears every 10 years and is accompanied by the transformation of spirits. A very dangerous thing. During the red moon, the power of certain spirits increases to incredible proportions. There are even special perfumes. And if good spirits are under the influence of the blood moon for several minutes, they will turn into evil spirits. The red moon is a terrible and dangerous phenomenon for people. Masters should take care of this in cities. Preparations were in full swing in Longcheng. The main headquarters even sent people for protection. They must monitor the situation and report constantly. If anyone tries to stick his head out on this night, he will immediately die. The guy said he hoped there wouldn't be a wave of spirits today. Otherwise, it will be hard. The girl replied that he should quickly close the window, as her perfume was rushing out. It was this day that the spirit in the phoenix robe was most looking forward to. She most likely created a mirage to catch the light of the blood moon. He realized that this was so, the light was reaching down, so he needed to return quickly. To do this, he used that demonic leaf. A second later, he was already standing in front of the castle. There was a crack at the top, and the light of the blood moon was directed into the castle itself. He needed to hurry, so he ran the distance he was previously from the castle. He was just in time. It was the time when the tomb could be opened. Even his system reported the countdown. He stood opposite the spirit, preparing to act. Honestly, he himself was interested in what would happen next. When the exact time came, he pulled the lid of the coffin towards himself, opening the tomb. For some reason, it was not easy, although earlier he had lifted the coffin himself. From such a pressure of strength and energy, he screamed. It was very, very strong. When the job was done, he saw in the sarcophagus something that, to be honest, he did not expect at all. There was a spirit body in a phoenix robe, her body. They are absolutely identical. But the main character did not understand at all what was happening. Suddenly, he realized that they were being attacked again. But now what to do? This is not a good time because the spirit in the phoenix robe is busy. It was the same spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos that they had already fought with before. Looking at her, he realized that she was too busy right now. She was directing the moonlight onto her own body. Then the system again received a notification that he needed to maintain the protection as long as possible. He decided that this was a pretty good opportunity to take a look at his strength. So he called on all his assistants. Everyone was preparing for the fact that they would need to both defend and attack. Again, waves of sand appeared around the castle of the spirit in the robes of a phoenix. Huge, it seems, larger than before. Those same skeleton soldiers appeared again, ready to fight. He immediately ordered to begin. Several dozen monsters have already been destroyed. So far, everything was going well, but this was just the beginning. He ordered Xuanhua to use his mirror to increase the power of the umbrellas. He also shouted to Tong Tong and Jiang Wei so that they would not touch the main thing. Their main mission is to detain. Of course, everyone obeyed him. So far, 6 seconds have passed since the beginning of this. Qingju to detain the main one and, of course, do an analysis. He was deafened by the sound that Qingju made to stop him. This is good. The battle has been going on for 10 seconds, and they are doing well. Each of his spirits put their all into it, and they fought as best they could. So their battle had been going on for 15 seconds, and there was no sign of the spirit in the phoenix robe. It was she who was attacked after all. The guy thought that Abbess Qingju could not even imagine that she would fight shoulder to shoulder with Guihua. The main character, watching this picture, thought that it would be necessary to somehow slow down the flow of sand. Then it would be easier. Then he ordered Tantan to try to freeze these streams of sand. Then his ghost became several times larger, and she began to act. Quite a bit of time has passed since the start of the battle. More precisely, only 30 seconds, but still, in this position, it was already quite a lot. And the main one continued and continued to attack. Now the sand turned into huge snakes. Tantan tried to do everything possible, but it was difficult. Before she had time to do anything, they attacked again and again. Therefore, after a few more seconds, she screamed that she simply couldn't do it anymore, and turned into her real self. And God, the spirit in phoenix robes finally intervened. The huge phoenix began to destroy those same huge snakes from the sand. For him, they were really nothing. The analysis of that main spirit continued. If they succeed, they will be able to defeat him altogether. But it seems he decided to use his ability of primordial chaos to win too. Something strange began to happen. Whether the ground began to split or something began to emerge from the sand, it is not clear. She also realized that it seemed that the hostile spirit had decided to use something much stronger than his army and himself. Then the spirit in the phoenix robe summoned the mirage that was previously outside. It was strong, tantamount to the revival of a new spirit territory. Amazingly, everything happened very, very quickly. Only 35 seconds have passed, and that main bad spirit and the phoenix continued the battle. The analysis has already reached 44%. A little more, and it will be possible to easily defeat it. At that time, the spirit in the robe of a phoenix, as if expecting something, headed towards her huge and excellent throne, like her, and that monster began to attack again, as if it had no intention of stopping there. Then one of the spirits, breaking away from the battle, first of all protected the main character, his master. And so the spirit in the robe of a phoenix, as if she knew that the second spirit would go to him, so she was already waiting for him on her throne. But for some reason he stopped. The main character thought that the ultimate ability of the spirit in the phoenix robe had finally been activated. The main character screamed at Qingju, who was turned around by that spirit so that she would be more careful. She was just trying to fully analyze this spirit. Suddenly he moved towards them, but the main character quickly realized and told the spirit that they were leaving. For some reason, the look of the spirit in the phoenix robe was quite calm. It was amazing. Suddenly, this spirit decided to run away, so sand and a huge hole appeared right under him. There was a notification that the task was completed quite successfully. He was given another 40,000 points towards the bonds of the spirit in the phoenix robe. The fact that that spirit gave up again and ran away was not good. There was still 20% left, and he could have destroyed it no matter who he was. Then he again turned to the spirit, asking what they were waiting for. They needed to go after them, attack and destroy them once and for all. He said that they definitely need to follow him. The main character will help her catch him, and he will no longer attack. She didn't quite expect to hear such words from the guy. Well, why does he need this? He did what he had to do, didn't he? But it would be stupid to resist. If they do this, it will only benefit her. And he definitely doesn't do this with any bad intentions. He realized that she was going to create a ghostly kingdom. Most likely this will be another mirage with the help of which they will move. They began to sail away, so to speak, to the Sea of Death. It's good that with the help of her powers it was possible to move so quickly. This is what you need. But he decided to personally move directly to those opponents with the help of his spirit. A second, and he already saw that same army, which, by the way, when it saw him, also began to panic. This time the main character was sure that he would be captured. No choice. They have to do it. He ordered Qingju to continue his analysis immediately. It was necessary to wait and endure until the analysis was completed. Then they are definitely winners. The system let him know that the analysis of this spirit had begun to continue. For some reason, he was always planning to attack the abbess, as if he considered her a threat. Not just a threat, something truly dangerous. The main thing was to wait for this 75%. If something happened, if they had to, they could run away, but they had to hope that everything would work out. The spirit in the phoenix robe prevented the hostile spirit from attacking the protagonist's ghost, protecting her and attacking him. Now she definitely had enough strength to smash it. More precisely, the help of his spirit was required, but now it was also stronger. The sand began to rise again. The hostile spirit only had time to defend himself, but apparently he also had some kind of plan. There was more and more sand around. It was clearly his doing. But what did he have planned? And the spirit in the phoenix robe was also doing something. Now there will be a powerful battle. He showed his ability of primordial chaos. It looked scary. And she showed her huge, angry, powerful phoenix ready to attack, to fight. That's how they started attacking each other. And everyone hoped that they could win. And everyone believed in themselves. But then the main character realized that they were not here themselves. On the one hand, there was someone else. This was another spirit of the third stage, the rank of primordial chaos. The guy thought that he was most likely attracted by the noise and decided to join in too. And suddenly, a huge web appeared behind the spirit in the robes of a phoenix, which was supposed to capture her in a cocoon. But the spirit was lucky, since Tantan stood up for her, who herself fell into this web. It was bad. Another spirit has taken the enemy's position. Now their strength is even greater, and Tantan has been captured by that monster. It was the Prince of Darkness, the third step of the rank of primordial chaos. The main character ordered Xuanhua to use demonic fire to destroy that prince's path to the cocoon with Tong Tong. Immediately Xuanhua did as her master ordered her. But the trouble is, this fire didn't work. Then he himself decided to free Tong Tong and told Jiang Wei that he needed to go upstairs to her. Tantan was really imprisoned, without the opportunity to free herself, and she no longer knew what to do now. But suddenly her salvation arrived. The main character's sword broke the web. And when Tantan was free, he caught her by her clothes because she had weakened a little and could not take off on her own. When he managed to catch her, he put her on his horse and pressed her to him, asking how she felt. Then he cried out to the spirit in the phoenix robe that there was a spider on her. He would take care of the skeleton. She didn't resist. Perhaps this turn of events, on the contrary, would have been better. The analysis of this skeleton was almost completed. Then the main character cried out to Jiang Wei and Lin Luo that there was only a little time left to hold out. There was a lot of sand. A lot. So the guy prayed that the analysis would be faster. And now, the last percent remains. The ghost rose up, and the skeleton immediately paid attention to her. She was the one he was afraid of. The analysis has been completed. In addition, the guy received the achievement, ignoring the enemy's level when suppressing. By beating the drums, the suppression of the wooden fish began. And then we can consider them to have won. Their enemy was successfully suppressed. Yes, they were able to do it. True, there was no time to rejoice yet, because the spirit in the robes of a phoenix was still fighting with the spider. Then he ordered everyone to finally end this fight. Each one gained strength, and they began to carry out the order of their master and strive to finish him off. Extending his hand towards the enemy, Lin Feng calls on his allies to fight, to grab it, overlaying the spirit realm. A cacophony of various objects rages around the skeletal warriors. From the very top, there are floating palaces. Hua is watching the warriors a little below. Madness rages from the very bottom against the backdrop of the landscapes of a destroyed city. Hua strikes first using her strength. A hail of golden missiles rains down on your enemies. A cloud of dust has risen. And now the ghostly locomotive passes over the skeletons with a smile. From its carriages flaunt the hand that grabs and cripples enemies. Time to kill his subordinates, someone shouts. The tone is also important, joining the heat of battle by attacking one of the skeleton subordinates. But it seems that the enemies also have an ace up their sleeve, and this is a colossal skeletal snake that grabs Tone by her blade with its giant mouth. All you can hear is a cry of excitement for your ghostly spirit from Lin. With insane speed and with the tone in the paste, the snake rushes upward. Its goals are clear and radical. Only Hua, small against his background, is watching this picture. But in 1 second, the trump card comes to an end, and it breaks into dozens of bones. Because Tun used her power, she was covered with a fiery aura, which helped her. At the same moment, Hua delivers a strong blow with his blade directly to the chest of one of the skeletons, which is like a certain spellcaster. The creature is immediately covered in a green aura of flames of power. She attacks. It doesn't seem to give up that easily. But even this did not help him. The next second, his body was already enveloped by some kind of scroll fabric. The skeleton did not at all expect such a turn of events. The tone fabric is squeezing him tighter and tighter. Now the scroll completely envelops his body, and not a single bare part of his body is visible. It was a victory. They killed a third-stage spirit of the primordial chaos rank. They were given 20,000 K experience, an evil spirit pill, a spirit realm fragment, and a black bone. The law of the spirit of the abbess of the monastery has been significantly improved. Guihua spirit experience has reached the maximum. You can use the spirit pill to level up. Lin is clearly very happy. He accepts the system's offer to improve his ghostly spirit. The level has been successfully increased. The spirit of Guihua has become a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos, plus 10K to the bonds. The physical characteristics of the owner are improved by 1 time. Life expectancy increased. Hua herself takes on her new elegant form. Her strength has increased significantly, and the process of development of the kingdom has begun. And most importantly, now the ability of primordial chaos has appeared. Lin himself is given a choice of abilities for his ghostly spirit. The first ability is a killer scroll that lures the enemy inside the painting and kills him. The second ability is Ruins, whose functions include killing all living things in a certain range. Lin thinks about his choice. Killing Scroll, is it some kind of modified main ability? And the Ruins, very similar to the desertification ability of the Black Skeleton. This is great. You need to choose one of the two. Lin is unhappy that he can't choose two at once. Looking at his spirit, he begins to think about his choice. The maiden's beautiful gaze is directed at her owner. Her eyes are like an ocean, and you can drown in them. They seem to shine. It seems Lin has made his choice. Great! A proud smile appears on the face of our hero Lin. He confidently looks forward, holding his hand in a fist. The choice has been made, but now we need to deal with this spirit spider. One of the spirits is already trying to kill the spider using an ability that summons a fiery phoenix. Around the arachnid there are many cocoons of its victims. Fiery spirit Zhang Wei is already immersed in battle with the eerie spirit. She uses her abilities to win. But the spider is not so simple. This is not a beast like earthly spiders, but a spirit that came from another world. He pounces on the maiden from above, attacking. No need to follow him. The spider understands that he cannot defeat the two of them, but he runs fast. Even Lin himself realized this. Lin helped the spirit dressed as a phoenix deal with the enemies, for which he was given +5 to his bonds. It's already more than 70, but Wei still cannot be made into the spirit of Lin. And the bar for third-order spirits is quite high. They did a great job, now they can come back. A gentle smile appears on the face of young Spirit Master Lin. A certain egg-shaped mirror flaunts, glowing with a bright golden light. In its reflection, one can see a beautiful palace. The landscapes of the destroyed city change to rich golden halls. The fifth quest of the spirit in the robe of the phoenix is now available for Lin. He needs to place the body from the sarcophagus in the side hall. Reward for completion, 5 to bonds. It seems that the word place seriously alarmed Lin. His face is covered with sweat and his hand is clenched due to nerves. She continues to illuminate the body with the light of the red moon. Is she really trying to resurrect the corpse? The virgin lies with her hands clasped. The body is incredibly cold, but fortunately Lin is strong enough to lift her. She takes the body of the spirit in her arms. Where is this hall? Lin himself is interested in carrying the maiden and following another phoenix spirit, who only looks back a little. He puts the body on the bed, asking the girl if it will go like this. It seems to work, because a message comes from the system indicating that the task has been completed. A message comes about the 6th task. You need to breathe yang energy into her body, through the mouth. It seems that these conditions made the guy very embarrassed, and he even blushed. The lifeless body of the maiden lies on the bed with her eyes closed. Even so, she is very beautiful. Perhaps Lin was even lucky. Although she is beautiful, she is still a corpse. This seems to be what really worries our hero Lin. Okay, he'll try to do it quickly. He covers his face with his hand, preparing to begin this process. He bends over the maiden, intending to touch his lips to her. Mouth to mouth, the process of energy transfer will now take place. Just let air into her lungs like that? Lin himself is interested in his thoughts, already starting the transfer process. Their lips touch. All this is very reminiscent of a moment from the fairy tale, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Will the maiden awaken from such actions? Mission accomplished. Lin successfully infused yang energy into her, +5 to bonds. Happened. Lin moves away from the maiden, exhaling heavily and at the same time with relief. It seems this whole process was not in his favor. Okay, They're done here. Now is the time for the Phoenix Maiden to fulfill her end of the bargain, isn't it? Lin himself claims. One wave of the hand and the space around changes, the flames rage. They have moved somewhere. It seems they're underground again. There are two maidens standing near Lin. One of them very excitedly asks old Lin if they can really get out. The answer is yes. She will just have to use her mirage ability to get everyone outside of Longcheng. Lin asks Sister Shui if she could take care of their placement in Longcheng. She agrees and says that she will inform the association. The pink-haired maiden is very happy. She praises Lin Feng, calling him incredible. She enthusiastically calls out to other people, rejoicing them that they will soon return home. Her eyes shine with the light of happiness and hope. The work is already in full swing. You can take this black soil with you. It may be cheaper than gold, but in any case, Lin still has a lot of free space in his space. Virgo notifies Lena, claiming that everything is ready. In that case, they are sent. Lin himself claims. At one moment, they all move to the Golden Phoenix Palace, which shines with a bright, fiery light. The heavenly palace floats in the air and slowly moves across the sky, sparkling like a celestial body, the sun. Lin shows the way to the maiden. He needs to go to the southeast, that's where Longcheng is located. A heavenly city rises above a certain desert, where people move on their faithful horses, their eyes inflamed straight up at the palace. They are clearly surprised by this phenomenon. At the same time, a hunt is underway on the outskirts of Longcheng. A certain man killed a spirit that looked like a demonic rabbit. He turns to his boss, claiming that they are lucky because they were able to kill an A-level spirit. It is over them at the same moment that the heavenly palace of the phoenix flies, sparkling with fiery light. They don't understand what it is. The girl, covering her eyes, claims that she didn't see anything. They quickly rushed forward into the city, for the mirage was moving in the direction of their city. You need to report this to your boss as soon as possible. Longcheng's boss is very worried about the situation. The city is really moving here. He clucks demonstratively to get others to shut up. If the mirage continues to move towards the city like this, it will be misunderstood. Virgo will come down and explain everything. Lin agrees. They will wait for her. The boss thinks this is Elder Shue's spirit realm. He carefully observes a certain energy ball that is formed in the air slightly below the mirage. In 1 second, a maiden familiar to us appears. The boss shouldn't worry. Mirage won't harm them. The boss asks Maid Shui what's going on. Virgo just wants to get people back. That's her whole goal. A gentle smile is visible on the face. Turquoise eyes seem to shine. Are those people who disappeared after looking at the mirage? The chief himself is interested, looking at the elder. Exactly. Her friend helped the spirit that was behind it all, and in exchange she agreed to bring everyone back. The old man is very happy. It seems that the words of help really shocked the man. What is this incredible creature? There are also many people from other cities in the Mirage Palace. Virgo wonders if they can post them here for now. She receives a positive response from the old man. He will send people to organize everything. He took out a rag to wipe the sweat off himself. By radio, Lin contacted Shui. She claims that now we can go down. The Phoenix spirit just silently looks at the guy. She uses her power and gradually teleports all the people down, straight to Longcheng. She watches the whole process from above. One by one, people move to the ground. They are very excited and happy. They thank God for this outcome of events. Lin turns to the Phoenix Maiden. She moved so many people, good robot. Next time, if she needs anything, she can immediately contact Lin himself. Without further ado, the maiden moved Lin to the ground, leaving behind a small gift. Phoenix feathers. That's how she left. Quite a cold farewell, the guy himself thinks. When will you have the opportunity to complete a new task? A voice is heard from the car that addresses Lin Feng. They came here to gather everyone. A lot of people in buses that just came for them. Conversations are in full swing between people. They are very happy to finally be home. They all blur in their gratitude to Lin Feng. Such a big event, of course, brings with it gossip. People are already discussing, not believing that the people from the Mirage have really returned. Some people heard that some incredible, a powerful man pulled them straight out of the sea of death. And this man is also quite young. A certain guy asks his elder if all this could be somehow connected with Lin Feng, to which he immediately receives an answer. Quite possible. He will find several survivors and question them. If it was really him, then they would greatly help the Wei family. The man's face breaks into a crazy smile. Lucheng City Wall. Someone is talking to the boss. The Mirage has disappeared. The line of defense is clear. Great. Who would have thought that something like this would happen after such a terrifying phenomenon as the blood moon? The man agrees, especially when it comes to accompanying foreigners. You can't afford to fall flat on your face. The man's name is Bai Yang. He is the chairman of the Longcheng Spirit Master Association. But then, a third joins the conversation between the two. She addresses them as Dad and Uncle Boss. The two turn towards the voice. It turns out that the third is a virgin we know. It seems they were looking for her. He just finished placing people. Ling Er, they brought the people back this time. Whose credit is this? Elder Tang Shui? Was there anyone else? The boss is interested. The girl is trying to remember. There was a young man with her. She doesn't know him. He's probably her colleague. But all this is just a deception and a trick. The girl knows Lin very well. It's just that Lady Shui herself ordered her not to reveal Lin Feng's identity to anyone. The boss turns to the girl again. Is he sure there was no one else? It seems the old man wants to know everything, because Tang Shui herself said that someone was negotiating with the spirit who is responsible for the mirage. Did she really mean this, young man? The old man himself thinks. An image of Lin Feng flashes in Bai's own mind. Young, association. All these words lead the man himself to a certain conclusion. An alarming conclusion. Bai shows the gadget to the maiden, on the screen of which Lin Feng was captured. The father asks his daughter if this guy is the same. The girl only asks her father in bewilderment how he knows this. Bai turns to the boss. This guy in the photo is called Lin Feng, a real genius from the general staff. Not long ago, he contacted and won a fight with a second-stage spirit controlled by one of the Wei family members. All this took place in the northeast. He may still be young, but he already possesses the power of the second stage of the Earth Demon rank. Both Ling Er and the boss are both in complete shock. Even Ling Er herself didn't know that Lin was so strong. Her eyes and mind are full of shock. As far as Bai knows, Wei's family is currently collecting information about him. If Longcheng finds out about this, then there is a high probability that they will come for him. It seems the girl was seriously scared for her friend because he's being threatened, or this is just another acting game of hers. The father himself is a little perplexed. After all, Lin herself just said that they didn't know each other, so why was she so tense? The boss thinks that first he needs to invite Feng to the boss's mansion to avoid unpleasant consequences. Residential area Longcheng. Someone telling someone to keep their mouth shut. This is a man we know. He tells old Xing that those survivors prepared a portrait of the one they met there. He already holds the paper in his hands. Great, now all that remains is to compare it with Lin Feng's photo. Sin is incredibly happy. But it seems that among those interrogated, there were no artists, because the portrait of Lin that was collected among people looked more like a child's scribbles. And what is there to compare here? But these two still began to analyze these scribbles, comparing them with the photo of Lin Feng himself, carefully looking at everything, then looking from the phone, then to the sheet. They are identical, Sin himself confirms. Who would have thought that he would actually make such a journey to the northwest? We need to inform the Sir. Northeast, Wei family headquarters. Several people gathered around a certain building and a military Humvee. Inside, a man sits on a large rich throne. Two girls in erotic attire caress him. Warriors lined up around him to protect him. He asks the man if Lin is really in Longcheng now, to which he receives an answer. Insulting Lin, the man is shocked that he still came this far. So that's why there was not a single attempt to sneak out of Haicheng while they kept him under surveillance. Let the surveillance continue, but it's better not to create suspicion. He himself cannot go now, but he will definitely send someone on this mission. A waterfall moves loudly in the vicinity of Longcheng. The water seems quite dirty because it has a bright brown tint. Lin Fen himself sits looking at the system panel and deciding what is in it. Two spirits tower over him and go about their business. One is meditating, Xuanhua is painting scrolls, and Tong Tong is just watching the panel in surprise, his hands occupied with threads. The spirit in the robes of the phoenix went to rest, and therefore now is the time to teach the rest of the spirits. Hua is thinking about something, biting her brush and looking at the scroll. Many spirits look like terrible monsters, but not her. Jiang Wei is making progress, as many as 2 skills of primordial chaos. Closing her eyes, the bald maiden meditates. Qingju has reached the 3rd rank of primordial chaos, and her abilities are also improving. Finally, Lin himself paid attention to his first ghostly spirit, Tantan, asking her what happened. And the girl, only with a smile on her face, shows the figure of a 5-pointed star, which she formed thanks to the threads and the position of her fingers. All this reminds me of a picture of a daughter bragging about her father. And like a real father, Lin pretends to be surprised. Where did she learn this? He asks. Lin is not an expert in this, so he took and pulled the threads, which the girl didn't seem to like. At the same moment, the phone falls out from somewhere with a characteristic roar. It seems the gadget is a little buzzing. While Lin strokes the girl's head, he picks up the phone, because Tang Shui sent a message. Little Tan Tan is a little disappointed, because the guy completely ruined her thread star with his past actions. The message included a question to Lin Feng. Where is he? After all, Bai Ling can't find him. She warned everyone to keep quiet about him, but a lot of people singled him out, and information about him will soon spread. If the Wei family found out that he was in Lucheng, they would immediately come for him. This message seriously alarmed the guy. Wei's primordial chaos spirit ability was developed, +5 to the bond. Jiang at this time continues to paint scrolls, improving himself. A choice of abilities is available. Killing Scroll, which lures the enemy inside the painting and kills, as well as the same ruins. Wonderful. Other spirit lords cannot even dream of such a thing. 2 abilities of primordial chaos in 1 spirit. Great, now we can deal with the people of the Wei family. Lin Feng is radical and confident. But Feng's own answer to Tang has already arrived. He is sure. He won't hide. And it seems this message left the girl bewildered. Summoning his faithful ghostly steed and mounting it, Lin himself quickly rushed forward straight to Long Cheng. He went straight to Long Cheng's second line of defense. People are shocked. Something is approaching them very quickly. This is some kind of terrible spirit. First line of defense. The defenders are shocked at the sight of the ghostly horse because it is heading straight to Long Cheng. We need to report to the boss. Lin Feng was photographed by everyone. The news is filled with posts about him. Spirit Master, Ghost Horse, everything is mixed up there. Everyone around is reading news about Lina. Only Tang herself is very annoyed by this. Why the hell did he appear to everyone? Wei people we know are already trying to find Lin. He's heading west and they're following him. If Wei Wuji wants to find Lin, the latter will be happy to help. It had been a long time since Lin had been so confident in himself. He is strong. Right in front of the western gate, people are already going to take some measures. Lin's red cloak is only developing at speed. Tang and Air are watching this whole picture from above. They are clearly surprised by this. And Tang doesn't understand at all why Lin is doing this. Around people have already taken out their phones to take photos. Rising confidently on his steed, Lin speaks directly to the people of the Wei family because he knows that they are here. At these words, other people were perplexed, and some covered themselves with their hood to hide their faces. I think it's obvious who the enemy is. Lin is aware that the third stage Earth Demon Master is here. The arrogant smile never leaves the young guy's face. He extends his hand up and sticks out his index finger, asking the audience to look carefully at this whole picture. He points to Mount Jimai. It is there that he will wait for his enemies at the very top. He's ready to fight. He wants to end this. Everyone who heard this was completely shocked by these words. He will be waiting for them at the top of the mountain. Time to end everything once and for all. He is confident and radical. People are shocked by the news about the Wei family because nothing has been heard about them in Longcheng for many years. Others think that Lin is just a stupid kid and is talking nonsense. Wei people are shocked. When did Lin become a second stage Earth Demon rank master? And how dare he declare war on the Wei family so openly? Challenging a third stage Earth Demon rank master is a sure one-way path. But here, Lin Fen's second ghostly spirit, Zhuanhua, appears. In a red robe, the maiden rises with her strength and power. People are shocked. What power? This is definitely the level of an Earth Demon. Even those who insulted Lin admitted it. So young and already so strong. People want to see it sooner. An energy ball rises above the wall. Tan is shocked. Is it really Lin Feng? But the maiden doesn't have time to think about it. Her thoughts are interrupted by Father Error and her uncle's boss, but the maiden's gaze is still directed at the energy ball. Initially, Bai thought that Lin Feng would simply fool the Wei family, once again eluding them, however. Now he doesn't think so anymore. The old boss thinks that a second-level master like Lin cannot defeat a third-level master. Perhaps he has an assistant in the form of a second-level elder from the headquarters. There is a possibility, of course, but very small. The headquarters does not want to conflict with the Wei family, claiming the Tang maiden. Air asks his uncle to help Lin Feng because he saved so many people. The girl seems very worried about the guy. It is not easy for the city leader to interfere in disputes that take place outside the territory of Longcheng, Father Air claims. But the maiden still shouldn't worry. The boss will watch Lin Feng from afar and will try to find a way to protect him. 3 hours later, a convoy of several people is already heading straight to the top of Jimai Mountain, above which Lin Feng's energy ball is sparkling. From afar, several people came in an armored vehicle to look at the whole picture, including the boss, Bai and Tang. The old man is already looking through binoculars. Lin is still there. Will the third stage master of the Wei family come? Young Heir calls attention to the object in the sky and asks others to look. This is a ghostly kingdom. Lin Fen stands. He seems very tense, waiting for the battle with the third stage Earth Demon Master. What a terrible, oppressive aura. Such a huge kingdom. At least third stage Earth Demon rank. The same third stage Earth Demon rank master appears. Mosa! He turns to Lin Feng. This man seems to be very arrogant. Just as Lin thought, Wei Wuji decided to send his lapdog. Lin is short. Talk less, work more. Lin Feng summons his ghostly spirits. Xuanhua and Tong Tong Bai. The battle promises to be brutal and merciless. Mosa also does not stand aside, calling on his black knights. Creepy warriors are rushing forward straight from the heavenly kingdom below. They are like creepy demons from old legends and fairy tales. Lin Feng has 3 spirits of the second stage of the primordial chaos rank. Bai himself thinks this is not bad. This is even cooler than Air's father, the girl herself thinks. Only the boss is skeptical. This is not enough. Even 30 will not be enough. The difference in strength between a second and third level master is not as small as it may seem. Zhuan unleashes a hail of umbrella volleys that should kill every ghostly Black Knight, Mosa. These Black Knights are so organized. Is it really a legion of third-stage ghost spirits? The creatures have already grabbed the hilts and are ready to pull their blades out of their sheaths. He easily cuts through Zhuanhua's volleys with one movement. These are strong ghost spirits. It won't be that easy with them. Lin Fan is shocked. Umbrellas are defeated instantly. These are ordinary soldiers. How can they be so strong? Are they really the spirits of the law? But fortunately, one umbrella still overtook the knight, and as if a circular saw begins to cut the spirit. The Black Knight draws his blade from its sheath. He is preparing to attack his opponent. In an instant, the fate of the other umbrellas overtakes this lucky one, and he splits into 2. Now Lin understands. You just need to pull the blade out of its sheath. Tone Tone has assumed her powerful form. Lin commands his ghostly spirits to attack without waiting for the Dark Knights to draw their blade. A series of attacks on enemies from Tan Tan. Their blue demonic blood gushed out like a river from their wounds. It worked. However, why are there no experience points? Xuanhua also does not stand aside, attacking enemies with fire blasts. But still not a single experience point. What kind of soldiers are these? What's happening? Moso is not at all excited. Laughing, he is glad that Lin managed to hold out for more than 10 seconds. Now they will play with them! In an instant, the Black Knights burst into flames with a purple aura of darkness. It seems chaos awaits Lin now. These soldiers flock to one point, forming a formless something consisting of an aura of evil and anger. The process is completed, and the Black Knights were almost assembled into a great horned Titan Knight. Each of them gradually assembles a colossus. Lin and his spirits are in complete shock. It seems that right now the real chaos and horror will begin for them. Armored Black Soldier. The spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos has been collected. Here's how. Black Knights are not soldiers, but simply components of the main body of the spirit. First attack from the Colossus. He strikes the ground with his mighty blade, which opens it up. Chaos begins. Is very worried about Lin Feng. She thinks that he urgently needs help because if nothing is done, he could die. From the truck, a couple familiar to us is watching this entire battle scene. They believe that Lin will end soon. It was in vain that he decided to stay, because today he will die. And the Colossus is still getting bigger. He urgently needs to be stopped. Otherwise, Lin Feng will not live to see tomorrow. Lin turns to Jiang Wei, asking if she is finished. It seems that right now Tong Tong and Xuanhua need reinforcements. She's ready, then go ahead. Let's see what a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos is capable of. The terrible chaos from the building is already moving towards the heavenly kingdom. Mosa sensed this macaw, spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. Even a master like him was very alarmed by this fact. People also noticed the spirit. Tan and Mentor are shocked. Where did it come from? Spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos? Here, even our couple became alarmed. The boy even started talking into the walkie-talkie so that they would report to the boss as soon as possible. Lin Feng has a spirit of the third stage of the primordial chaos rank. Perhaps this is help from the headquarters of the spirit masters. Lin Feng must have called the third stage spirit of the primordial chaos rank to help, Bai himself thinks, but the mentor denies, saying that it is better to continue observing. The spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos is already moving towards the Horned Colossus Knight. The real battle is just beginning. A giant hurricane of scrolls towers over the monster, and with his parchments, which are like tentacles, he grabs the Black Knights, preventing the Colossus from growing further. The remaining warriors were absorbed by Jiang Wei. Nothing less was expected from a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. Lin Feng warns Jiang Wei to be careful in front of the titanium blade, because it has already begun to take it out of its sheath. But the spirit didn't have time. The Titan's slashing attack now extends even further. With one blow, he cut half of the spirit's body, but the blow still did not reach Lin Fen. Luckily, Tauntaun arrived just in time, creating a magical barrier that did not miss the attack. Ruin's primordial chaos ability has been used. The fabric of the scroll moves forward. This was truly dangerous, and Lin himself admits it. All this is the ability of Guihua's primordial chaos. The scroll is already rushing forward in order to attack the Titan Knight himself. Who would have thought that Lin Feng had assistance? There is no more time to waste. Mosa is already clearly worried about this whole situation. Mosa calls on his trump cards. Thunder Spirit is the second stage of the primordial chaos rank, and Old Woman Yin is also the second stage of the primordial chaos rank. At that very second, Tong Tong and Xuanhua rush towards them on the direct orders. They are ready for battle. Tauntaun attacks the Thunder Spirit, but he blocks the blow with a magical shield. It seems that everything will not be as simple as it seems. Old Woman Yin attacks, summoning some creatures that are like babies. They are moving forward. Attack! Tone Tone does it immediately cut them with its threads? Will it really be that simple? No. Immediately these creatures, as if created from smoke, gather again, with a malicious smile on their faces. These two are tough opponents too. Lin, Luo, Jingju together on Lin's orders, they rush to the rescue. Jingju uses wood fish suppression. Not a single emotion is visible on the spirit's face. This witch is an evil spirit. She can be sent to the others at the Quiet Light Monastery. Jing is already using her ability against the witch. Seems to be working. A terrible burning pain sweeps through the body of the evil spirit. A terrible scream comes from her lips. At this moment, Lin Fen himself attacks the witch's servants, piercing these lying babies with a blade. It seems this time regeneration will not help them. Lin uses some ability of the vine. It seems he has a reliable and wonderful plan. He wraps a vine around this witch, squeezing her. She feels the terrible pain brought by both the suffocation and the Jing ability. He's going to drag her straight into the monastery. As soon as she gets there, the power of suppression will triple, and then the witch will not be able to escape anywhere. The abbess of the monastery successfully subdued the evil spirit. Transformation process, evil 100%, good 0%. At the same time, Xuanhua is all in battle against the Thunder Spirit. The two opponents are incredibly tense and are about to attack each other. Tone is already moving forward and she destroys the Thunder Spirit's shield. Her blade sparkles with a flame of power. She is ready to attack. And she delivers it, crushing the enemy. The battle is won. They killed one evil spirit of the second stage of the rank of Primordial Chaos. Experience plus 8,000. Great. Now we need to help Jiang Wei. Spirits strive to help their comrade. Mosa is completely shocked by this turn of events. Air is absolutely delighted. She praises Lin. Lin Feng's spirits are so strong. The people of the Wei family must be desperate, Bai thinks. If Mosa loses, his boss will never let him go. It seems now he definitely has no way out. He cuts his hand with a dagger, releasing warm scarlet blood from his palm. It drips its scarlet liquid onto the skull talisman. It seems he has a plan that will lead his spirits to victory. After this ritual, the Dark Knight Titan is filled with power. He rages with an aura of power. He's ready to fight. He deals a crushing blow to Jiang Wei Lin's spirit. Is this really a victory for the enemy? Since the Titan clearly seems to have been reborn with new great powers? Lin Fan is terrified. What kind of ability is this? His strength instantly increased many times over. Titan is now practically invincible. Very bad. The blow was so strong and crushing that Jiang Wei's ability simply dissipated. The wave of power from the blow almost overtook Lin and killed him. But Tong Tong and Xuanhua arrived in time to protect the owner. The Titan prepares for another crushing mighty blow, drawing his colossal blade like himself from its sheath. Titan is also capable of using the abilities of Primordial Chaos. Optimism has returned to our couple again. They are happy with this arrangement of events. Now it's definitely the end of Lin. But then the Mentor comes into play. The Primordial Chaos ability can only be countered by the Primal Chaos ability, and Lin Feng's spirits are already significantly exhausted. In order to use it again, you will have to wait at least an hour. It seems there is only one way out. The boss took out a certain talisman. But then a painfully familiar sly smile appears on Lin Fen's face again. Did they really think it would make a difference? They don't even realize that his spirit has a second ability of Primordial Chaos. To rise in the sky. Is he really joining the fight? The mayor of the city is soaring in the sky. He hopes that he will still have time. He confidently strives to help Lin Feng himself. The Black Titan Knight is already about to kill Lin Feng and his spirits. He swings his colossal blade like himself in order to break through the magical barrier. Lin and his spirits confidently hold the line against the giant spirit. They don't intend to give up. The scroll appears again. The spirits of Lin continue to defend themselves with the forces they have. The scroll wraps around the colossal titan blade in order to stop it or use it for your own purposes. Mosa is already happy. It seems he is confident that his victory is very close. Arrogantly, he believes that Lin is not even his opponent. But suddenly, Mosa sensed an aura that terrified him. He seems to know her. Cold sweat runs down his face. At that very second, many scrolls had already surrounded his colossal black knight. He is shocked by this turn of events. The scroll begins to gradually completely cover the spirit realm and the battlefield of two powerful masters, although a third will soon join them. Lin mocks Mosa. Has he really just now realized that this is an illusion, although in any case, it's too late. A frantic aura of power emanating from the scrolls begins to rage around the dome. Even the boss himself is shocked. From this, it seems he recognizes this power. And so, Lin Fen's victory has already arrived. His spirits killed a spirit of the third stage of the rank of Primordial Chaos. Experience plus 22,000 and plus 10 to Jiang Wei's bonds. The spirit kingdom of Mosa has disappeared, and the scrolls themselves are gradually disappearing from the heavens. Lin Shen and his two spirits rise above the defeated enemy, Tong Tong and Xuanhua. Mosa is shocked because how could he lose, especially for a master who is inferior in strength? Mosa is very dry. From a rather plump man, he turned into an old man with wrinkled skin. His secret blood technique was useless. Lin Shen is merciful today. He will leave Mosa alive so that he can return and tell Wei Wuji in detail about what happened here. As soon as Mo heard his voice, his soul was filled with bestial horror. His life is over. There is not a single spirit left, so what is the point of living further? With these words, he pierces his chest with the same dagger. Wei family is finished now. I wonder whose spirit this third stage of the rank of primordial chaos is, the mentor asks. A group of several people is already moving towards Lin Fen in order to see everything with their own eyes and satisfy their curiosity. Gradually, the scroll began to curl, emitting a powerful aura of power. Fen took this scroll, which came as a shock to everyone around. But if he is not the owner, how he was able to touch the spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos? Lin Fen himself holds the scroll in his strong hand. This spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos is the spirit of Lin Fen himself. That is, Lin Fen made it entirely himself, although Tang had previously assumed that the painting was the spirit of Lin Fen. But who would have thought that he could upgrade his spirit so quickly? Lin Fen received the Black Warrior's knife and the Black Warrior's armor. Holding the armor in her hands and placing a blade near her, the Spirit Maiden hands them to her master. These are great materials. It's worth updating Lin Fenyu my equipment. An aura begins to pulsate around him. From the dissipating palace to Lin Fen must have already become a third-stage Earth Demon rank master. The old man himself is interested. It all happened completely by accident. Lin is modest as always, but the boss asks him not to be modest. Lin will definitely reach even greater heights in the future. The boss would like to discuss something else with Lin. Would the latter walk with him to the city? The old man is interested. Lin, of course, agrees to the old boss's proposal. And again, a couple familiar to us. They are completely shocked by this turn of events. It seems it's all over. Xing turns to Xiaogong, asking him to just look at this. The news is already loudly talking about the young talent Lin Feng, who has achieved the third stage of the rank of Earthly Demon. He was able to defeat a third-stage Earth Demon master from the Wei family. The young man is interested in the scroll. Whose spirit is this? Does it really also belong to Spirit Master Lin Fen? It seems so, Sin answers. This Lin Feng is pure evil. We need to report everything to the boss as soon as possible, Sin thinks. Wei Wuji is completely shocked. How could this happen? His personal master of the third stage of the Earth Demon rank was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had truly become stronger. Soon he himself will appear to Wei. Now it is a matter of life and death for his family. If so, then Wei Wuji should go there himself and take control of the spirit of Lin Feng. At this time, the great and rich residence of the chief of Longcheng City is glowing with a bright light. Now there is a real feast taking place in which both the chief himself and Lin Feng, as well as Tang, and her father Bai, take part. And it seems the boss has an idea. He wants to launch 3 satellites at the same time. He himself confirms his words. Longcheng has an excellent geographical location. Hundreds of years ago, there was a satellite launch center in the southeast. 30 years ago, they opened it and brought all the necessary equipment there. And after 30 years of preparation, they are finally ready to launch. Lin Fan asks them if they are really worried that the startup sounds will attract evil spirits. His words are confirmed because the last time there was a test launch, one spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos appeared. And when the real launch happens, there is a high chance that it will attract many more spirits. And then not only will the launch fail, but also the entire center will be in danger of destruction. If Lin Fen is ready to accompany them, then the boss will give him one of the 3 companions. Lin will be able to dispose of it at will. Lin ponders the old man's words. With the help of a satellite, it will be possible to significantly improve the quality of communications, moreover, to configure devices according to needs. Lin wonders when exactly the launch is planned. Preparations will take about another week. Lin Fan agrees to the old man's proposal. This news makes the city chief quite happy. A certain maiden appears near him, and he asks her to pour Lin Feng some wine. He needs to properly thank their hero. She stands as close to Lin as possible to pour him wine. Significantly, she hangs her breast right in front of his eyes. She speaks softly into his ear, calling him to her room. The best wine is in her room, and Lin should come to her on the 3rd floor in the evening. She will be waiting for him. The girl is clearly depraved, but it seems Lin still refuses such a tempting offer. With the chain dog of the Wei family. All this week, he tried to subdue the spirit in the robes of the phoenix. In this case, if he has 2 or more spirits of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos, then the Wei family will not pose any threat to him. In 1 second, Lin demonstratively tears the phoenix feather in his hand, which was the last gift from the spirit. He immediately appears right in the phoenix palace, right in front of the throne. Strange, but there is no spirit. Where is she then? He sits down with his legs dangling on the throne, including your phone. He will wait, especially since this throne is quite comfortable. But then his eyes and mind are filled with bewilderment and fear after something he saw. Right behind him, a spirit in a phoenix robe began to materialize out of thin air. He is surprised by where the yin energy came from, looking for its source. Now he had already seen the girl herself. This sight caused terrible shame in the guy. He didn't even notice where she came from. And when did she appear? Excuses are immediately heard from his side. He just decided to sit down for a while and assess the degree of comfort. Nothing bad. He thanks the maiden for bringing back all the people. If she needs his help, he is always in touch. These words are just a ploy to encourage the girl to give out new assignments. As always, she is silent and only nods her head in response to the guy's words. The same portal materializes in her hand. Is she really going somewhere again? The fiery palace of the Phoenix flares up above the heavens again, as if the sun illuminates the dark night earth. It flies right over some ruins of the old city. Lin Fan thinks this whole picture of ruins is spectacular. Together they descend to the ground, and Lin Fen only asks the Phoenix spirit in bewilderment what is here. The spirit in the Phoenix robe begins to absorb the light of the moon. And why is she doing this? Lin himself wonders in his mind. From the sky, right from the moon, a bright ray of light falls on the maiden, which, like her, brightens the dark sky of the night. With the help of a mirror portal, she reflects the light of the moon's beam, pointing somewhere. What is she doing? And in this light, the city seemed to come to life. We see the past, how life was in full swing, people went about their business, traded, lived, enjoyed. While Lin Fan watches this whole picture in delight, at the same time, an incomprehensible sadness appears on the spirit's face, and she gives a mission. They have entered an ancient city, and the night pearl must be found, but there are also conditions. If Lin summons a spirit, he will be driven out of the ancient city. And here is the mission that Lin Fen himself had been waiting for. We need to find the night pearl. This city is reminiscent of Jingju Monastery and the world of Gihua, Lin himself thinks. If Lin cannot summon spirits, other defensive measures will need to be taken. Lin himself also remembered Jiang Wei, because right now she is transforming new armor. And it was at this moment that the transformation seemed to be completed. The transformation of the Black Knight armor is complete. Would Lin be willing to combine the characteristics? This offer is given to our hero by the system itself. Lin agrees. The merger was successful. The armor has now become the Battle Phantom armor. The characteristics are as follows. Resistance to physical attacks plus 100%. Spirit resistance plus 50%. Dexterity plus 20%. Lin was also given a battle ghostly blade that is capable of vampirism. That is, it improves the skill of blood sacrifice. The strike now has a 100% hit chance. Strength plus 30%. Lin is already trying on the new armor. It's not bad, all the previous attributes remain, but they are also superimposed with new abilities. Lin enters the past, to an ancient city that is now dead, but behind the barrier it is alive, like its inhabitants. His goal? Find the Night Pearl. Not surprisingly, the ancient city was full of life in the past. People wandered back and forth about their business. They bought, sold, lived. All the people are dressed in oriental clothes. It seems that this culture is inherent in this region. Even Lin himself was shocked by such liveliness. Having made small conclusions based on people's clothing, Lin understood. These people must be from a small country in the west of the ancient Silk Road. He thinks they are from the same era as his spirit Xuanhua. Lin notices how several plump rich people are rushing somewhere, because according to them, the coronation ceremony is about to begin. They can't be late. Lin himself was a little interested in the words about the coronation ceremony. Is this a spirit dressed as a phoenix? Many people crowd around the gates of the beautiful palace. Several warriors guard this gate. Lin thinks it would be nice to look around there. The pearl may well be in such a place. But right before the entrance, he is stopped by guards. They ask him where his gift is. The spears stand directly in front of Lin's neck, forming some kind of scissors. Lin completely forgot about this moment. Lin turns his attention to the caravan of people behind. They came because they had heard about the joyful news of the ascension of a new queen to the throne. They would like to present 10 pieces of agate, precious jade, and 20 camels. The guard immediately lets them through. Now Lin understands the essence of the matter, and he takes out a gift he specially prepared. He takes out a flashlight. There are no such people in this era. There was nothing like this in ancient times, so it won't be difficult to fool the guards. But the guard is very angry. After all, he doesn't see the gift in Lin's hands. This surprises the latter very much. Don't they really see this? seems to understand what's going on. It seems that this is because this is a ghostly realm. Only objects with spiritual power can be seen here. In that case, Lin seems to have a plan. And here's plan B. He takes out a rich carpet. He is glad that he can finally use what he bought from the ghostly caravan. The guard immediately lets him through. Hundreds of people gathered around the palace to witness the great coronation ceremony of the new queen. The general of the guard calls out to the crowd, asking for silence. The ceremony is already starting. Everyone is in anticipation before her. Now everything will begin. Lin, like all the people, carefully looks at the pedestal where the new queen is about to appear. Here she is, in rich fiery robes. Her face is hidden by a gramo hat with a long cloth around the brim. Their new queen has arrived, and everyone welcomes her. The queen's name is Yueke. Everyone around is delighted at the sight of their new queen. Fen's expectations came true. The queen looks exactly like a spirit in a phoenix robe. It turns out that she is the new queen of this state. But Fen does not see his main goal. There's nothing like a night pearl. This is bad. Then where to look for it? Is the pearl of great price hidden somewhere in the palace? This needs to be tested, and Lin Fan understands this. Looks like he has a plan. Like a true assassin acrobat, he jumps right onto the roof of the palace. The structure of this building is identical to the ghostly realm of the spirit in the robes of a phoenix. First, you need to go to the side hall. But it seems the assassin is from our Lin Fen worthless. She is immediately noticed by most of the people who were in the palace courtyard. They immediately turned their gaze upward. But one moment something strange began to happen. It turns out that people were not looking at Lin Fen, but for something else. A certain magical old yin-yang temple appears. He appeared as if straight out of thin air, surrounded by a strange aura. This is a ghostly kingdom. Almost immediately, all the people fainted. What's going on? It seems that they were somehow influenced by the aura of power of this kingdom. But at one moment, the butterfly skull that Lin had began to flicker with some kind of flame, and he gradually began to dissolve into thin air. In an instant, Lin evaporates from the dome of time. He's shocked how he got out of there and why. Before you come in again, you need to tell Tong Tong not to interfere, Lin thinks. She must have felt threatened and tried to help, which is why he was thrown out of the ancient city. Need to try again. Lin Fan enters the halls of the old city again. The past repeats itself. And again this scene. Is this place identical to the ghostly realm of Jiangwei? Will this happen again and again if Lin doesn't complete the task? Again the same picture of hurrying fat men, and again Lin draws attention to this. Last time about an hour passed from this moment to the destruction of the city. This time you need to immediately go in search of the pearl. If Lin had known earlier, he would not have wasted his time talking with the guard. He would have been able to climb over the walls much faster. Fen jumps onto the roof. Like a true acrobat, he jumps onto the roof and jumps towards his goal. Exactly an hour has passed. Lin is already in the palace, rummaging through the treasury. There are a lot of jewels here, but none of this reminds me of a night pearl. It all starts again. A dark aura of death begins to dominate the sky. This stresses Lin out rather than having to start all over again. Lin is again before the spirit in the robe of a phoenix. He speaks to the spirit in confusion, reporting repeated failure. The girl is a little upset, but looks at Lin knowingly. She grants him +1 to the bond. This seems to anger our hero a little. Did the spirit give them to him out of pity? Lin returns to the ancient city again, hoping that this attempt will be successful. There is no pearl in the queen's palace. In this case, one of the guests should have such a jewel, Lin thinks. He watches the guests' gifts. Among them is a regular tea set. Special ingredients, rare and valuable. Although these are also treasures, someone else should have something as valuable as the pearl of the night. And then Lin turns his attention and gazes to something. He sees a group of people sitting at a table right in the palace. Lin thinks they already look like VIP guests. He looks at them carefully. There might be a black pearl in the box. Unfortunately, Lin can't see through its walls. He takes a small pebble from the ground. Looks like he has an idea. He accurately and strongly throws this stone, which looks more like a small squeak. Lin is just a sniper. The stone accurately hits the box, revealing it. The guests are simply shocked. There is a slight purple glow visible from inside the box. Yes, this is what you need. The night pearl was right inside this box. Lin quickly heads there in order to capture the object he needs and complete the mission of the spirit in the robes of a phoenix. The guards are just trying to stop him in front of his goal. They don't even understand who he is. But in front of his goal, nothing will stop Lin. The guards are just a dummy for him, which he can easily deal with. The guards easily fall to the ground like dolls, and Lin is moving towards her goal. One of the guards asks to report everything to the general, but it's too late. Lin is about to overtake his target and take the pearl. But at one point, everyone is interrupted. Everything around is starting to dissipate. Around again, there is a landscape of the night sky and a spirit in the garb of a phoenix. Thrown out again. Maybe the ghostly kingdom couldn't adapt the plot, Lin thinks. But then Lin has a plan again. He wants to use a certain method. He calls upon his spirits. Xuanhua and Jiang Wei. He will need their help. Lin Fan asks them to sew a dress from this ghostly fabric. The process is underway and the dress is being sewn, thread by thread, cut by cut. High-quality ghost clothing in the works. Previously, among the trophies of war, there were ghostly clothes that could hide the aura of the person wearing such clothes, and then the spirits perceived him as one of their own. The illusion of the ancient city is created from ghostly energy. The ghostly clothes are also made from ghostly materials of the best quality, and therefore Lin should become invisible in it. The process of creating high-quality ghost clothing is complete. Shot blocking plus 76%, camouflage plus 89%, defense plus 33%. The robe looks just great. Lin looks a little funny in these clothes in the middle of the ancient city. This robe is a style. It is made in the likeness of what Xuanhua wears herself. But fortunately it worked. The guards don't even see Lin in this robe. Perfect disguise. There's no need to rush now. It's worth seeing where they plan to take the Black Pearl. Lin watches the action. He watches the conversation between two servants. One says that Lady Yuan heard that the Night Pearl can cure the queen, and therefore this gift is especially for her. It seems that the words about treatment left Lin a little bewildered. He follows the maiden who carries the Black Pearl. They come straight to the queen's chambers. The servants address her, casually calling her princess and offering her the Pearl of the Night. Suddenly, Lin was a little shocked when he saw what was behind the curtain. They arrived just as the queen was taking a hot bath. She's all naked. That's why Lin was so embarrassed. The virgin asks to bring the Pearl of the Night directly to her. Lin turns away embarrassedly, trying not to look at the curvaceous form of the naked queen, who is now a spirit in phoenix robes. The virgin takes the Pearl of the Night with her tender, wet hands. The jewel sparkles with a purple aura. The Night Pearl is a magical item. It begins to float directly above the water, forming a small whirlpool underneath it. Virgo just watches all this in confusion. The pearl lands on the ground, splashing water underneath it. The virgin straightens her hand, plunging into the hot water up to her chest. She hopes that at least this will cure her illness. The Night Pearl really helped. The queen felt better. They ask how much time she still has before the ceremony. We see her eerie depicted body. His arms are covered with abrasions and scars, and his back looks terrible. A large number of scars formed a bloody tree. Seeing this picture, Lin does not understand why the queen has so many scars all over her body. Virgo uses some magic to form two small fish out of the water. 20 years. The time has finally come to fulfill your mission, says the queen. And now is the time to reap the benefits. She uses magical power and places the pearl in the water. A large whirlpool begins to form around. Lin begins to see a certain image that appeared on the surface of the water. Are these the queen's memories? 10 years ago. A blood moon rises above the frightened girl. This girl's parent claims that the blood moon is the totem of their kingdom Uak. She encourages demons and evil spirits, but it is a source of great power that they can use. The girl's mother tells her child that she will be trained in divine revelation, and she will be able to become a queen who will have enough power to protect her people. Thousands of years ago, the western region was sparsely populated, which provided an excellent opportunity for many monsters. These monsters invaded small countries and destroyed everyone in just one night, and only the state of Uak was able to maintain peace for hundreds of years. And all because the cult of the Blood Moon was founded in the state, and a ruling family was raised that was capable of reading conspiracies. Each princess went through multiple trainings that stimulated her magical powers in order to become a queen in the future. Physical strength, mental strength, concentration, courage. All this was necessary. The picture of one of these terrible trainings is visible on the surface of the water. 3 days and 3 nights, you don't have the opportunity to close your eyes, because as soon as you lose sight of the eagle, you will immediately remain blind for life. The basest instincts of man must be eradicated. From childhood, the life of a maiden was an eternal training. Punishments for any offense. Eradicate joy. Terrible training with hot coals. The girl had no choice. She had to do whatever she was punished for. Eradicate fear. The girl was forced to stay in frozen water. Even if she dies here, she must save face. Eradicate the concept of freedom of choice. The young maiden was plunged into a pit with a dozen poisonous snakes. It is necessary to constantly increase the concentration of poison in the blood, because it stimulates the active production of mana. Each snake bit her, bringing terrible pain and poison. The queen must be decisive. Kill her pet, who grew up with her all her life. You need to quickly and without hesitation. The girl was forced to kill the cat that was her friend. With a bloody blade, depressed, she went to the next training. Suffering after suffering in order to become a true queen, the girl's eyes are full of tears of grief at the loss of her pet. But then someone calls out to her, which frightens her greatly. She immediately wipes her eyes from tears so that no one sees it and she does not receive punishment. She was greatly intimidated, tempering her spirit. But the one who called out to her was not a person. The spirit seems to be created directly from the energy of harmony. He wants to give something to the princess. He gives her a jade pendant that will always be with her. It contains enormous power that cannot yet be used. It must be their little secret. Virgo accepts the gift, looking at it. A little later, she will find out about everything herself. The pendant seems to glow with an aura. While the maiden was remembering the past, people call out to her, but she doesn't even seem to hear them, completely immersed in memories. The maids say that it is time to prepare for the coronation ceremony, to which the girl agrees. While the maids are dressing the girl, Lin Fen takes the night pearl. The mission is almost complete. The guy is a little swept away, who would have thought that a spirit in a phoenix robe had such a difficult and painful past. Again, a picture of the coronation ceremony. The maiden is about to become a queen. For the sake of this moment, she has gone through so much torment and suffering. Her already old mother gives her the crown. The new queen kneels before her mother, who places a crown on her. At this moment, a ghostly kingdom appears that exudes only darkness and evil. It kills most people just by its presence. The queen is shocked. Right during the coronation, evil spirits began to attack. Who would have thought? It seems they were biding their time. People are terrified. They want to run away as quickly as possible, but it seems too late. Apparently, this was the last coronation in this country. The queen orders the soldiers to lead away and protect the people. The queen asks her mother for help in building a protective formation. But the mother is already depressed. She tells Ah Yue that this is not necessary. Is this really him? The end of a great country? Lin watches this whole picture. Ordinary people lose consciousness due to ghostly energy. Luckily, Lin has this ghost dress. This spirit does not see Lin as a rival, and Tantan does not feel threatened, so we can continue to observe. Is Yue horrified by his mother's words? What is she saying? After all, she was prepared for this all her life, to the defense of civilians. The deal the mother made with the evil spirits. This time they are a little earlier. A man master of spirits, pale as snow, rises in his kingdom. The new queen is completely horrified by the words about a deal with evil spirits. How is this possible? And Yue must now know the truth. In fact, the state of UAK has long been seeking peace with the spirits, and for this they must sacrifice queens. And today, it was Ah Yue's mother's turn. In the woman's eyes, one can see the expectation of the inevitable. She knew this would happen. Even Lin Fen himself is shocked by such information. His eyes are full of shock, and so is his mind. The mother's words make Ah Yue hysterical. To sacrifice? How is this possible? But all these trainings that the queen went through as a child, wasn't this all about gaining enough power to fight the spirits? Mother apologizes to daughter. Are several people in red robes already approaching them? What are their goals? There is a certain amount of mana in the blood of people. But of course, this cannot be compared with the mana of evil spirits. People with more developed bodies and spiritual strength are a valuable resource of nutrients. The people in red robes turn out to be the very same trainers who tormented Ah Yue throughout her childhood. In order to ensure the security of their state, they must accept the conditions of the spirits. 20 years ago, a deal was made, and therefore now Ah Yue's mother must fulfill her destiny. Ah Yue is shocked. It turns out that the girl herself will be sacrificed next. Why did her mother do all this? Turn after turn, it turns out that the former queen is not Ah Yue's biological mother. So much terrible news for the new queen. The coach explains that the rhetoric about the succession of royal blood is just a nice phrase. The whole history of the kingdom is a lie. In fact, the manifestation of spiritualized blood is just an accident. Every 10 years, they choose one of the girls born on the blood moon. They identify the one with the most outstanding blood power. They have been subjected to training since childhood, and also that she becomes the ideal vessel for a ghostly talisman. Upon reaching the age of majority of the vessel, the spirit feeds on its blood, and after 20 years passes the throne to the next queen and gives the talisman, as well as its life, to the ghostly Taoist. This cycle is constantly repeated, which ensures the safety of their city. And then an evil spirit appears right above one of the trainers. Fen himself does not like this whole picture. This is called security. He is tensely awaiting the next events. Virgo is hysterical. It turns out everything that she had to go through, everything from beginning to end, was a lie. And this spirit is the creator of the entire blood moon cult. The mother is trying to justify herself. She didn't want to hide this from Ah Yue, but if she had known earlier, she would have refused to take the training course. But now that she has become an adult, she must understand what it means to sacrifice herself for a good cause. If Ah Yue agrees to cooperate, then she will live another 20 years. But if she refuses, then this will mean the demise of the entire state. For the sake of tens of thousands of people in their state, the coach asks them to make the right choice. Should I die myself or die with everyone else? Is this the choice they give her? Then her mother's mother told her the same thing? Although she is not the biological mother, she really loves Ah Yue, and tears of sorrow appear in the mother's eyes. And Yue doesn't even know what to say. It is because of Ayue that she believes that she did not live her life in vain. What a terrible turn of events. In 1 second, the evil spirit grabs Ayue's mother with its power, bringing her terrible pain and suffering. He's drying her up. Gradually, the mother evaporates in the flames of the evil spirit. Well, at least she talked to her daughter before her terrible death. The spirit completely absorbs the mother. A malicious smile is visible on his face. It was his victory. This whole agreement was only for his benefit. All that remains of Ayue's mother is a clot of mucus. A terrible mental pain rages inside Ayue's mind and body. Grief for the departed mother. Her eyes fill with tears of grief for the mother who left her. In her youth, she was forbidden to show any emotions, and now everything that had been accumulating for many years came out. The former coaches saw Ayue's tears and were completely shocked. After all, they taught her for such a long time not to show emotions, completely trying to suppress them. In an instant, due to strong emotions, the girl's talisman burst into flames of power. The same jade pendant that was given to her by the spirit 10 years ago. She gains insane power, the power of fire and phoenix. Even the evil spirit retreated back at the sight of such power. Everyone around is completely horrified at the sight of this power. The evil spirit, the trainer, and even Lin Feng. This power, this aura, is similar to what Lin felt at the Enlightenment ceremony, but this time she is hundreds of times stronger. The evil spirit is filled with power. It seems he wants to fight with Ayue, who has acquired the great power of phoenix fire. He rises into the sky. His spirit realm began to emit an insane power that began to fuel its master. Everyone around is in shock. What a murderous aura! Has the spirit changed its mind? A dome begins to grow around it, which is enveloped in an aura of death. The spirit felt threatened. Most likely he realized that in another 20 years he would not be her opponent. And so he decided to break the agreement to avoid trouble in the future. And Yue looks at the evil spirit with anger. Trainers are trying to talk the spirit out of something. They agreed. You just need to carry out the ritual of immersing the talisman. But the evil spirit does not listen to them and simply kills them with its power of web threads. He creates energy blades. Looks like it's time for a fight. He releases them directly at Ayue, intending to kill her, but her aura seems to be blocking them. Her aura became like a fiery phoenix. Truly, her power is simply enormous. Even an evil spirit is afraid of such power, and trying to shorten the distance as much as possible. The man covers the maiden so that she does not look at the palace. He believes that this is a mirage, and if they do not want to die, then they better not look at him. Phoenix! This is her new awakened spirit companion. A flaming phoenix rises in the sky, demonstrating its power to everyone. But this terrible energy is of the rank of primordial chaos. But it all looks like she called him just recently. Is she really forcing him? The new queen addresses her now deceased mother. Her mother was just confused. Making a deal with demons is a bad deal. Her daughter Ayu will avenge her. The ghostly evil spirit utters certain words of power. 6 reincarnation of the world. 8 trigrams of 1,000 blades. The demon's technique is repeated and he again summons a hail of blades in order to defeat his enemy, the phoenix. And Yue is filled with anxiety. She has never used the power of spirit masters before and therefore it is difficult for her. The blades were about to cut through the maiden's flesh and blood, but the faithful spirit of the phoenix covered her with her fiery body. The hail of blades attacks not only Ayue but the entire ancient city. People are running headlong, away from the hail. This evil spirit wants to destroy the city. He is ruthless. Giant blades destroy the entire ancient city. The girl received a second wind and strength. She is more serious than ever. Her eyes glow with an angry flame of anger. The phoenix has enveloped her, protecting her mistress. Web attack from an evil spirit, but Phoenix easily dodges, rising into the skies. Now Ayue has become like the ghostly spirit that she is today. Black eyes with only a small light from the pupils of the flame. She's completely shrouded in phoenix fire, but it doesn't seem to harm her. The phoenix attacks the evil spirit with its fire, and the same one attacks the girl in defense. He manages to inflict damage on Ayue with his dark power, calling on energy that cuts everything like blades. The Virgin strengthened the spirits at the cost of her life, but the gap in power is still colossal. Lin Fan continues to observe. At one point, near the Yingyan Gate, the evil spirit turns sharply back as if he sensed something. Gradually, the ghostly kingdom moves away from here along with its owner, but continues to fire volleys. Even Lin Fen himself is surprised that the ghostly evil spirit decided to retreat. Obviously, the spirit made a decision as soon as it saw Lin Fen himself. But no one should be able to see him while he is wearing this dress. If this were not so, Lin would have realized this long ago. But there is another option. Is there something else here that could pose a threat to the spirit? Lin immediately begins to look around, looking for something. And then a plan came to Lin. Exactly. It's worth using the demonic mirror. Maybe it will help now. He lifts a special artifact up into the air, and it begins to sparkle with a strong aura. Lin sees a certain spirit that appears right in front of the mirror, shining with its bare legs. This shocked the guy. There is something on the mirror and Lin sees it. His soul is filled with anxiety. He decides to look up a little to see the whole picture. But Lin's actions are interrupted by a suddenly appearing spirit dressed as a phoenix, who is already rushing towards him with radical goals. Lin Fan masterfully dodges the ghostly spirit's attack, which breaks through everything in its path. The girl's mind was enveloped in madness. Just one wish, kill! She is already rushing, carrying fiery death behind her, right into a crowd of innocent people. Lin understands Virgo has lost touch with reality, attacks everyone indiscriminately. In the flames, Lin Fen returns to the spirit in the robe of a phoenix. Now he knows her past. That is, in the end, the new queen lost control of herself and her spirit. But who imprisoned her underground in the territory of the Sea of Death? Lin remembers his goal and gives the night pearl to the ghostly spirit dressed as a phoenix. The mission was successfully completed, plus 10 to the bonds of the Queen of the Lunar Palace. Lin notices this notification. Now the system has renamed AUA. New mission for the Queen of the Moon Palace. We need to find the ghostly Taoist and help the Queen kill him. Reward plus 20 to the Moon Palace Queen's bond at the end of the mission. Lin will be able to improve the bond with the Moon Palace Queen. The Taoist is her worst enemy, which turns out to be still alive. It seems Lin Fan is confident in his abilities. Everything is fine. He will gladly help the spirit take revenge. The news of help seems to make the Queen of the Moon Palace a little happy, and a gentle smile appears on her face. But this Taoist is not so easy to find. Lin Fan invites the girl to search together. All this is just an acting game by a guy for the sake of his goal. If they spend time together, there will be more opportunities to strengthen the bond. The girl nods to the guy, agreeing, after which she begins to dissolve into thin air. She transformed into her own crown and gave it to Lin. Great, Lin thinks. This crown is her personal thing, and therefore the guy will be able to summon the queen at any time in the future. First, you need to help with the launch of the satellite, and then you need to go to the Association of Ghost Spirit Masters to find out about the Taoist. Quancheng Launch Center. Near the main gate of the center, Lin Fen is already met by Shui and Bai. Lin Fan greets his little sister. He came to help them. As soon as they learned about Lin Fen's arrival, they began to prepare everything here. The launch was scheduled for this evening. The launch is in the evening because there are a lot of clouds during the daytime. The team was afraid that problems might arise, so they planned the launch for the evening. No need to worry. The technicians are confident that everything will go smoothly if they are not bothered by spirits. Bai needs Lin Feng and Shui Yuan's help. They go inside the center. Here, over 100 years, many equipment has broken down. But fortunately, the materials were well preserved, and therefore it was possible to raise qualified scientific researchers. It's not that easy, says Bai. It was necessary to select those who cannot become a spirit lord, but have an extremely high IQ. Some people noticed Lin Fen and were surprised. Lin was invited by the city's mayor to help with the launch. People are confident in Lina, now they can be calm. If only he had known a little earlier that Lin would be here, he would have asked for an autograph. The sister of one of the employees simply adores him. It looks like everything is almost ready. There is something special for Lin Feng, prepared by the city chief especially for him. Bai introduces the guy to two sisters who are the directors of the launch center. Tall sister is Wei Tzu. Boss Quan Cheng is the head of the launch center for the second stage Spirit Masters of the Earth Demon rank. And what is lower? Wei Xiaoquan, she is the chief engineer. If Lin needs anything, he can contact Zhu personally. Behind her older sister is the timid young Xiaoquan, who is even afraid to speak. Tzu says that Lin likes Xiaoquan. They know about the boy's great deeds, and they are very grateful that Lin agreed to help them. Young Xiao timidly tries to ask Lin for something. The guy praises his sisters. They work hard for the benefit of humanity. They are great fellows. These words seem to hurt the girl a little. Wei answers timidly. Xiaoquan to our Lin Fen. She even seemed to blush a little. Zhu announces to the whole hall that the preparations are over. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Shui can go and rest and replenish their strength in the evening. This is the moment of truth. In 2 seconds, the satellite launch begins. The countdown is about to end. Everyone is in anticipation. The launch has begun. The satellite's turbines released a stream of flame. Successfully, the satellite is heading into space. Everyone is incredibly happy. This is a real holiday and a big step for development. The military is already prepared because an evil spirit can attack at any moment. Lin Fan asks Shui about the situation. So far, there is no anomalous release of ghostly energy, but only one satellite has been launched. It will take about 10 hours to prepare and launch 2 more. 3 hours later, Xiao notifies that the first one has successfully entered orbit. Time to prepare the second one. Shui notifies Lin. On her communicator, she sees a whole wave of ghostly evil spirits. There are simply a huge number of them. Bai and Zhu appear at the right moment. They are here to help against the wave of evil spirits. Lin Fen has a plan. His spirits will cover the entire area of the center with their ghostly territory. About 100 matzers are needed to defend the walls, the rest in the northwestern direction. The three of them need to deal with all the spirits up to the second stage of the rank of primordial chaos. Lin takes on everyone who is stronger. Zhu, Shi, and Bai obey the young master's orders. Battle time begins. Lin Fan summons his ghostly spirit Jiang Wei and orders him to cover the entire launch center. The entire area is covered. The masters led by Zhu rush forward in transport into the very depths of the enemy. Zhu herself is shocked by Lin Fen's strength. The battle begins. One team goes with Zhu, the rest must deal with the pawns. Lin Fan summons all his spirits. Forward. Their goal is the second stage of the rank of primordial chaos. The battle is in full swing. Lin Fen's spirits kill the ghostly evil spirit one after another, and they get experience for these victories. His spirits have no difficulty in dealing with a whole wave of evil spirits. It's only beginning. A whole army is moving towards the center, and above are ghostly kingdoms. Obviously, the spirits of the second stage of primordial chaos are no longer of interest. But judging by the scale of what is happening, the spirit of the third stage must be hiding somewhere. At the same time, Bao and Shui do not stand aside, also using your spirits to kill your enemies. A creepy ghostly spirit was about to kill his little sister Shui, but behind someone stabbed blades of leaves into the spirit. Bao and Shui are completely shocked. Did Lin Fan really do this? And someone familiar to us is rushing towards our couple, already at full speed, breaking through the crowds of evil spirits. Bao and Shui are at a loss. Who is this? This is our familiar ghostly messenger. Has he really come to the rescue? The spirit breaks through entire armies of spirits. Shui notifies Lin Feng that a strong spirit is moving towards him. Virgo did not understand what level this was, probably the spirit of the law. And Lin himself saw this fast spirit. He kills other spirits. This seems very strange to Lin, but now he sees who it is. Don't worry about this spirit, Lin Fen's old acquaintance. Having killed everyone on the way, the messenger hands the letter to one of the spirits. The latter seems a little shocked. He came to deliver a letter. But why did he attack everyone who was in his way? Is the deadline really running out? And Lin comes up with a great idea, because this feature can be used for your benefit. Lin calls on Tong Tong and punishes her to take his bag of letters from the postman. The spirit strives for its goal. She is about to overtake her goal and take the spirit postman's bag. She manages to grab the bag from the distracted spirit at the right moment, which is why the latter is shocked. His eyes and grimace are filled with rage. The eyes sparkle with a scarlet flame of malice. Tong Tong is already heading towards Lin, who tells her to follow him. The postman is already rushing after them. The spirit mailman is not attacked by other spirits, and he also uses the mass murder skill. We will not stop the spirit postman in front of his stolen bag. He breaks through everything and everyone in his path. The experience with killing the spirits is credited to Lin. It's so convenient. Yes, the guy is very lucky. The guards of the walls are watching the whole picture from above. It's as if this area was cleared with a bulldozer. That's bad. There are too many spirits. The defense cannot contain them. There is no way to let them get closer to the satellite. They must fight until their last breath. Lin Fan, together with Tong Tong, is already rushing forward. Continues to chase after them, breaking through everything in its path. It's Lin Feng. He came to help them. He killed all the spirits who managed to get to the wall. Lin Fan calls out to Jiang Wei. He is counting on her. People are completely shocked by Lin Feng's strength. From above, the Jiang scrolls are already heading towards the enemy spirits. The scrolls kill every spirit they can reach. The people of the center are very glad to have such a person on their side. Wonderful! The spirit mailman's purse plays its role. We need to put an end to this flow of spirits. Strange, but there are much fewer system alerts. Lin Fan is surprised by this fact. The postman suddenly disappeared. Like all the spirits around, what is going on? Something is wrong. The postman is missing. The rest of the spirits are not huddled together. It seems this was the plan of one of the evil spirits. He attacks with volleys right at the back of our Lin Fen. Someone's cunning move. Fortunately, Zhuan Hua appeared and protected her master with a protective energy shield. Umbrellas also came to the attack, rushing forward at breakneck speed to overtake the enemy. The ghostly spirits and Lin Fen himself finally saw their enemy. And this is a coffin? Even Lin Fan himself is perplexed by such a strange sight. What kind of ghostly spirit is this? But the coffin is only part. It turns out he is chained to a giant demon. The chains are digging into his flesh. Coffin with the head of a Buddha, a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. But Lin is brief. He is angry that his assistant, the postman, has disappeared. Looks like the real fight is starting now. Several warriors came to Zhu with news. A spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos has appeared in the east. Zhu says they should notify everyone. We need to get out of here. They rush away from the battlefield along with their ghostly spirits. You cannot engage in battle with anyone. People are completely shocked. Lin Fan is going to fight with the spirit of the third stage of the primordial chaos rank. One of the coffins lands right in front of the guys. He is in a bind. The guys thought there would be someone's corpse inside. But in 1 second he moves inside this coffin. Why was he locked up? His mind is filled with terror. Absolutely everyone who fought in that battle ended up in the coffin of a spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. Lin and his spirits are holding on as best they can. All the spirits around him also disappeared. This technique is reminiscent of mirage teleportation. Everyone who was within the range of his spiritual territory was locked in coffins. Even second stage Earth Demon rank masters. Luckily, thanks to Jiang Wei, Lin is not one of them. This spirit acts cunningly. Now Lin must not only resist the spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos, but also monitor the situation of those imprisoned. We need to develop a strategy. Even our familiar postman spirit is now bored inside one of these coffins. He had a task with an asterisk, because he needed to make decisions quickly. Otherwise, the situation would change against them. He needed to prevent himself from being dragged into a coffin, restrain the attack on the launch center, rescue people, and defeat the spirit of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos. Chai Wei and Qingju will be able to help him resist the techniques of this spirit. The guy asked Qingju to help contain the magic of this coffin, and Jiang Wei must save people. The task for Lin Luo was that he needed to repel the attacks of the spirits and protect the city from everything. He took the postman's bag from the portal it was in. The guy asked Tong Tong and Xuan Hua to attack the Buddha. The strength of Tong Tong in its modified form is comparable to the spirit strength of the third stage of the rank of primordial chaos, and it will be able to delay time. However, he was unable to open this coffin for some reason. The letter informed him that if he resorted to this force, it could also affect people, because it was literally destruction and danger. He then decided to move them to a safe place because it seems there is only one way, and he needs to destroy the Buddha. The Buddha had enormous power, and with the help of his abilities, he began to lift a huge number of nail-shaped projectiles into the air. The Buddha launched them all towards Lin Feng, and the nails flew towards Tong Tong, causing little damage to her. However, she was able to get behind him and deflect most of the projectiles flying at her using her agility and possession of a sword. The guy was glad that his ghostly spirit Tun Tan was able to sneak up behind him because Buddha's beloved coffin created a blind spot. However, at one point, Buddha created a shield from his coffins that protected him from attacks. It was also a powerful weapon, and he released his power towards Tan Tan. She tried to defend herself with her sword. The guy noticed that it was a rather powerful attack, and asked his ghostly spirit to try to be much more careful, because it was dangerous. It all looks quite complicated, and this battle was really difficult and dangerous. Xuan Hua was also near the Tong Tong shell, trying to support it. The guy called Jiang Wei to also use her abilities of primordial chaos ruins. It was a very powerful attack from two sides, and bright flashes were visible throughout the night sky. This attack worked and part of his head and body was already damaged, but the Buddha got angry and went into the second phase of the attack. He turned into a double monster with Buddha on one side and his evil spirit on the other. The guy warned everyone about the danger because this monster was preparing to use a new powerful ability. With the help of metal chains, Buddha was able to grab Tauntaun's leg and slow down its movements. These metal flails also flew towards Lin Feng and his ghostly spirit, causing them damage as well. The guy understood that if it weren't for Jiang Wei's protection, they would have suffered serious damage. Our hero noticed that Jiang Wei and Tong Tong were seriously injured. He needed to try a different tactic. He took out his blade and cut his hand to get a drop of blood. It was that Northern Lord's spiritual dagger, and the guy was using the blood sacrifice on the umbrella. Immediately, his three ghostly spirits appeared at this place. With the help of a blood sacrifice, the guy increased his attack by 200 points, and his life expectancy decreased by several points, but he had to do it. Xuan Hua used a ghost mirror replica to increase the number of ghost umbrellas several times. These umbrellas were already causing him a lot of damage, and the Buddha tried to escape from the battlefield, but the guy was not going to let him do it. Using the Killing Scroll's primordial chaos ability, they were able to wrap the Buddha in a scroll. This scroll began to shrink with enormous force, squeezing this monster that was already inside and could not escape from there. The guy won the battle and received 24,000 experience, and he also received a spiritual pill and one item, a coffin. His Lingluo spirit level can be increased by using a pill. Due to the sacrifice technique, this consumes his lifespan. However, his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, so he will not become like old Musa. When he looked in the mirror, he did not notice any changes on his face. The guy agreed to increase Lingluo's level, and now his ghostly spirit had the third level of the abyss. Lingluo can also plan abyss abilities. Apart from Queen Yuke, there are already 3 level 3 abyss ghosts. Now that the ghost with the head of Buddha is dead, everyone who was in the coffins will also be able to come out. When they opened the coffin, people were surprised that they were finally able to get out of there. The girl did not understand why the coffin disappeared, and what happened here. Ghost control masters on their team were imprisoned in coffins, and they had just come out, and most likely, someone defeated this level 3 ghost. They also noticed that the entire ghost wave began to retreat from here. The girl suggested that perhaps it was Lin Feng who was able to defeat this third-level abyss ghost. However, she didn't understand how he could single-handedly destroy the third level of the abyss and at the same time prevent the tide of ghosts. After all, this guy wasn't even 20 years old, and is he capable of doing this alone? The guy was warned to be careful, because the ghost of a postman, whom he had already known before, was rushing towards him. However, the guy replied that he didn't need the ghost of the postman right now. The guy asked Qingju to control this ghost postman because he was approaching the guy. She was creating a small pink field so she could control this ghost. Qingju noticed that he had 60% recognition. This was not the first time that the ghost of the postman had appeared, and it was possible that he had visited Jijiao Temple many times before. Parsing progress was already at 68%. It was very good, and he needs to rush straight to Jijiaoan. Upon entering Jijiao Temple, the suppression effect increased by 300%. This seriously affected the ghost of the postman. The ghost of the postman began to have a severe headache, and she began to sink to the ground because she could not maintain her balance normally. He increased in size several times. The guy was able to pick him up and decided to keep him, because in this state he did not pose a danger. The guy decided to keep the postman's bag because maybe it will be useful to him in the future, and he decided to use the ghost of the postman as a pendant for the bag. The guys began to praise Lin Feng because he was becoming stronger and stronger every time. The girl thanked him for saving them and helping them survive the ghostly tide. She didn't even know how to repay such a great service, but the guy replied that he didn't need anything and was happy to help them. They were also in the laboratory to ensure that the ghostly tide was successfully repulsed. She was glad that Master Lin actually solved the problem of the ghostly tide on his own, which was amazing, and she also thought he was very handsome. She gave the command to launch the last satellite to take advantage of this opportunity now. They all watched the launch of the rocket carrying the satellite together, and it was fascinating. Already the third satellite has successfully entered its orbit, and they were there for it. The team masters were also very happy that, thanks to Lin Feng, they were able to successfully complete the satellite launch mission. After the successful launch of the satellite, ground communications will be significantly upgraded. They will give the guy exclusive access to this connection. She also gave him instructions for using the third satellite. A special device was installed on it, capable of determining the concentration of ghost gas. He can also ask them for satellites to cover a certain area. The guy thanked them for this, and now he no longer has to be afraid of places that were too far away and did not have a communication signal. Lord also thanked the guy for his hard work and invited him to go to her house and relax for a few days. She will treat him to good wine and delicious food to show her gratitude. The guy appreciated the city lord's kindness, but he had important business to attend to and needed to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Lords Alliance. He needed to know more about the Ghost Taoist. During the conversation, another girl was looking for him. She told him that they had sent her a message from headquarters, and they wanted to see him there to talk. The guy immediately noticed the coincidence here and asked who sent this message. The girl said that this was the founder of the Ghost Lords Alliance. The guy was surprised that they called her Grandma Butterfly. And the guy was also surprised that the founder of the Ghost Alliance was a woman. The girl said that no one had seen her what she looked like. She simply manipulates the ghostly energy to form a shadow each time and then talks to them. When she heard about him, she wanted to ask for a meeting for the first time because she had something important to do. The guy agreed and replied that he would go now. They were heading to the Ghostmaster Alliance headquarters in Back Mountain. The girl reported that the satellite signal had actually been strengthened, which made it more convenient to connect associations in different places. She also revealed that this time his reputation had spread far and wide, and he was even famous among the ancestors at the headquarters. Sister Rui joked that the guy should work for this association. From the huge number of messages, his communicator seems to be about to explode, because all four girls wrote to him. She received news that members of the Wei family had disappeared without a trace. The guy had already heard about it too. Lin Feng assumed that he was hiding because he was afraid of his revenge and was secretly preparing some kind of plan. She reported that Wei Wuji is very cunning, and even though the guy was level 3, he had better be careful. After some time, they had already arrived at their desired destination. She suggested that he go inside and she would wait for him outside. The guy stepped over the line of this building, passing through some energy of this territory. The entire environment suddenly changed, and perhaps it was a ghost land. When he walked a little further, he saw a silhouette at the top of the tower, and the guy understood that the founder of the Ghost Lord Alliance was indeed difficult. He climbed to the top of this tower and turned to this silhouette. "Is this Grandmother Butterfly?" She answered him and was glad that Lin Feng came here. He greeted her. The guy understood that in order to be able to achieve this position, one must be at least 70 years old, but her voice was not too old. Going straight to the point, she told him that she admired him very much, and there was some kind of destiny in this, and could answer any 3 of his questions. In that case, he wanted to ask her about the ghost. Namely, this person wore a Taoist robe, used a broom and a Bagua sword to rule the ghost realm of Taoist temples. She was surprised that the guy asked about the Taoist ghost and asked where he saw it. The guy understood that she knew about him. Lin Feng replied that he had met this Taoist by chance and he had some influence on one of his ghosts, so he was going to track him down. Grandma told him that she had met this Taoist ghost before, but he ran away. She handed him a corner of his clothing that she had gotten from him, by which he could trace it. The guy did not expect this, and thanked Grandma D. She reminded him to be very careful. This Taoist ghost was very difficult. Grandma D also told him that he had 2 more questions. The guy decided to ask, what is the next level of the 3rd level abyss ghost? She told him that above the 3rd level of the abyss is the level of nightmare. To be more precise, it is a fully animated ghost. Restoring ghosts can actually be divided into several stages. The first is the restoration and growth of the ghost's abilities. The second is the restoration of consciousness. Full recovery also occurs in stages. When the time comes, he will find that he has all the abilities a ghost should have. At this point, the ghost's trait is the key to determining whether it can show its combat effectiveness. The guy asked, does the restoration of consciousness mean that ghosts will gradually gain full consciousness and independent thinking? The grandmother replied that the guy was very understanding. After each ghost control master had brought his ghost spirit to the peak state of the 3rd level of the abyss, he would have 3 relatively safe opportunities to fully revive the ghost spirit. If he fails 3 times, he will lose control. The guy asked the 3rd question, is it possible to leave this for later? She replied that yes, it is possible. She replied that if this was so, then they would be destined to meet again someday. And at one point, Grandma D simply disappeared from here, and Lin Feng was left alone on this tower. The girl was surprised that the guy came out in less than a minute. She asked if he had seen Grandma D. The guy understood that the time inside was definitely more than 1 minute, and it seems that the ghost of Grandmother Butterfly was somehow special. The guy told Sister Rui that he had already met Grandma D and it was time for them to move on. It was very good, and she invited him to go to her villa to relax. They went to Yingrui Villa. At dinner, the guy said that he was tracking down the Taoist ghost and wanted to ask her if the headquarters had the ability of the ghostly abyss. She wasn't sure about that. Rui told the girl that if he wanted to take a bath with her, she would agree to ask for it. The guy got a little embarrassed and told her to stop joking like that. The guy handed Jiang Wei a corner of the Taoist ghost robe and asked her to see if they could track it. Jiang Wei's tracking ability is still weak, but this Taoist ghost is a ghost from 1,000 years ago, and it is hidden too deep. The guy thought for a while and remembered the postman's bag. If he writes a letter to the other party, it will be delivered without any conditions, and this is much better than being trackable. It was sad that the ghost postman could no longer deliver letters in this condition. The guy decided that then let Tan Tan become the new ghost postman and gave her a bag along with a hat. She can become a ghost mailman in a short period of time and deliver letters to any marked ghost without being attacked by any ghost. However, its delivery efficiency was only 20%, and this must first be familiarized with in 2 days. The guy asked Tong Tong not to worry, because if someone is stronger than her, then she doesn't need to resist too much, because he will pull her back. He asked Xuanhua to fly some distance away so that Tong Tong could deliver the letter to her. Tong Tong began to run towards Xuanhua. There were various ghosts on her way, but they should not interfere with her. After delivering the letter, its efficiency increased to 40%. She continued to deliver letters to him, and in some cases even scared her master. But her effectiveness had already reached 50%. Even when they were in the mine, Tantan successfully delivered letters to them. After a few more deliveries, her productivity reached 90%, and her face began to resemble that of a ghost mailman. At this stage, the guy decided to ask Xuanhua to write a letter to the Taoist ghost to see where he was hiding. The content of the letter was not at all important. You could write anything there, and the letter would be sent. Xuanhua handed over a letter for Tong Tong, intended for the ghost of a Taoist. Tantan immediately set off to deliver this letter. The guy mounted his ghost horse and asked Jiang Wei to follow him as well. As long as he has this token, he does not need to worry about losing Tantan, because at any time, he can return it to him. Tantan ran too fast without stopping, and the guy did not eat or sleep all this time. This was incomparable to the humility of people like him. Fortunately, Jiang Wei is able to track down Tong Tong, and the guy has time to eat. His ghostly spirit was on the western side, 500 miles away. The guy was surprised that the Taoist ghost was in the southwest, because previously the Yuek kingdom was located in the northwest. He had not seen the queen for a long time, and he was curious to know how she was doing. The guy went to her house and saw the queen. He asked what she was doing, using glowing pearls to hydrate a corpse. Lin Feng reported that if everything went according to plan, he would soon find the Taoist ghost, and then he will help her kill him. They ran to the Hanging Temple. There were many statues of Buddha and other people. It was not surprising to him that every time he met the postman, he heard the sound of the bell, and it seems that the bell will ring as it approaches the goal. They went inside, and there was only a statue of Buddha. Something was wrong, and he wondered where the ghost of the Taoist was hiding. Looking around this room, the guy noticed something important. This large Buddha statue was pointed towards this mural. The fresco depicted a Taoist temple. The guy suggested that the ghost of the Taoist was trapped in this fresco. Perhaps it could have been broken, or somehow gotten inside. Tantan began to go inside this fresco, and the guy had not yet decided whether she should go there or not, and asked her to stop. The phantom Taoist destroyed the Yueke kingdom thousands of years ago. At that time, it was the third level of the abyss. If he had grown up on the streets, no ghost master would be able to resist him now. 100 years after his mysterious revival, there are no records left of this guy at all. Thousands of years ago, there were signs of a strange revival, but it was only on a small scale, and then it was sealed away. But if he was trapped thousands of years ago, how could Grandma D obtain a piece of the ghost Taoist's clothing? After all, she could not live more than 1,000 years. He could only let Tauntaun go inside so that she could see what was inside. The guy took the letter and asked Xuanhua to change its contents and asked the Taoist if he needed help. Xuanhua completed the task, and the guy said that everything was fine now and handed it over to Tongtong. She entered the fresco, which was a portal, and after a while came out from there. The guy asked how things were going with Tantan. The guy looked at the letter and realized that the ghost of the Taoist was indeed locked in the fresco. The guy asked Jiang Wei if she could sense the power of the ghostly Taoist through his ghostly energy. The guy understood that the Taoist ghost was really strong, but he also had 3 ghost spirits of the same level. With the Queen's help, they can't help but win. To successfully bind the Moon Queen, he should try this. The fresco could not be destroyed. If he could not defeat it, he would not be able to release it. He decided to use the bag to disguise himself. With the help of the Ghost Postman's rules, he will be able to enter and exit without leaving any trace. Tauntaun grabbed her master and began pointing her finger to the side behind him. Another ghost has appeared on the rock. This could have bothered the guy. The girl said that she was just passing by and had no intention of attacking Lin Feng. The guy asked her if this girl is also a ghost master. The girl apologized, saying that she was a ghost control master from the city, and she was here to complete a mission. She felt a ghostly energy and thought it was an evil spirit. The guy told her that it was better for her not to stay here because it was dangerous. The guy was surprised that her ghost was on the first level of the abyss, and people cannot be judged by their appearance. She thanked Senior Lin Feng for his advice. As she started to leave, the guy said that it was time to meet the ghost of Taoist. He stepped over and went inside this fresco. He saw a Taoist temple on a rock and a man sitting next to it. These skeleton bones must be the monk in the mural who sealed the Taoist ghost. When the guy came closer, he saw the black silhouette of a ghost inside the Taoist temple. The guy decided it was time to act. The guy summoned all 3 of his ghostly spirits, and the queen was also the 4th. The queen began to attack and destroy the building in the area. All the ghostly spirits began to use their abilities, trying to inflict maximum damage on the Taoist ghost. A very powerful explosion occurred at the site of the Taoist temple, because the power of Lin Feng's ghostly spirits was enormous. The Taoist ghost has appeared, and it was the same as what he saw in Yueke country. The guy asked Qingju to hurry up and analyze this Taoist ghost. At this time, all the ghostly spirits continued to attack him, but he was able to repel these attacks. After all, this ghost had a shield that blocked external attacks on him. And also, he had a very powerful weapon, and he began to attack his ghostly spirits. Xuanhua used his ability, silk threads, to immobilize him. Such powerful energy melted the earth, forming the Bagua Formation. Also, Tantan was in danger and she needed to go back. Xuanhua helped the ghostly spirit Tongtong, and they retreated to a safe distance. It must have been his void abilities. He asked all his spirits to be extremely careful. The ghostly spirit used her scroll technique, and the entire Taoist temple was wrapped in this scroll. This was very good because the Taoist temple was suppressed. They needed to continue the attack and pay attention to the expense. Meanwhile, the progress of Taoist spirit research was only 9%. The guy, as expected from a 1,000-year-old ghost, according to other Abyss Masters, they would not have been able to withstand such an intense attack a long time ago. Tongtong was able to get closer to the Taoist demon, and she began to attack him with her sword. And Xuanhua used a ghost mirror. Research progress increased to 14%. Every decision in this battle was very difficult. The ghostly spirit used her very powerful sword attack, which burned with purple ghostly flames. This blow was incredibly powerful, but the Taoist demon was able to hold back even this attack. After such an attack, the Taoist ghost began to transform into its most dangerous and powerful ghost form. The guy was shocked that the demon's aura instantly doubled. This demon was really starting to look like what a Taoist ghost should look like. The most powerful aura the guy had ever seen emanated from him, and even his ghostly spirits began to lose balance from this wave. The guy gave the command to all his ghostly spirits to come back, because now this ghost will fully come to life. His ghostly spirits successfully ran out of the portal, along with Lin Feng. The guy understood that this was very dangerous, and was this really the power of a complete recovery? The light wave passing through it was very powerful. He did not free him, and the demon remained trapped inside the mural. The analysis progress was 18.9%. The latest wave of explosions has just caused progress to rise to this level. In this case, if the Phantom Taoist is suppressed and cannot come out, the Qingju wooden fish can be used to suppress it so that they do not have to worry about its full recovery. The guy told his spirits to rest and recover from the attacks they received, and in a few days they would talk about it again. The guy started receiving news. Lin Feng was surprised. After all, only a few tens of minutes had passed. Then why did he receive so many messages? In one of the messages, Ying Rui asked how things are going with the ghost of Taoist, whom he has been following for more than half a month. The guy realized that it was necessary to seal the ghostly Taoist in order to shorten the time the ghostly Taoist stayed inside and avoid any accidents. The monk who caught the Taoist ghost was actually a very wise and powerful man. Night has come. The guy noticed that the time difference between the inside and outside is a little large, so Jiang Wei should arrange it so that the mural will not be damaged by the ghosts outside in the future. The guy suddenly noticed the silhouette of the girl who was approaching him in front of the entrance to the fresco. Her ghostly spirits fought among themselves. This girl was looking out for someone, and perhaps she wanted Lin Feng. Judging by the position of the communicator, there is indeed a small town 100 miles to the west, but this girl is still going on a mission alone at this late hour. She tried to climb up one of the rocks. The guy noticed that this girl had a red rope on her leg. He asked Zhuanhua to take him there. Unexpectedly, when the girl practically climbed on top, the guy extended his hand to her, and the girl was scared by this. The guy asked if she was afraid to run alone in the desert. He took her hand and helped her climb up. She said that there is a small town in the east. There's a difficult ghost there, and she goes to deal with it. Due to the small population here, they need to provide their own security. The guy asked where she lives. After all, he can give her a ride. The girl said that it was not necessary and pointed her finger at the car that came to pick her up. The girl thanked him for his concern, and they said goodbye. The guy may have been thinking too much, but in the end, one is a man and the other is a ghost. They went back inside the fresco. After they left, the Taoist ghost returned to its original state, and Tong Tong could continue his work. All of his ghostly spirits flew towards him again to continue attacking him again. As before, there was no complete recovery from the start, so the plan seemed feasible. Continued analysis of the Taoist ghost. Progress has already reached 20%. Sometime after the attack, progress reached 28.5%. They continued to attack him while the analysis of this dangerous spirit took place. Then he began to enter the second phase again, and the guy recalled all his ghostly spirits. The more tricks the Taoist ghost uses, the faster the analysis progresses. The last time the battle lasted more than 30 minutes. This time it lasted 20 minutes. But the progress of the analysis was normal. And also, Lin Lu's abyss plan was a success. At this time, his ghostly spirits were resting and playing with each other. Ling Luo's umbrella clone will always be able to balance the enemy by 55 times. When the abyss ability is activated, the duration of one Ling Luo umbrella clone is halved. The greater the power gap between the opponent and Ling Luo, the shorter the umbrella clone's duration. The minimum time is 3 seconds. This ability is quite good. When facing an enemy that is stronger than him, it is always 55. That is, at least he can force the attack for 3 seconds. Combined with the ghostly mirror copy of Zhuanhua, it would be really powerful. If the restoration of his ghostly spirits was almost complete, he decided to continue. They continued the attacks, but did not sit still, and after some time the progress of the analysis was 35%. Zhuanhua helped them with this, and the analysis progress was 41.5%. They continued to perform the same actions, destroying the temple and later striking the ghost of the Taoist. The analysis will soon reach 55%. It should be almost the same if they try again. There is not much temporary relief now, and the recovery time has been reduced to 5 minutes. There was only 3.5% left, and the guy decided that there was no need to join, and this could be solved in one go, and Ling Luo would survive. The power of the attacks was very enormous, and the ghost of the Taoist began to enter the dangerous stage again. The progress of the analysis has already reached 53.5%, there was very little left, and finally he was able to achieve the required 55%. At one moment, the Taoist demon was very close to Tong Tong. He is depressed, and the guy gave the command to attack with all his ghostly spirits. Tonton removed the metal cord from her neck and began to swing her ball. It hit him directly on his body. The guy didn't know if he had fully recovered just now or at another time. Tong Tong and Xuanhua were the main attackers in this battle, causing maximum damage to the demon. Their abilities were truly amazing. Suddenly, the ghost of the Taoist began to try to escape, and the guy gave a command to his ghostly spirit so that they would not let him do it. The queen also launched long-range strikes at this powerful ghost. In an instant, Tong Tong was able to grab this ghost Taoist who was literally frozen from the attacks. The system reported that they had won, and his ghosts worked together to kill the Taoist ghost and learn from the experience. His ghost gains a boost in ghostly energy. He also received a broken Taoist robe. His ghostly spirit, Xuanhua, had successfully ascended to the third level of the abyss. Tauntaun also moved to the third level of the abyss. The guy stroked Tauntaun for her productive battle. Tun's abyss ability, Tun can be scheduled for defense, or he can schedule an offensive abyss ability. He needs to plan it out first. If he has good ideas, he can tell her about it. The guy asked Xuanhua what bottomless abilities she was planning. She showed him the ability on her hand. She will be able to dodge from the abyss and can also dodge from some very special places. Tongtong and Xuanhua were the first two ghosts to follow him, and now they had finally reached the third level of the abyss. When their abyss ability planning is successful, all participants will reach level 3. Now it's time to tie the Moon Queen. The task of binding his Shadow Moon Queen was completed and the binding bond was achieved. The guy agreed, and the binding was successful. He asked not to worry and to watch him, and no one would dare to bully her again. She had the ability of the abyss, the Queen's domain. Before the Queen's domain is destroyed, Queen Yueke cannot be harmed. The closer the enemy is to the main forces, the greater the reduction in strength. The guy liked this ability because the Mirage can project the ability of the abyss into a ranged attack. The Queen's abilities are relatively extensive. He wondered if her corpse was related to her full recovery. His two spirits played with each other, and their owner watched them with a smile. He also asked to bury these bones that were left here. The guy was also able to get a new ghost relic. This was the first time he had seen such an object. Ghost relics were extremely special things left behind by ghosts after they died that had the effect of transformation. If an evil spirit swallows it, they will transform into good spirits within a month and gain the abilities of ghostly relics. If you count the time, 1 hour inside the fresco, then almost 2 months have passed outside. But it was all thanks to this monk. Otherwise, the Taoist ghost would have fully recovered and run off to harm all living beings. He checked his communicator. News from Wei Wuji was not there, but he needs to confirm something before he leaves.